The boundless blue sea stretched into infinity. In the depths of the eastern sea a lone islet lay desolate and solitary. The essence of heaven and earth converged upon it. The power of creation flowed in ceaseless currents, and dense currents of Yin and Yang coiled around it. Yet within the drifting mists lurked a faint aura of baleful slaughter intermingling with the clouds. A young Taoist sat cross-legged on a cliff edge. Runes of the great Tao revolved about him as twin currents of Yin and Yang wound around his body. His aura surged violently, his plain robe adorned with dark patterns billowed without wind, carrying a hint of ferocity and rage. Behind him a colossal Dharma manifestation coiled in the air, half concealed and half revealed. Its 1,000-zeng-long body encircled the entire island. Golden radiance blazed, cold scales glinted, and its ferocious head bore a single horn. It inhaled and exhaled clouds and mist, its strange golden pupils like twin blazing suns suspended in the void. It was a golden jiao born together with intertwining Yin and Yang qi. As the jiao's true form dispersed, the young Taoist opened his eyes. In his dignified yet eerie golden pupils a streak of blood red flashed by before slowly receding into clarity. At the same time the aura around him shifted from raging violence to tranquil calm. The convergence of Yin and Yang is called Yuan, the transformation of Yin and Yang is called Yi. Thus Yuan Yi was the Tao name he bore. Suppressing the restlessness arising from his very origin, Yuan Yi let out a slow breath. The baleful qi that had completely merged into his source could not be expelled at all. It constantly disturbed his state of mind, giving birth to brutality from the heart, and making it hard to control himself. Not long ago he had failed to restrain the savagery within, and slaughtered several dragons that had come to provoke him. To be fair, their flesh was extraordinarily tender. The famed delicacy of dragon meat was indeed well-deserved. Of course it had also brought him some benefit. To be precise, the Yin and Yang qi, now interwoven with baleful energy, possessed far greater offensive power than pure Yin and Yang. It carried an immense force of destruction. So this place is actually the Great Desolation. What ill fortune! Yuan Yi's gaze pierced through the clouds and mist, looking beyond the island as he muttered in his heart. Only now had he fully figured out his situation. He had actually crossed over into the Great Desolation, becoming an innate living being. A yin-yang jiao born from the very currents of Yin and Yang. He possessed neither supreme treasures nor divine artifacts at his side, and no system accompanied him, yet his own foundations were not bad. Born of heaven and nurtured by earth, his origin had self-manifested. He was but one step below the innate divine saints, and far surpassed billions of ordinary beings. Among the ranks of innate beings, his origin could even be considered powerful. The only issue was the baleful qi of heaven and earth mixed within it, an ever-present trouble. Yet once he had clarified his situation, Yuan Yi saw an even greater problem. His own fated killing tribulation. As for having slaughtered a few dragons that came to bully him, that was another matter, but by comparison, a far smaller one. After all, this was no longer the era of the three clans. The dragon clan had already declined, though their foundation remained. They had restrained themselves greatly. Of course, even so, a mere golden immortal like Yuan Yi had no qualifications to provoke them at all. Thus Yuan Yi intended to run for it, to slip away as quickly as possible and no longer linger in this. What truly gave Yuan Yi a headache, however, was the killing tribulation within his own destiny. This tribulation came from a future saint, the sect master of the Jia sect, the Saint Tongtian. The term Yin-Yang Jiao might sound unfamiliar, but another identity was resoundingly famous: the golden Jiao scissors. That's right, that very weapon was forged from the Yin-Yang Jiao's body. From ancient rumor, it was said that beyond the eastern sea, the Jia sect master Tongtian slew the twin Yin-Yang Jiao, took their corpses and origin Tao, and refined them into the supreme offensive spiritual treasure, golden Jiao scissors, later bestowing it upon the Sanshao fairies. Those three iron-head children of Sanshao even wielded it against the Saint Taiqing during the investiture of the gods' war, a display of sheer audacity. Just imagining that the golden Jiao scissors were forged from his own corpse sent chills through Yuan Yi's heart. How was he supposed to evade such a killing tribulation? Flee. That seemed useless. Find a patron. It sounded possible, but in truth was hard to say. At present, Tao ancestor Honghuang was preaching in the Xiao Palace, and had already concluded the second sermon. All those innate divine saints had reached the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, many matters had already been set in stone, such as the saint positions of the three pure ones. How many among them could possibly protect Yuan Yi's existence? And on what grounds would they do so? Yuan Yi had counted on his fingers. First was Honghuang, the Tao ancestor himself, the thickest thigh in the Great Desolation at present. Unfortunately, he didn't even qualify to enter Xiao Palace. He couldn't cling to that thigh at all. Oh, who would spare him a glance? Next were the other future saints. Yuan Yi carefully went through them one by one, only to realize there wasn't a single thigh he could realistically cling to. Leaving aside that those future saints had yet to establish sects or take disciples. Even if they did, could he truly go and acknowledge one as his master? Nuwa was out of the question. She would not found a sect, and accepted no disciples. Taiqing was in much the same situation, leaving almost no hope. As for Yuan, sure. If possible, Yuan Yi would actually like to cling to that particular thigh. It was said that although Yuan had many rules, he fiercely protected those under his wing. To become one of his people would certainly be a blessing. The problem was his own body steeped in ferocious, baleful qi. Could he even pass the threshold? Then there was the West. Of all options, it seemed to offer a sliver of hope, yet as a mere golden immortal, the odds of him dying halfway there were even greater. He was currently deep within the Eastern Sea. To cross from east to west would take gods knew how many ages. By the time he arrived, everything would be long over. Besides, he was a Jiao, a Yin-Yang Jiao born of the twin qi. Was he supposed to convert into some joyful Buddha in the future? Well, it was not entirely impossible either. Counting further down in the short term, there were 3 major powers that might shelter him, and into which he might have some hope of blending. Yet a little careful thought revealed there was no real possibility there either, and the consequences would be unpredictable. First came the Wu clan. They might be able to protect him, but was he really going to go seek out the Wu clan on his own? Wouldn't that be delivering himself as fodder? Then there were the Sunto-established Immortal Court and the Demon Heavenly Court. Blending into them as cannon fodder would likely not be difficult, but he would probably die even faster. He was utterly doomed. No matter how he turned it over in his mind, he could see no path to survival. Was he truly destined to be slain and refined into a treasure? If he refrained from committing evil, perhaps Tongtian would not come to kill him for treasure, but Yuan Yi did not dare pin his hopes on such wishful thinking. Fate, karmic causality. These were things he could not explain or comprehend. Rising to his feet and smoothing his Taoist robe, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light and descended upon the beach. There he began skillfully cutting up dragon meat and cleaning it, then summoned Tao fire to roast it. The aroma was irresistible. Dragon meat was truly delicious. He wondered idly if his own flesh would taste the same. Thoughts spun rapidly through Yuan Yi's mind as he pondered a path to survival. Though he had muddled through several thousand years in this world, he truly had not lived enough yet. He was an undying golden immortal with boundless lifespan with no natural end to his days. Yet he might suffer a violent death in mid-course. How could he possibly be reconciled to that? I want to live on, and if possible to live well. Such was Yuan Yi's current resolve. But how could he free himself from the fate of being slain and refined into a treasure by the future Saint Tongtian? To confront force with force. The idea had never even crossed his mind. It was utterly impossible. He simply did not have that capability. This was especially true after Yuan Yi discovered one more thing. Though he was born an undying golden immortal, he was completely in the dark about how to cultivate further. He had no clue whatsoever. Even the path of future cultivation had become a problem. The dragon clan likely possessed the ancestral dragon's inheritance, but he was a Jiao, not a dragon, and he had no intention of transforming into a dragon. That would be to invert root and branch. Unlike those beings who transformed into dragons to elevate the level of their life's origin, he was a Jiao born of heaven and nurtured by earth. This was the most perfect form of his life. If he were to transform into a dragon, he could never replace the ancestral dragon, and such a transformation would bring him not the slightest benefit. Yet not long ago, that group of so-called true dragons, those foolish mudfish, had actually looked down on him, an innate Yin-Yang Jiao, treating him as some mixed blood offshoot of the dragon clan, and barging into his lair to shout and swagger before him. Even worse among them was a female dragon who actually tried to rob him of his chastity, wanting to drag him back as a slave. Yuan Yi had been utterly enraged. In a moment when he failed to suppress his baleful qi, he lost control and slaughtered them all for meat. Did they truly think a Yin-Yang Jiao born with innate baleful qi had a good temper? He had not even had the chance to rob anyone himself, yet a dragon had come knocking to rob him. How outrageous. Wait, why am I being so stubborn? Since my tribulation stems from this future saint, isn't he himself the one most suited to resolving my destined calamity? No one could better prevent Tongtian from killing to refine treasures than Tongtian himself. After all, Yuan Yi had not offended him, for the saint killing him would be no more than a casual move lacking any real necessity. If that was the case, then there was an opening. He merely needed to ensure the saint never gave rise to the thought of striking him. In tallying the thick thighs of the Great Desolation, he might lean on Yuan. He had forgotten that Tongtian was one of the thickest thighs of all. To survive in the Great Desolation, one needed personal cultivation, but also a powerful backer. Relatively speaking, clinging to Tongtian's thigh actually seemed somewhat easier. His cultivation required guidance. If he could obtain the status of a disciple, he would gain inheritance and a protective backing in one stroke. Surely Tongtian would not slaughter his own disciple to refine a treasure. Such a thing had never been heard of in the Great Desolation. His life and death tribulation might well dissolve there and then. As for the later investiture of the gods, turning into a new tribulation for him, Yuan Yi could not afford to consider so many distant matters now, though he would first overcome the hurdle before him. At worst, if his luck was poor, he could still scrape by with a bottom-line outcome, getting into the heavenly court's ranks as a worker. There would still be a chance to strive, and with a guaranteed lower bound, what was there to fear? He would not die after all. But what if he kills me the moment we meet? Just as he stood up, Yuan Yi furrowed his brows, though only for an instant. I can't worry about that much. I'll go all in. If I win this gamble, I can roam carefree for millions of years. If I lose, then so be it. This life was picked up for free anyway. Why should I cower when at least I have the chance to gamble once? He then dug up his birthplace lair down to the last inch, packing everything away before transforming into a golden streak of rainbow light and fleeing at high speed. Yuan Yi possessed no innate spiritual treasure or innate spiritual root bound to his birth. He had no such fortune. Those were privileges of the innate divine saints alone. His strongest asset at present was the Yin and Yang qi suffused with the baleful energy of heaven and earth within him. If he refined it properly, his future would yet hold limitless possibilities. Even though he had steeled himself mentally, the vastness of the primordial wilderness still far exceeded Yuan Yi's expectations. He had flown on his journey for several hundred years, yet he still had not managed to leave the domain of the Eastern Sea. Everywhere his gaze fell was still an endless expanse of surging sea with no boundary of the primordial land in sight. The only good news was that the dragon clan had not come seeking him. After all, he had abandoned his old lair and fled cleanly. Born undying and having attained the realm of golden immortal, bearing innate Yin and Yang qi, tainted with heaven and earth baleful aura, his foundation upon the great Tao had formed of itself. Time was not something he lacked. As he slowly adapted to the concept of time in the primordial era, he also attempted to explore the path of cultivation while hurrying along his journey. Though he did not yet know how the road ahead should continue, Yuan Yi had never ceased probing how to advance his own realm and how to wield his strength. Strength was the absolute foundation of survival. Only when one's power was insufficient did one seek a. Yuan Yi understood clearly that his greatest capital lay in that innate Yin and Yang qi steeped in ferocious baleful aura, so he devoted the bulk of his focus to it. This Yin and Yang qi excelled at offense and slaughter, and Yuan Yi sought to draw out its destructive might to the utmost. Besides offensive methods, what he devoted himself to most painstakingly was escape arts. If he could win a fight, that was naturally best. If he could not, fleeing was the only choice. It was said that the Yin-Yang escape arts were even rarer than the five elements escapes. With his innate advantages, he intended to develop himself in that direction. Whether it was due to his insufficient comprehension or simply because cultivation was never easy, though he gained some results in escape techniques, and his speed grew several times faster than at the beginning, he still failed to fathom a true escape divine ability, leaving Yuan Yi somewhat disappointed. At the same time, along the way, Yuan Yi also wondered whether he might pick up some treasures. Was it not said that the primordial wilderness was strewn with treasures everywhere? If luck favored him, and he chanced upon a few innate spirit treasures to carry at his side, would that not be delightful? Yet he had imagined it far too beautifully. Not being an innate deity with that level of fortune and realm, and having emerged into the world so late, such treasure-picking affairs did not fall to his lot at all. In several hundred years, he had not so much as seen a single hair of such things. At most, he had picked up a pile of junk. Immortal herbs and immortal materials he considered decent, yet none of them bore the slightest connection to the word innate. Moreover, the Eastern Sea was not some ownerless domain. The dragons dwelled within its depths, though their clan had declined. A great number of innate deities had now occupied this region. From the news Yuan Yi had heard, he inferred that a group of innate deities had been gathered here by Dong Mu Gong, reputed foremost among male immortals, and they now entrenched themselves upon the famed Three Immortals Island. Yuan Yi did not dare to approach in the slightest. To his knowledge, Dong Mu Gong was the first to stir up grand designs, and also the earliest to perish. Even if he were dragged off as cannon fodder, he absolutely refused to be seized by that camp. Dying too early, he would never live to enjoy any blessings. As for Yuan Yi's intended destination, it was naturally the divine Kunlun Mountain. The third sermon at Xiao Palace had not yet begun. The saints had not yet taken their thrones, and the three pure ones had yet to part ways. They should all still be dwelling to the east of Kunlun. Whether he could see his wish fulfilled he did not know, but he had to try. The baleful aura clinging to him was truly troublesome. Clearly he was an innate being, yet he had already run into several individuals who almost treated him as something to be slain for merit. How inauspicious. This era belonged to the stage of the innate deities, and innate beings with roots like his were by no means few. Many among them had already given rise to clans and tribes. Yuan Yi had seen such a group upon an island in the sea. However, Yuan Yi was fairly certain that his own strength was not considered weak among innate beings. Quite a number of them possessed cultivation realms inferior to his. A rainbow of divine light tore through the heavens, then suddenly halted high above. From within it emerged a young man in plain-colored Taoist robes. Yuan Yi's golden eyes turned toward a certain direction, his brows knitting slightly. He had sensed a rather formidable fluctuation of magic power. Someone in that direction was engaged in a Tao battle. Though Yuan Yi was indeed interested in watching others fight, he did not feel compelled to join every commotion. What truly caught his attention was that some subtle prompting in the unseen told him there seemed to be something within that struggle connected to him. He did not dare ignore such a sudden stirring of intuition. Could it be that his luck had finally arrived, that some spirit treasure had taken a liking to him at first sight? Sensing the fluctuations from afar, Yuan Yi gauged the cultivation of those engaged in battle. Shortly thereafter, he decided to go and take a look. From the estimated magic power, those over there were all within the level of Tao companions. There were no senior-level beings. He had no need to scruple too much. What if he truly could pick up a treasure? He had yet to see what an innate spirit treasure even looked like. Yuan Yi suppressed his own aura, shrouding himself with innate Yin and Yang Qi, and slipped silently toward that direction. Before long, Yuan Yi had drawn near the location of the Tao battle, only to be greatly disappointed. There seemed to be no innate spirit treasure or innate spiritual root luring him over. Hidden within the void, he looked upon the two sides clashing, more than a dozen wild spirits and monsters who had taken form as innate Tao bodies, and one innate being exuding innate aura. That innate being possessed the highest Tao cultivation, slightly surpassing his own. What astonished Yuan Yi even more was that those non-innate beings had cultivation close to the golden immortal realm. A few among them were even true golden immortals. Yuan Yi quickly understood what was going on. These were clearly beings who had obtained the teachings and sermons of some great power and set foot on the path of cultivation rather than relying solely on innate Tao endowment. So these fellows had backing behind them. Yuan Yi mused to himself. The target currently being pursued by the more than 10 figures looked most peculiar: one lump of milky white, one clump of bright red, and another mass of vivid green. Their origins should all be of pure innate stock. The three strange blobs scurried about in panic under the encirclement and pursuit, fleeing in all directions in utter embarrassment. Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon them, and that subtle sense of connection seemed to stem precisely from these three oddly delicate little clouds. They looked like cotton candy. Could eating them increase one's cultivation? A flicker of blood-colored baleful light flashed through Yuan Yi's eyes, only to be suppressed in an instant as clarity returned. Eat, eat, eat. Sure enough, his mind was being influenced by the baleful aura. His first impulse had been to devour them. If he indulged such instincts, disaster would surely be born sooner or later. Reason reclaimed the high ground, and in his heart Yuan Yi formed a guess about the identities of these three cotton. This shape, this number, this set of colors. It was all too easy to guess. Given his limited understanding of the primordial world, there were only so many possible candidates. The three before his eyes happened by no coincidence at all to correspond exactly to his knowledge: the Yeto-transformed Sanxiao, Cloudxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, the Three Sisters. Yuan Yi was sorely disappointed. This was not his fortune arriving. No innate spirit treasure had taken a fancy to him, rushing over to coquettishly present itself. Instead, these three were beings fated to share karmic ties with him, more precisely with his corpse, the future owners of the golden Jiao shears. Truly ill-starred, his luck was not very good, Yuan Yi thought. He searched the surroundings, yet did not catch sight of that famed elder brother of Sanxiao, Zhao Gongming. Had they perhaps not yet met him at this point? Yuan Yi watched the chase from afar with a tranquil gaze, at first intending to remain aloof. Yet just as he was about to turn and retreat to observe from a safer distance, he halted, eyes flickering as he looked again at the three untransformed rainbow clouds. He himself had no idea how he might encounter Tongtian, but these three were almost destined to meet him, were they not? Could they perhaps serve as his navigators? Moreover, if he followed them and cultivated a good relationship, would that not raise his odds of winning his gamble, allowing him to obtain a safe identity and avoid a fate of being slain and refined into a treasure? On the other hand, he was no more than an innate being, whereas Tongtian was already close to treading upon the path of a saint. Why would such a figure deliberately come deep into the Eastern Sea to slay him? Yuan Yi cast another glance at the fleeing Sanxiao. Could it be that the original Yin-Yang twin Jiao had bullied these three at this very time? He was not entirely sure. There were tales that Sanxiao's dear elder brother Zhao Gongming had, while they were yet untransformed, damaged his own Tao foundation in order to protect them, affecting his future path. That was said to be the bedrock of their deep bond. Could it truly have been the Yin-Yang twin Jiao's doing? Had he become the elite villainous monster for Zhao Gongming's heroics, even to the point of being settled with afterward, Tongtian slaying the twin Jiao and refining them into the spirit treasure golden Jiao shears to bestow upon Sanxiao? Thoughts flashed through Yuan Yi's mind, but his heart had already reached a decision. Whether or not that was the case, he would take on this role. He was most fond of lending a helping hand, especially when such helpfulness came with returns. Fellow Taoists, do not panic. I shall help you escape, he transmitted. His voice drifted straight toward the three fleeing clouds. Yuan Yi's body became wreathed in innate Yin and Yang Qi as he lifted a finger. The Yin and Yang Qi transformed into two immortal swords, one black and one white, which slashed down from the sky toward the more than 10 pursuers. Who goes there daring to meddle in this affair? At the very instant Yuan Yi struck, the golden immortal level innate being turned to glare at him with a thunderous shout, magic power surging. Yuan Yi paid him no heed. The swords forged from innate Yin and Yang chi pressed the attack wreathed in heaven and earth, baleful aura, pure destructive force overflowing in all directions. In a single exchange, he sent the others, all flying, severely wounding them. Even golden immortals were no exception. There were gaps, even among golden immortals. Yuan Yi could not yet refine the innate Yin and Yang chi into a single whole, and could only condense each into its own sword, yet their might was anything but ordinary. Having landed his blow, Yuan Yi did not pause for even a heartbeat. With a mere thought, the black and white swords sped forth together, aiming straight at the only golden immortal innate being who had managed to block his first strike. With a thunderous boom, the aftermath raged for 10,000 miles. The surface of the sea was carved with a chasm-like sword scar, and his foe was blasted straight into the ocean's depths. "I will take you with me. Do not resist," Yuan Yi continued to transmit. His figure flickered, appearing beside San Xiao, and with a sweep of his sleeve he enveloped the three clouds within. They seemed to resist for an instant, but then chose to yield, allowing Yuan Yi to gather them into his sleeve. Without lingering for even a moment, Yuan Yi recalled the innate Yin and Yang chi mounted upon it, and tore through the sky in flight. Along the way he changed directions several times, fearing pursuit. Since the other side clearly had backing and most likely an innate deity behind them, he had not dared to strike to kill. His sole thought was to escape. With the fortune and destiny that San Xiao possessed, he felt it unlikely that following them would lead him onto a path of no return. Yuan Yi did not greatly trust his own luck, but he did place some faith in San Xiao's. Elsewhere, the group who had failed to capture San Xiao were fuming. After a fruitless search, they quickly found a new target, an innate being born of a wisp of clear wind, and gave chase in another direction. Upon an unremarkable islet, Yuan Yi had erected concealed restrictions to veil his presence, while three cloud-like formations fluttered forth from his sleeve. Ruddy red and verdant green lingered shyly behind Snow White, maintaining a respectful distance from Yuan Yi. "We owe our lives to your timely aid, Dao brother. Yin Xiao expresses deepest gratitude. This kindness shall not be forgotten to my sisters, and I vow to repay it in full one day." Her voice was gentle and melodious, her words solemn and sincere. "Think nothing of it," Yuan Yi replied casually. "To intervene when injustice arises is but natural. As fellow primordially born beings, such assistance requires no repayment. Pray do not dwell upon it." His gaze swept over the three clouds before him. Truly worthy of their primordial origin, though still unformed, they already bore delicate, refined features almost tempting enough to savor. Yuan Yi averted his eyes and extended his divine sense across the surroundings, exhaling softly in relief. His ambush had succeeded effortlessly. His opponent, merely at the Daofriend realm, posed no obstacle to his swift withdrawal. So his talent for evasion remained intact. Yet perhaps feigning grave exhaustion now would deepen their sense of indebtedness and make gratitude linger longer. Yuan Yi pondered quietly. His sole objective, to accompany the Three Xiao until they encountered the future sage Tongtian, secure a legitimate identity, receive profound Dao transmission, and thereby avert his destined calamity of mortal annihilation. With life-saving grace already bestowed, familiarity would bloom far more readily. The timeless trope of heroic rescue, elegant, enduring, and profoundly effective, proved itself once again beyond doubt. Yuan Yi sat cross-legged upon a smooth bluestone, leisurely biting into a freshly gathered spirit fruit, its flavor rich and satisfying. Not far away, three clouds drifted serenely in distinct hues, the white one poised and graceful, dignified and approachable. Xiong Xiao spoke little, appearing quiet and reserved. Yet Yuan Yi sensed beneath her stillness a subtle wry cunning. The youngest Bi Xiao chattered incessantly, brash and unrestrained, her tongue utterly unfiltered. Thanks to her candor, Yuan Yi swiftly grasped the full course of events. The three sisters had already attained the golden immortal realm, a feat that alone enabled their narrow escape from pursuers. Yet they had delayed physical manifestation, striving instead for perfection before emerging into form. Alas, just as their transformation neared completion, their birthplace was discovered. Hunters descended, intent on seizing them, forcing the sisters into flight. From the sisters' account, theirs was no isolated plight. Across this realm, native beings were being sought out, especially those born primordially, nurtured directly by heaven and earth. Their pursuers claimed to offer Dao cultivation methods and expound sacred teachings. Yet refusal was never permitted, and their manner brooked no dissent. The Three Xiao suspected multiple primordial deities stood behind this campaign, a coordinated effort to gather every sentient being within this realm, its true purpose shrouded in suspicion. Though Yin Xiao withheld naming suspects, Yuan Yi formed his own conclusion: this was the Eastern Sea. Such sweeping maneuvers could only belong to primordial deities like Dongmugang. Were they laying foundations for a celestial court, raising obedient underlings? Otherwise, why expend such extraordinary effort? Surely not to provide universal spiritual education. Yuan Yi dismissed the notion outright. Primordial deities possessed neither time nor inclination for such trivialities. It seems the Eastern Sea is no longer safe for me. Where then do you intend to go? Yuan Yi asked. After a brief pause, Yin Xiao replied, we seek a tranquil sanctuary first, to complete our physical manifestation. As you rightly observe, the Eastern Sea is no longer tenable for us. We shall journey westward, taking refuge upon the vast Honghuang continent. Yuan Yi nodded. This opportunity for Tao transmission held hidden perils, and their instinct to flee was both prudent and wise. Such caution was sound. Those who stirred the waters first would inevitably drown first. And what are your own plans, Tao brother? Yin Xiao inquired. Having learned of this matter, and even incurred enmity with those individuals, I find myself compelled to relocate. Moreover, the Dragon clan has already troubled me once. A change of abode is unavoidable. If you have no objection, might I accompany you three on your journey? Mutual vigilance would surely prove beneficial. Thus Yuan Yi advanced his request with seamless naturalness. Flight was imperative. Moreover, the first great conflagration would likely erupt here in the Eastern Sea. Its aftershocks alone might well obliterate him utterly. Then we gratefully accept your protection, Tao brother. With little hesitation, Yin Xiao assented. Yuan Yi felt deep satisfaction. Each step brought him closer to evading his fatal tribulation. By the way, have you encountered any other Tao friends along the way? Yuan Yi asked, seeking confirmation about Zhao Gongming. Yet his indirect inquiries only reaffirmed his original suspicion. They had not yet crossed paths with Zhao Gongming, the ever-elusive wind-born cultivator. No matter. These three were more than sufficient as his celestial compass. I never imagined you'd look so fierce, and yet prove such a good person. As Yuan Yi reflected in silence, a verdant cloud floated forward unbidden, bestowing upon him an unsolicited good person certificate. Bi Xiao drifted playfully, tilting her form as if appraising him, her tone light and cheerful. Do I truly appear fearsome? Yuan Yi found the assessment deeply unsatisfying. He had striven diligently to project warmth and approachability, yet this green cloud insisted he radiated menace. Indeed, you exude pure, dense, killing aura. It's quite intimidating. He had no retort. Frustration flared. His carefully cultivated image of benevolence had crumbled before it even took root. This aura stems not from bloodshed, nor is it self-willed. It manifests unwillingly, a burden I bear without choice, Yuan Yi explained, resigned. In response, she let out a clear, ringing laugh, effortlessly familiar. Only when Yin Xiao summoned her away did Yuan Yi regain peace. Their exchange had not only clarified the Eastern Sea's volatile political landscape, but also yielded substantial insight into Tao cultivation. Was this the true function of a Tao consort? To engage in mutual discourse, verifying principles, refining understanding, and advancing one's cultivation. No wonder the practice of visiting peers for Tao discussion flourished across Honghuang. Yet time was scarce. They exchanged only brief remarks, falling short of genuine Tao discourse. A proper exchange would have borne far richer fruits. His cultivation progressed agonizingly slowly. The path ahead remained veiled. Despite relentless contemplation of the Tao and diligent accumulation of merit, his growth felt glacial. Stagnation had taken hold. Legends spoke of primordial deities who awakened with innate wisdom, emerging into existence as great Luo immortals embodying cosmic principles from birth. Such fortune stirred profound envy. Now with the Tao ancestor himself preaching, illuminating the way forward, the torment lay in knowing the path existed, yet remaining unable to perceive it. What he lacked was a guiding lantern to pierce the darkness. Clearly securing a powerful patron and receiving direct guidance was indispensable. To rely solely upon oneself was akin to scaling heaven barehanded. He possessed neither the innate talent nor the transcendent insight to forge a new Tao path unaided. Even foundational comprehension remained elusive. He had not yet mastered the very threshold of entry. Yet he was not alone in this plight. All sentient beings walked this same arduous road. Yuan Yi reclined upon the bluestone, closing his eyes. Faint, ineffable Tao resonance ebbed and flowed around him. Primordial Yin and Yang energies coiled gently about his form as he entered deep cultivation. Nearby, the three colored clouds likewise settled into stillness, their forms shifting subtly, revealing glimpses of nascent primordial Tao bodies rapidly taking shape. They stood only one step from full manifestation. As primordially born beings, nurtured by heaven and earth themselves, they were not mere heirs, but cherished offspring of the cosmos. Physical formation, though not effortless, was certainly no insurmountable trial. The sound of Tao echoes, celestial music resounds, and auspicious clouds surge forth, presenting a myriad of wonders. Did I have such a grand spectacle when I first transformed and emerged into the world? Surely, I must have thought, Yuan Yi gazing at the three clouds appearing during the transformation. He vaguely remembered that his own emergence was also marked by purple aura stretching 3,000 miles, with a spectacle of considerable quality, a deep purple reminiscent of the legendary great demons emerging in tales. Even Yuan Yi himself initially believed he had been handed a villain's script destined to become an unparalleled great demon. How foolish of him! He was obviously a good person. The innate spiritual form is born from the heart, and aside from being wrapped in malevolent energy, his appearance was impeccable enough to make even the mother dragon covet his beauty. Indulging in food, drink, and gambling, he had only partaken in the former, which could still categorize him as an exemplary young man. Even though he was surrounded by malevolent energy, he was still a good dragon. Surely there wouldn't be only one deadened awaiting him. Yuan Yi reassured himself. Now primarily feasting on vegetarian food, how could he possibly be an evil dragon? Yuan Yi took another bite of the spirit fruit in his hand, crisp and delicious, as his golden eyes narrowed slightly in delight. The spectacle of transformation did not last long. If the disturbance were too great, even Yuan Yi would be unable to conceal his aura, likely attracting trouble. Moreover, the transformations of the three Xiaos were clearly distinct from Yuan Yi's. They chose to fully transform into innate Tao bodies which appeared human in Yuan Yi's eyes. In reshaping his innate Tao body, Yuan Yi retained his own Yin-Yang Jiao form, as his naturally born Tao body was quite powerful, unlike these three cotton candies that only made one curious about their flavor. As the mist enveloped the surroundings, blurry figures flickered within, and the aura began to change. As the fog dispersed, three figures appeared. The three cotton candies had vanished. Yuan Yi's eyes brightened momentarily, but then he cursed inwardly. Damn that malevolent energy, it was affecting his thoughts, making him find these three beauties appealing in every sense. As innate beings, their transformation inherently retained the purest essence of their nature, hence their emergence into the world could not possibly be ugly. Their exquisite appearances required no further elaboration, especially with the three strikingly similar figures standing together, each enhancing the other's beauty. He understood why everyone rushed to become disciples of the Jie sect. Given the beauty and temperament of the three Xiaos, those of similar standing would likely be no less impressive. With four major outer and inner sects, there were at least 6 female disciples who wouldn't wish to join. The three shared similarities in appearance and stature, yet their temperaments were entirely distinct, allowing one to easily discern who was who without confusion. Yun Xiao wore a white celestial gown, her features painted like a poem, exuding a gentle aura while maintaining a dignified grace. Her presence seemed soft, yet contained an undeniable strength that commanded respect. Like water which can nourish all without a sound, yet can also devastate cities and shake mountains. The second sister Qiong Xiao donned a striking red attire, radiating a fierce energy that contrasted Yun Xiao's gentleness. Unlike Yun Xiao, who appeared approachable, she looked decidedly unapproachable. The youngest Bai Xiao in green had large lively eyes that darted about, appearing especially clear and pure. Perhaps because this little one had been chattering incessantly, even appearing as a lively green cloud, she showed no inclination for calm, constantly flitting about, as if suffering from hyperactivity, which led Yuan Yi to view her with a filter, perceiving wisdom in her lively eyes. At this moment, the little third sister was touching her face, glancing back and forth at her two elder sisters, and then at herself, unsure if she was seeking differences or similarities. Congratulations to the three friends for successfully transforming. The path of the Tao is now even broader. Yuan Yi stood up and offered his congratulations. The three sisters exchanged glances, and Yun Xiao stepped forward with a smile, solemnly bowing. Thank you, Tao brother, for safeguarding us sisters. This kindness Yun Xiao will remember in her heart. Behind her, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao followed suit, their expressions grave. To be grateful is a virtue. If you say you remember my kindness, I will take it seriously. Yuan Yi nodded with a smile in response. What he desired was for the three Xiaos to remember his kindness, to lead him and provide more assurance. In case of emergencies, he could also seek their help. After all, the kindness was genuine. Even if it was a matter of seeking reciprocity, it was kindness given first, and Yuan Yi felt justified. This wasn't a scheme. Yuan Yi was neither adept in such matters, nor dared to employ petty tricks concerning matters that could involve future saints. At this stage, fostering a good relationship with the three Xiaos was beneficial and harmless. As for the future, he would deal with the present first. In the tale of Feng Shun, the three sisters' fates did not end well, but they had been drawn into calamity by Zhao Gongming. Now that they had not yet encountered Zhao Gongming, let alone recognize a big brother, he wondered if their fates would change because of this. That was not something he needed to contemplate. Let's not dwell too much. We should leave this place quickly to avoid attracting attention and causing unnecessary. The three Xiaos naturally had no objections, immediately setting off to continue their journey into the vast wilderness to the west. Lacking strength and support, living in this wilderness was a constant source of anxiety. It was either preparing to flee or already fleeing. Life was indeed quite miserable. Yuan Yi felt helpless. This wilderness was truly tough to navigate. The number of powerful beings above him was overwhelming, leaving him with a sense of helplessness that was quite unpleasant. But he knew that for some matters he might not be able to rely on avoidance to get by. After all, isn't life about At least there was hope for the future. Yuan Yi couldn't just lie around like a salted fish. He often had thoughts of taking a gamble, which was likely influenced by his own malevolent energy. In his past life, he probably was not a gambler. After over 10,000 years, Yuan Yi and the others finally saw the coastline of the wilderness with the day of landing just ahead. Just the thought that he had traveled nearly 20,000 years merely to reach the shore from the eastern sea left Yuan Yi with mixed emotions. This wilderness was far too vast and inconvenient. Moreover, time was truly not valuable. How long would it take to reach Kunlun? A Yuan meeting. Or 10. Yuan Yi began to doubt whether he could even make it there. Throughout the journey, Yuan Yi simply followed along. The route was not decided by him, for he firmly believed that the probability of the three Xiaos coincidentally encountering Tongtian was far greater than his own. He just needed to ride on their fortune, or otherwise he might stray off course and take a longer detour. Speaking of fortune, Yuan Yi confirmed one thing: it wasn't that he lacked fortune, hence he hadn't picked up any spiritual treasures or roots, but rather that the wilderness was currently poor, devoid of innate spiritual treasures or roots for them to find. He wondered if this was due to the ravaging by the three clans and the innate beings leaving no remnants for them. Their generation of innate beings was born well, not too late, but not good enough or early enough to compete. They could only rely on the elders of the higher realms to spill a few gold coins, hoping for some drops of fortune. Yuan Yi was considered fortunate. He had the innate Yin and Yang energies of malevolence at his side, which he could refine into formidable offensive abilities. In terms of cultivation level, the three Xiaos were not his opponents. The slow growth of his cultivation was also quite troubling. He wasn't sure how to best practice. Although he could still accumulate magical power, the speed was quite slow. However, when it came to comprehending the Tao, it reminded Yuan Yi of those moments flipping through advanced math textbooks. Visible, yet incomprehensible. The Tao does not deceive. It won't treat you as if you truly cannot learn, as self-study's efficiency is appallingly low. Yuan Yi even questioned whether his cultivation level was stagnant, showing no growth whatsoever. Of course, while his cultivation did not increase much, his strength did improve, as his understanding and application of his cultivation level had indeed become much more profound. Yuan Yi played with the innate Yin and Yang energies swirling around his fingertips, gazing blankly at the sky in boredom. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao sat at a distance, with Bai Xiao chattering away, not knowing what she was discussing with Qiong Xiao. Having spent a considerable amount of time together traveling the same path, they had become quite familiar, their bond being quite deep. However, Yuan Yi always maintained a sense of distance. He did not wish to be driven by malevolent energy. Dragons are inherently inclined towards certain behaviors, but Yuan Yi is not a dragon. He is a Jiao. Well, it seems being a Jiao isn't much better. At least Yuan Yi's rationality had not plummeted into the depths. He wished to maintain a good relationship with the three Xiaos, but deep down, he was unwilling to form overly close ties with anyone. It was too troublesome. He was still young and did not want to bury himself early in the grave of Jiao life. The path of Yin and Yang is vast and profound. How can one obsess over a small path within? Yuan Yi continuously suppressed the surging impulses within his essence, which was a dual torment of body and mind, yet also a form of tempering. Yuan Yi discovered that this could make him feel as if he was growing stronger. The malevolent energy of heaven and earth that couldn't be expelled from his essence seemed like another version of himself, constantly battling with him, while also serving as a whetstone. It was probably not an illusion. His Tao body and Yuanshan were indeed growing stronger day by day. I am still me despite the long struggle. He seems to have embarked on his own path. Yuan Yi took out 3 spirit fruits, keeping the largest for himself, while tossing the other 2 to the 2 sisters. They didn't like eating, giving them the biggest one would be a waste. Saving is a virtue. Yuan Yi, shall we swap? Bai Xiao, dressed in green, came over her gaze, shifting playfully, wearing a cheerful smile. Yuan Yi glanced sideways at her and raised his hand to take a bite. Here, let's trade. Although this spirit fruit was not an innate spiritual root, it contained pure heaven and earth spiritual energy. While its effect on them wasn't significant, the taste was truly delightful. At least Yuan Yi appreciated its flavor, satisfying his craving and suppressing other negative impulses. Bai Xiao glanced at the spirit fruit in Yuan Yi's hand, marked with bite marks, and huffed. As she took a bite of her own, her cheeks puffed up, her words muffled. Sure, let's swap. Yuan Yi turned his head away from her as she called herself a fairy, but was being rude. Who would want to eat something covered in her saliva? How disgusting. Clearly I picked these spirit fruits, and my elder sister insisted I give you the largest one, yet you always give me the smallest one. Bai Xiao glared at the one, pretending to be oblivious. You're the smallest, so of course you eat the smallest. Besides, you don't like to eat. Yuan Yi replied without turning around. Who says, eh? I say. Suffering is a blessing, and this is to help you accumulate virtue. By the way, has Yun Xiao returned yet? After some idle banter, Yuan Yi shifted the topic. He knew what kind of personality Bai Xiao had, as she was just too idle, coming over to stir up trouble, not genuinely seeking to exchange a spirit fruit. Yin Xiao had gone ahead to scout, as she had been out for a while. Just as they were speaking, a rainbow light suddenly burst through the air. As it approached, the light dissipated, revealing a gentle woman in white who was none other than the returning Yin Xiao. She also brought back news that caught Yuan Yi's attention. Not far from them, a powerful being was giving a lecture. To be called a powerful being, it must be an innate saint of being at the level of Deluo. Who could it be? Could it be one of the legendary figures mentioned in stories? Regardless of whether it was the one he hoped for, he had no reason not to attend to. Otherwise, if he continued self-studying like this, he would be left behind by others of the same caliber. The three Xiaos agreed to go listen to the lecture. The uncertainty of the Tao path filled them with anxiety to some extent. What do you think, Tao brother? Yun Xiao looked at Yuan Yi, inquiring about his opinion. Good. Yuan Yi replied earnestly without hesitation. Because speaking this way seemed to carry more elegance, adding a flavor of cultivation. Unfortunately, distance creates beauty. Too much familiarity only leads to pretentiousness, especially knowing that Yuan Yi himself was an extremely casual person. This mannerism drew a roll of the eyes from the little third sister, who playfully mimicked him with a cheerful good. Yuan Yi's eyelids twitched. He felt like hitting someone. Yin Xiao, please keep your sister in check. She's too mischievous, almost a little rascal. Yin Xiao shot a glare at Bai Xiao, but simply shook her head. What Yuan Yi did not know was that in Yun Xiao's eyes he was the restless one, and it was his influence that made her sister behave like this. Days later, the four arrived at the foot of a mountain peak. There a Taoist sat cross-legged, exhaling Tao sounds, expounding on the profound truths of the Tao and chanting and ineffable. At the foot of the mountain, many beings listened in rapt attention, immersed in the teachings, unable to extricate themselves. The lecture had already begun for some time. Yuan Yi glanced at Yun Xiao, who had shown integrity, resisting temptation to return, and called them to join. Otherwise, after several days of listening, perhaps he could have spared himself 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. How rare an opportunity. Yuan Yi's gaze scanned the foot of the mountain before turning to the Taoist sitting atop. Who could this be? Before him stood a young man with a radiant face crowned with a halo of 5 colors, clad in a bagua celestial robe. Beside him lay a bizarre cow, seemingly a primordial being. It looked somewhat familiar, but upon closer inspection, he remained uncertain. Yuan Yi's gaze swept across the Sanxiao. Regardless, he decided to follow their lead. He refrained from speaking, trusting that the fate of the Sanxiao would guide them, and settled down to listen as Sanxiao. Soon Yuan Yi cast aside the myriad distractions in his mind. This was the first time in his life he truly listened to a lecture. To him it felt as if a long-forgotten chamber had suddenly been illuminated by a candle's flame. In that moment he grasped what it meant to attain sudden enlightenment, to experience a profound realization. He comprehended, feeling refreshed and invigorated, a profound joy arising from the depths of his being, which he thoroughly enjoyed. The primordial Yin and Yang energies within him manifested and danced, constantly shifting and evolving into various mysteries, cascading down like runes of the great Tao. A golden dragon's phantom flickered in and out of view, its aura surging rapidly, surpassing countless years of arduous cultivation in an instant. It was as if he had suddenly found an outlet. For the first time, Yuan Yi clearly sensed his own strengthening. In the realm of cultivation, time felt irrelevant. When he regained his senses, he realized 3,000 years had passed, and his cultivation had thoroughly stabilized in the midstage of the golden, immortal realm. The lecture had concluded, leaving him with a lingering sense of wanting more. However, Yuan Yi understood that it was unlikely he would encounter such an opportunity again to directly elevate his cultivation by an entire realm from just one lecture. This was due to his sufficient accumulation. It was just that he was previously constrained by his ignorance of the path ahead, hence the guidance allowed him to break through his cultivation realm in a mere 3,000 years, firmly establishing his level. Yuan Yi opened his eyes only to be momentarily stunned, his body feeling a bit stiff. This was because not far in front of him the primordial being who had lectured sat there, their gaze fixed upon him. The others who had listened to the lecture had already departed. The Sanxiao who had come with him were now standing beside that man. Yin Xiao subtly nodded at him. Bi Xiao smiled from behind, while Qiong Xiao offered no such gestures. Although Yuan Yi had guessed immediately, he still felt a shock. Was the world truly this coincidental? The first powerful being they encountered during a lecture was the future heavenly saint. They had just disembarked from the East Sea. In the distance to Kunlun was uncertain, yet they encountered this. Moreover, judging by the Sanxiao's demeanor, it appeared they had already established a rapport before he fully awakened. You all, must you be this quick? I'm struggling to keep pace with you. Have I truly lingered in the realm of enlightenment for too long? Yuan Yi felt a twinge of anxiety. This was a moment that would determine his fate. Having passed this trial, he hoped that he would not end up with the fate of being slain for treasure refining. From the current situation, it seemed promising. Since they were waiting here, combined with the presence of the Sanxiao, Yuan Yi surmised that these three sisters genuinely remembered his kindness and had not forgotten to bring him along. The primordial Yin and Yang energies were born, and though they bore the malevolent aura of heaven and earth, they strived to maintain their essence, fiercely resisting the influence of the malevolent energy without losing their true path. The man casually commented on this, his eyes calm, yet seemingly able to pierce through all, reflecting the truth. Under his gaze nothing could hide. Yuan Yi felt a bit tense, worried that he might be seen as unusual. Fortunately, nothing occurred, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He hurriedly stood up, wishing to pay his respects for listening to the lecture was a great kindness. The man continued to smile, and said, I am the poor Taoist of the upper clear, and these three wish to join my sect, which indeed has a connection to me. He indicated towards the Sanshao as he spoke. Yuan Yi felt a moment of emotion from the tone of Tongtian's words. It seemed he agreed to accept the Sanshao as disciples. At such a moment, to speak of entering and exiting together, was he not afraid of angering the other party, thus losing the fortune he had obtained? Especially if he encountered a powerful being with a bad temper, the outcome could be worse. The current opportunity was extraordinary. There had been so many who listened before who wouldn't want to take a master. The outcome was evident, or it had not been accepted. After all, at this time Tongtian was still not a saint, and had not yet established a teaching. The timing had not yet. To remember kindness without forgetting righteousness, especially in the face of such a consequential benefit, made Yuan Yi feel somewhat guilty. For he knew that his thoughts were never simple. To say he was seeking to repay a debt of gratitude was not an exaggeration, while the other party had to be much more sincere. I have calculated, and you indeed have a connection with me, but this connection seems somewhat peculiar. May I ask, what do you seek in the great Tao? His words were not harsh, seeming ordinary, yet they penetrated deeply into Yuan Yi's heart, carrying a sense of supreme authority, as if asking him to reflect within. What did he seek in the great Tao? I, as a junior, only wished to find a sliver of survival amidst the vast tide of this primordial world, to establish myself and find a purpose. Yuan Yi responded truthfully after a moment of silence, meeting the scrutinizing gaze. Tongtian merely looked at him, remaining silent, and made a hand gesture, frowning slightly. Seeking a sliver of survival. Tongtian lowered his hand and glanced at Yuan Yi again, nodding gently. That is well. From what I see, your desire aligns with our connection. If so, do you wish to join my sect? Yuan Yi's heart leaped with joy. Had he truly passed through his life-threatening tribulation? Although he might inevitably be drawn into overwhelming circumstances in the future, at least the current predicament had dissipated, allowing him to enjoy a long period of tranquility. I am immensely grateful, Master. At this point, what choice was there but to accept? He could neither refuse nor afford to, for in the primordial world, finding a powerful ally was no easy feat. Merely encountering one required immense fortune. The heavens of the primordial world were so high and the earth so vast, a mere golden immortal felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. The simple act of becoming a disciple was not overly complicated. He was not a nominal disciple, but a true disciple welcomed into the fold. Yuan Yi soon realized that the Sanshao had not yet taken their vows. Following closely behind him, the three followed suit. He had thought he would address them as senior sisters, but to his surprise they were junior sisters, which left him feeling somewhat conflicted. He was relieved that his gamble had paid off, yet he felt silent due to the disparity in their sincerity, unable to feel fully satisfied with having his wishes fulfilled. Wait, you all remember kindness and wish to reciprocate, but there is no need to do so to this extent, making me feel. Was it because they had just emerged into the world, making them naive and easily deceived? Yuan Yi suddenly recalled another matter. Where was his senior brother Zhao Gongming? Where was he? It seemed he had lost his position as the outer sect's senior brother. Was he truly usurping what? After pondering, Yuan Yi dismissed such thoughts. He knew his own character, and no matter what, he could never walk the same path as Zhao Gongming. I have traveled for some time, and with the third lecture at Xiao Palace approaching, it is fitting to return to my temple for a while and gather with my two elder brothers. You may accompany me back to Kunlun Mountain for cultivation. Tongtian sat atop the Kuei bull, gazing eastward. Beyond lay the territory of the primordial beings like Dongmu, which had been designated as their temple. It would not be appropriate to enter without reason. I accept the order. Yuan Yi, along with the Sanxiao and the Kuei bull, made for 5 primordial beings. Yuan Yi was curious about how the Kuei bull became Tongtian's mount. With Tongtian's cultivation level, it seemed the Kuei bull could hardly serve as a proper steed. Moreover, Tongtian was merely one of the primordial beings at present, albeit among the most elite. The upcoming third lecture at Xiao Palace was bound to change many things. Additionally, Yuan Yi learned from Tongtian that before them others had already followed him at his temple, even some primordial beings he had personally guided. Who were they? Yuan Yi had an inkling: Taoist Duobao, perhaps even the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, and possibly Wudong, while the Tortoise Spirit would be the youngest still yet to make an appearance. Among them, the one he knew the least about was the Holy Mother Wudong. He had never heard of her background or origins. Tongtian raised his hand and waved his sleeve, casually gesturing into the void, and a spatial rift appeared. A force swept them all up, directly pulling them into the crack. Transversing the void, the distance covered in a single step was beyond what they could achieve in over 10,000 years of flight. Yuan Yi could not perceive Tongtian's level of cultivation. He could not fathom whether it was at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, or if he had already stepped into Quasi Saint territory. In any case, as a mere Golden Immortal, he was unable to comprehend such formidable personal power. The sword that had loomed over him vanished, leaving him feeling light and in high spirits. He planned to sleep for several thousand years to relax. Becoming a saint. That was too far-fetched, thinking too much was exhausting. For now, he would take it a day at a time, recovering his senses before making plans. With insufficient cultivation, any talk was in vain. Is cultivation about social niceties? No, strength is fundamental. Without strength, how could one have the right to discuss social interactions? In that circle, there would be no place for him to stand, he wouldn't be able to speak. With sufficient strength, there was no need to engage in social niceties. Yuan Yi disliked social interactions because he was not adept at them. The time spent traversing the void was longer than Yuan Yi had anticipated. It seemed that even with their current cultivation as innate sanctities, they could not instantly appear anywhere in the Honghuang world. On this day, they stepped out of the spatial rift, and before them lay one of the premier blessed lands of the Honghuang world, the ancestral roots of myriad veins Kunlun. The Taoist temple of the Three Pure Ones is located to the east of Kunlun, while to the west lies another innate sanctities temple, that of the foremost female immortal. The towering Kunlun witnessing the divine mountain of the Honghuang world left Yuan Yi utterly astounded. The overwhelming pressure and the ancient vast aura made one's soul tremble. The rich potency of the world's creation instilled a deep yearning within him, as if the sounds of the Tao echoed in his ears, expounding on the endless paths of heaven and earth. This was the foremost cultivation treasure land in the world, and compared to it the places he had seen before were mere backwaters, far too desolate. When Yuan Yi turned his gaze back, he found himself at a loss for words. For standing against the horizon was an extraordinary sight. Even from an endless distance it stood out remarkably. The first divine mountain of the Honghuang world, Buzhou Mountain, the pillar that supports the heavens. There lies the center of the Honghuang world. Kunlun Mountain is to the west of Buzhou Mountain, marking the boundary between the east and the west. There lies the center of the Honghuang world. Kunlun Mountain is to the originally comparable to Kunlun Mountain. The western Mount Shumi was destroyed in a past great battle, and to this day the western lands have yet to recover. The spiritual veins are damaged at their roots, and creation is entirely devastated, leaving only barrenness. Much like Yuan Yi's reaction, the San Xiao and Kuei Nyo stood there in a daze, staring at the Kunlun divine mountain, momentarily unable to regain their senses. Tongtian stood by with a smile, waiting for them to come to. Soon he led them into the realm of Kunlun Mountain, and upon truly stepping into this place, the pure and rich innate essence was immensely pleasing. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian pointed to the undulating mountains below. You may seek out a cave residence here to rest for now. I will come to find you later and impart the profound mysteries of the Tao. With that he vanished from sight. Disciple respectfully sees off master. Tongtian's figure disappeared, leaving the 4 and 1 cow behind. The Mount Kuei Nyo was not taken directly to the main peak of Kunlun by Tongtian, but was left here. This place could be regarded as the hinterland of Kunlun Mountain, yet the main peak ahead was clearly the temple of the Three Pure Ones. At that moment a divine rainbow flew through the void, revealing its true form. A plump white-robed Taoist appeared who bore a somewhat lewd demeanor. I am the Taoist duo Bao, your senior brother. The teacher instructed me to bring you around this area to familiarize yourselves with the environment. The plump Taoist held a wisp, performing a Taoist greeting, smiling as he spoke. Upon seeing this person, Yuan Yi nearly confirmed his identity as Tongtian's first disciple, the future master brother of the Jie Jiao duo Bao Taoist. Among the disciples, this one had a rather special status, being the most trusted by Tongtian, even overseeing the 4 swords of Zhuxian and managing various affairs, a prominent figure. In the legends of the Fengshan, he even withstood a formidable strike from the Saint Guang Qingzi, returning unscathed, which was quite remarkable. Yuan Yi and the others returned the greeting, introduced themselves, and exchanged pleasantries. Though he appeared somewhat lewd and a bit humorous on the outside, he was actually quite easy to converse with. Before Yuan Yi and the others, 3 others had already followed Tongtian, all enlightened beings, among them duo Bao Taoist, along with Jin Ling and Wu Dang. Yuan Yi and his group were the first among the unenlightened beings to successfully become disciples. Jin Ling and Wu Dang were in seclusion, so Yuan Yi and the others did not see them. Yuan Yi also noticed the aura emanating from duo Bao Taoist. He found it completely inscrutable, his cultivation clearly surpassing his own by a considerable margin. Someone was imparting the Tao, even directly enlightening them, already leading them by a significant step. It seemed Jin Ling and Wu Dang wouldn't be far behind in terms of cultivation. If the legends were true, Jin Ling's Tao cultivation during the Fengshan period was among the most elite, surpassing even that of duo Bao Taoist. Wu Dang also seemed to be extraordinary, but this one was always overly low-key and difficult to gauge. Not long after, they chose 2 adjacent spiritual mountains to establish cave residences and settled down. Kuei Nyo wandered off elsewhere, not being too familiar with them. Yuan Yi declined San Xiao's invitation, opting for a spiritual mountain of his own. The 3 sisters could stay together, but he saw no need to join the commotion. Yuan Yi declined San Xiao's invitation, opting for a spiritual mountain of his own. The three sisters could stay together, but he saw no need. Being innate beings nurtured by heaven and earth, unlike the innate sanctities who were born with understanding, pure innate beings were unaware of worldly affairs and the treachery of human hearts, far too innocent. Opening a cave residence was not difficult, but creating one suitable for his body, the golden Jiao, would be quite troublesome due to his enormous size. Yuan Yi was accustomed to his human form, and the establishment of a cave residence could be done step by step with no need to rush. Kuei Niu had gone elsewhere, and Duo Bao had also left, leaving Yuan Yi with the Three Xiao Sisters. Thank you, three of you. At this moment Yuan Yi finally spoke his thanks, earnestly grateful for the opportunity to become a disciple. It must be said that although Yun Xiao appeared gentle, her disposition was by no means timid, she was quite headstrong. This fellow directly sought out Tongtian to become a disciple, and Tongtian readily agreed. The seemingly unremarkable, yet smooth process left Yuan Yi at a loss for words. He had imagined various scenarios in advance. After obtaining such an opportunity, Yun Xiao even made such a request to become a disciple, first truly fearless of offending a great power. Fortunately, her goal was achieved so simply. His gratitude was sincere. Dao brother. Yun Xiao paused, shook her head. It should now be senior brother. Senior brother helped our sisters escape that day. Such kindness merits a proper address. If you are so polite, it feels a bit distant. Do you think our sisters' cultivation is too shallow, and their Dao paths too lowly, unwilling to be associated with us? Exactly, and the teacher's willingness to accept you shows you were already capable of entering the fold, so there's no need for thanks. Bai Xiao chimed in. Qiong Xiao nodded, her attitude quite clear. Yuan Yi did not make a fuss about it. Pleasantries implied distance. Although he was not fond of getting close to others, he was not entirely unapproachable. Junior sister, call out senior brother, and let me hear it. Watching Bai Xiao fidgeting, the heavy stone on Yuan Yi's heart lightened a bit, and he felt a playful mood coming on. The girl in green behind Yun Xiao paused, her lively eyes darting left and right before she reluctantly called out, "You should have been the last to enter, calling us senior sisters instead." In the end, someone muttered. Yuan Yi pretended not to hear. They were the ones who wanted him to be the senior brother, and he would certainly accept this kindness. After a few simple exchanges, Yuan Yi settled on the spiritual mountain he had chosen and began to scout for a suitable location to establish a cave residence. The Three Xiao Sisters departed, preparing to establish their cave residence on a nearby mountain. Deep within the blessed land of Kunlun Mountain, every inch could be called a treasure land. In reality, there was not much to choose from. The first divine mountain of the Honghuang world, apart from Buzhou Mountain, was not merely a name. Yuan Yi once again deeply experienced the insignificance of time in the primordial world, especially for those powerful beings. Tongtian instructed them to settle down first, saying he would be back shortly to impart teachings. However, when he saw Tongtian again, it had already been several thousand years. The young-looking Taoist casually sat in the void, discussing the profound mysteries of the Tao and demonstrating marvelous divine arts. Yuan Yi, along with San Xiao and Duo Bao, listened attentively to the teachings, immersed in the realm of the Tao. By now, Yuan Yi had gained a general understanding of the current situation in the world. The struggle for supremacy among the three races had become history. The conflict between the demon ancestor and the immortal ancestor had already concluded, and the heavenly Tao had emerged. The third sermon of the Xiao Palace was not far off. After the second sermon at Xiao Palace, the gourd vine on Mount Buzhou had already been completely divided, with each of the three pure ones obtaining one. Moreover, after the decline of the three races, the Wu clan's group of Ironhead youths occupied the southern part of Mount Buzhou, while the foundations of the Heavenly Court and the Immortal Court were also beginning to take shape, representing the two largest innate sacred factions in the current primordial world, though they had yet to be truly established. After Tongtian finished imparting the teachings, he looked at them and said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." As soon as he finished speaking, someone stood up to ask a question. Yuan Yi glanced beside him. The person who stood up was none other than Yun Xiao, who was sitting next to him. Yun Xiao's questioning lasted quite a while, because she had many inquiries and tended to nitpick. Especially since she was quite bold, Yuan Yi saw her as a diligent spokesperson. Her questions had basically addressed most of the doubts in their hearts. Once Yun Xiao finished asking her questions, it seemed that the others had nothing much left to inquire. "Do you have any further?" At this moment, Yuan Yi also stood up, still having uncertainties. "Master mentioned the concepts of merits and karmic obstacles, and I have some confusion. I hope Master can clarify." Yuan Yi bowed and spoke. Duo Bao and the others referred to him as Master, and Yuan Yi naturally wouldn't seek special treatment. Especially for Yuan Yi, he felt more accustomed to calling him Master. Tongtian casually nodded, agreeing to his question. He didn't particularly like strict formalities, seeming quite relaxed and not overly restrained. "When you mentioned merits, you added the term Heavenly Tao. As far as I know, the Heavenly Tao only revived after the end of the struggle among the three races. So what about the merits before that? Were they merits of the Great Tao?" Tongtian looked at Yuan Yi with a somewhat peculiar gaze, making him feel uneasy. Did he ask the wrong question? Yet he was genuinely curious, as accumulating merits was essentially a required course for travelers from other worlds. From what Yuan Yi knew, merits were divided into heavenly Tao merits and great Tao merits, with the latter appearing more grand and lofty. Of course, Yuan Yi also wanted to understand the relationship between the great Tao and the heavenly Tao, from Tongtian to speculate on the essence of the heavenly Tao and even Tao ancestor. After all, the heavenly Tao and Tao ancestor Honghuang had almost become the permanent great bosses of the primordial world. The top-level schemers, any bad deeds could surely be attributed to Honghuang. Yuan Yi could not ascertain this point. He needed to learn more to make a judgment. Why do you think the great Tao would have the concept of merits? Tongtian's voice rang out, asking a question. Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean? Why would the great Tao not have the concept of merits? Your understanding of the great Tao is mistaken. What is the great Tao? The great Tao is supreme, impartial, and vast. Tongtian shook his head and continued. Everything is the Tao. All matters are the Tao. Everything within your understanding and everything beyond it exists within the great Tao. The great Tao encompasses all. Yuan Yi, let me ask you, what is the prerequisite for the generation of merits and karmic obstacles? Yuan Yi furrowed his brow in thought. What was the prerequisite for the generation of merits and karmic obstacles? Without waiting for Yuan Yi to answer, Tongtian continued to explain. The prerequisite is the distinction between good and evil, the differentiation of right and wrong. Only then can there be merits and karmic obstacles. Yuan Yi thought for a moment, but indeed seemed so. Merits were rewards while karmic obstacles were punishments, so naturally there had to be a distinction of good and evil. But how is this good and evil, right and wrong, judged from which standpoint? Your understanding of the great Tao is too narrow, so narrow that it has a standpoint distinction, even believing that the great Tao would stand on the side of conscious beings to differentiate good and evil. This is your misunderstanding. The great Tao is impartial, which means it has no bias, neither joy nor malice. The great Tao is vast and encompasses everything. What you perceive as good and evil, right and wrong, is all within the great Tao. The great Tao knows no distinction between good and evil, no differentiation between right and wrong. Everything is the Tao. Therefore, how could there be merits and karmic obstacles? If there is a standpoint to distinguish good and evil, that is not the great Tao, but the heavenly Tao. At this point, Tongtian rarely showed a hint of lament. You have not seen the primordial world before the revival of the heavenly Tao, and it is hard to understand how chaotic that world was. At that time, for weak beings there was no way to survive. The strong plundered everything, acting with impunity and without restraint. Now, although it still follows the principle of the strong eating the weak, the strong have ultimately become more cautious, restraining themselves quite a bit. They no longer dare to indiscriminately commit slaughter simply because the heavens are watching, because the heavenly Tao has order and the immortal Tao values life. Yuan Yi listened to Tongtian speak of the past primordial world, but his heart was filled with deeper confusion. It seemed different from what he knew. There is no such thing as merits of the great Tao. Then what exactly is the heavenly Tao? Moreover, from the meaning of Master Tongtian's words, it seems that the great Tao has no standpoint, while the heavenly Tao does. What is this standpoint? Does the heavenly Tao have consciousness? Yuan Yi did not doubt Tongtian's words. His master had no need to deceive them. As for the notion that his master had been deceived, Yuan Yi felt that the likelihood was also low. After all, these innate sacred beings were survivors from that era. They were born with knowledge. Their consciousness should have awakened before the revival of the heavenly Tao. Even Tao ancestor Honghuang could not deceive them. However, Yuan Yi did not continue to ask. Firstly, his cultivation was still shallow, and such matters should not concern him at this stage. Secondly, if he continued to ask, what would he even inquire about? It would make him seem quite odd. Because Yun Xiao and the others did not find anything wrong with this matter. The reason he would doubt was fundamentally influenced by the conspiracy theories he had heard, treating the heavenly Tao and Tao ancestor Honghuang as objects of suspicion, which was a significant factor of preconceived notions. This was a form of subconscious bias, and bias often causes one's perspective to deviate from reality. Yuan Yi examined himself, reminding himself not to jump to conclusions. Thinking he had profound knowledge of the primordial world, in reality his understanding of the primordial realm was extremely superficial. His so-called insights were nowhere near comparable to those who had lived through countless epochs. Whether in terms of the height of understanding or the breadth of vision, he could not compare. Who in the current primordial world was older than this group of innate sacred beings who had seen and experienced so much? Do not underestimate them. More importantly, he must not overestimate himself, otherwise why would he seek the Tao from them? This itself indicated a problem, and his mindset needed to change. At this time, Yuan Yi speculated on the essence of the heavenly Tao and Tao ancestor, as the third sermon at Xiao Palace was imminent. If it were indeed as he knew, the positions of the 6 saints should have been determined, and Yuan Yi was also wondering if these saintly positions were truly a trap. However, Yuan Yi decided not to think about it for now. He had no qualifications to speak on this matter, as he knew nothing about the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor Honghuang, whom he had never met. It was the innate sacred beings like Master Tongtian with their understanding of the great Tao and the world who could make the right decisions. Only by standing higher could one see more clearly and vividly. Cultivation was what he urgently needed at present. Having received the teachings, they already had a path ahead for their cultivation, which would go smoothly, especially since they were not lacking in time. As his cultivation grew, Yuan Yi felt that the influence of the malevolent aura that had tainted his essence was weakening, which was a good sign. He did not want to be swayed by that malevolent aura. After no one asked further questions, Tongtian urged them to diligently practice, then leisurely departed. At this time, less than 10,000 years remained until the start of the third sermon at the Xiao Palace. Yuan Yi sat outside his cave on a piece of blue stone, gnawing on a spirit fruit while glancing at the entrance of his cave. There in green garments, Bai Xiao was inscribing a name for his cave, claiming to have found a fitting one. Yuan Yi himself was not very concerned about naming the cave, as he believed he would likely leave Kunlun in the future. This place was merely a temporary abode. Bai Xiao had an unsettled nature, and given that Yun Xiao had strict rules for her sisters, she often sought refuge here with him. However, as he watched, Yuan Yi began to sense something was amiss. What kind of name was Bai Xiao coming up with? Jinguang Cave. Yuan Yi straightened up, staring at the 3 characters inscribed by Bai Xiao in the divine script, somewhat dumbfounded. How do you find it? What do you think, senior brother? Bai Xiao looked at her masterpiece, clapping her hands in satisfaction as she sat beside him, her face full of anticipation. You ask me what I think. It's hard to judge. It's not a matter of whether the name is good or not, but rather why it sounds so familiar. Your true form is that of a golden flood dragon gleaming with scales of brilliant gold. Isn't it fitting to name it after the light of gold? Yuan Yi fell silent, remembering that the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain was the place of Taoist Tai'er. Then what do you sisters call your place? Yuan Yi asked Bai Xiao. Jinxia Cave, she replied. Yuan Yi found the name oddly familiar. The Jinxia Cave of Yuquan Mountain. Wasn't that the place of Taoist Yuding? You sisters, Yin Xiao is white, Xiong Xiao is not golden, and you are green. How can you name it Jinxia? Yuan Yi was left speechless. Moreover, the 3 sisters were clouds, not rosy clouds. While similar, there was indeed a distinction. Senior brother, your place is called Jinguang Cave, and our caves are adjacent. Jinguang Jinxia. Doesn't it seem like they are close? Yuan Yi had no words to say, feeling an overwhelming sense of oddity. At present, Kunlun had not yet spoken of the 12 immortals. Their second master uncle had not taken on disciples, with only the southern pole immortal present. Furthermore, Yuan Yi felt that the timing of his encounter with the 3 heavens might have been advanced. Although Tongtian traveled widely preaching, he had no intention of taking disciples apart from a few he had enlightened. As a result, Bai Xiao's naming skills were unparalleled, having come up with these 2 names. Seeing Bai Xiao eagerly awaiting his critique, what could Yuan Yi say? He could only nod in agreement. Bai Xiao, don't you need to cultivate? Why do you keep coming to me? Senior brother, are you? Bai Xiao feigned a pitiful expression. Fine, he had asked a pointless question. He knew that she was simply avoiding Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao urges you to cultivate for your own good. Yuan Yi could only say. Since Yin Xiao treated him with great courtesy, his place became a refuge from her. Yuan Yi did not mind her sisters visiting sporadically, but it always felt odd. To be honest, when we first met, I felt a strong kinship with you, and my elder and second sisters felt the same way. Bai Xiao added. Yuan Yi heard this, but only smiled without speaking, feeling no joy, but rather a prickling sensation at his back. Did the 3 heavens have a connection with him? Yes, they did, with the spiritual treasures refined from his bones, but he should have no connection with the living. Thus Bai Xiao's words did not bring him happiness, but rather a sense of unease, as if the fate of the golden flood dragon was still awaiting him, leaving him unsettled. And as for whether the golden flood dragon, an ultimate offensive spiritual treasure, had vanished because he was still alive, that was hard to say. Yuan Yi was now focused on refining his innate Yin and Yang energies, drawing closer to the golden flood dragon. Using the refining method taught by his teacher Tongtian, he aimed to transform these Yin and Yang energies into his own innate divine abilities. Yuan Yi was confident that in the future his Yin-Yang divine abilities would not be inferior to the legendary 5-colored divine light of Tongtian. However, Yuan Yi currently could not unify the Yin and Yang energies. He could only refine them separately into one Yin and one Yang sword. He could only wait until his cultivation level increased and his understanding of the Yin-Yang path deepened before attempting to unify them. As a being born from the innate Yin and Yang energies, Yuan Yi naturally held the transformative essence of their convergence. However, he was not an embodiment of Yin and Yang. His subconscious determined his gender form. He chose to embody Yang predominantly, while the Yin aspect bore more source of malevolence, becoming his opposite. What should have given birth to both Yin and Yang flood dragons instead yielded only him as an innate being. Now Yuan Yi was certain that his origin was actually stronger than most innate beings with a robust source, making his aptitude quite impressive. Yuan Yi took another bite of the spirit fruit in his hand. The spirit fruits of Kunlun were far more fragrant than those from the outside world, containing pure, heavenly spiritual energy. I heard that the second master uncle has a primordial spirit root, a celestial apricot, one of the most remarkable creations in the chaotic world. I wonder what the celestial apricot tastes like. Yuan Yi muttered. The taste is naturally exquisite and comparable to ordinary spirit fruits, a voice responded to him. But you haven't even tasted it, how would you know? Yuan Yi suddenly snapped back to reality. This was not Bai Xiao's voice, and the response was from someone unfamiliar, a voice he was hearing for the first time. Beside him, Bai Xiao tugged at his sleeve and turned to see a middle-aged Taoist standing not far away, scrutinizing them with a piercing gaze. Neither he nor Bai Xiao had noticed when this person had appeared, nor did they know how long the stranger had been there. The Taoist had an ancient, dignified appearance, dressed neatly in a Taoist robe with his hair meticulously arranged in a bun, giving off a serious and austere impression. In an instant, Yuan Yi had a hunch and hurriedly pulled Bai Xiao up, bowing respectfully to the Taoist. Disciple Yuan Yi, greeting, second master uncle. Bai Xiao, seeing this, quickly followed suit. They had never met their teachers, two brothers, the Tai Ching and the Yu Qing, in the Three Pure Ones, but they had heard plenty of rumors about these two master uncles. Given that he appeared here, it was evident that he was not one of their peer brothers, thus the identity of the newcomer was easy to deduce. Yuan Yi felt a bit uneasy. It was said that the Yuan Shi Saint disliked those who were furry and armored, wet and egg-hatching. He was an innate being, but also one who bore armor and had his origin tainted with malevolence. Wasn't he exactly the type the other party detested? Though his address as master uncle would prevent the other from holding it against him, it would inevitably leave a bad impression. Yuan Yi did not care for others' opinions as long as those opinions did not affect him. However, the Yu Qing of the Three Pure Ones clearly did not fall under that category. Especially just moments ago, he had wanted to know what the celestial apricot tasted like, which likely attracted more of the others' disdain. At this moment, Yuan Yi thought of another matter. His Dao title was Yuan Yi. Wouldn't that also provoke negative feelings? Yuan Shi's gaze swept over Yuan Yi, and Bai Xiao finally settling on Yuan Yi. Innate Yin and Yang energies are born with malevolence fused into the source. It is indeed a pity, yet also rare. Knowing my identity, you call me master uncle. Why then do you fear me? Yuan Yi hesitated for a moment, but chose to be honest, for lies would only backfire. He understood that deception would be dangerous in front of beings like them. Disciple is tainted with malevolence, with shallow blessings. I fear I may offend master uncle. Yuan Yi responded truthfully. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's response, Yu Qing simply gave him a deep glance and calmly said, You are tainted by malevolent energy, yet it is not due to your own killing sins. It is not your fault, and this I can see clearly. Fate is shallow, and it is valuable to know oneself. Those who are ignorant and blindly seek are foolish and laughable. Those who know yet fall are pitiful and sad. You are neither the former nor the latter, which is very good. Yuan Yi was somewhat surprised. Instead of being looked down upon, he was praised a bit. Although it was likely just polite words due to his teacher Tongtian's reputation, it was still quite rare. No, it would be more accurate to say that the appearance of this second master uncle here was already surprising enough, leaving Yuan Yi puzzled about the situation. If you say he was just wandering around and happened to stroll here, Yuan Yi would not believe it. Although they had never met this master uncle, he must have known they were here, so there was no such thing as a coincidence. Thus, this second master uncle must have come specifically to see them, but why would he want to take a look? Yuan Yi couldn't figure out the answer. Especially since he came alone and not with teacher Tongtian. Could it be that the second master uncle came to help their teacher Tongtian assess them? To oversee. Yuan Yi dared not think further, humbly accepting guidance. Not provoking dislike was certainly a good thing. To be honest, he actually preferred to be inconspicuous, the kind that doesn't attract attention. Yuan Yi indeed had not committed many killing sins, as he had emerged into the world quite early and had only slain a few dragon clans. The dragon clan was burdened with karma, and merely not having it washed away as merit was already a sign of deep heritage, so it wasn't a big deal. Regarding Yuan Yi's respectful and courteous demeanor, Yuan Shi was quite satisfied and offered a few more words of guidance. Your teacher is skilled at teaching practical skills, but neglects imparting the Tao. I see you are restraining the influence of malevolent energy upon you, which is good, but there is one thing you must pay attention to distinguishing, which is your true self, and which belongs to the influence of malevolent energy. If you cannot discern, it will be difficult to enter the Tai realm and witness the singular true self, for the Tao would be lacking. What you are restraining is ultimately malevolent energy, or your own evil, being unable to clarify, and merely restraining or indulging will lead to your own downfall. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. What does the immortal apricot taste like? I shall also answer that for you. Yuan Shi nodded, and his words seemed to carry a hint of amusement as he spoke. Then two immortal fruits flew towards Yuan Yi and Bai Xiao. The rich innate spiritual energy aside the aura of the great Tao contained within was extremely dense, fruits of innate spiritual roots. The two exchanged glances. Yuan Yi was increasingly astonished, while Bai Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Naturally, they would not refuse such things, for they were exceedingly rare for them. At the same time, they should not refuse. Accepting gifts from elders without rebuttal is a matter of respect. After bestowing the immortal apricots, Yuan Shi departed, disappearing from sight. Yuan Yi fondled the immortal apricot in his hand, sensing the aura of the great Tao within. Was this second master uncle really so easy to talk to? Moreover, his generosity was so lavish. How did it differ from what he knew of him? Or perhaps it was because the three purities had not yet separated and the brothers were harmonious, thus treating them as one of their own. And there were gifts to be had. Yuan Yi wondered when he would meet that master uncle, as he truly wished for him to offer some guidance. It was simply because Yuan Yi's path of the great Tao focused on Yin and Yang, and in the current wilderness that master uncle was undoubtedly one of the most top-tier practitioners of this Tao, perhaps even the very best. Of course, such matters could only be contemplated. It was uncertain whether that master uncle would even offer guidance, let alone a mere meeting. According to Duo Bao, the master uncle was the hardest to meet, rarely venturing out. What are you doing? Yuan Yi glanced at Bai Xiao, raising an eyebrow, only to see Bai Xiao's gaze darting between his hand and hers. Just checking the size. You looked at me, but I want trade with you unless your immortal apricot is bigger. Yuan Yi was too lazy to engage with her. Bai Xiao did not linger, happily carrying her immortal apricot back. However, this fellow quickly returned, telling him that her two sisters had also received the meeting gifts from the second master uncle. After Bai Xiao left, Yuan Yi looked at the three great Tao runes above his cave dwelling, shook his head, and entered the cave, preparing for seclusion. Ordinary spirit fruits could only satisfy one's appetite, but the fruits of innate spiritual roots were different, especially the first time consuming them. They required careful refining, and perhaps significant progress in cultivation could be achieved. Lacking in cultivation brought a sense of insecurity. Yuan Yi was currently without possessions and still wanted to acquire some spiritual treasures. Now that he had a backing, he could strive for more, hoping to pick up some treasures that might fall from the sky in the vicinity of Kunlun. Additionally, he had thought about accumulating merit through the heavenly Tao, but the results were disappointing. He thought of casually creating some merit to receive rewards, but such good fortune had not happened to Yuan Yi. The heavenly Tao completely ignored him, making that path unviable. Yuan Yi consumed the immortal apricot, the taste enjoyable, and soon fell into a deep state of closed-door cultivation and comprehension. Similar circumstances were shared by the Three Xiao Sisters, who also entered seclusion. In the wilderness, time was not measured, and it was of little value. Yuan Yi had gradually adapted to the notion that a session of seclusion could span thousands or tens of thousands of years. Before the third lecture at the Zhixiao Palace began, teacher Tongtian visited once, explaining the Tao to them, then left Kunlun for Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Tao. Yuan Yi had refined more than half of the immortal apricot, significantly increasing his cultivation. According to his estimates, with the complete refinement of the immortal apricot, he had a chance to reach the late stage of golden immortal, directly elevating a small realm. In terms of cultivation, he remained slightly ahead of the Three Xiao Sisters, yet he could not widen the gap. However, the gap in cultivation with Duo Bao and the others was narrowing, but their rapid growth period was nearing its end, making it somewhat difficult to catch up in a short time. The days of cultivation were quite peaceful. Kunlun's Taoist grounds were their ivory tower. Here they would not encounter any dangers, and they need not do anything, nor could they. In seclusion, the brothers would gather to discuss the Tao, which was harmonious. With fewer people, there were also fewer disputes. There were only 8 individuals under the South Pole immortal, and the Yin was strong, while the Yang was weak. Yuan Yi was not skilled in making friends. His relationships with everyone were not poor, yet he was not overly close. Among the 3 male disciples, the South Pole immortal was a taciturn person, while Duo Bao was wholeheartedly focused on treasures, wandering around Kunlun Mountain all day. Yuan Yi, although he initially roamed around, later began to stay at his own Taoist ground and seldom went out. Duo Bao had an innate talent for sensing treasures, so where in this vicinity could there possibly be treasures for him to find? He gave up on the idea. The relationships among the female immortals, however, were much closer. They often gathered for tea and discussions, occasionally inviting Yuan Yi and the others to join. Unknowingly, he had already spent over 10,000 years in Kunlun, but the time spent with the Three Xiao Sisters was entirely different, with actual interactions being much less. Perhaps for this reason, the bond between the Three Xiao Sisters and him remained slightly closer. Also true for Yuan. It seemed that nothing had changed. Yun Xiao would come to visit at fixed intervals, checking in, while the second sister Qiong Xiao and the little third sister Bai Xiao were regular visitors. One spoke little, while the other was quite talkative. Both were restless spirits, and they feared their elder sister Yun Xiao. The two enjoyed running to him to avoid calamity, especially after angering Yun Xiao. What these two sisters did not know was that sometimes when Yun Xiao came to take them back, it was actually Yuan Yi who had informed her. Why did he do this? It was simply because watching the two of them being scolded by Yun Xiao was amusing, adding a bit of color to his otherwise mundane cultivation. Anyway, Yun Xiao would not lecture him. She was always dignified and graceful, and her scolding demeanor was. After refining the immortal apricot, Yuan Yi predictably broke through to the late stage of golden immortal. By this time, nearly 10,000 years had passed since the 3 purities left Kunlun for Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Tao. Yuan Yi did not know the specific end time of the lectures at Zishao Palace. He was merely waiting for that time to arrive. Brother, what are you looking at? I am watching if any treasures will fall from the sky. Brother, have you gone silly from your cultivation? How could treasures fall from the sky? Yuan Yi turned his head to look at the two sisters who had run over again, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. You all seem unhappy. What did you do to make Yin Xiao angry? Quickly tell me so I can be amused. Xiong Xiao stared at him with a gloomy expression, while Bai Xiao directly glared at him, expressing her displeasure towards a certain person who seemed to revel in misfortune. In the next moment, Yuan Yi, who had been casually reclining in a chair, suddenly stood up, his eyes shining brightly as he looked up into the void. You all hurry back to call your elders, sister. Treasures are falling from the sky. He saw it high in the sky. A flash of spiritual light fell to the earth of the wilderness. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, he was certain he had not seen wrong, for he had been watching for quite a while. Brother, such a thing is something you can fool Bai Xiao with. She's easy to deceive. Xiong Xiao spoke softly, clearly in disbelief, but her words were not finished. Because she had seen that fleeting flash of spiritual light in the sky, it seemed that something really did fall from above. Bai Xiao, feeling displeased with her second sister's words, did not wait for her to retort, and saw Xiong Xiao directly pull her towards the Jinxia cave to find their elder sister Yin Xiao. Yuan Yi's figure also disappeared from there. He wanted to find a place to test his luck. Of course, only in the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain, as going out was too dangerous. They had no capability to truly compete for any opportunities. They could only rely on their backing to pick up the opportunities that fell at their doorstep. Once they left this area, their status would not be as advantageous. As long as they remained within this territory, the others would have to consider the face of the three purities. The three purities themselves were among the top tier of the innate sacred beings, and now that the third lecture had ended, their status had likely become even more transcendent. It was expected that no one would dare boldly come into their Taoist ground of Kunlun to snatch treasures. This opportunity, if it could be contested, might just allow them to shed the identity of the three no-Taoist. Kunlun was vast, being one of the top blessed lands of the wilderness, and surely a thing or two would fall here. Yuan Yi waited patiently, like one who waits by a tree for a hare to stumble in, or rather waited atop Kunlun Mountain for treasures to fall from the heavens. For over a century, he watched spirit treasures blaze across the void, vanishing into the distance. He witnessed mighty cultivators tear open the fabric of space, chasing after such treasures, passing just beyond Kunlun's outer boundaries. Yet never once did he see anything descend into Kunlun itself. Yuan Yi had no idea how many primordial treasures remained unclaimed after Honghuang's distribution and the subsequent division among the primordial deities. How many had instead plummeted unheeded onto the vast expanse of the Honghuang world? He knew only one thing: if he failed to seize anything this time, his only recourse would be to wait for venerable elders to shatter their spirit treasures or spirit roots, a rare and unlikely opportunity to acquire such artifacts. Primordial artifacts were governed by celestial decree, difficult to obtain even for some primordial deities themselves, who lived as penniless recluses, possessing not a single spirit treasure harmoniously attuned to their Tao. Perhaps when his master Tongtian formally established his sect, he would bestow upon his disciples a few spirit treasures, but who, after all, ever grew weary of possessing more? Moreover, it was said that the Tao ancestors' method of slashing the three selves required the use of primordial spirit treasures. Whether this path to sagehood was deceptive, Yuan Yi could not say, but preparing an additional avenue, securing an extra lifeline, was always prudent. He bore no favor from any omnipotent system, granting him effortless access to Panga's blood. How far he might ascend remained profoundly uncertain. Should he one day find himself at an impasse, slashing the three selves might yet prove a viable path forward. Yuan Yi held no illusion that he was destined for sagehood, or even for transcendence into the Honghuang realm. With a casual yawn, he gazed upward, his golden eyes drifting unfocused into the boundless heights. In the next instant, his golden irises flared with sharp brilliance, and delight lit his face. He sprang upright and stepped into the void. Fortune favors the prepared. The steadfast are never forsaken by heaven. And here it comes. Yuan Yi fixed his gaze on the distant horizon, where a streak of spirit light tore through the void and hurtled straight toward Kunlun. Straining his divine sight, he discerned within that radiant aura a ruler-like artifact. Its aura extraordinary, unmistakably primordial. What kind of spirit treasure was this? Yuan Yi transformed into a streak of rainbow light, racing headlong, but then he froze midair. Immediately behind the treasure, a hand emerged from the void, effortlessly seizing the artifact in its grasp. The treasure thrashed violently, only to be instantly subdued, its resistance silenced as though quelled by mere will. It never entered Kunlun. A Taoist master materialized, holding aloft a luminous spirit lamp, examining his prize with quiet satisfaction. After tucking the ruler-shaped treasure into his sleeve, the Taoist finally turned his gaze toward Yuan Yi deep within Kunlun, glancing once appraisingly, before turning away without a word. Watching his long-awaited fortune slip past like a fleeting shadow, Yuan Yi could not help but feel a pang of frustration. Yet what good was frustration? Who was this Taoist? This wielder of a ruler and a spirit lamp? Yuan Yi shook his head, refusing to dwell further. Each thought only deepened his vexation. This place truly brought ill luck. He simply relocated elsewhere. Before long, he witnessed a second streak of spirit light flash across the void, and this time it descended directly into Kunlun. Yuan Yi hastened there at once. There, hovering in the air, was a white jade crown suffused with the 5 elemental energies, an authentic primordial spirit treasure, albeit less potent than the ruler he had seen earlier. Besides Yuan Yi, other awakened beings dwelling within Kunlun also sensed the descent of this heavenly treasure and rushed to claim it. Yet such a primordial artifact was no easy prize. None among them could catch up, let alone intercept it. Yuan Yi, already at the peak of golden immortal cultivation, wasted no courtesy. Unclaimed treasures belonged to whoever seized them first. Though mindful that these beings were native to Kunlun, he refrained from initiating hostilities. His sole intent was to claim the treasure. Those bold enough to strike at him were casually swatted aside, though he spared their lives. Behind him loomed the colossal dharma form of a golden dragon stretching 1,000 li across the sky, fierce, majestic, wreathed in yin-yang energies, radiating innate malevolence and overwhelming pressure that subdued many onlookers. Yuan Yi summoned his primordial yin-yang energies, sweeping them outward to suppress the fleeing spirit light. Yet the artifact darted with astonishing speed. Repeated attempts failed. His divine sense could not lock onto its aura. This treasure possessed an innate ability to conceal its presence, blending seamlessly into the 5 elemental energies, evading spiritual detection, leaving only visual pursuit as an option. Yuan Yi chased the streaking light across Kunlun's peaks and valleys, eventually manifesting his full golden dragon form, pushing his speed to its absolute limit lest he lose it entirely. Only after an arduous pursuit did he finally ensnare the elusive light. With immense effort, and all his yin-yang energies fully deployed, he subdued it, forcing it into stillness. Shouldn't spirit treasures voluntarily submit to their rightful masters? Yuan Yi sighed. Fortunately, coercion had worked. Though apparently his innate malevolence was unwelcome to primordial artifacts, they seemed to recoil from his aura. Streams of Taoist principles cascaded from his palms, primordial yin-yang energies coiled and receded, revealing at last the small white jade crown, a mid-rank primordial spirit treasure named the Tongtian crown. A name unknown to Yuan Yi, this treasure was fundamentally defensive and supportive, its core function being the concealment of one's aura, rendering the user imperceptible to divine senses and cloaking their presence entirely. When activated, it erected a formidable defense, drawing upon the 5 elemental energies to shield its wielder, merging seamlessly with the void, borrowing strength from heaven and earth itself. Turning the Tongtian crown over in his hands, Yuan Yi felt neither elation nor disappointment, only quiet acknowledgement of tangible gain. Truth be told, he had long lacked a dedicated defensive artifact. Though his golden scales had coalesced into a celestial robe offering modest protection, it paled beside a true defensive spirit treasure, especially given his current cultivation level. What pleased him most was its aura-concealing property. Perhaps it could mask his dark-hued purple chi, sparing him the prejudice of those who judged solely by appearance and mistook him for a malevolent force. As for offensive capabilities, he lacked for nothing. His primordial yin-yang energies were themselves supreme weapons, rivaling even the finest spirit treasures in destructive potency. Once his cultivation advanced further, he could refine these energies into a sovereign Endowed, its offensive power foreseeable and inevitable. Stowing away the Tongtian crown, Yuan Yi wandered Kunlun for centuries more, yet heard nothing, saw nothing. Even after partially refining the Tongtian crown, successfully veiling his malevolent aura, not a single primordial treasure or spirit root deigned to seek him out of its own accord. At last his master and senior uncles returned. Yuan Yi withdrew to his cultivation site, but Tongtian did not summon him immediately. Instead, the Three Xiao Sisters arrived, first bearing tidings. Upon learning of the falling spirit treasures, others had likewise ventured forth in search of destiny, and indeed some had succeeded. Duo Baodoran, leveraging his innate talent, had secured 2 primordial spirit treasures, one ordinary lower-rank artifact, and another, a supreme-rank treasure, the Jin Lingzhu, one of the 5 elemental origin pearls, leaving Yuan Yi quietly envious. So, what did you 3 obtain? Yuan Yi turned his gaze upon the Three Xiao Sisters. From Xiao's and Bixiao's expressions, it was clear they too had claimed something extraordinary, especially Bixiao, whose emotions were always transparent. Their demeanor suggested their gains were exceptional, perhaps even rivaling Duobao's Jin Lingzhu. Sanxiao had not concealed anything from Yuan Yi. She was aware of their gains, and had personally experienced the power of that spiritual treasure. Before Yuan Yi could react, the silent Xiao suddenly summoned a spiritual treasure. Yuan Yi was caught off guard, and had not anticipated that Xiao would test the power of the treasure on him. Of course, what truly frustrated Yuan Yi was that the broken spiritual treasure they had obtained seemed to possess some restraining power over him. Even when Yuan Yi realized what was happening, he ultimately could not avoid being bound by the golden rope. In an instant, his divine sense was suppressed, his magical power flowing sluggishly, and even his formidable Tao body was targeted, rendering his physical strength unable to exert itself and trapping him. Yuan Yi's mouth twitched as he looked at the object binding him. It turned out to be an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Though it had not been fully refined, its power should not be underestimated, especially since its aura was quite unpleasant and even repulsive to him. He, senior brother, how do you find this spiritual treasure we have acquired? Can you take a look at it, senior brother? Bai Xiao smiled and approached her, face full of pride. However, her pride lasted only a moment as Yun Xiao raised her hand and tapped her forehead, making her stop smiling. As the instigator, Xiao naturally did not escape unscathed. The two sisters stood to one side, holding their foreheads, their heads bowed, not daring to speak. Yun Xiao was the first to free Yuan Yi from his bindings, continuously apologizing and casually handing over the spiritual treasure. Yuan Yi shot a glare at Xiao and her sister before inspecting the treasure they had obtained. What exactly was this? A binding rope for immortals? It did not appear to be one, as this item was not an offensive spiritual treasure, yet it was incredibly strong at binding people. Its restraining power was formidable. This item is called the dragon binding rope. Our three sisters obtained it by luck. My little sister did not know better. Please do not blame her senior brother. Yun Xiao will certainly teach them well when we return, Yun Xiao said. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two sisters stiffened. At this moment, they kept exchanging glances, actually seeking help from the victim, hoping he would speak on their behalf. Yuan Yi revealed a friendly yet puzzled smile to the two of them, indicating that he did not understand their expressions, and then he ignored them. How outrageous. They actually used him to test their treasure. Yuan Yi searched his memory. The dragon binding rope. He seemed to have heard that name before. Anything he knew by name was likely not an ordinary item, but he never expected it to be an exceptional, innate spiritual treasure. One cannot compare people to one another, however it seems there is indeed no basis for comparison. They were three sisters connected by fate, their fortunes intertwined. How could he compare to three? If he really had to say it, Yuan, he felt that his luck was not bad. After all, he had encountered two innate spiritual treasures. Yet the malevolent energy on him made his luck suffer a bit, almost causing him to miss out. What Yuan Yi could not understand now was why the aura of the dragon binding rope had a targeting effect on him. This was unreasonable. He was a Yin-Yang Jiao, an innate being not part of the dragon clan. People often say Jiao dragons are seen as a stage in the transformation into true dragons, a lower tier of the true dragon clan. However, Yuan Yi was different from those Jiao dragons formed through the path of transformation. He was an independent clan. Ordinary Jiao dragons belonged to mixed blood dragon clans, but he was a pure Jiao. This broken spiritual treasure was blind, targeting him as if he were a dragon. Yuan Yi was thoroughly frustrated. It is no wonder that Xiao, this impudent fellow, would use him to test the treasure. Why would the items obtained by the three sisters specifically target him? However, upon reflection, this did not seem like a bad thing. With the Three Xiao Sisters in possession, it was better than this treasure falling into someone else's hands. While it was all fun and games, the chance of the Three Xiao Sisters really taking action against him was low. Thus, the targeting effect of the dragon binding rope diminished significantly, effectively eliminating a hidden danger. Moreover, it seemed this item originally belonged to the Three Xiao Sisters. Even without him, they would have acquired it, so it could not be considered a targeted attack. With the Three Xiao Sisters being so candid, Yuan Yi also felt he should not hide anything. He raised his hand to tap the jade crown binding his hair, and the Tongtian crown descended with the light of the five elements, the five energies circulating, nurturing his body, and evolving profound wonders. The five elements and Yin-Yang share many similarities in the great Tao. Gaining insights into the traces of the Tao within would greatly benefit Yuan Yi's cultivation. Although his Yin-Yang path was extreme, due to being mixed with malevolent energy, it was indeed rooted in Yin-Yang. Looking at the Three Xiao Sisters, Yuan Yi pondered whether he might not be able to defeat the three sisters working together. It should not be to that extent. His cultivation realm was higher, and the accompanying innate Yin-Yang energies would not be a disadvantage. Moreover, the three of them could easily have Yun Xiao teach the two younger ones a lesson without him lifting a finger. In the future, he needed to borrow the dragon binding rope from them to gain insights and see if he could figure out a way to break its effects. He believed they would not refuse. Such a targeted spiritual treasure was truly irksome. The Three Xiao Sisters departed, returning to their Golden Cloud Cave to begin closed-door cultivation, refining the spiritual treasure and comprehending the great Tao within. Yuan Yi also intended to enter closed-door cultivation to refine the Tongtian crown, an intermediate innate spiritual treasure. Only by refining it could he truly control the treasure. Only with a thorough understanding of its great Tao could he fully unleash its inherent power. The degree of compatibility between a spiritual treasure and one's own great Tao is more important than the grade of the treasure itself. The grade of the treasure matters little, for example, in the case of a supreme treasure. This time the three pure ones returned, each mastering their innate supreme treasures. Grandmaster Taishang obtained the Taiji diagram, second master received the Panga banner, and his own teacher acquired the Zhuxian sword formation. Now, like them, they had begun closed-door cultivation to refine their supreme treasures and comprehend the great Tao, leaving no time to summon them. Apart from the three supreme treasures, the three pure ones also obtained a large number of innate spiritual treasures and roots which Yuan Yi was aware of. In fact, Yuan Yi was somewhat envious of a spiritual treasure in the possession of second master called the Yin-Yang mirror. This item should have a higher compatibility with his own great Tao. However, he did not have the thick skin to covet it, nor did he dare to think such thoughts, unsure whether his teacher had a spiritual treasure compatible with the Yin-Yang Tao. Yuan Yi sat cross-legged within the cave, dressed in a plain Taoist robe, a jade crown binding his hair. The light of the five elements flickered as the Yin-Yang energies flowed, the golden Jiao's true form hidden within the mist, coiling in the void, exuding a dense aura of oppression, suppressing rage beneath the surface of tranquility. The five elements nourished one another, and the Yin-Yang energies revolved, evolving myriad mysteries over the passage of time. Mount Kunlun remained calm and peaceful, while the external world was anything but. The three clans withdrew from the stage of the primordial chaos, and the world enjoyed a long period of peace. Compared to the previous chaotic era, it could be said to be a time of recuperation. The innate beings began to emerge, pursuing the path of the sages, while ordinary innate beings had already come into the world, giving rise to various clans. Beasts and creatures of the mountains and wilds were imparted with teachings by powerful beings embarking on the path of cultivation. The number of beings in the world increased, presenting a prosperous appearance. Yet along with this came a rise in disputes, becoming ever more frequent and on a larger scale. The Tao ancestor Honghuang closed the Three Xiao palace, merging with the heavenly Tao, not revealing himself to the world. The position of the sage was established, yet the sages had yet to emerge. Innate beings born towards the Tao would not willingly stagnate, knowing that there was a path of great Tao ahead. Unlike the few designated sages sitting idly, the primordial chaos began to stir. It was evident to the observant that two major factions had emerged among the innate beings, one led by the Jinwu brothers Dijun and Tai Yi, born of the Sun Star, and the other by Dongmu Gong, the leader of male immortals. Dongmu Gong was recognized by the Tao ancestor as the leader of male immortals, titled Dong Wang Gong, while the female immortal residing in the Yao Pool west of Kunlun was known as Shi Wangmu. Although Shi Wangmu was very low-key, few dared to underestimate her. Even after becoming the leading female immortal, she still remained in her Taoist temple, without making an appearance, entirely different from Dong Wang Gong, who was eager to form factions and achieve great things. Their relationship seemed rather distant. On the side of Dijun and Tai Yi unexpectedly wielded an innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. In terms of his own cultivation strength, he was the most formidable existence among the innate beings. In the past, only Tai Ching among the three pure ones could resist him with the postnatal merit supreme treasure, the Tiandi Xianyuan Linglong Pagoda. No one else could match him, and none could withstand the power of the Chaos Bell. Moreover, even Tai Ching, while able to defend with the Tiandi Xianyuan Linglong Pagoda, was not adept at offense. He could remain undefeated, but found it difficult to achieve victory. Tai Yi's prominence was unmatched and exceedingly strong, especially with his brother Dijun, who was equally extraordinary, mastering the He Tu and Luo Shu. Together, the only rivals they faced were the three pure ones. However, the three pure ones walked an entirely different path. They had no intention of establishing a faction and had no desire to compete with them. Beyond Tai Yi's extraordinary strength, what was more concerning was that within Dijun's faction, there was also a designated sage Nuwa. No one expected that this female saint, who had been drawn into their camp before the Tao ancestor's teachings in the Three Xiao Palace, would be accepted as a disciple by the Tao ancestor after his teachings, receiving his acknowledgement and being granted the Hongmeng purple chi and many spiritual treasures, becoming one of the future sages on the fishing platform. Perhaps even she herself had not anticipated that, otherwise whether she would have been willing to be drawn in by the Dijun brothers would be another matter. Both sides gathered a significant number of innate beings, with Dong Wang Gong holding the title of the recognized leader of male immortals, and the other side having a disciple of the Tao ancestor Nuwa, making the situation more complex. Many were also attempting to speculate on the attitude of the Tao ancestor Honghuang, but he seemed uninterested in their affairs and showed no intention to intervene. In addition to the two factions among the innate beings, there was also a force that could not be ignored, the Witch clan. Led by the 12 ancestor witches, the Witch clan occupied the land south of Buzhou Mountain, rapidly growing. Although the 12 ancestor witches did not cultivate the path of the primordial spirit, they were born with the power of the great Tao. Their bodies as ancestor witches were unparalleled, Each was tough and fierce, causing even the top innate beings to retreat. The 12 ancestor witches and numerous great witches alongside the millions of witches disregarded the faces of others. The innate beings were unwilling to interact with them, and the witch clan held the same attitude. The situation in the world of the primordial chaos began to become somewhat delicate. I am Donghuang Gong, here to pay my respects to the three fellow Taoists. On this day, a voice transcended space from beyond Kunlun, announcing the arrival of Donghuang Gong. Yuan Yi stepped out of his cave dwelling and gazed towards the outside of Kunlun Mountain. What could Donghuang Gong possibly seek from Kunlun? Could it be an attempt to win over the Sanqing? He could think of no other reason. As for a provocation, Yuan Yi did not believe Donghuang Gong had the audacity. Please, fellow Taoist. A voice responded from the peak of Kunlun Mountain, and three figures emerged from the void, revealing the Sanqing. This was Yuan Yi's first encounter with the eldest among the Sanqing, their grandmaster Taiqing. He appeared elderly with white hair and beard, a calm demeanor, and an exceptionally tranquil aura. Standing there, he seemed to lack the imposing presence of Yuqing and Shangqing, exuding an air of ancient simplicity. However, Yuan Yi knew that this seemingly unassuming old Taoist was an absolute pinnacle existence within the primordial chaos, both in the past and present. In fact, Yuan Yi could scarcely conceive of anyone in the primordial chaos capable of breaking through his defenses aside from Tao ancestor Honghuang. He possessed an innate treasure of postnatal merit said to be invincible and impervious to all methods, and now with the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, protecting him, his cultivation was unfathomable. Perhaps the legendary 12 ancestors of sorcery's 12 heavenly divine array could be put to the test. Beyond Kunlun, a figure stepped forward, entering Kunlun with the vitality of all living things emanating from him, wearing the ninefold crown draped in clouds and mist with an extraordinary demeanor, Donghuang Gong. The four exchanged courtesies before ascending Kunlun, vanishing from their sight. Is this the Donghuang Gong, the foremost among male immortals? What business could he have with the master and grandmaster? Unbeknownst to Wen, Bai Xiao had also approached, her gaze directed towards the peak of Kunlun, curiously asking. Yun Xiao glanced at Yuan Yi, who showed no intention of speaking. Perhaps he seeks to invite them, the master and the others, Yun Xiao replied. She seemed astute, possibly aware of the situation in the primordial chaos, leading to such speculation. However, such matters do not concern us. Our cultivation is still shallow. It is crucial we focus on our training. Bai Xiao, you should not keep interrupting your senior brother's cultivation. She then reprimanded the restless Bai Xiao, as she was the least stable in her cultivation among the three sisters, indeed trailing behind in terms of cultivation realm. Yuan Yi quite agreed with Yun Xiao's words. Currently, they could only observe and listen to the affairs of the primordial chaos. To be able to cultivate peacefully within Kunlun, receiving protection and not being swept into the tumultuous currents of fate, was already a great fortune, something countless beings yearn for. Without such protection, it would be difficult for them to even control their own fates, let alone meddle in the matters of the primordial chaos. Without sufficient vision, they would be unable to see through or comprehend, destined to be mere cannon fodder. Perhaps even a single ripple could lead to their demise. Now was not their time. This era belonged to the innate deities. Yuan Yi currently had only an interest in observing and listening to the affairs of the primordial chaos. He lacked the strength to participate and had no desire to interfere. He only wished to protect himself, and there was still much time ahead. Especially with the many uncertainties weighing on his mind, he found it hard to comprehend the many matters of the primordial chaos, leaving him even more hesitant to speak or act recklessly. There was no rush. Time was on his side. He would first observe the innate deities and their conflicts, waiting for the old predecessors to unleash their treasures, allowing him to closely scrutinize the true state of the primordial chaos. Hundreds of years later, Donghuang Gong left Kunlun, and what discussions he had with the Sanqing remained unknown to Yuan Yi and the others, who could only speculate without much concern. Yuan Yi's speculation aligned with Yun Xiao's, believing that Donghuang Gong likely sought to collaborate with the Sanqing on matters of the primordial chaos. However, it was highly probable that he was rejected. They would never consent, not to mention being subordinate, nor would they be willing to share the stage with Donghuang Gong. Yuan Yi vaguely saw that after Donghuang Gong departed from Kunlun Mountain, he did not head towards the eastern dojo, but instead proceeded westward, indicating that his teacher and grandmaster were not his only targets of visit. Donghuang Gong's visit did not affect the current state of Kunlun. Everything remained as it was. The Sanqing continued their closed-door cultivation, discussing the Tao in tranquility. At times, Yuan Yi and the others could hear their discussions on the Tao, and then they would cultivate in their own ways. Yuan Yi had been fortunate enough to visit the majestic peak of Kunlun a few times. It was grand and magnificent, yet somewhat simplistic. There were no grand palaces or ornate caves, only an inconspicuous small courtyard that served as the shared residence of the three brothers of the Sanqing. Aside from the essence related to the Tao itself, the external opulence and comfort were inferior to the cave-dwelling Yuan Yi had constructed for himself. In this aspect, Yuan Yi had higher pursuits and a greater inclination for worldly desires. Yuan Yi had preliminarily refined the mid-grade innate spirit treasure, the Tongtian crown, and had gained insights into the five elements techniques. His own cultivation of the innate Yin and Yang energies had made progress, and all aspects were steadily improving. He was even advancing in cultivation faster than the Three Xiao Sisters, who had entered at the same time. Even Yun Xiao, who was the most diligent, was slower than him. In the path of cultivation, time was irrelevant. Yuan Yi had gradually adapted to the time concept within the primordial chaos, where shallow closed-door cultivation often spanned thousands of years. As for the duration of deep closed-door cultivation, there was no upper limit. Yuan Yi had contemplated venturing out, but his strength did not allow it. The Sanking's reputation was sufficient to protect them within Kunlun, yet it could not support them in traversing the primordial chaos. In closed-door cultivation and enlightenment, wandering within Kunlun meant mostly teasing the occasionally visiting sisters Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Yin Xiao was too serious a person, making her less interesting. Cultivation had unexpectedly become his most enjoyable pastime. However, the malevolent energy he had forcibly suppressed was proving difficult to eliminate, growing increasingly intense, causing him to keep Bai Xiao and the others at bay for a long period. Although he had not formed deep connections with Duo Bao and the others, he had become somewhat familiar with them. Duo Bao was obsessed with wealth. Jin Ling had a bad temper and was physically capable, though he expressed himself rather poorly, while Wu Dang was somewhat transparent, appearing mild-mannered. Among the three, Jin Ling was the strongest, while Wu Dang appeared the weakest. However, Yuan Yi suspected that the weakest might actually be Duo Bao, even though he possessed many treasures. If he were to use them as weapons, his strength might reach another level. However, Duo Bao's treasure-seeking nature meant that he enjoyed the process of searching for treasures more than the treasures themselves, leading to a somewhat lacking mastery over his own spirit treasures being abundant, yet not refined. The Nanji Xianwang, who was training under the second Grandmaster, was of an unclear cultivation level to Yuan Yi, but he could roughly guess that it was similar to Jin Ling, nearing the threshold of the Tai realm. His combat abilities were not weak, but he was not particularly combative, deeply influenced by the second Grandmaster, adhering to rules and rarely taking action in discussions about the Tao. Unbeknownst to them, nearly a Yuan meeting had passed. What awoke Yuan Yi from his closed-door state was a momentous event shaking the primordial chaos. Above the East Sea, Dong Gong established a celestial court on Sanxian Island, announcing to all beings in the primordial chaos his intent to establish order for all life and lead the celestial path. A grand and majestic voice resonated throughout the primordial chaos, reflecting in the hearts and minds of all beings, leveraging the title of the male immortal bestowed by the Tao ancestor, earning the respect of many innate deities, centering on Sanxian Island, gathering immense fortune. In that moment, golden lotuses bloomed throughout the void, auspicious clouds spread for miles, the sound of the Tao echoed endlessly, and countless phenomena manifested. Moreover, a tremendous force of heavenly merit descended, engulfing the world and converging into a sea. Yuan Yi and the others exited their cave dwelling, gazing towards the East Sea. There were countless beings in the primordial chaos performing similar actions. However, different individuals reacted differently. Among the Sanqing, only two revealed themselves standing in the void, while that Grandmaster remained concealed, seemingly indifferent. Regardless, for the beings of the primordial chaos, the establishment of the celestial court was a significant event enough to leave a bold stroke in the historical river of the primordial chaos. But was this the prologue of a new era of prosperity? Time would reveal the answer. The goal of the celestial court was to lead the celestial path, establishing order and rules for all beings of the primordial chaos, which was no easy task. Even with the Tao ancestors' approval as the male immortal, not everyone would recognize his status. Dong Gong was not an ordinary innate deity, yet his personal prestige was far from sufficient to command respect. This was even more true in terms of strength. Genuine cultivation was the solid foundation for establishing oneself. Yuan Yi lounged lazily in the pavilion before his cave, dwelling, his golden eyes gazing eastward. The first to arrange himself on the stage of this era had appeared. Unfortunately, hoarding grain and delaying kingship might suit him better. No, Yuan Yi shook his head. It was not a matter of early or late. Perhaps Dong Gong never had the chance from the very beginning. Unfortunately, hoarding grain and delaying kingship might suit him better. No, Yuan Yi shook his head. It was not a matter of early or late. Perhaps Dong Gong never had the chance from the very beginning in the world. Otherwise, he could only give up, for he lacked the foundation and strength. Clearly, Dong Gong was unwilling to resign himself to mediocrity. His prior visit to Kunlun beyond the invitation likely also carried an intent to probe. If the celestial court were to fall and Dong Gong be eliminated, would there be any benefits to be gained? Yuan Yi pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. Without sufficient strength, he wasn't even qualified to pick up scraps. Oh, what was he thinking? As for relying on his teacher Tongtian, Yuan Yi increasingly sensed the depths of the primordial chaos. Some matters were not as superficial as he understood. His half-baked knowledge could not provide valuable insights to the quasi-saints. Moreover, for Yuan Yi, having a rough understanding of the general trends was his only advantage. If there were changes, he could not control the direction and would only lose that advantage, gaining nothing and perhaps even courting disaster. He also wished to see what the ancestor of Earth was like, or perhaps to become acquainted. But did he dare? If he went, he would likely be a mere offering familiar indeed, but roasted familiar, without even the qualification to be presented before the ancestor of Earth. He tidied his disheveled hair and stretched lazily. Yuan Yi simply lay down, finding it more comfortable than sitting. The affairs of the world can be divided into two types: those related to me and those unrelated to me. At this moment it was unrelated to him. Rather than worrying about the disputes among the quasi-saints, it would be more meaningful to find a way to prod Bai Xiao into seeking a scolding from Yun Xiao. However, Qiong Xiao was not easily deceived. This fellow was quite cunning, always making Bai Xiao take the blame, though in the end she too could not escape, unable to fool Yun Xiao. With a gesture, a spirit fruit flew from the cave and landed in his hand. Yuan Yi was about to take a bite when he suddenly halted, looking down at the spirit fruit in his hand, his eye twitching. Which mischievous fellow put a bitten fruit in his fruit tray, leaving a clear tooth mark? A mouse turned it. Quickly Yuan Yi's expression darkened. Every single spirit fruit on the plate bore a tooth mark. This was not a mouse turning into a spirit, it was surely a monkey turning into a spirit. Such extravagant waste could only have been committed by a certain great saint in the peach garden. Did Qiong Xiao do it? Or did Qiong Xiao incite Bai Xiao to do it? When did this happen? It was utterly unethical. Looking at the fruit with tooth marks, Yuan Yi's eyes were filled with disdain, casually burying it in the ground. The Eastern King established the immortal court, aiming to set the order of the chaotic world and guide the beings therein. The Tao ancestor created the immortal Tao to pass down to the world, and the name of the immortal court carries a hint of borrowing the Tao ancestor's orthodoxy. There are quite a few divine beings responding to the Eastern King's immortal court. Although their own foundations are lacking, the title of the foremost male immortal recognized by the Tao ancestor is indeed useful. Yuan Yi's access to information is quite limited, and the number of innate divine beings whose names he knows is even fewer. Among the many innate divine beings, Yuan Yi only heard two relatively familiar names, Jin Yuanzi and Honghuang. It is said that Honghuang has a friendship with the Eastern King, and upon receiving an invitation, he happily went, bringing along his friend Jin Yuanzi. Honghuang has a wide circle of friends, good relations, and considerable strength. The supreme innate magic gourd, refined from the finest innate gourd from Buzhou Mountain, possesses formidable offensive power. His close friend Jin Yuanzi has an extraordinary background, possessing both a top-tier innate spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree and the supreme innate magic treasure, the Earth Book. The two of them are quite a significant support. Although neither directly joined the immortal court, they express their support. However, compared to the responding innate divine beings, many others seem to observe with indifference. Among them, the most intriguing is the Queen Mother of the West, the foremost female immortal who declined the Eastern King's invitation and did not join the immortal court. The reason behind this remains unknown. The immortal court occupies the blessed land of the three immortal islands overseas, gathering numerous beings, including innate beings and ordinary spirits. After all, in this era, even the most ordinary beings would not be considered ordinary in later generations, especially since the beings are ignorant with no path ahead. Those who encounter powerful existences imparting teachings are experiencing supreme fortune. The immortal court began to impart teachings to the world, causing quite a stir. Beings felt grateful for their grace and gathered beneath the immortal court, bringing forth boundless fortune. The influence of the immortal court attracts attention. After millennia, the chaotic world trembles once more as the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi, born of the sun star, stand atop Buzhou Mountain, declaring their presence and reflecting the hearts and minds of all beings. Buzhou Mountain, the first divine mountain of the chaotic world, supports the heavens and has successively given birth to the gourd vine and the 21st grade creation azure lotus, two divine artifacts. As its oppressive aura gradually dissipated, Buzhou Mountain no longer seemed as insurmountable as before. The brothers Di Jun gathered a large number of innate divine beings occupying Buzhou Mountain and establishing the heavenly court after the immortal court. Different names, yet they perform the same actions. Although the immortal Tao and the heavenly Tao differ, tracing their origins reveals that they are inseparable. The establishment of the heavenly court sparked a greater commotion than that of the immortal court. This is because the foundation of the heavenly court is far more robust than that of the immortal court, especially with the existence of Tai Yi and the future Saint Nua. Moreover, Di Jun himself possesses extraordinary means, and the number of innate divine beings following him surpasses that of the Eastern King. From the moment it was established, the heavenly court's momentum tended to overshadow that of the immortal court. Such a situation naturally displeased the Eastern King. When both the immortal court and the heavenly court coexist, who is the orthodox one? Who has the right to establish the order of the beings in the chaotic world? This has already become a dispute of the Tao orthodoxy and a conflict of the great Tao. The two major forces were at odds even before their establishment, and disputes were numerous. Now it has escalated into direct confrontation. However, at this moment both sides are still relatively restrained. As for the reason, everyone is aware in their hearts. They are testing the attitude of a certain existence, one that can truly determine the fate of the chaotic world with a single word: the Tao ancestor Honghuang. Yuan Yi is the same. He is also observing how the Tao ancestor will react, for what he desires most is to know the stance of this Tao ancestor. He has heard too many conspiracy theories in later generations. It seems that Tao ancestor Honghuang always lurks behind the scenes. Yuan Yi cannot discern clearly, but he knows that clarifying this point is very important. Now witnessing the chaotic world has caused him to doubt many things, and he is eager to uncover some clues. However, Yuan Yi is disappointed. Tao ancestor Honghuang has remained indifferent throughout, and the purple cloud palace remains hidden beyond the 9 heavens, never revealing itself to the world. As the winds and clouds change and undercurrents surge, the chaotic world is unstable. Within Kunlun, everything remains the same. Yet it seems that their teacher Tongtian and their uncle Yuqing have had a quarrel. Even their disciples are faintly aware of this matter, but they do not know the reason behind the quarrel and can do nothing about it. Yuan Yi feels quite helpless about this. He certainly does not wish for the 3 clear ones to split up, for a split would mean 3 saints in the future to rely on. But what can he do? Though referred to as disciples, the only one who can slightly influence their teacher Tongtian is only Duo Bao, and even that influence is minimal. Even if Tongtian is an easygoing person, they as disciples do not dare to speak freely, let alone instruct Tongtian on what to do. The Golden Immortal's quasi-saint is akin to an old longevity star eating arsenic. They are of vastly differing levels, and they do not even have the qualifications to worry. Sometimes Yuan Yi is curious about how these beings born as great Luo Golden Immortals perceive them. Is it akin to how he views ants? He does not know. His perspective has always been very low, and he is accustomed to using a mortal's eyes to speculate about these deities. After Tongtian gave them a teaching session, he left Kunlun to wander the chaotic world, seeking his own path to sanctification as a quasi-saint. Not only Tongtian, but the other 2 uncles also went out to travel. Cultivation and seclusion seem to be the only things to do. Even if one wishes to do something, they lack the strength. Yuan Yi cannot even step out of Kunlun as sanctuary. Others are similar to Yuan Yi. Duo Bao is working the land within Kunlun, while Jinling enjoys finding people to debate Tao. Even Yuan Yi has been approached several times. Fortunately, his cultivation is low, otherwise he might have been dragged into a debate. Jinling is indeed the first to advance to the Tai Yi realm, outpacing Duo Bao and Wu Dang. As for the Southern Polar Immortal, he rarely appears, and Yuan Yi is not very certain about his cultivation level. After a multidimensional meeting, Jinling broke through to Tai Yi and entered seclusion, calming down. At this moment, Yuan Yi truly solidifies his latest stage Golden Immortal cultivation. When he finally emerges from seclusion, he is stunned by the news that arrives unexpectedly. Not long ago, a great battle erupted over the Eastern Sea, a conflict between the Heavenly Court and the Immortal Court. As he had expected, the Immortal Court was destroyed, and the Eastern King fell beneath Tai Yi's chaotic bell. This dispute over the Tao orthodoxy ended hastily before it even began, arriving at a conclusion. Jun was decisive. Before the conflict between the Heavenly Court and the Immortal Court erupted into a full-blown war, he chose to confront directly, annihilating the Immortal Court in one battle. This surprised many and left them in awe of his courage and decisiveness. After all, the Eastern King was recognized as the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor. Even the Eastern King himself did not expect Jun to strike so cleanly and decisively, igniting the direct battle between the Heavenly Court and the Immortal Court. The Eastern King invited many to assist, setting up his self-created array of myriad immortals, yet he ultimately failed, falling beneath Tai Yi's hand, his true spirit silenced, uncertain of when he could return. The good-natured Honghuang rushed to the scene to mediate, but nearly got caught up in the chaos. In the end, he was protected by Jin Yuanzi, allowing him to escape safely. In just over one multidimensional meeting, the Immortal Court was obliterated in a single battle, with the quasi-saint Eastern King falling on the spot, along with dozens of other innate divine beings meeting the same fate. The gap in foundation between both parties was even greater than everyone had anticipated. The Immortal Court became history, and the Heavenly Court cleared this obstacle, beginning the planning of the order for all beings. Such an outcome leaves one feeling wistful. At the same time, the destruction of the Immortal Court gradually made everyone aware of one thing: Tao ancestor Honghuang seems to have truly stated that he would no longer intervene in the affairs of the chaotic world. Is this ultimately a good thing or a bad thing? The battle in the Immortal Court resulted in its destruction, as the Heavenly Court, claiming adherence to the Tao, began to establish order among the myriad beings of the primordial world. Less than 20,000 years later, Jun, the ruler of the Heavenly Court, proclaimed the establishment of the demon clan, declaring that all spiritual beings in the world were part of the demon tribe, with the aim of unifying all primordial beings. Within Kunlun lies the Taoist temple of Yuan Yi. A girl clad in green stands in midair forming seals with her hands, her large eyes darting around cunningly. Demonic creature. Behold my celestial powers. Bai Xiao exclaimed, gleefully manifesting her magical arts as a green celestial sword appeared, radiating with power, transforming into countless blades that blotted out the sun, descending with destructive force. Her target was none other than Yuan Yi, who wore a pure white Taoist robe. Yuan Yi glared at this impudent creature for daring to call him a demonic being. She truly needed to be taught a lesson. Seeing the torrent of sword light descending, Yuan Yi raised his hand and lightly tapped his jade crown, manifesting the essence of the 5 elements to form a protective barrier around himself. The overwhelming sword light crashed down, but failed to shake his defenses. Yuan Yi formed a Taoist seal with one hand, the dual energies of Yin and Yang circulating. With a pointed finger, he transformed the dual energies into black and white swords, which clashed with a hidden beam of golden light among the myriad sword lights, briefly blocking it. At that moment, Yuan Yi's figure had already vanished from the spot. He had meticulously studied the art of evasion, utilizing the same dust crown to comprehend the Tao of the 5 elements, and had already mastered the foundational techniques of the 5-element evasion. Simultaneously, his essence was rooted in the dual energies of Yin and Yang, making the evasion technique of Yin and Yang even more harmonious with him, which he adeptly used to evade, blending with Yin and Yang, further disrupting Bai Xiao's divine sense. In the next instant, Yuan Yi's figure appeared behind Bai Xiao, his finger pointing like a sword, directly breaking through her protective magical power. Bai Xiao, who only then realized something was amiss, found the cunning glint in her eyes had yet to fade, but she was now frozen in place. Attempting to react further, she was met with Yuan Yi's hand, which pointed at her as the summoned dual energies coiled around his fingertips, intertwining and transforming into shackles that bound her in place, rendering her immobile. Having lost the ability to resist against the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the binding dragon rope, which sought to confine Yuan Yi, and without Bai Xiao's magical power to support it, this treasure, which was inherently restrained against him, could not unleash its true power, and was seized by Yuan Yi, who forcibly suppressed her resistance. Demonic creature. He'll show you what it means to be a demonic creature. Daring to call your senior brother a demonic creature and sneak attack me, you really need to be taught a lesson. With the binding dragon rope subdued, Yuan Yi began to punch Bai Xiao on the head. This rascal secretly attempted to bind him with the binding dragon rope, while hiding her true means within her magical arts, all the while wearing a smug expression as she provoked him. Now pinned in place and unable to move, Bai Xiao's earlier smug demeanor had vanished, replaced by a pitiful appearance. Senior brother, I was wrong. Is admitting fault of any use? After all, she would surely commit the same mistake again next time. Yuan Yi delivered 2 more punches before retracting the dual energies of Yin and Yang. Bai Xiao hugged her head, looking melancholy, but Yuan Yi ignored her. The binding dragon rope was also released from suppression, flying back to Bai Xiao's hand, coiling around her waist. Yuan Yi had once borrowed this supreme innate spiritual treasure for enlightenment, though he did not have much fondness for its aura. However, he had gained some insights on how to deal with the binding dragon rope, especially benefiting greatly in the aspect of evasion techniques, particularly regarding escaping confinement. Yuan Yi believed that if he could escape from a means specifically aimed at him, such as the binding dragon rope, then there would be very few methods capable of restraining him under similar circumstances. At the same time, he had gained profound insights regarding techniques of sealing and suppression, as his method of holding Bai Xiao was inspired by the binding dragon rope's abilities. Since his technique was derived from the binding dragon rope, it seemed to carry some implications against dragon tribes, leaving Yuan Yi with complex feelings. This binding dragon rope had classified his golden dragon form as a dragon entity, yet he had derived a means targeting himself from it. Bai Xiao, who had just been looking pitiful, suddenly broke into a smile, her change of expression so swift that Yuan Yi could barely keep up. Senior brother, according to the Heavenly Court's definition, you are considered part of the demon tribe. And what about you? Yuan Yi said dismissively, are you part of the demon tribe? Bai Xiao shook her head. We share the same roots. If you are not part of the demon tribe, then how could I be? What does the Heavenly Court's definition have to do with me? If we go by the Heavenly Court's definitions, almost all living beings in the world would fall under that category, even the innate divine beings like our teachers. Even the Tao ancestor Honghuang has been defined as a member of the demon tribe, having transformed into Honghuang. Yuan Yi had once inquired about the origins of this Tao ancestor from his teacher Tongtian, for he was curious if the stories of the Tao ancestor ascending through the way of the cricket were true. However, Tongtian had clearly told him that the Tao ancestor was born from the first breath of primordial energy, akin to the first pure essence of the primordial world, similar to the fallen demon ancestor. Do you think Dijun would dare to claim that the Tao ancestor is a member of the demon tribe? Other innate divine beings aside from those affiliated with the heavenly court who would consider themselves part of the demon tribe. Many clans wouldn't even acknowledge themselves as part of the demon tribe. The definition of the demon tribe is too broad. How could Yuan Yi as an innate being possibly categorize himself among them? Currently, the heavenly court's fortune is booming at its peak with numerous innate divine beings joining and countless clans vying to align themselves. These beings include innate beings as well as spiritual creatures born from enlightenment and companion clans birthed from the influence of divine paths akin to the former Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans. Many beings willingly identify with the demon tribe wanting to align with a powerful faction just as Yuan Yi himself does. For their lives are as cheap as grass, all for the sake of survival. The myriad beings yearn for order. The chaos is most bitter for them with countless beings dying in obscurity, far beyond counting. With order there is space for these weaker beings to survive. Indeed, the heavenly court's actions must not worry other innate divine beings opposing them. The Tao ancestor has not made an appearance, whether in acquiescence or indifference other innate divine beings would likely share a similar attitude. Moreover, given the current strength of the heavenly court, ordinary entities lack the courage to demand explanations, and maintaining the status quo is the best choice. Tai, a powerful being, is capable of silencing others. Yuan Yi estimated that aside from those in the Wu clan who are living their own lives, only the three clear ones who also wield innate treasures could contend with the heavenly court. Even the other several designated future saints lack such power. The Wu clan has no concern for the heavenly court, and the three clear ones are merely bystanders. Who else would dare to step forward? The broader the definition of the demon tribe, the greater Di Jun's ambition. He genuinely wishes to establish order among the primordial beings. There are certainly benefits to such actions, but with every advantage there come disadvantages. If he cannot withstand it, the backlash will be extraordinarily terrifying. Yuan Yi believes Di Jun is digging his own grave, having not considered the Wu clan. By categorizing all beings as part of the demon tribe, the Wu clan's gluttonous entities hunt primarily the demon tribe, don't they? This is placing an irreconcilable contradiction upon the heavenly court, having established the demon tribe, and positioning oneself as the emperor of the demon tribe. How can they remain uninvolved in the Wu clan's hunting of the demon tribe? If one cannot protect their own people, how can they claim to be the emperor of the demon tribe and the master of the heavenly court? Yet upon careful reflection, it seems Di Jun must proceed in this manner to establish order among the primordial beings, unifying them into a whole to set rules. Establishing the demon tribe means it is impossible to exclude certain clans, inevitably encompassing all beings, which is an unsolvable dilemma. Walking this path means facing the issues posed by the Wu clan. Even if the victor is the immortal court rather than the heavenly court, the outcome remains the same. Prey and predator, their stances are inherently opposed, irreconcilable. Di Jun walks this path, thus, he has accepted such consequences. Yuan Yi sighed, wondering when he would attain the strength to explore the primordial world. He wished to see the situation of the Wu clan. He now looked forward to his teacher achieving sainthood, as relying solely on himself was not dependable. Yuan Yi envisioned becoming a sage, as only a sage possesses sufficient deterrent power. The identity of a disciple of a sage could compensate for his own lack of strength. Although the wilderness still harbored dangers, the level of risk had reached an acceptable threshold. Yuan Yi had little interest in the path of survival. He did not pursue it intentionally. Otherwise, if he devoted himself wholeheartedly to attaining such an identity, wouldn't it be in vain? At the same time, Yuan Yi was not particularly interested in altering the destinies of others. He merely wished to observe and clarify certain matters, with the ultimate goal being his own benefit. After nearly 3 Yuan meetings, Yuan Yi had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. The path to Tai lay before him, yet upon reaching this stage the journey required him to forge his own way. While they lingered at the golden immortal peak for so long to accumulate enough foundation, once they entered the Tai realm, they began to carve out their own paths. In the practice of the great Tao, there is no turning back. The path is irreversible. Yuan Yi also had to contemplate what path he should take. Simply perceiving the laws of heaven and earth was no longer sufficient to advance. He needed to build the foundation of his great Tao. During these nearly 3 Yuan meetings, the situation within the wilderness was experiencing dramatic change. The heavenly court wielded immense power, sweeping across the wilderness. Countless clans gathered beneath Mount Buzhou, where the innate deities of the heavenly court collaborated to develop the cultivation methods of the demon clan, imprinting them upon the world and imparting teachings to all beings, thus granting blessings to the living. The innate deities born of the great Luo possessed no specific cultivation methods or techniques. They practiced by directly comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. Yuan Yi and the others, guided by Tongtian, were also taught to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth, to understand the laws of the world, and to elucidate the mysteries of divine abilities without imparting specific cultivation techniques. Thus the path Yuan Yi and the others followed was essentially striving to approach the innate deities to comprehend and enter the Tao. The teachings of the innate deities were quite literally the profound mysteries of the great Tao, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the specific methods were derived from their own understanding. The cultivation method of the demon clan, however, could be termed a technique. It was a more straightforward path. Of course, this meant it was a narrow road faster, but also lacking in many choices. A shortcut is also a limitation. To gain something, one must sacrifice something. Yuan Yi grasped the basic cultivation methods of the demon clan imprinted in the world, and after some reflection gained an understanding of them. He recognized the advantages of this demon clan cultivation method. In Yuan Yi's understanding, techniques resembled detailed beginner tutorials, allowing one to follow the guidance without needing to explore on their own. However, Yuan Yi did not consider himself a member of the demon clan, nor could he possibly adopt their methods. The heavenly court's fortune was consolidating, immense and overwhelming, seemingly progressing towards the peak. During this process, everything went smoothly, and no one intervened. There were only two matters that Yuan Yi found somewhat concerning. The first was the ancestor Honghuang, who had the audacity to mediate during the battle between the heavenly court and the immortal court, and who was also one of the bearers of the primordial purple energy. Honghuang fell. While leaving the Taoist temple of his close friend Yuan Yi on Mount Wanshou, he was besieged by the innate deities of the heavenly court and ambushed by Kunping. His physical body was destroyed and his essence dissipated, leaving one lamenting. The primordial purple energy vanished without a trace, along with all of Honghuang's top-grade, innate spirit treasures, the 99 Scatter Soul Calabash. This incident caused quite a stir, for Honghuang was a prominent figure in the wilderness, well-liked, and having formed many benevolent connections, yet he met such an unfortunate end. Compared to Honghuang's fall, another incident was even more infuriating for the heavenly court. The heavenly court established the demon clan, inviting all spirits to pay homage, yet an accident occurred. The area south of Mount Buzhou was scarce in those reaching the heavenly court. The reason, of course, was not due to the south being barren with few living beings. It was the ancient calamity of ferocious beasts that had ravaged the area north of Mount Buzhou, rendering it nearly as desolate as the lands in the west that were destroyed. This situation arose simply because the south of Mount Buzhou was the stronghold of the witch clan. The demon clan that came to submit became a buffet for the witch clan, delighting them and infuriating the demon clan, while the innate deities of the heavenly court felt their faces were losing honor. Therefore, the heavenly court sent people to the witch clan to demand an explanation, but they found it difficult to escape being treated as prey. This enraged the experts of the heavenly court. They were innate deities, yet the demon clan was being treated as prey, which included them. How could they endure this? How could the newly established authority of the heavenly court be willing to let it dissipate like this? The heavenly court and the witch clan clashed. Even more incredulously, the mighty heavenly court and the demon clan found themselves unable to compete, with the witch clan suffering heavy losses in several battles. Ordinary demon clan members suffered casualties, and even innate deities were hunted down by the 12 ancestor witches, with several great Luo beings falling. The 12 ancestor witches were formidable. The witch clan should not be underestimated. This is a widely, yet few realize the 12 ancestor witches were powerful to such an extent, not cultivating the primordial spirit, nor comprehending the great Tao. Their bodies as ancestor witches were invincible, impervious to all methods, and exceedingly strong. Experts from the heavenly court retreated one after another, unable to secure a single victory. Tai, despite his strength, could not withstand the united force of the 12 ancestor witches and the might of innate treasures, which was significantly diminished when confronted with the bodies of the ancestor witches. Moreover, the 12 ancestor witches possessed other trump cards, the 12 capital heavenly god destruction array, summoning the true body of Pangu. The power of a single strike had already surpassed the level of quasi-siege, a fact validated by the heavenly court at a great cost. This was also the first time Yuan Yi witnessed Tao ancestor Honghuang manifest in the wilderness, a figure standing tall between heaven and earth, illuminating the hearts of all beings, impossible to describe in terms of grandeur. The battle between the heavenly court and the witch clan saw the aftermath of over 20 quasi-sieges clashing, sweeping through the wilderness and shaking the heavens and earth. The battle between the immortal court and the heavenly court could not compare. The intensity was equally as fierce as the demon clan and the witch clan fought, creating mountains of corpses and seas of blood staining the area beneath Mount Buzhou, with blood, the murderous aura rising to the sky, terrifying beyond measure. At the moment, the 12 ancestor witches activated the 12 capital heavenly god destruction array to unleash a blow comparable to that of a sage. It seemed as if the wilderness was on the brink of collapse. It was at this time that Tao ancestor Honghuang, who had not appeared since the third sermon, emerged, blocking the strike of the 12 capital heavenly god destruction array and forcibly halting the conflict. From then on, the heavenly court, a demon clan, and witch clan were forced to restore peace. Minor frictions persisted, yet no great wars occurred thereafter. At the same time, there were subtle rumors that Tao ancestor Hongjun had decreed that sages were not to intervene in the grand trends of the wilderness. Many speculated about the purpose of Tao ancestor Hongjun's intervention. Some believed he was protecting the heavenly court with his strength, while others disagreed, as the Tao ancestor had not appeared even when the immortal court was destroyed. They theorized that Tao ancestor intervened to prevent a disturbance comparable to that of a sage from affecting the stability of the wilderness and impacting the Tao ancestor's path to the Tao. Moreover, Tao ancestor's decree might have been directed at Nuwa. No one would forget that Nuwa was a disciple of the Tao ancestor, having gained the opportunity for sagehood, primordial purple energy. What Tao ancestor truly thought remained unknown. It seemed he never intended to explain himself to anyone, as the Xiao Palace still concealed itself beyond the 9 heavens. Yuan Yi was also speculating about Tao ancestor Hongjun's intentions, which aligned with the facts he knew. Was it truly that the Tao ancestor was orchestrating everything behind the scenes? Was he the puppet master? His initial understanding easily influenced him, leading him to ponder in this direction. However, his teacher Tongtian's reverence for Tao ancestor Hongjun made him hesitant to make such a rash conclusion. Yuan Yi could see that not only Tongtian but his 2 senior uncles also held genuine respect for Tao ancestor Hongjun, which did not seem feigned. If possible, Yuan Yi did not wish to believe that Tao ancestor Hongjun occupied the position of a puppet master. This was not because of any admiration he held for the Tao ancestor, but simply because such a wilderness was far too dangerous. Additionally, he hoped to have time to verify a certain matter regarding the ancestral witch Hadu. Yuan Yi had once asked his teacher Tongtian whether there was only the heavenly Tao in the wilderness, if there was still the Tao beyond the heavenly Tao. At that time, Tongtian looked at him as if he were a fool, unable to understand why he posed such a question. Yuan Yi felt quite foolish then, and from that point on he dared not casually bring up the legends he knew for questioning. Tongtian told him that the heavenly Tao was the great Tao evolved from the fruit of the Pangu great deity, a path modeled after the great Tao, yet differing from it. The great Tao encompasses everything, all things are Tao. In the context of the wilderness, the heavenly Tao is the great Tao. The implication was simple: the heavenly Tao is the only one in the wilderness. Even Yuan Yi's inquiries about the earth Tao were seen by Tongtian as difficult to comprehend. How could this child pose such a question? Tongtian's gaze at that time seemed to convey such sentiments which Yuan Yi understood. He wanted to know whether the earth Tao, something within his understanding, truly existed, and whether what his teacher Tongtian said was accurate. Verifying this matter was crucial, as it would serve as an important reference for Yuan Yi. If it were indeed as his teacher Tongtian claimed, then he would need to adjust his understanding and mindset, altering his view of this wilderness at the very least to eliminate any preconceived notions. Otherwise, he might one day bury himself in trouble, inviting calamities. For instance, believing Tao ancestor Hongjun was a puppet master and acting like a fool, what would he amount to in the end? There was no calamity to begin with, yet he would invite disaster upon himself. If such a day ever came, Yuan Yi would find no joy in it. The wilderness had no shortage of time, but Yuan Yi found himself lacking time. If he missed certain opportunities, he would forever be unable to verify them and uncover the truth. Teacher, you must strive harder. Your disciples' hopes rest entirely upon you. It should be soon, right? The first sage after the Tao ancestor and the birth of the human race in the wilderness. Yuan Yi thought, quietly reaching into the fruit basket only to come up empty. Nothing left. This couldn't be right. There should still be some spirit fruits left from the last time he went deep into Kunlun to harvest. Yuan Yi withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat speechless. He stood up and exited the cave, skillfully heading out to pick spirit fruits. Within the golden light cave, Yuan Yi sat cross-legged atop the Tao platform, surrounded by the intertwined forces of Yin and Yang, manifesting the profound mysteries of the endless Tao. Upon the various Taoic laws, the figure of Yuan Yi coalesced, shimmering like a mirage, evoking different. The Tao runes descended, elucidating the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. The myriad figures of Yuan Yi seemed to emerge from different times and spaces as countless possibilities gradually converged into one. Tai Yi, the supreme unity, perceives the true self, mastering oneself, embarking on the path of one's own Tao, no longer confined to the superficial laws of heaven and earth, but beginning to construct one's own Tao foundation. This was the 9th Yuan meeting since Yuan Yi's consciousness awakened in the primeval chaos, and the realm of Tai Yi was already within reach. After the 8th Yuan meeting in the Yuan Yi calendar, Nuwa attained sainthood, and humanity was born, heralding a new chapter in the primeval chaos. With Nuwa having attained sainthood, how far could it be until other sages also achieved their paths? Yuan Yi felt confident that his time for traveling was not far off, and he wished to elevate himself to the realm of Tai Yi before that. Even for no other reason, traversing the primeval chaos with the means of a golden immortal would be quite challenging. Yuan Yi immersed himself deeply in his comprehension and cultivation, wandering in the void, oblivious to the external world. Countless illusory avatars of the Tao continuously coalesced and merged into Yuan Yi himself, achieving the singular true self, As the golden dragon manifestation filled the void, its golden eyes radiant like the blazing sun suspended in the sky. As time passed, only the final illusory figure remained standing in the void. Yuan Yi opened his eyes, gazing at this figure with a sharp glint in his gaze. Unlike the other figures, this one appeared almost corporeal, indistinguishable from the illusory. The other Yuan Yi was surrounded by the forces of Yin and Yang, exuding a suffocating aura with blood-red golden eyes that bore a violent presence. Though the features were similar, they conveyed an intensely sinister feeling. Yuan Yi frowned as he looked at this figure. It was also a thread in the web of fate he was trying to weave, yet it was the most challenging one to bind, as if the current him was vying for dominance. No, it should be said that this presented him with two paths. Which path should he take? He stood at the crossroads. Yuan Yi stared at this distorted version of himself, frowning increasingly as it became more displeasing. He found this self to be utterly vile, filled with all manner of negative emotions akin to a monstrous demon, instilling a sense of foreboding. That rebellious and arrogant demeanor resembled that of a typical villain. Could this truly be himself? How could he harbor so many malevolent thoughts? Yuan Yi was filled with disdain for this aspect of himself, certain that it was the influence of the malevolent aura, not his true self. Yuan Yi raised his hand, his fingertips transforming the innate Yin and Yang energies into a sword, intending to sever this part of himself and complete the binding. He was reluctant to integrate this self into his being, wanting instead to discard it and avoid the influence of the malevolent aura. Yet Yuan Yi's hand paused in midair, not descending. He hesitated. Could this truly not be himself? Was it really all the malevolent aura's doing? His master Tongtian had never guided him in this regard. At this moment, he recalled the words of his second uncle from long ago, which he had not paid attention to at the time. Now he suddenly remembered and realized that the issues within himself had been apparent back then. He forcibly suppressed all his negative emotions, attributing all malevolent thoughts to the influence of the malevolent aura on his essence. But was it truly so? No, those malevolent thoughts originated from within himself, yet he had never faced them and even refused to acknowledge them. He did not want to admit that this ugliness was part of himself. Due to the malevolent aura, this part of himself had inflated and grown more serious than others, with desires burgeoning. He was contemplating severing ties with it. In contrast, beings like Yun Xiao, who were innate life forms, did not possess such complicated thoughts. With a certain purity, perhaps they would not have the same fragmentation and contradictions, making the true self easier to find. As Yuan Yi's expression shifted, his fingers hovered in midair. He then lowered his hand, his frown unfurling. He ultimately did not sever this part of himself. It was a part of him, and there was nothing wrong with admitting it. He was not perfect, with flaws and shortcomings. Denying this point would only lead to greater loss. Yuan Yi's fingertips dispersed the Yin and Yang energies, reaching out to reconcile. In the instant when the self met the self, the Yuan Yi he had found so displeasing fully merged into him. A flicker of murkiness passed through the depths of the golden eyes, revealing threads of blood-red hues, the malevolent aura soaring and then receding. At that moment, all anomalies dissipated and tranquility returned. Yuan Yi's aura retracted into his body, and the circulating energy underwent a transformation, advancing to another level. The realm of Tai Yi, achieving the true self. With a casual gesture, several sound transmission jade talismans flew in, sent by Yun Xiao and the others. In order to engage in profound seclusion, he had directly sealed off the cave, lest Bai Xiao and the others come to visit, taking food and supplies. Yuan Yi still could not determine whether it was Qiong Xiao or Bai Xiao who had gnawed on his spirit fruit before returning it. It seemed both could be capable of such mischief. Has the master returned? I've missed quite a bit during my seclusion. After checking the information on a few sound transmission talismans, Yuan Yi understood what had happened, and there were no surprises, at least for him. The messages from the Three Xiao Sisters were filled with excitement, as their master Tongtian had attained sainthood. Following Nuwa, the three clear ones had successively achieved sainthood, establishing the three teachings of Rinchan and Jie just recently. After the three clear ones, the Western figures of Jane and Juni had also established their teachings and attained sainthood. Within this multifaceted meeting, all six sages had returned to their rightful positions. Yuan Yi stood up, tidied his robes, adjusted his hair crown, and lifted the restrictions of the cave's great formation, stepping out of the cave. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw two individuals chatting leisurely in front of his cave. Both turned to look at him. They were the sisters Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao of the Three Xiao. Senior brother, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Congratulations on achieving the path of Tai Yi, Bai Xiao said with a smile. Qiong Xiao, less talkative, also offered her congratulations, her gaze constantly scrutinizing him. Yuan Yi even wondered if she was contemplating whether the binding dragon rope would still work on him. Surely that was just... The master is returning soon. Senior brother Mao Bao and the others are preparing to welcome him. Eldest sister asked us to come here to invite you along, Qiong Xiao explained earnestly. All right, thank you for that. Let's head over now. Yuan Yi did not hesitate, for the three teachings had already been established. Without further ado, he enveloped the two sisters in his escape light, and they soared into the sky. The realm of Tai Yi was indeed different from that of a golden immortal. Their powers could not be compared. Senior brother, why does your aura feel somewhat different? Is it a? Yes, it seems to have become more formidable. Bai Xiao murmured, it feels more dangerous around Senior. Yuan Yi was baffled. How had he become more formidable? He was not a man-eating demon, and he had never harbored malicious thoughts toward the San Xiao, the ones he was most familiar with. Senior brother's gaze seems different now, Xiong Xiao remarked. The gaze? Is it so? Indeed, when he first saw Xiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao, a strange feeling had arisen in his heart, and he had not forcibly suppressed it like before allowing it to show. Of course, strange feelings aside, Yuan Yi acknowledged it was merely human nature, but it was just about recognizing oneself, being dominated by it was a different matter. The San Xiao were close to him, yet he did not share the same purity as these innate life forms. In Yuan Yi's eyes they remained quite innocent. Not long later, Tongtian, who attained sainthood, returned to the Kunlun Mountain Dojo with several new disciples. Upon seeing that group, Yuan Yi's gaze immediately fell upon a tall young man. This person exuded an air of lightness and grace, truly a man like the wind. Although it was their first meeting, Yuan Yi had a guess about his identity. A wisp of clear wind in the world had taken form and entered under Tongtian's tutelage. Who else could it be? Zhao Gongming. Yuan Yi glanced at the San Xiao standing beside him, a strange thought crossing his mind. Why did it feel as though he had usurped Zhao Gongming's role and identity? Would this therefore alter their destinies? The calamity of the function where the San Xiao became entangled with Zhao Gongming, leading to their deaths, and the dissolution of their Tao, with their true spirits entering the function list. Moreover, it was said that even earlier, before he had joined the GS sect, Zhao Gongming had damaged his own essence and Tao foundation while protecting the San Xiao, which affected his future cultivation. From this result, it could be seen as a mutual entanglement. Yuan Yi previously observed Zhao Gongming and found his essence robust and complete, without any sense of deficiency. Was the information he had learned erroneous, or was it because he intervened before their friendship formed, thereby altering the outcome? He realized that the timing of the San Xiao's entry into Tongtian's sect seemed to have been advanced significantly, allowing them to cultivate peacefully in Kunlun for such a long time. Soon Yuan Yi thought of another matter. His master had returned from this outing with a large group of people, accepting all who came to seek discipleship, and with his two uncles establishing their own sects. Kunlun Mountain seemed a bit small now. Forget it, he would mention this to his master later, and suggest traveling through the primeval chaos. With the backing of a sage, as long as he did not offend other sages, he could be regarded as a friend rather than a lowly ant, and could explore the world. He had long been looking forward to this matter. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the celestial sage sat atop the Tao platform, while the direct disciples sat below, each in their own position. Only Duo Bao and the other two, along with Yuan Yi and the San Xiao plus Zhao Gongming, who joined last, were present. Although Tongtian had brought back many disciples, there was a distinction between disciples. The direct disciples were always limited in number. After attaining the position of a saint, Tongtian's inherent authority deepened, yet his personality remained largely unchanged. As for the aura and pressure, Yuan Yi and the others did not feel it significantly. Whether it was a quasi-saint or a saint, both were unfathomable and not much different. One difference between direct disciples and ordinary disciples was that ordinary disciples only listened to the Tao, while the former could actively seek guidance from Tongtian. At this moment, Tongtian was explaining the Tao and resolving doubts for them, assessing their cultivation. Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, and Yuan Yi had all entered the Taiji realm, and the San Xiao were not far from it. Given their foundations, they still possessed ample potential to advance further. Simultaneously, the inherent differences among them were not great. Unless special opportunities arose, the differences in early-stage cultivation would not be substantial. It would come down to who had more endurance in the future, enabling them to go further. Yuan Yi and the others received guidance later, which caused their cultivation to lag behind a bit. Even Yuan Xiao, such a diligent and earnest type, still needed to progress step by step. For Yuan Yi, the only notable difference now was Zhao Gongming, who in his impression was the outer sect senior brother, now turned into a junior disciple, a mid-stage golden immortal not far from the late stage. Before their teacher Tongtian returned, the elder uncle and second uncle had already gone back to Kunlun. The elder uncle also brought back a disciple, the only one born of the innate human race, one of the beings created by the Saint Nuwa. The second uncle Yuqing had yet to take on disciples, seemingly preparing for this matter. According to the Southern Polar Immortal, he was setting up entrance assessments and establishing thresholds. What made Yuan Yi somewhat gloomy was that they had joined and taken on teachers earlier, yet they would have to address others as senior brothers later. Due to the order of establishing the sect, the Zhejiao was last and Tongtian was the third among the three pure ones. Thus they had to call the elder uncle's disciple senior brother first. Moreover, many things changed after the sect was established, to the extent that it was as if they were re-acknowledging their teachers. Now their teacher was the leader of the Zhejiao, the celestial sage Tongtian. The three direct inner disciples who were personally enlightened by Tongtian were Duobao, while Yuan He had become the outer sect senior brother, which made him a bit troubled. The position of senior brother was quite troublesome as it required managing affairs. Although Duobao was the true senior brother, Tongtian had appointed him to oversee the disciples. After arranging various matters, Tongtian waved his hand, and suddenly this space was engulfed by spiritual light. The disciples, including Yuan Yi, immediately brightened their eyes. What Tongtian presented was not just anything but spiritual treasures and roots, all of which were from after the innate creation, exuding the essence of innate spirituality, particularly a considerable number of supreme innate spiritual treasures. Such a scene was beyond their previous experiences. As your teacher, I have traveled through the primordial wilderness and collected several innate spiritual treasures, and I have been granted many spiritual treasures at the Xiao Palace. Now that I have attained the position of saint, ordinary spiritual treasures hold no use for me, so I bestow them upon you for your protection, and in the future, when you reach the great completion of Deluo, they can also be used to sever the three corpses. Tongtian's gaze swept over Yuan Yi, and the others, a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing these words, they were all filled with excitement. Innate spiritual treasures were exceedingly rare, with hardly any increasing in the world. Their power was one aspect, but more importantly, the principles contained within innate spiritual treasures could aid their comprehension, significantly benefiting their cultivation. Of course, the most crucial aspect was the term innate, the indestructible spiritual light of innate origin, and the method of severing the three corpses could only be borne by innate spiritual treasures, which is its unique function. Yuan Yi had some reservations about the method of severing the three corpses, but he did not know much about other cultivation paths. Having a path to follow was better than having none, and he needed to be prepared. As Yuan Yi pondered, Tongtian began to bestow the treasures. Duobao, you are now the elder brother of my Jiejiao, and have followed me the longest. You handle the ordinary matters of the sect. You enjoy collecting rare treasures of heaven and earth, but your attention to cultivation is lacking. I bestow this tower upon you to grant you some protective power. Tongtian presented a tower-shaped innate spiritual treasure to Duobao. It was a defensive-type supreme innate spiritual treasure. This pearl is called the Qiankuan Pearl, a high-quality, innate spiritual treasure useful for both attack and defense. You should use it wisely. Tongtian gifted Duobao more than 10 innate spiritual treasures, among which the tower-shaped supreme innate spiritual treasure and the high-quality innate spiritual treasure Qiankuan Pearl were the most precious. One must say the collection of a saint is extraordinary, and the three pure ones benefited the most from the distribution of treasures by the Tao ancestor. After Duobao, Tongtian also bestowed over 10 treasures to the Holy Mother Jinling, including the high-quality, innate spiritual treasure, the four symbols tower containing the powers of earth, fire, wind, water, and the four symbols the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the dragon and tiger jade Rui, which possesses powerful offensive capabilities, and the high-quality, innate spiritual treasure, the flying gold sword. Wu Dang's gains were not significantly different from the two. Finally, Tongtian's gaze fell upon Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, you are different from them. You possess the innate dual forces of Yin and Yang. Though tainted by malevolent energy, it enhances the offensive power of your Yin and Yang, making it exceptionally fierce. I bestow this item upon you for nurturing your innate divine powers, which is most suitable. As he spoke, Tongtian took down a gourd hanging at his waist. This item was obtained from Buzhou Mountain. I infused the 9 heavens profound fire and the 9 nether profound water within it, achieving the ultimate in water and fire, which corresponds to the mysterious principles of your Yin and Yang. You must thoroughly comprehend and use it well. Yuan Yi was somewhat surprised. The gift Tongtian presented to him was actually this supreme innate spiritual treasure, the water fire gourd. This was inherently a powerful offensive spiritual treasure meant to nurture his own innate Yin and Yang. It was indeed fitting. Disciple thanks the teacher. Yuan Yi took the gourd with respect and bowed. The other few spiritual treasures were of relatively ordinary quality, but this water fire gourd, even among supreme innate spiritual treasures, belonged to the top tier. Additionally, Yuan Yi had heard a rumor about 3 innate spiritual treasures of the same origin. If used to sever the 3 corpses, the possibility of walking the path of the saint would be much greater. In fact, only in this way could one truly cultivate the 3 corpses into one and reintegrate oneself. Yet there were few treasures meeting such criteria. The most common examples would be a few 12th grade immortal lotuses followed by these gourds. The other should have been the most famous offensive spiritual treasure, the Golden Flood Dragon scissors, but now Yuan Yi, who had transformed into the Golden Flood Dragon, was seated beside them as their senior brother, so naturally there were no gold. The other should have been the most famous offensive spiritual treasure, the Golden Flood Dragon scissors, but now Yuan Yi, who had transformed into the Golden Flood Dragon, was seated beside them as their senior brother, so naturally there were no Golden Flood Dragon scissors to bestow upon them. What Tongtian granted was another supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Golden Phoenix Hairpin, also an offensive item containing the ultimate offensive power derived from the 5 elements. It had also absorbed the aura of the Phoenix clan during the Three Races War, possessing extraordinary power. Though named Golden Phoenix, it was not golden, rather it was multicolored, corresponding to the power of the five elements, dignified, elegant, and quite beautiful. Yuan Yi glanced at the Sanxia. What was up with these three sisters? One was a dragon, the other a phoenix. With two supreme, innate spiritual treasures, the binding dragon rope and the golden phoenix hairpin, it seemed they had gathered the dragon and phoenix. The spiritual treasure bestowed upon the junior disciple Zhao Gongming was the most peculiar set of spiritual treasures, the 24 Dinghai God Pearls, ranking as supreme innate treasures capable of suppressing and binding a region of heaven and earth. This item was a water element spiritual treasure perfectly suited for Zhao Gongming, whose essence was that of pure wind, taking shape, creating water from wind. This was the benefit of being a disciple of a saint. At this moment, the spiritual treasures they possessed might even surpass those of many innate deities. After the distribution of treasures concluded, Tongtian departed, and Yuan Yi and the others returned to their respective caves. The newly acquired spiritual treasures needed to be refined and comprehended. Apart from acquiring the water-fire gourd, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, Yuan Yi also obtained several inferior innate spiritual treasures and two inferior innate spiritual roots, presumably as fruits of his teacher Tongtian's cultivation. Unlike the others who began to seclude themselves to refine their spiritual treasures after returning, the Three Xiao Sisters had to redistribute among themselves. Not counting other treasures, they held three supreme spiritual treasures. Especially, these three supreme innate spiritual treasures were quite extraordinary. The three sisters were originally one entity, indistinguishable from each other. There was not much difference in who held what, so there was no real need to compete. However, they would still have moments of contention over which innate spiritual treasure each held. Among the three treasures, the most special was the Honghuang Golden Dipper, which Xia and Bai Xia had no particular thoughts about, and let the eldest sister Yun Xia take it. As for the other two, the binding dragon rope and the golden phoenix hairpin, the two sisters exchanged glances, each with their own ideas. The binding dragon rope was used for suppression and binding, while the golden phoenix hairpin was for offense, making it hard to determine which was superior. However, the appealing appearance of the golden phoenix hairpin stirred some unusual thoughts in the already restless two. Yun Xia watched her two younger sisters staring at each other, shook her head, and chose to ignore them, proceeding to enter seclusion for cultivation. Bai Xia gazed at Xia, displaying a naive and radiant smile. Second sister, how about letting me have it? Third sister, being fickle is not right. Xia ignored Bai Xia's radiant face, speaking softly, and cast a glance at their elder sister Yun Xia's departing figure, leaning closer to Bai Xia's ear. Moreover, the golden phoenix hairpin has no restraining effect on our senior brother. Bai Xia was taken aback, her expression filled with confusion. What do you mean? Xia spoke mysteriously. I have a feeling our senior brother wants to sneak out, and you see he hardly interacts with Duobao, and the others being quite cold. His cultivation is also higher than ours, so in the future if he sneaks out to play, he will definitely not take us along. Just think about it, if senior brother is not around when eldest sister reprimands someone, there will be no one to stop her. As she spoke, Xia made a grabbing motion and pointed at the binding dragon rope. Bai Xia was puzzled, then suddenly enlightened. They couldn't let senior brother sneak out, otherwise Kunlun would become too boring. Duobao was always running around Kunlun Mountain. Sister Jinling loved to spar with others, and their eldest sister was obsessed with seclusion, while Yuan Yi occasionally played with them. A streak of light sped forth from Kunlun Mountain, faint, almost imperceptible. Yuan Yi wore a plain Taoist robe adorned with black motifs. His long hair was loosely bound by a jade crown. At his waist hung a jade talisman, the official identification token of the Jie sect, and beside it dangled a gourd, the water-fire gourd, a peerless primordial divine treasure containing the innate Yin and Yang energies. Suddenly Yuan Yi halted midair. His golden eyes turned sharply toward the void behind him, piercing through an unseen corner of space. Come out. You need not hide any longer. I have sensed your presence trailing me for some time. No reply came. Only silence reigned, empty, absolute. It seemed all had been a figment of his perception. No one stood behind him. Xiao, if you do not emerge now, I shall send word to your elder sister Yun Xiao and have her fetch you herself. You slipped away without permission, did you not? His tone remained calm, yet carried unshakable certainty, as if already preparing to transmit the message. At once a figure darted into view nearby. A slender silhouette clad in yellow robes, her countenance delicate and refined, a five-colored phoenix hairpin glinting amidst her tresses. None other than Xiao, the second of the three Xiaos. Senior brother, wait. Xiao rushed forward, her expression pleading and deferential, as she urgently blocked Yuan Yi's transmission. He gazed upon her and frowned. After 10,000 years of seclusion, he had solidified his cultivation at the early stage of the Tai realm and preliminarily refined the peerless primordial divine treasure, the water-fire gourd, using it to nurture his own innate Yin and Yang energies. Eagerly he now sought to journey across the primordial chaos. He wished to deepen his understanding of the primordial chaos and verify certain truths. Yet Bai Xiao, having secretly followed him, had been effortlessly persuaded and sent back. To his surprise, the second sister proved even more restless and far more astute. She had trailed him all the way to the outer fringes of Kunlun Mountain before he finally detected her. Clever as a fox, unlike Bai Xiao, she could not be easily swayed. Perhaps summoning Yin Xiao directly would be the wisest course. Yuan Yi pondered this seriously, not out of disdain for their low cultivation nor weariness of their at least in his eyes, though they occasionally stirred up mischief, both sisters remained pure-hearted and guileless. Companionship with them spared him much tedium. Yet he truly preferred not to take them along, especially not when Yin Xiao was absent. Senior brother, Xiao reached out and gently grasped his sleeve, gazing up with wide, beseeching eyes, her lashes fluttering, her expression heart-rendingly tender. Yuan Yi's frown deepened further. Senior brother, Xiao reached out and gently grasped his sleeve, gazing up with wide, beseeching eyes, her lashes fluttering, her expression. Whenever Bai Xiao is scolded by elder sister, she looks at you just like this, and you always step in to plead her. Did that truly happen? Yuan Yi paused and thought, yes, it had indeed. But surely she overdid it. Bai Xiao was after all their youngest sister. The three sisters shared subtle resemblances, not only in features, but even in aura. Truth be told, she imitated her quite well. Bai Xiao would surely quarrel with her upon learning of this mimicry. Yet Bai Xiao was often beguiled by Xiao. Just as she frequently fell for Yuan Yi's gentle deceptions, so it was certain she could never best her elder sister in such matters. Unlike Yin Xiao, the eldest, whose dignity and grace were unassailable, Xiao and Bai Xiao behaved more like mischievous children. What precisely are you doing tailing me? Even if you intend to slip away unnoticed, must you follow me? Because if I go with senior brother, elder sister will feel reassured. Otherwise, she'd never grant me leave. And if I fled on my own, she'd simply drag me back and scold me soundly. Xiao lowered her head, her gaze shifting evasively. Yuan Yi sighed inwardly. She spoke truthfully. Indeed, the two sisters habitually used him as a shield against Yin Xiao's strict oversight. Yin Xiao governed her younger sisters with stern authority, and while her gravitas held sway over most, Yuan Yi possessed an innate immunity. Her admonitions held no power over him. Yuan Yi's mind turned, weighing how best to coax Xiao back, how to persuade her gently home. I am no Bai Xiao, he said dryly. Yet as if reading his intent, Xiao murmured softly, her gaze locking steadily onto his. Bai Xiao was easy to appease. Xiao, however, proved far less pliable. For a moment, Yuan Yi considered alerting Yin Xiao outright, to enforce immediate repatriation. Yet seeing her pitiful, pleading look, learned from Bai Xiao, he felt a pang of reluctant compassion. Very well, but first you must speak plainly with elder sister. And you will obey me. No recklessness, no defiance. Xiao beamed, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking grain. I knew senior brother was the kindest. Also, you'll explain everything to Bai Xiao yourself, Yuan Yi added. He had already persuaded Bai Xiao to return. Xiao, however, wielded sharper wits, and far less susceptibility to persuasion. Bai Xiao would surely grumble about this later. Yuan Yi decided the matter ought to fall squarely upon Xiao's shoulders. After all, he had consented to bring her along. Let that serve as fair exchange. Yes, I'll handle it. Xiao agreed instantly. Compared to elder sister and senior brother little sister, Bai Xiao was infinitely easier to manage. Indeed, this ploy worked perfectly on senior brother. Xiao's eyes gleamed with quiet cunning. She had long since deciphered his nature. Where elder sister Yin Xiao could be navigated through deference and obedience, senior brother demanded something sterner, honesty. Against him, straightforward candor proved the most effective strategy. Was it not senior brother himself who said sincerity is the greatest weapon? That maxim applied to him most of all. Deceit would invite swift reprimand, whereas truth spoken openly disarmed suspicion entirely. Feigning helplessness and appealing to his mercy reliably softened his resolve, even when he knew it was feigned. Such artistry surpassed even the peerless primordial divine treasure, the dragon-binding rope. She had learned it well, from her own sister Bai Xiao. Senior brother differed from the other senior disciples and cultivators in this regard. More approachable, more humane. No wonder Bai Xiao clung to him so fondly. Together they passed beyond Kunlun Mountain's boundaries. Standing outside its sacred peaks, Yuan Yi surveyed the vast horizon. Where then should he direct his steps first? After brief contemplation, his gaze settled southeastward, south of Kunlun Mountain, south of Buzhou Mountain, the domain of the Wu clan. His fingers brushed the Qingyang jade talisman at his waist, the mark of a sage's disciple. Surely such status granted him protection across the primordial chaos. None would dare raise a hand against him. Especially now as he bore the dual mantle of two sages' disciples. His weight in the celestial hierarchy was greater still. Though the Wu clan were famed as unyielding warriors, they were hardly fools. Their compliance with the heavenly patriarch Honghuang's decree to cease hostilities proved as much. They acknowledged the sage's supremacy. With the 6 sages newly ascended, and the Wu and Yao clans enjoying an unprecedented truce, such tranquil opportunity might never recur. Xiong Xiao stood quietly behind Yuan Yi, docile and obedient, asking neither where he intended to go nor why. She simply wished to wander freely beyond Kunlun's confines. Since entering Kunlun Mountain, this marked their first departure from its hallowed slopes. Yuan Yi turned once more toward Kunlun. Beyond its borders, he sensed the faint yet distinct auras of numerous primordial beings and mountain spirits converging toward Buzhou Mountain. The reason was clear in his mind. His master, the sage Tongtian, and his second elder uncle had jointly proclaimed the founding of the Chan and Jia sects, declaring their doors open to all worthy aspirants. To become a disciple of a sage, what temptation could surpass that? Yuan Yi had cautiously probed his master's thoughts on the matter, suggesting with due reverence that the Jia sect emulate his second elder uncle's precedent, impose rigorous standards, screen applicants carefully, rather than admit all indiscriminately. The response left him resigned. He understood his master's meaning clearly, and knew that pressing further would only invite displeasure. So he chose silence. At least the argument need not be framed so bluntly. Countless valid rationales existed. For instance, all three great sects, the human Chan and Jia, now resided within Kunlun Mountain. If the Jia sect accepted masses of new disciples en masse, could Kunlun's blessed land even sustain them all? Where multitudes gather, discord follows, especially without discernment. Should Kunlun descend into chaos and disorder, would the two elder uncles not grow displeased? Yet Yuan Yi knew such reasoning would prove futile. His master could not be dissuaded. He wondered what profound impulse had led his master to adopt such doctrine. Was there perhaps a trace of stubborn conviction beneath it? Beyond Yuan Yi, none would dare question his master's decision. Thus he resolved to withdraw entirely, not out of indifference, but because involvement would achieve nothing, only brand him as an outlier. "Senior brother, what are you gazing at?" Noticing Yuan Yi standing motionless, lost in thought, with a faint shadow of concern clouding his eyes, Xiong Xiao ventured softly. "Nothing of consequence. Let us depart." Yuan Yi withdrew his gaze, shook his head lightly, and with a flash of light, soared southeastward. For 3,000 years Yuan Yi has arrived south of the Buzhou Mountain. Here lies the stronghold of the witch clan, with billions of witches led by 12 ancestral witches divided into 12 major tribes, sprawling across vast territories. As time progresses, the areas inhabited by the witch clan continue to expand into even broader lands. The place where the witch clan resides is a nightmare for other clans, for the witches are not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing the true state of the witch clan, Yuan Yi fell silent. With such an expansion rate and their predatory nature, it is utterly impossible for the demon clan to avoid conflict with them unless the demon clan possesses no ability to resist. It must be said that the strength of the witch clan is exceedingly formidable. Not only do they boast top-tier combat prowess, but the powers of the numerous great witches beyond the ancestral witches should not be underestimated. It seems even more difficult than anticipated to catch a glimpse of the ancestral witch Hoodoo. Even though he is a disciple of a saint, the witches grant him only a modicum of respect. Specifically, after revealing his identity, he would not be reduced to mere food. But that is all. There would be little courtesy extended, let alone meeting an ancestral, which he is unable to see, even an ordinary great witch. However, if possible, Yuan Yi would indeed like to have some contact with the ancestral witch Hoodoo. Is there really no underground passage? What if? Furthermore, even if he were to confirm the truth of his master Tongtian's words, denying the existence of any underground passage's Hoodoo status is certainly not ordinary. Standing atop the mountain, Yuan Yi looked down at the hunting witches below, remaining silent. Behind him, Xiong Xiao sat idly on a stone, swinging her legs, as her senior brother had lingered in the area for some time. However, she did not particularly like this place, and could not comprehend what was so fascinating about those witches, especially since her senior brother seemed very interested in them. The witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit or comprehend the Tao. They rely solely on brute force, their bodies enveloped in murky energy, most of which is mixed with a thick aura of malevolence, making it difficult for cultivators like them to adapt. Especially the way the witches looked at her senior brother, as if he were prey. Their greedy gazes made Xiong Xiao. Currently, Xiong Xiao's cultivation has already reached the perfection of the golden immortal realm, and she is attempting to take the next step into the Tai realm. During this time, traveling through the primordial chaos and comprehending the ways of heaven and earth has yielded more than what she gained from closed-door cultivation. Perhaps it won't be long before she ascends to the Tai realm. If she could advance to the Tai realm earlier than her elder sister, that would be even better, Xiong Xiao thought, so her elder sister might bother her less in the future. Yuan Yi could not guess what random thoughts were crossing Xiong Xiao's mind. He was contemplating whether to abandon his original plan as meeting an ancestral, which was not as simple as he had hoped. Should he head east to see the human race born from the creation of the Saint Nuwa? He heard that his grandmaster had once preached to the human race at the beginning of his teaching, and it would be safer over there. Just as he was pondering, the water and fire gourd tied to his waist suddenly stirred, causing Yuan Yi to pause. What is happening? Yuan Yi picked up the gourd at his waist. Although he had only completed the initial refinement, fully understanding the mysteries within this gourd was not easy, and he could not yet unleash its full potential, but controlling the gourd was not difficult. He sensed an anomaly within, seemingly drawn by some kind of aura. This puzzled Yuan Yi what could cause the water and fire gourd to react. Could it be that a spiritual treasure has emerged nearby? Yuan Yi immersed his consciousness into it to sense the fluctuations of the aura, and his expression changed slightly. The aura he sensed actually came from deep within the Witch Clan's territory and seemed to be rapidly approaching. This is not good. Without having time to think further, Yuan Yi turned and directly pulled Qiong Xiao, summoning the innate Yin-Yang Qi to envelop them both, instantly transforming into a streak of light and darting away. He had no idea what the rapidly approaching aura was or what connection it had to his water and fire gourd, but he did not want to recklessly encounter an unpredictable entity. He was not prepared. Though Qiong Xiao did not know what was happening, seeing Yuan Yi's expression, she did not inquire further, allowing herself to be swept up by Yuan Yi's escaping light, quietly preparing to summon her own golden phoenix hairpin. As Yuan Yi's escaping light just took off, he saw the space ahead shatter like glass that had suffered a heavy blow, numerous cracks suddenly appearing and then breaking apart. The shattering of space did not result from the Tao of cultivation, nor from distorting space with the powers of the Tao, but rather from forcibly breaking the space with pure strength. Ordinary Tai realm cultivators would find it difficult to accomplish this, and with Yuan Yi's current cultivation realm, it would be quite challenging. He was still unable to traverse the void directly, as the primordial chaos space was rather too solid. Within the shattered space, a powerful pressure surged forth, malevolent energy roiling and the aura raging. A gaze peered out from within, a look Yuan Yi was all too familiar with from the witches. At this moment, he felt an intense sense of crisis. This kind of aura should at least be equivalent to that of a Deluo being. I am Yuan Yi, disciple of the Tongtian saint. It is an honor to meet you, senior. Without hesitation, Yuan Yi stopped his fleeing light, released Qiong Xiao, and bowed, promptly introducing himself while gesturing for Qiong Xiao. Qiong Xiao was not foolish. Encountering an existence of senior rank in the primordial chaos, self-introduction was of utmost importance. This would elevate her from being an ant-like existence to that of a friend, as taught by her senior brother. Qiong Xiao still trusted her senior brother. After all, what he said made a lot of sense. I am Qiong Xiao, disciple of the Tongtian saint. It is an honor to meet you, senior. Without further ado, she quickly reported the name of the Tongtian saint, not daring to hesitate for even a moment. Tongtian saint, you are disciples of Shanqing. A rough male voice echoed, revealing a tall and robust man before Yuan Yi and the others, his body adorned with conspicuous witch patterns. The man's aura was wild. Even in the form of an innate Tao body, he towered over Yuan Yi and the others, exuding explosive power, and the force he emitted twisted the air as if thunder and wind were concealed within his every movement. Yet his countenance did not appear wild, or in fact it seemed well-groomed, differing slightly from the typical style of ordinary witches, which surprised Yuan Yi and led him to speculate about his identity. Ancestral witch. Yuan Yi recalled that among the ancestral witches, only 2 manifested as women, Hutu and Suanio, while there were 10 male ancestral witches, making it somewhat difficult to guess. He would rule out the ancestral witch Hutu whom he most wished to meet. The shattering of space did not resemble the means employed by ancestral witch Dijiao, who inherently commanded space power. Moreover, Yuan Yi was still unsure whether the person before him was indeed an ancestral witch. If he were to casually encounter an ancestral, which they would be far too easy to meet. Who is this person before me? I thought it was Tongtian, but it turns out to be one of his disciples. Another voice emerged which did not sound like that of a witch, as witches seldom refer to innate beings as friend. Yuan Yi turned to locate the source of the voice, only to see the witch man holding a purplish-red gourd, swinging it back and forth with the voice emanating from within. The source that caused his water and fire gourd to respond was right before him. Yuan Yi fixed his gaze on the purplish-red gourd, his mouth twitching slightly. No way could it be this coincidental. Did carrying this gourd attract such karma leading to today's events? The purplish-red gourd closely resembled the water and fire gourd he possessed, which was only natural as they originated from the same innate gourd vine atop Buzhou Mountain and were refined into being. There were a total of 7 such gourds. The water and fire gourd bestowed upon him was just one of them. The other gourds each had their owners and should not be in the hands of a witch. If one were to consider which one might be an exception, it would seem to be this one, the Jojo Sanhun gourd belonging to the ancestor Hongyun. The innate being Hongyun, who was besieged and killed by the Heavenly Quartz Demon clan, lost his Tao body and primordial spirit, fleeing with only a remnant of his soul and true spirit disappearing without a trace. Along with him vanished a strand of primordial purple energy, and his most renowned treasure, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Jojo Sanhun gourd. Yuan Yi never imagined that on his first outing he would encounter such a matter, that he would meet the fallen ancestor Hongyun among the witch clan. The other party was clearly drawn here by the response of his gourd. Can this be considered an accident? A phantom figure emerged from within the gourd, revealing its true form, a kind-faced man in a red robe. I am Honghuang. Do not be alarmed, my young friends. I mean no harm, and will not bring any harm to you both. When I set out, I intended to make contact with the witch clan, yet I unexpectedly encountered the renowned primogenitor Honghuang, a figure of great repute. He could not fathom why Honghuang would associate with a member of the witch clan, especially since this individual was no ordinary witch. Yuan Yi sat beside Xiong Xiao, and across from them lay a purplured gourd with the illusory figure of a Taoist in a red robe standing there. A tall man from the witch clan also sat opposite them, his gaze scrutinizing, but he soon lost interest and ceased to engage with them. From Honghuang's words, Yuan Yi learned of the witch clan's identity, the great witch Xingtian. Xiong Xiao was not very familiar with this name, but Yuan Yi was, which complicated his feelings. Xingtian, one of the great witches of the witch clan, possessed immense strength. In the myths passed down through the ages, he had an even more renowned identity. Especially as Yuan Yi recalled a certain rumor about the Flame Emperor and Honghuang. If that Flame Emperor were truly the reincarnation of Honghuang, what kind of combination was this? You two have already mixed so early on. That seems off. I was ambushed by Kuanpeng and besieged by the forces of the Heavenly Court, nearly perishing with nowhere to escape, so I had no choice but to take refuge within the witch clan. Honghuang briefly explained. At that time, the monster clan had not yet been established, and the Heavenly Court had not waged war against the witch clan. However, the place where the witch clan resided was thick with turbid energy and lingering malevolence, and since the witch clan did not cultivate their divine consciousness, it turned out to be a good hiding place for him. Though the Heavenly Court was indeed powerful, they would not dare to directly intrude upon the witch clan and provoke the 12 ancestral witches, and the witch clan also found it difficult to search for him, allowing him to evade the experts of the Heavenly Court. Yuan Yi was rather curious about how Honghuang was connected to the great witch Xingtian and what that relationship entailed. The answer he received was once again beyond his expectations. What relationship? There was no relationship. Because the witch clan did not cultivate divine consciousness and could not utilize primordial spiritual treasures, coupled with the fact that Honghuang had no physical body and only a remnant soul, his essence had been shattered, thus the witch clan had no interest in him. After all, a remnant soul could not be consumed and spiritual treasures would be useless. Even the finest primordial spiritual treasures were the same. The witch clan could not utilize them, which allowed him to remain safe. Otherwise, his soul imprint would most likely have been erased, and the spiritual treasures would have changed hands. The reason he could still request the help of the great witch Xingtian was even more startling to Yuan Yi, because he had a great appetite. His skills in the culinary arts were not lacking. The witch clan loved to eat, and he had leveraged this talent to establish a connection with them, leading to a degree of camaraderie. The witch clan had little interest in primordial saints, viewing them much like the monster clan. Their fundamental classification of living beings was based on whether they could be consumed or not. Thus, the witch clan refrained from interacting with other beings, and primordial saints in turn were reluctant to engage with the witch clan. However, the witch clan had one characteristic: they were remarkably straightforward, famously naive, making it easier to build friendships. The friendship was built through shared meals, which made Xingtian willing to assist him. Through the aura of the gourd, Honghuang sensed Yuan Yi's water and fire gourd, and initially thought it was the saint of heavenly connection nearby, prompting him to have Xingtian bring him over. For Honghuang, his current predicament was irreparable. It was difficult to restore his essence, and it was already fortunate that his true spirit had not succumbed to the river of time. He had a wide circle of friends, but few could actually help him. The saint of heavenly connection was one of them. Although he had little connection with the three pure ones, there was also no conflict. Especially since the one who came was the saint of heavenly connection and not one of the other two from the three pure ones, the chances of them being willing to help were even greater. Unfortunately, upon arrival, he discovered it was not the saint of heavenly connection, but rather his disciples Yuan Yi and Xiong Xiao. Young friends, may I ask if you could assist this humble Taoist with a favor? Honghuang gazed at Yuan Yi and inquired. Yuan Yi pondered for a moment. What favor does the elder require of me? I have a close friend, Jin Yuan Zi from Wanshou Mountain, and I wish to meet him. Could you take me to seek an audience with Taoist Tongtian? To meet my master, and have him escort Honghuang to Wanshou Mountain, to see Jin Yuan Zi. What kind of impact would this have? Can I even do this? Yuan Yi was deep in thought. These primordial saints were all significant figures, and the consequences of involving himself with any one of them were beyond his capacity to bear. Since Tongtian had accepted him as a disciple, imparted the Tao to him, and bestowed him with treasures, he could not do anything for the elder at this time. At least he could not bring trouble upon him. What benefits or drawbacks would Honghuang's matter bring? Not to himself, but to his master Tongtian and the future of Zhejiao. Honghuang's uniqueness involved significant entanglements. If nothing unusual occurred, it would likely have connections with the future human race. If his understanding was correct, then Honghuang could very well be the future Flame Emperor of humanity. What impact would this have on Zhejiao, good or bad? Yuan Yi was uncertain. As for the matter of being connected to the human race, Yuan Yi did not consider it much. His current identity was not that of the human race, so that could not be his primary stance. Why not directly request Senior Xingtian? Xingtian shot him a sidelong glance, grinned, and Yuan Yi instinctively fell silent. Hongyan also understood what he wanted to say. Why not directly ask the great witch Xingtian to escort him to Wanshou Mountain to meet his old friend? To this, Hongyan could only give a helpless smile, clearly indicating that it was impossible. A small favor, the other party would be willing to help him to some extent, but the troublesome part was that the other party was not very willing and did not want to make this journey, especially to the western regions. Moreover, the witch clan had a poor relationship with the monster clan Awa Great, which would not necessarily be able to protect Hongyun, which was quite dangerous. Once the monster clan detected the presence of the ancestral, which Hongyun one could only imagine how the heavenly court would react. Even the great witch Xingtian would find it difficult to conceal this heavenly secret, lacking the means to do so. At that time, Hongyun might completely lose his true spirit, and Xingtian could end up suffering misfortune, as well entering the list of missing persons. Yuan Yi understood and refrained from asking further. He did not know Xingtian's temperament, but it was rumored that the temperaments of witches were generally not very good, and Xingtian was said to be an exceptionally arrogant figure. He feared that incurring the other's displeasure could result in a slap that would unleash malevolence far more concentrated than his own. Clearly, this was his best opportunity to connect with the witch clan, yet he dared not speak. What should he do? Yuan Yi glanced at Xiao beside him, who blinked her eyes. Alright, this person was not reliable and could not provide him with appropriate advice. In the end, Yuan Yi nodded in agreement, but only promised to take him back to meet his master Tongtian. As for what happened afterward, it would depend on his master's decision. He could not make decisions for his master. Once the matter was settled, Hongyun conversed with the great witch Xingtian for a few more sentences, but did not. Instead, Yuan Yi and the others were invited to be guests of the witch clan. It seemed that although Hongyun did not have particularly significant influence in the witch clan, he still held some weight. Yuan Yi certainly would not refuse. When a great witch invites you, you do not turn them down. Otherwise, the other party might take offense and turn against you, and it was good to connect a bit. Would the witch clan cook him up as a dish? Yuan Yi was not worried about this. If they truly had such intentions, he would have no way to escape, so pondering such matters was meaningless. However, after hearing Xingtian's inquiry, Yuan Yi could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, a bone-chilling sensation. He heard Xingtian squinting his eyes, staring at him for a while, then asked, "Is the meat of the dragon clan delicious?" "Elder, you jest. I am a creature born of heaven and earth, not of the dragon clan. If you wish to taste dragon meat, I would be happy to serve you. I also have some knowledge in the culinary arts." Yuan Yi replied cautiously. He seemed to still have some leftovers from the dragons he had slain. Yuan Yi would never admit he was of the dragon clan. He was a Jiao, a golden Jiao, a naturally born Yin-Yang Jiao, and not of the same species as the dragons. "Oh, really? You should know that I dislike boastful individuals the most. I would not dare to boast." Then Xingtian found their flying too slow, directly grabbed Yuan Yi and Xiao and kicked through the space, stepping into it. Violence, pure and simple violence. The witch clan was truly terrifying. Yuan Yi was lifted, feeling quite complicated. At his waist he now hung two gourds, the water and fire gourd, and the 99 scatter soul gourd. The night was like a veil with the moon hanging high in the sky. In the witch clan's tribe, the bonfire blazed, and the members of the clan unleashed their abundant energy, creating a lively atmosphere. Yuan Yi and Xiao were invited by the great witch Xingtian into his tribe, illuminated by the light of the Red Cloud ancestor. For practitioners who followed the path of asceticism, such revelry was unprecedented. Especially for Xiao, since she and her sister took form and descended to the world, they had fled to Kunlun and had remained there ever since, living in tranquility and never having experienced such a ruckus. Not bad. I thought you fellows practicing under the innate divine sage merely fed on the wind and drank the dew, but I didn't expect you to possess such skills. In front of the bonfire, Yuan Yi ignited the Tao fire, and the unknown great demon's meat infused with blood essence rolled on the flames, sprinkled with some juice from spirit fruits and immortal herbs, emitting a rich aroma. As Xingtian spoke, his palm resembling a grinding wheel casually patted Yuan Yi's shoulder. The great witch's eating style was quite bold, and he was straightforward, and after a bit of familiarity, it wasn't hard to interact with him. Yuan Yi winced from the casual slap, baring his teeth. His golden Jiao body was already considered tough. However, compared to whom? The ordinary witch clan was one thing, but this individual beside him was a great witch, second only to the ancestor witch, and even among great witches his physical strength was top-notch, especially with his cultivation level being a bit higher. His strikes were indeed somewhat heavy. Yet seeing Xingtian in a good mood, Yuan Yi felt satisfied. The Red Cloud ancestor was right. It wasn't difficult to befriend these witches. What he was doing now was indeed aimed at pleasing this great witch and building a closer relationship. Yuan Yi had not given up on his plans. He wanted to see the ancestor witch Hutu and verify certain matters. If it proved impossible, he would abandon it. But now that he had this opportunity, he certainly couldn't let it slip away. If he could befriend Great Witch Xingtian and establish some connections, the probability of meeting Ancestor Witch Hutu would not be small. Moreover, this individual might very well have connections with the human race in the future. Pleasing Great Witch Xingtian seemed quite easy. All he had to do was keep him quiet. Yuan Yi also discovered that the witch clan existed as a collective. Although there were distinctions in status and hierarchy, the closeness and distance were not solely based on strength. Perhaps compared to the Ancestor Witch, the innate divine beings were much more exalted. Xingtian himself exuded great authority, yet most of the time he did not carry himself with excessive arrogance. At least Yuan Yi knew that if it were another Kwasa Saint or a Deluo, they would not casually sit beside a mere Tai realm ant like him. They might not even acknowledge him. Not far away, men and women of the witch clan were dancing around the bonfire, their movements resembling a natural rhythm filled with a sense of mystery. Yuan Yi sniffed the air, raising his eyebrows at the rich aroma swirling around. This is the scent of... Yuan Yi was somewhat surprised that did the witch clan have such things now. He knew that many innate divine beings crafted this exquisite liquid from spirit fruits, but he didn't expect the witch clan to have it as well, and it seemed similar to the exquisite liquid nurtured by the innate divine beings. Wait, Yuan Yi suddenly realized that this was not a product of the witch clan at all. It was likely taught to them by Red Cloud. At this moment, Yuan Yi glanced at the Red Cloud ancestor across from him, who had only a wisp of residual soul left. It seemed he had mentioned teaching the witch clan many things to establish some ties. At this point, Yuan Yi turned to look behind him, frowning deeply. Xiong Xiao, what are you sneaking around for? What are you talking about, senior brother? Nothing at all. Xiong Xiao, who was tiptoeing closer from behind, straightened up, blinking innocently. Yuan Yi could immediately see something was off with Xiong Xiao. Her fair cheeks had a slight flush, her gaze appeared clear, but was actually hazy, and she reeked of alcohol. This girl is drunk. That's understandable. But Xiong Xiao was holding a stick as thick as a thigh behind her back, and was creeping closer. What are you up to? Yuan Yi was quite speechless. What are you planning to do? He pointed at the object behind her, and asked. He was sure Xiong Xiao's mind was muddled, otherwise she wouldn't be acting so foolishly. For beings like them, even without deliberately releasing their divine sense to probe, they shouldn't be so dull. What was the point of sneaking around? Their divine senses were often more useful than their eyes. I'm not planning to do anything. This isn't for hitting you, senior brother, don't worry. Xiong Xiao shook her head, her eyes sparkling. As long as I knock you out and bring you back, the big sister definitely won't scold me, and the third sister won't have any objections either. Don't you agree, senior brother? Xiong Xiao swayed closer. Didn't you just say that wasn't for hitting me? Your words are contradictory. Yuan Yi stood up and walked over to pull Xiong Xiao, making her sit down beside him. As for the mysterious stick, Yuan Yi easily snatched it away and tossed it aside. If he wasn't mistaken, this item was quite common among the witch clan. He had seen it several times. Witch clan women would hit men on the back of the head with it, knocking them out and dragging them away for the sake of the clan's reproduction, but it was not appropriate to elaborate. Sit quietly and don't drink anymore. Yuan Yi was somewhat troubled to encounter a drunkard in the wilderness. Xiong Zhao's rationality had faded, and she was becoming more like Bai Shao, not at all quiet. Young friend Yuan Yi, you shouldn't stop your junior sister. This is a fine item brewed from innate spiritual roots as materials following the method I created, combined with the unique witch clan witch rune technique. Although its main effect is to nurture spiritual energy and blood vitality, it contains traces of the Tao, with Tao rhythms hidden within. For your junior sister's cultivation level, this is quite a significant opportunity. It was the Red Cloud ancestor beside them, who spoke with a smile, glancing at the restless Xiong Xiao beside him, then looking at Yuan Yi. You two siblings are indeed very close. Yuan Yi was unsure how to respond, and was somewhat surprised. He knew this exquisite liquid was likely extraordinary, otherwise with Xiong Zhao's golden immortal perfection and nearing Tai, she wouldn't be drunk to the point of stumbling. He sensed the extremely rich vitality and the concealed Tao rhythm within it. But Yuan Yi hadn't expected it to be so exceptional. The raw material was actually innate spiritual roots. Even the most ordinary innate spiritual root carried the essence of being innate, which was extraordinary. Undoubtedly, this was a good thing, with the only side effect being that it intoxicated like wine. Looking at Xiong Xiao's state, her intelligence seemed to be waning. Yuan Yi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Well, as the senior brother present, even if Xiong Xiao were to lose consciousness, this opportunity was still worth it. Perhaps it could lead to an opportunity for her to advance to the Tai Yi realm, and he had sensed a subtle change in her aura. Seeing Xiong Zhao's dazed gaze fixed on him, Yuan Yi finally relented. You can continue, but stay here and don't run around. MHM. Xiong Xiao nodded, scooting closer to Yuan Yi, her face beaming with joy. The rich fragrance of the exquisite liquid filled the air, making even Yuan Yi curious about its flavor. However, he did not enjoy drunkenness and needed to keep an eye on the intoxicated girl. Moreover, he dared not let himself go in this situation. If he offended Great Witch Xingtian, he might end up being roasted over the fire. For now, it was better to build connections. Establishing some relationship would allow him to interact with the witch clan in the future and see what was truly going on. He had never intended to get involved in the matters between the witch clan and the demon clan. He merely wanted to resolve the doubts in his heart, feeling powerless and indifferent to change anything, as it was none of his business. Whether it was the witch clan or the demon clan, what did it have to do with him? If Dao ancestor Honghuang were truly some kind of behind-the-scenes villain, then they would share a common stance. However, Yuan Yi couldn't discern that now. He just wanted to observe to avoid acting against his own interests. Senior brother, your aura is quite similar to that of big sister and third sister. Qiong Xiao, with her drunken eyes, leaned closer, mumbling her warm breath brushing against Yuan Yi's face, causing him to turn away. Bai Xiao had also mentioned something similar, saying that his aura made her and her sisters feel naturally close, akin to familiarity. Yuan Yi didn't quite understand this. While the golden Jiao might be familiar to them, could a non-existent future influence the past? Shouldn't such causality not exist? He had thought he was simply taking Zhao Gongming's role and established a connection with the three sisters, gaining their affection. Yet the degree of this closeness exceeded his expectations. Was this a normal situation? Yuan Yi occasionally pondered this question. The more he understood the terrifying nature of the wilderness and the fearsome aspect of quiescence, the less he understood his own existence. He didn't have a system by his side, nor was he aided by any divine artifacts. Why did this variable exist? What kind of power brought him into this world and fused him with the primordial Yin and Yang? His connection with the three sisters was a result he wished to achieve, but why did they naturally feel close to him? That shouldn't be the case. Whether Yuan Yi acknowledged it or not, the three sisters trusted him without a doubt. Qiong Zhao's leaning against his shoulder in a completely unguarded state spoke volumes. At least Yuan Yi wouldn't do that. He preferred to stay alert at all times, and thus particularly disliked the times when his murderous aura was uncontrollable. Qiong Xiao had her eyes closed, her consciousness drifting on the brink of sleep, mumbling to herself, which was quite different from her usually reserved nature. Yuan Yi heard a couple of lines where Qiong Xiao expressed her worries about sneaking out and being scolded by her big sister, and complained about her third sister, while also mentioning using Yuan Yi as a shield. Yuan Yi's lips twitched, yet he said nothing. Bai Xiao complaining about his lack of loyalty. Deserved it. Yao Xiao scolding you. I'd really like to witness how you get lectured by her, he thought. Moreover, this girl even tricked Bai Xiao into bringing the binding dragon rope to tie him up. That was truly excessive of her. Oh, and she wasted his spirit fruits that turned out she was involved with Bai Xiao too. This matter had to be addressed with Yao Xiao, two mischievous troublemakers. Outside, Kunlun Shinshan, the void tore open and spat out a lone figure. Yuan Yi glanced back at the quickly sealing rift, shrugged, and felt an odd helplessness. Last time he had been borne across the void by his teacher Tongtian, and it had felt natural and smooth. This time Xingtian of the Wuzhu had simply smashed the space open and hurled him back to Kunlun with brutal force. The spatial distance this time could not be compared to the previous voyage. It nearly sent him straight off the world. Violent and crude. Yet because of that violence, a journey that might have taken him millennia to traverse was over in the blink of an eye, and he found himself at his home threshold. Yuan Yi stood in the void in a plain austere Dao robe, two gourds hanging at his waist. On his back a figure slept soundly, drunk on the Wuzhu nectar and out cold. Originally Yuan Yi had intended to shelter Qiong Xiao within a spirit treasure and take her along, but she had slept through it and subconsciously resisted, making it difficult for him to enclose her. Forcing her into a spirit space would have been possible, yet, because Qiong Xiao resisted on the level of instinct, and she was not an enemy, Yuan Yi could not bring himself to use force, so he carried her back as she was. Yuan Yi thought Honghuang, the ancestor, a reputedly honest man, had been somewhat deceitful. He had said she would simply drink and wake shortly, but the waking took far longer than Yuan Yi expected. When he asked, he was told it would take at least centuries. You call that lying down a moment and waking up? Fortunately, I did not drink, otherwise my senior brothers and I would have been sleeping in the Wuzhu for centuries. Outrageous. That said, it cannot be denied that what belonged to Xingtian was precious, rarest kind of blessing to the Wuzhu, and a treasure by any reckoning. Yuan Yi had brought back a little of it to sample later. The Wuzhu were not stingy. Having served as Xingtian's cook for so long, he had earned some favor and would no longer be treated like prey. As soon as he entered Kunlun's domain, Yuan Yi sensed the change, more people, far more than when he had left. In this outer region, beings riding light often came and went in twos and threes, or in clusters. Yuan Yi frowned, but paid it no mind, pressing on toward the heart of Kunlun Mountain. Is this the Kunlun sanctuary of senior Taoist Sanqing? Truly a rare locale of favor in heaven and earth. Traces of the Tao everywhere, innate spiritual opportunity thick. Senior brother Sanqing is richly blessed. The voice of Honghuang ancestor sounded from within the Jiuzhou Sanhan gourd. Though only a remnant soul, its weight was not something Yuan Yi in the early Tai stage could equal. Previously, when Xingtian had flung him into a rift in the void, he had been fortunate to receive the protection of this power. I hear senior Taoist Sanqing has now established a path and a school. Are these your fellow disciples? Yuan Yi shook his head. I do not know for certain. Affairs of the Jie sect are handled by senior brother Duo Bao. I am not sure who has formally entered. Yuan Yi had been reluctant to meddle, doing so might make others suspect him of seeking power or stealing Duo Bao. Moreover, he wished only to preserve himself, and incidentally to protect Sanshao. He bore no taste for such politics, nor did he approve of Tongtian's habit of indiscriminately accepting all who came under his wing. Before he reached his own abode Jingwang Dong, two divine rainbows shot forth and revealed two female figures. Senior brother Yuan Yi. Yinxiao glanced at the sleeping Xiao on Yuan Yi's back and smiled apologetically at him. Xiao has troubled you, senior brother. Xiao scowled at Yuan Yi in irritation. She had sneaked after him earlier and felt duped when he sent her back. Seeing her second sister Xiao only deepened her grievance that traitorous sister had run off with senior brother and not even taken her along. Yuan Yi ignored Xiao's resentful wounded gaze, greeted them both, and then handed Xiao to Yinxiao. He brushed Xiao's hand away from his sleeve and looked to Yinxiao. Xiao has received certain blessings on this trip. She may yet step into the Tai realm. Take her back and settle her. I will go seek the teacher. Yinxiao felt Xiao's aura. Though she did not understand why Xiao's true spirit had fallen into such a muddled stupor, she was not overly worried. After all, the girl had been under the care of senior brother Yuan Yi. Hearing Yuan Yi's words, Yinxiao was surprised, but said little, only nodding. Go attend to your matters, senior brother. I will care well for Xiao. With those words, she took Xiao and the unconscious Xiao back to their cave dwelling. Although Xiao had wanted to stay and demand an explanation for how Yuan Yi had tricked her, she quieted down the next moment and obediently followed Yinxiao away. I'll settle with you later for leaving bite marks on my spirit fruit, Xiao muttered, shrinking back behind Yinxiao. It was all my sister's idea. I was wrong. Xiao was the sort who confessed eagerly. Yuan Yi knew her temperament well. She admitted fault, but seldom changed her ways. You're back. If you have business, come over. In the next instant, Yuan Yi vanished and reappeared upon Kunlun before a figure casually seated upon the Daotai. You're back. If you have business, come over. In the next instant, Yuan Yi vanished and reappeared upon Kunlun before a figure casually seated upon the Daotai. Tongtian himself. Teacher. Yuan Yi bowed respectfully. Tongtian nodded, appraised Yuan Yi, and then let his eyes rest on the fine, innate spirit treasure gourd at Yuan Yi's waist, a fleeting complexity passing across his features. Hongyun Taoist. As Yuan Yi arrived with the Hongyun ancestor, Tongtian detected that aura. Hongyun's illusory remnant manifested, and for a moment his gaze toward Tongtian was tinged with complexity. Hongyun pays respects to Taoist Tongtian and congratulates you on attaining the way of a saint. Though the two had little intimacy and were not close, they knew one another. Meeting again, one had ascended to sainthood while the other remained but a fragmented remnant. Fate is capricious and karmic patterns inscrutable. After a brief exchange, Hongyun stated his purpose. He hoped Tongtian would act to conceal certain heavenly machinations and assist him in reaching the estate of his old friend Xin Yuanzi, so he might see that friend once more. The demonic folk, or rather the celestial court, had no intention of letting him go. He lacked the strength to journey to Wanshou Mountain alone and feared bringing trouble upon his friend. If Tongtian, now a saint, were willing to aid him, none, even Kuanpeng or the likes of Dijuan or Tai, would perceive such intervention. Tongtian had little hesitation and nodded assent. By temperament, he was inclined to lend a hand. As for Dijuan and the others, those who are not saints cannot fathom a saint's might. Tongtian had no cause for concern and would not even entertain such worry. Relieved by Tongtian's promise, Hongyun ancestor visibly exhaled and was very pleased. Hongyun thanks you for your aid. If fate allows, I shall repay this kindness. Tongtian merely shook his head. Taoist need not fret over so small a matter. Yuan Yi is my disciple. When a disciple asks, a teacher must lend some support. Yuan Yi fell silent upon hearing this. He understood the implication. Tongtian had effectively placed Hongyun. Indeed, to Tongtian, such a favor from Hongyun might be of little consequence, scarcely worth notice. But to juniors like Yuan Yi, it carried significant weight. Yuan Yi had not chosen to assist Hongyun, yet Tongtian had assigned this great innate obligation to his disciple. Beyond Hongyun himself, merely being remembered by Hongyun's old friend Xin Yuanzi could bring Yuan Yi consider. The matter settled, Tongtian did not plan to go to Wanshou Mountain in person. Instead, he would act to send Yuan Yi there, asking him to carry out the errand. There was no doubt Hongyun's debt had been thoroughly assigned to Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi's mood shifted for a moment, and his own intentions subtly changed. Yuan Yi halted his steps and looked at the purplish red great gourd at his waist. Senior Hongyun, I have a matter to consult with, teacher. Might you first go to my cave and rest a while? Hongyun had no objection. The Jojo Sanhan gourd flew down from Kunlun. With Hongyun gone, Yuan Yi turned back to Tongtian. Tongtian's expression was calm and his gaze unconcerned. What matter does my disciple wish to consult his master about? Yuan Yi performed another bow before speaking. I wish to ask about affairs of the Jie sect. What confuses you? Speak freely. Tell me first, and I will listen. Tongtian fixed Yuan Yi with a deep look and smiled as he spoke. Yuan Yi originally had no intention of speaking, for he knew he could not persuade Tongtian, and his words would likely be unwelcome, making the effort pointless. However, at this moment, he found himself wanting to speak up, even if it might upset his master Tongtian. There is a difference between saying something useless and remaining silent. As Yuan Yi pondered how to voice his thoughts, Tongtian spoke first. Yuan Yi, are you wondering about the matter of my teaching disciples? Do you wish to suggest that I emulate your second master? Yuan Yi was taken aback. Did his master know his thoughts? No, could it be that someone had already mentioned this to his master before him? Could it be his second master? Yin Xiao approached me earlier and brought up this matter. Sensing his confusion, Tongtian continued. Yin Xiao spoke to the master. Yuan Yi was somewhat surprised, yet it did not seem entirely unexpected. With Yin Xiao's personality, she could indeed initiate such a conversation. Yuan Yi, the sisters Yin Xiao, and the others have been significantly influenced by you. The difference lies in the fact that you do not like to speak up, while Yin Xiao always articulates the words you wish to say. Thus I have an understanding of what you wish to convey. Yin Xiao is my mouthpiece. Have I impacted the San Xiao? Yuan Yi fell into a deep contemplation, unable to deny it. When you first entered my sect, you sought a chance for survival in this chaotic world. You in this manner are not unlike all sentient beings. They are the same as you with no distinction. Since I accepted you and Yin Xiao into the sect, how can I now refuse? I understand that in this matter you prefer the approach of your second master, yet that is his path, the path of the teaching of enlightenment. It follows the heavenly way of discrimination between good and evil, fortune and misfortune, merit and sin, which is not the way of my sect. Master, I do not intend to sever their paths, but I feel that upon entering my sect, there should be some form of restraint. I have returned after merely a few thousand years, yet the scenes I have witnessed are vastly different. Upon returning to Kunlun, I have seen many disciples within Kunlun acting recklessly and without restraint. If this continues, it will surely lead to trouble, especially since in the future the disciples of my sect will undoubtedly be numerous. If it remains like this, even if you are a sage, I fear you will not escape the burdens brought by your disciples. Moreover, your second master will undoubtedly be displeased with this. I worry. Yuan Yi was concerned that this might create a conflict between his master and his second master, but he did not voice this directly. Rules. To establish rules, there must be a standard for measurement. Yuan Yi, are you aware of the differences between yourself and Duobao? What sets you apart from Duobao? Tongtian inquired. The difference from Duobao. Yuan Yi furrowed his brow. In your perception, you instinctively categorize the affairs of the world into good and bad, distinguishing right from wrong. Your actions are close to the heavenly way. Tongtian remarked. Yuan Yi felt a slight chill in his heart. Indeed, this was true. His thoughts were deeply entrenched in this perspective, clearly defining good and evil. But is that wrong? This also means you possess a strong sense of self-awareness, entirely unlike Duobao. Your selfhood is strong, which is your advantage, preventing you from becoming lost. Yet it also confines you within your own limits. Do you still remember when I spoke to you about the difference between the Great Tao and the Heavenly Tao? The difference between the Great Tao and the Heavenly Tao, eh? Yuan Yi pondered. It was indeed the answer his master had given when he asked about merit. The master had stated that the Great Tao does not concern itself with merit, sin, or obstacles, for the Great Tao knows no distinctions of good and evil, right and wrong. Everything is part of the Tao and all exists within the Great Tao. Only the Heavenly Tao establishes the order of good and evil, thus allowing for the existence of merit and sin. Yuan Yi understood. He grasped his master Tongtian's meaning. Rules must have standards for measuring good and evil, whereas the master believed the Great Tao encompasses all, and good and evil are thus limited. Hence the sect does not establish rules for restraint. Simply because everything is part of the Tao, all exists within the Great Tao. Whether good or evil, they all fall within the Great Tao's embrace. Does the master wish to break free from such limitations? Since everything is part of the Tao, then the absence of rules would align with the principles of the Great Tao. Master, we are dull-witted and do not possess the innate understanding you have. The Great Tao you speak of is too lofty for us to reach. Yuan Yi did not know how to continue. He understood that Master Tongtian's perspective was at a higher level, but he could not escape his own standpoint, and thus could not acknowledge his master's views. Of course, the master did not need his recognition as a disciple. Just as the Great Tao embraces all, his doubts also fell within the master's acceptance. Everything is part of the Tao. The Great Tao encompasses all, devoid of good and evil, right and wrong. You are originally tainted with malevolent energy, yet you restrain yourself, aligning with your second master's path. However, your nature aligns more closely with your first master's path, yet you also harbor thoughts of striving for your own fate, and the Great Tao aligning with my path. My sect should be like the Great Tao, encompassing all, including you. Therefore, I do not wish to restrain you, nor will I interfere with your thoughts. You have your ideas, and whatever you wish to do is your choice. But we may not possess the ability to take responsibility for our own choices. Without a clear direction, it will only lead to your expectations of a world devoid of good and evil, leaving only a lack of goodness defying the natural order. Ultimately, we are sentient beings, and sentient beings are destined to have their own standings. The distinctions of good and evil are unavoidable, Yuan Yi thought bitterly. Indeed, he could not persuade Master Tongtian to establish rules for the sect, and he did not understand why the master held such a grand perspective on the great Tao. He firmly believed that the existence of distinctions between good and evil in the world was not a bad thing. Order was necessary to bring stability and continuity. Master, I have another matter I wish to inquire about. Some things it is too early for you to ask about now. This time Tongtian replied in such a manner, and as he spoke Yuan Yi felt as if he were being seen through. It was as if all his thoughts were laid bare before the other party. What he wanted to ask was actually about the concept of calamity and tribulation. He wished to know what that truly was. Because the understanding of the great Tao had shattered his previous views. What about calamity and tribulation? Is it still as I know it? Go ahead, do not keep Hongyuan waiting too long. You should pay a quick visit to the Wanshou mountain. Tongtian said, and then as if remembering something he smiled and spoke again. Taoist Jin Yuan possesses a primordial spiritual root known as the ginseng fruit tree, which is no less impressive than my own immortal apricot in Kunlun. Yuan Yi's gaze flickered. Oh, what did his master mean by this? Was he suggesting that he should go and enjoy the feast? Taoist Hongyuan is a person of great integrity, as is Taoist Jin Yuan. You are my disciple, so there is no need to be overly reserved. Yuan Yi understood. Oh, was this to make him bolder? From the sound of it, it seemed he would receive some good things on, and the master was hinting that he should not hold back, nor should he have any reservations. It was perfectly acceptable to generously accept benefits. The disciple understands. Yuan Yi bowed and took his leave. He was not foolish and of course would not refuse benefits. What does the ginseng fruit taste like? He was somewhat curious. Yuan Yi departed while Tongtian sat atop the Tao platform, gazing into the void, though he was unsure what he was looking at. He sighed softly, feeling somewhat helpless. Though I say this, it is indeed more reassuring when it comes to Yuan Yi and the others. Explaining the situation to my second brother will be difficult. He speaks lightly to his disciples, but even Yuan Yi knows that those new disciples of the sect will upset Yuqing. How could Tongtian be unaware of this? With his second brother's temperament, seeing the current situation in Kunlun, he would likely be dark-faced at this moment. It had been some time since he last saw his second brother. If this continues, he would inevitably come to scold him. He needed to think of a solution. Tongtian took out a jade cup and poured the special product from the Wu clan that his disciple had brought him, his gaze brightening. Indeed, this is an exquisite brew from Taoist Hongyuan. The Wu clan truly spares no expense in ruining the treasures of heaven and earth. This nectar is pure and rich, nurturing vital energy and spirit imbued with unique traces of the Tao, quite extraordinary. The nectar was brought back by Yuan Yi, and he had indeed seen it. From what he knew of his disciple Yuan Yi was quite clever and had greedily indulged, drinking himself into a stupor. However, the benefits were tangible, and seizing the vital essence, the realm of Tai was in sight. Not long after, Yuan Yi, carrying the 99 scatter soul gourd, stepped once more into the spatial rift and left Kunlun. Master Tongtian utilized his sage powers to open a void passage, sending him to the location of Taoist Jun Yuan's dojo, Wanshou Mountain. The power of a sage is indeed unfathomable. It is beyond the comprehension of even the great Luo and Quasi saints. As Yuan Yi stepped out from the rift in space, he sensed the traces of the Tao in this realm. Has he already arrived in the Western territories? Yuan Yi did not deeply resonate with the elder Hong Yun's exclamation, after all the realms of great Luo and sages were equally unimaginable to him. However, he could vaguely sense the differences. Back when he and the Sanshao had just joined their sect, they were brought back to Kunlun by Tongtian traveling from the East Sea. It took them quite some time as they crossed the void under the direct guidance of their master Tongtian. Now the enlightened Tongtian could directly send him from Kunlun to the Western territories. As for whether the spatial distance from the East Sea to Kunlun was longer than that from Kunlun to the Western territories, Yuan Yi could not say for certain. To him, who was merely at the initial stage of Tai, the vastness of the primordial world was still overwhelming. The entire Western realm is smaller compared to the eastern side, as the renowned center of the primordial world, the Buzhou Mountain, is entirely located in the east. Moreover, the Kunlun Sacred Mountain, which lies west of Buzhou Mountain, is also situated within the eastern realm. The boundary between the eastern and western territories is even further west of Kunlun, indicating that the eastern realm is much larger than the western realm. In Yuan Yi's perception, the west was indeed more barren than the east, and this feeling was quite pronounced. The innate forces of creation in the world have nearly dissipated, the traces of the Tao are chaotic and mottled, and the earth's vital energy is murky, imbued with a sense of violence. For cultivators, this environment is indeed lacking. Although Yuan Yi had not experienced it himself, he understood that it was all due to the great war of an earlier age. The conflict between the immortals and demons nearly coincided with the war among the three races. At that time, Tao ancestor Hongjuan was not yet the Tao ancestor. He was the creator of the immortal path and could be referred to as the immortal ancestor. During that great battle against the demon ancestor Luo Ho in the Western territories, the clash was earth-shattering. Even though both individuals had not yet transcended the level of great Luo, they were anything but ordinary. The once comparable sacred mountain Mount Shumi was largely destroyed in this battle, leading to the severance of the immeasurable sacred mountain. By the time the battle concluded, the demon ancestor Luo Ho detonated the entire Earth's vital energy in the Western realm, nearly obliterating the West. Even Tao ancestor Hongjuan at that time had no strength left to intervene, resulting in the current state of the West. Moreover, Yuan Yi was aware that the West he currently saw was in fact a patched-up version of its former self. With the two saints of the West, Yin and Yang, establishing the Western Church at Mount Shumi, much of their merit was indeed related to the restoration and restructuring of the Earth's vital energy in the Western realm. One can only imagine how the Western realm appeared before the restoration. The barrenness of the West is certainly not an exaggeration. Influenced by his inherent perceptions, Yuan Yi held little fondness for the Western Church, and the two saints especially, since he was still a disciple of the Jia sect. Yet Yuan Yi had to admit that their diligent efforts in restoring the Western Earth's vital energy were indeed commendable. On this matter alone, they deserved the title of saints. The place where Yuan Yi arrived was still some distance away from the Taoist mountain Wanshou Mountain, where the innate holy being Zhen Yuanzi resided, yet it was not too far. Under the guidance of Elder Hongyun, Yuan Yi rode on the light of escape, moving at a considerable speed. As he progressed, Yuan Yi also sensed a noticeable change in the environmental conditions. The chaotic Earth's vital energy and the thin innate forces of creation seemed to be rapidly dissipating, becoming more apparent as he drew closer to Wanshou Mountain. It was akin to an oasis amidst a vast desert. My old friend Zhen Yuanzi possesses a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book. Although it is merely a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it is unlike ordinary top-grade treasures, as it can harness the Earth's vital energy for defense, making it rare in the primordial world. In terms of defensive capabilities, the only one superior would likely be the supreme treasure, the Heaven and Earth Xuanzang Linglong Pagoda, held by your master Uncle Ta Ching. During that great battle back then, my old friend used the power of the Earth Book to protect this realm as much as possible, saving it from calamity, which is why you see the current state of affairs. Unfortunately, back then Zhen Yuanzi could only protect this small area and could not do more. As Elder Hongyun explained the reasons behind the evident changes in the world to Yuan Yi, he also recounted the great calamity that had befallen the entire West. At last he mentioned the two current saints of the Western Church, Jane and Junti, with a hint of admiration in his tone, which struck Yuan Yi as somewhat strange. According to the conspiracy theories, he knew Hongyun's downfall was often linked to the two saints of the West, suggesting that he could not repay the karmic debt of becoming a saint, leading to his demise as a way to settle the karmic accounts. So Yuan Yi inquired further about the events when they were lectured in the Purple Cloud Palace, indirectly asking about Elder Hongyun's act of giving them his seat. From what Yuan Yi had heard, the reason for giving up his seat seemed somewhat odd, simply because Hongyun was kind-hearted and warm-hearted, a genuine good person. In their recent interactions, Yuan Yi did not deny that Hongyun was a kind-hearted, innate holy being, yet he did not seem foolish. Merely being a good person was a somewhat forced explanation. What about Elder Hongyun's treasure? The Jiao San Hun, who Lu, known for scattering souls, is infamous. Can the owner, or even the refiner of such a malevolent treasure, truly be just a pure-hearted good person? However, Hongyun's response surprised Yuan Yi. Hongyun told him that the reason he gave way to those two was due to them. He said that Jane and Juni were late because they were busy repairing the Earth's vital energy. At that time, although the Western realm was devastated, there were still many innate holy beings who survived, yet only these two stepped forward to actively organize the restoration of the Earth's vital energy, even delaying their own lectures. It was for this reason that Hongyun took the initiative to give his seat to those two latecomers, which in turn offended Kun. Especially after the Tao ancestor granted the opportunity for enlightenment with the Hongmeng Purple Qi, many believe that the granting of the Hongmeng Purple Qi was directly related to the seating arrangements in the Purple Cloud Palace, causing Kunping's resentment towards him to deepen. Additionally, as Hongyun had many friends, he was once on good terms with Dong Wanggong, and had previously stood up for the Immortal Court, attempting to mediate the conflict between the Immortal Court and the Heavenly Court. Thus, Kunping took the opportunity to incite the strong figures of the Heavenly Court to ambush and kill him, leading to his current miserable state. Yuan Yi quietly listened. He was indeed very interested in these ancient secrets. Being able to hear the account from the person involved provided him with plenty of information. The clarity with which Hongyun understood the intricacies of everything surprised Yuan Yi. The entanglement of cause and effect was both complex and not complex. As Hongyun spoke about these matters, his tone was calm and casual, seemingly devoid of much bitterness. Elder, given your circumstances, how can you remain so calm? Yuan Yi could not help but ask. What does it matter if I am not calm? Cause leads to effect, the affairs of the world are like this. Having this tribulation is my fate. Although it is the fruit of yesterday, it need not be the cause of tomorrow. The rise and fall of circumstances are not without traces to follow. As he spoke, Yuan Yi had already completely stepped into the outer regions of Wanqiao Mountain. Though it could not compare to Kunlun, it was also a blessed land in the world. Once inside, Elder Honghuang released the concealment of his aura. Shortly after, a rift in space appeared not far in front of Yuan Yi, and a figure stepped out. It was a middle-aged Taoist wearing a loose flowing robe in a deep yellow color, exuding a sense of weightiness and antiquity. The Taoist wore a crown, his expression stern and dignified, clearly possessing a deep fortune. His aura subtly emanated, enveloping him in a powerful pressure. At this moment, the Taoist's gaze was fixed directly on the purplured gourd at Yuan Yi's waist, silently observing him. His eyes seemed to conceal a barely suppressed anger, yet also contained a hint of surprise. Without needing Elder Honghuang to introduce, Yuan Yi already recognized the identity of the person before him, the master of Wanqiao Mountain, the innate holy being of the earth, immortal lineage, great master Zhen Yuanzi. Elder Honghuang revealed his ethereal form and smiled as he looked at his old friend. Zhen Yuanzi calmed his emotions, showing a smile on his face as he restrained his aura. I heard that you were ambushed by that little rascal Kunpeng. I searched the primordial world for you, yet could not find your trace. I thought your true spirit had returned to silence, unsure when it would revive. I never expected you to appear here today. It is indeed a fortunate event. After speaking, Zhen Yuanzi turned his gaze to Yuan Yi. Who is this young friend? I am Yuan Yi, a disciple of the Tongtian saint, here under my master's orders to accompany Elder Honghuang on this visit. I greet you, Elder. Yuan Yi performed the customary greeting of a junior and introduced himself. A disciple of Tongtian. I see. Thank you for your hard work, young friend. Zhen Yuanzi expressed mild surprise, but did not say much more, his attitude quite friendly. Elder Honghuang then explained the sequence of events from the initial ambush to taking refuge among the Wu clan, and how he encountered Yuan Yi and his siblings due to the innate gourd's aura, and eventually being sent to the Western Territories by Tongtian. Zhen Yuanzi was delighted to see his old friend Honghuang again, and while reminiscing, he did not forget Yuan Yi inviting him to visit his Taoist temple. Within the Wanqiao Mountains, in Yuanzi's cultivation sanctuary, though adorned with pavilions and inhabited by numerous spirit-enlightened shape-shifting creatures, had not yet become the famed Wuzhuang temple known to Yuan Yi, nor did it bear the couplet, a celestial abode of eternal life, a Taoist realm coexistent with heaven. Zhen Yuanzi sat upon the central dais, his violet-red Juzhou Sanhun gourd resting beside him as Honghuang manifested his form. Yuan Yi held no interest in the nostalgic reunion between old friends. His gaze remained fixed solely upon the fruit platter before him, the true object of his fascination. Upon the platter rested 5 extraordinary spirit fruits, an undeniable testament to Zhen Yuanzi's magnanimity. Indeed, the profound bond between Honghuang and Zhen Yuanzi was evident, and so too was the sincerity of Zhen Yuanzi's gratitude toward Yuan Yi, who had safely returned Honghuang. The fruits bore uncanny infantile forms, pale pink and lifelike, only a few inches in size, none resembling ordinary spirit fruits. These were the legendary Chao Huan Dan, the fruits of the Ren Shin Shu, one of the most revered primordial spirit trees of the Honghuang era. A delicate, refined fragrance permeated the air, carrying within it pure, potent primordial essence, its resonance echoing the great Tao suffused with the quintessential energies of the 5 elements. Merely inhaling the aroma stirred Yuan Yi's comprehension of the 5-element Tao. Legend held that these ginseng fruits coalesced from the earth's quintessential vitality, bestowing longevity and extending life. Yet longevity held no meaning for Yuan Yi. Born an immortal, golden immortal beyond decay, his existence endured so long as the Tao remained unbroken. His lifespan inexhaustible, his death, by natural causes, impossible. Only calamitous tribulation could end him, otherwise he would abide eternally. What truly mattered to him lay not in longevity, but in the ginseng fruit's deeper virtues, for its life-extending properties were in truth negligible. Beyond prolonging life and enhancing cultivation, the ginseng fruit possessed far more precious faculties. Firstly, it carried a subtle power to alter one's predestined fate, offering immense benefit to the fundamental transformation of a being's origin. Even beings lacking primordial divinity would find it profoundly efficacious. Secondly, its embodiment of the 5-element Tao was extraordinary, centered on perfect equilibrium and ultimate unification of the 5 elements. This domain remained beyond Yuan Yi's current mastery. Yet by contemplating the fruit's Tao resonance, he could refine, and even transcend, the 5-element techniques he had previously grasped through his Tongtian crown. Young friend Yuan Yi, this is the ginseng fruit I spoke of, a fruit born of a primordial spirit tree ripening, but 30 times over nearly 90,000 years. Its nature harmonizes perfectly with the 5-element Tao, embodying their balanced generative unity. It falls at the touch of metal, withers before wood, dissolves in water, chars in fire, and sinks into earth. I perceive you carry innate Yin-Yang Qi and have already penetrated the five-element Tao, perhaps seeking to derive the five from Yin-Yang and reunify Yin-Yang through the five. Thus this fruit shall surely aid you. I possess nothing else of value, so I borrow my old friend's treasure as a token of gratitude. Pray do not stand on ceremony. Nearby Hongyun turned his gaze toward them and spoke with a gentle smile. Take these fruits as you wish. Hongyun added his words laced with quiet implication. Yuan Yi rose to express his thanks, yet feigned ignorance of the elder's playful innuendo. Even for a primordial spirit tree, the fruit's efficacy peaked only upon first consumption. Repeated use yielded sharply diminished returns. Cultivation level, after all, could not be advanced by mere accumulation of spiritual energy. To gift 5 fruits outright was undeniably generous, and undeniably thoughtful, lest Yuan Yi waste such potency on himself alone. Since you cultivate the 5-element Tao, why not remain here for a time to refine your practice? Though the ginseng fruit embodies the 5-element Tao, it pales beside the spirit tree itself. After consuming the fruit, why not sit beneath its boughs and contemplate its essence? Zhen Yuanzi now spoke. Beneath the ginseng tree, to contemplate its Tao, Yuan Yi's heart surged with joy. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. He had glimpsed his second master's primordial spirit tree, the Xianxing, only a handful of times, never granted the chance to meditate beneath it. To consume the ginseng fruit and then meditate beneath the tree itself. This would undoubtedly elevate his mastery of the 5-element Tao to unprecedented heights. This junior disciple will not decline your kindness. My deepest gratitude. Yuan Yi expressed his thanks. Truth be told, he had played no part in resolving the matter. Sages had intervened, and he merely reaped the rewards. His master exerted effort. He, the disciple, collected the fruits. After brief reflection, Yuan Yi set aside 3 ginseng fruits to share with the Three Xiao Sisters. He grasped Hongyun's intent well enough. Offering extra fruits was precisely an invitation to take them freely, both to eat and to carry away. Among those close to him, only the Three Xiao Sisters qualified. As for his master Tongtian, though not utterly ineffective upon sages, the ginseng fruit held virtually no benefit for one of such exalted stature. The ginseng fruit felt smooth and supple to the touch, uncannily like an infant's skin. Were it not known to be the fruit of a spirit tree, its texture might seem unsettlingly unnatural. He bit off the fruit's crown with a crisp snap, delicious beyond measure. Yuan Yi's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Truly a peerless treasure. Pure spiritual energy surged within him. Tao resonance blossomed outward, intoxicating and sublime. He had acted too hastily. The potency overwhelmed him instantly, drawing him headlong into the profound state of Tao realization. Pure spiritual energy surged within him. Tao resonance blossomed outward, intoxicating and sublime. He had acted too hastily. The potency overwhelmed him instantly, drawing him headlong into the Yuan Yi seated himself beneath the ginseng tree and consumed 2 fruits. Then, unable to contain the torrential surge, plunged into the ineffable realm of Tao realization. Yin-Yang Qi spiraled around him. 5-colored light encircled his form. As the ginseng fruit's power dissolved within him, energetic resonance drew his own aura into communion with the tree. Lush, vibrant branches descended, slender threads of Tao principles enveloping Yuan Yi, harmonizing with him, resonating with him, guiding him ever deeper into the Tao. The Ren Shinshu's efficacy was indisputably formidable, especially given Yuan Yi's established foundation in 5-element techniques and his exceptional insight. With each passing moment, his cultivation stabilized and ascended. Yet Yuan Yi, immersed in deep derealization, remained oblivious to all else, his spirit soaring beyond the void self and cosmos, forgotten time itself suspended. With Tongtian masking the celestial omens through sage-level artifice, Hongyun's presence on Wanshou Mountain remained unknown. Not even the heavenly court learned of it. Zhen Yuanzi among the supreme primordial deities was no figure to be trifled with. None would willingly provoke him without cause. Wanshou Mountain remained tranquil, undisturbed by Hongyun's arrival. Though Zhen Yuanzi diligently sought means to restore Hongyun, the latter's primordial essence had been utterly shattered, leaving only fragmented imprints. To reconstitute his essence and nurture his true spirit, Zhen Yuanzi possessed no such method. Nor could Tongtian, a sage himself, accomplish this. For ordinary beings, restoration might be feasible, but to forge anew a primordial deity, who in all existence possessed such power. Hongyun, however, accepted his plight with greater equanimity than Zhen Yuanzi. Heaven never seals all paths. There remains always a sliver of hope. He trusted that in time opportunity would arise. Zhen Yuanzi housed Hongyun's residual soul within the Ren Shinshu, nourishing it with the tree's abundant vitality and the earth's geomantic currents. Ironically, Hongyun's own artifact, the Jiuzhou Sanhun gourd, proved unsuitable for nurturing life. Fiercely malevolent, it seemed incongruous with Hongyun's renowned benevolence. Its destructive force targeted precisely the soul and true spirit of living beings. Thus time flowed silently onward. Yuan Yi's cultivation spanned tens of thousands of years, yet he neither stirred nor awakened. After the Tao ancestor Honghuang appeared to stop the war between the Wu clan and the demon clan, the world of the primordial age generally entered a period of tranquility. The deterrent power of the Tao ancestor was something no one in the primordial age could ignore. The heavenly court was flourishing, and the might of the Wu clan had spread throughout the primordial age with no one daring to provoke them. However, with the emergence of the six saints and the establishment of the four great saint sects, the situation in the primordial age became even more complex. In fact, when Yuan attained sainthood, the Wu clan also had concerns, fearing that Yuan would take action against them. Although the 12 ancestor Wu were fearless, they were not foolish. Having truly felt the power of the saints, they understood that even with the 12 capital heavenly godly array, they would find it difficult to resist a saint. Yuan was one of the earliest innate divine beings to join the heavenly court. Even though she had long become transcendent after being accepted as a disciple by the Tao ancestor and almost no longer intervened in matters of the heavenly court, she was still revered as the Empress Yuan. However, the concerns of the 12 ancestor Wu did not materialize. After Yuan attained sainthood, she faded into obscurity once again, just as she had in the past. There were even rumors that this saint who cultivated the Tao of creation had moved her dojo away from the Buzhou mountain to the chaos outside of the heavens, never showing her face. Moreover, she was the only saint who had not established a sect. The human sect, the Chan sect, the Jie sect, and the Western sect. These great saints' sects were seen as supreme blessings and fortunes for many beings. Among them, the Jie sect's influence surpassed that of the other great sects. Although the human sect was established, its leader, the Taishang, seemed to have no intention of recruiting more disciples after accepting just one human as his disciple. The Chan sect, while widely accepting disciples, set extremely high standards for qualifications and conducted rigorous assessments. While the main group of disciples during this period consisted of innate beings, if one were to speak of qualifications, there were many who bore karmic burdens. Those who passed the assessments became direct disciples of the saints, which was very appealing, but also meant that not many would succeed. It seemed that the saint of the Chan sect intended to recruit only direct disciples. The Western sect did not have such stringent rules, but the Western region was barren and could not compare to the Eastern lands, making it relatively remote. Only the Jie sect accepted all who came, allowing anyone to enter. Even though the direct disciples of the Jie sect were numerous, other non-direct disciples were still considered disciples. The Jie sect was managed by its first disciple, the Taoist Duobao, who oversaw the sect's affairs without any restrictions on entry, making it the most sought-after place. Yuan Yi had not returned to Kunlun for tens of thousands of years. That seemed that after the Jie sect began accepting disciples, he had hardly spent any time in Kunlun, completely disengaged from the affairs of the Jie sect. Most people in the Jie sect were even unaware of the existence of this external senior brother. In their eyes, the four direct disciples among the direct disciples were much more renowned. The three sisters of the Sanxiao, with the eldest sister Yunxiao having ascended to the Tai realm a myriad of years ago, was immensely powerful and imposing. Xiao entered the Tai realm almost simultaneously with Yunxiao. While she was not as imposing as Yunxiao, there were more Jie sect disciples who feared her. The youngest sister Bixiao had not made an appearance for a long time. It was rumored that she had been taken away by her eldest sister Yunxiao to seclude herself for cultivation. Perhaps by the time she emerged, she would also have reached the Tai realm. Aside from them, Zhao Gongming was the only one accepted as a direct disciple by the Tongtian saint. He was known for his generosity and loyalty, made many friends, had excellent relationships, and was well regarded by many Jie sect disciples. Among the direct disciples, only Bixiao and Zhao Gongming had yet to ascend to the Tai realm. If Yuan Yi had remained in Kunlun, he might have seen many names familiar to him, such as the illustrious 7 immortals of the attendants. Disciples of the 3 sects gathered in Kunlun, creating a lively atmosphere. The 3 sects were once one, and now the disciples of the 3 sects were harmonious with each other. At this moment, the Jie sect's leader, the Tongtian saint, had been traveling through the primordial age for quite some time and had not returned. In Yuan Yi's cave, the protective barrier was opened, and a woman in a white immortal dress was stepping out. Although Yuan Yi had set up a barrier in his cave, it was of little use against the Sanxiao. Otherwise, Xiao and Bixiao would not have frequently sneaked here. In Yuan Yi's heart, this cave was merely a temporary abode. Perhaps one day he would leave. There was no need to worry too much about the Sanxiao. With his prolonged absence, Yunxiao helped manage it, periodically trimming the spiritual flowers and herbs he had planted and tending to the heavenly materials and treasures he had gathered from Kunlun. Yunxiao took her responsibilities in managing the cave seriously and had consistently helped him. Even if Yuan Yi had not entrusted Yunxiao with the task, the Golden Light Cave would not have been left unattended in his absence. Those who had not been asked would occasionally take the initiative to help manage it. For example, after emerging from seclusion, Xiao or Bixiao before her seclusion. In fact, with Yuan Yi's absence, the 2 sisters had taken over as hosts, and this place had become the best hiding spot from their eldest sister Yunxiao. Unlike the serene Yunxiao, the 2 were lively and loved activity. Kunlun had become bustling, and they could not help but join in the excitement. Having entered the sect early, possessing high cultivation and being equipped with top-tier innate spiritual treasures, they had no rivals among the few in the three sects. Senior brother is indeed always thinking about running outside. He leaves for a long time without returning. Eldest sister, why don't you give him a lecture? Xiong Xiao turned to glance at the closed cave and sighed, then glanced at her elder sister, smiling as she spoke. Yin Xiao shot her a glare. Senior brother acts according to his own considerations. It is not my place to lecture him. Senior brother sent the elder Honghuang to the west. There must be some opportunities in that. It has only been over 30,000 years, and once things are settled, senior brother will return. Xiong Xiao merely observed her elder sister in silence. Senior brother had his own thoughts, yet she lectured them often, clearly showing favoritism towards senior brother, as whatever he said made sense. Bestow still remembers that incident when you secretly followed senior brother outside, Yin Xiao reminded. But that is not my fault. That was senior brother who tricked her, not me. Why should she blame me instead of senior brother? Xiong Xiao grumbled. Clearly she was foolish enough to be deceived by senior brother's few words. Yuan Yi had also clearly wanted to deceive her at that time, but she was clever, unlike Bestow. Look, senior brother constantly deceives me, and Bestow, eldest sister, you don't even help us seek justice, letting us be bullied. Yin Xiao shook her head. Has senior brother ever bullied you too? He lets you have your fun, but when has he ever mistreated you? Xiong Xiao looked sideways at her elder sister, but Yin Xiao frowned. Qiangxiu's expression changed. Eldest sister is right. It's truly boring without senior brother here. What? Do you still want to run outside? The primordial age may seem calm now, but it is fraught with dangers. If you are too idle, just go back and seclude yourself to copy some scriptures and temper your heart. Xiong Xiao opened her mouth, but dared not argue further. The punishment of copying scriptures was originally suggested by senior brother Yuan Yi, but now eldest sister often imposed it on them. Neither she nor Bestow dared to provoke Qiangxiu's anger, as there was no one to plead for them. I'm just worried that if senior brother returns too late, we won't be here. Xiong Xiao murmured softly. Eldest sister, is what Taoist Duobao said true? Yin Xiao was silent for a moment before nodding. It should be true. Moreover, Yin Xiao did not elaborate further. Their teacher, the Tongtian saint, was actually out traveling to find a new place to establish the Jie sect, a piece of information revealed by Taoist Duobao, known only to a few direct disciples. Yin Xiao was not particularly surprised by this. The current situation of the three sects had naturally led to this point. The number of disciples of the master uncle and second master uncle was not large, while the Jie sect had many disciples. She had once advised her teacher to set rules to restrict the disciples, but her teacher had not agreed. Having interacted more with Yuan Yi, Yin Xiao had gained a clearer understanding of many matters. She had become more aware of the human affairs senior brother spoke of. She saw some contradictions, but could do nothing since her teacher did not want to interfere. As for senior brother Duobao, he seemed to revel in it. No disciple would question their teacher's decisions, except for senior brother. Though senior brother respected their teacher, he was different from Taoist Duobao and the others. Yin Xiao even suspected that Yuan Yi had anticipated this day long ago, as just before leaving, he had casually mentioned some words during their conversation, implying that he would leave Kunlun one day. Moreover, she understood Yuan Yi quite well, as she could tell that he was not particularly close to these Jie sect disciples. Since the Jie sect began accepting disciples, he, as the external senior brother, had rarely shown himself. Additionally, Yuan Yi's temperament did not quite get along with Taoist Duobao's, but senior brother was always polite to others, saying things like, it has nothing to do with me, so I won't interfere, and remained an observer, never stepping in or clashing with Taoist Duobao. As for why Yuan Yi held some reservations towards Taoist Duobao, Yin Xiao did not know, and it was merely her own It was understandable that Yin Xiao did not know the reason Yuan Yi disliked Taoist Duobao. After all, that was something that had not happened yet, a prejudice held by Yuan Yi. In his understanding, Taoist Duobao was the culprit that completely ignited the conflict between the Chan sect and Jie sect during the Fengshan Tribulation. It was because he deceived their teacher, the Tongtian saint, that the immortal execution sword array and the myriad immortal array appeared one after another, leading to the final battle and the collapse of the Jie sect, never to exist again. Yet Yuan Yi continually scrutinized his so-called prophetic insight, as many events had begun to conflict with his understanding, making it hard for him to distinguish between truth and falsehood. He could not be certain that things would indeed develop as he thought. Moreover, while Yuan Yi and Taoist Duobao did not quite get along, it was merely that it could not be considered a conflict. He simply did not wish to have too deep interactions with them. Yin Xiao left with Xiong Xiao, and shortly after Bestow emerged from seclusion, successfully breaking through. Meanwhile, in the distant western lands at Mount Wanshou, the figure sitting beneath the innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, gradually underwent a transformation. The Yin and Yang energies manifested as black and white twin swords flying out from the water-fire gourd, with the light of the five elements falling and surrounding him, generating and nurturing each other in perfect unity. A colossal golden dragon-like law image reflected in the void, its aura approaching the mid-stage of the tide. PS verification period. Please follow and read. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yuan Yi harnessed the escape light and departed from Wanshou Mountain. Although his journey was not short, the gains he reaped were substantial. In just a few tens of thousands of years, his cultivation realm had significantly advanced, reaching the mid-stage of Tai. Under normal circumstances, even with their innate qualifications as primordial beings, it might take an entire epoch to reach such heights. The enhancement of cultivation realms tends to slow down over time, an unbreakable norm. Firstly, as the realm increases, the gaps between levels become wider. Secondly, the potential of living beings has its limits, causing them to gradually lose their innate advantages. At least for primordial beings like Yuan Yi, the Tai realm is still manageable. Consuming the fruit of the innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit, while comprehending cultivation beneath the ginseng fruit tree, spared Yuan Yi much hardship. The enhancement of his cultivation realm is one aspect. The transformation he comprehended in the way of the 5 elements is even more precious. Indeed, he realized that to truly advance in his cultivation, he needed to venture out more and explore the vast world, for the slow progress through mere sitting and meditating was insufficient. He mused that his cultivation realm should now be on par with Duobao and the others, perhaps even surpassing them. Should he return and challenge Jinling? Previously, this sister with strong combat skills had attempted to guide him several times, and Yuan Yi had a good memory. If he had a higher cultivation realm, he would naturally repay her kindness. One good turn deserves another. Additionally, as the outer sect's senior brother, his prestige needed to be established. He had appeared too seldom, which was an issue. Once Yuan Yi left the jurisdiction of Wanshou Mountain, he dispersed the escape light and took out a jade talisman. This was given by his teacher Tongtian to facilitate his journey, allowing him to traverse the void and return to Kunlun. Unfortunately, this item is consumable. To return to Kunlun from Wanshou Mountain at the Tai realm, Yuan Yi estimated it would take several thousand to tens of thousands of years. Without hesitation, Yuan Yi activated the Shangqing Jade Talisman. A sword light flew out from the talisman, tearing open the space, and a force enveloped Yuan Yi, carrying him into the void. Traveling through the void was indeed a significant challenge. He wondered if there were any solutions. He couldn't allow his teacher Tongtian to use the powers of a sage to transport him every time. Yuan Yi felt he couldn't be that shameless. After traversing through the void, Yuan Yi returned to the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain. Counting the days, he realized that this round trip had taken nearly 50,000 years. Time was indeed just a number. He hardly felt it pass. Standing outside Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Yi gazed at the majestic and vast Kunlun. He wondered if Jie Jiao still resided there, genuinely fearing he would return to find that Jie Jiao had moved. Yuan Yi had resigned himself to the reality that Jie Jiao might relocate from Kunlun to establish a new sect. His teacher Tongtian's attitude and the state of Jie Jiao's development foretold this. If Jie Jiao were to establish a new sect like Chan Jiao, Kunlun Mountain would certainly be able to accommodate the existence of the 3 teachings. However, Jie Jiao had too many disciples, and the numbers were only increasing. If this continued, it would pose significant problems in various aspects. Yuan Yi understood this profoundly. Even disregarding the attitude of his second teacher with Tongtian's personality, such a day would eventually come. The good news for Yuan Yi was that the 3 cleans had not fallen out as he had feared. Although his teacher Tongtian and his second teacher often debated and even argued, it remained within the realm of discussing the Tao and not over trivial matters. Yuan Yi, do not overestimate the sages. They are also living beings. Yet do not underestimate them either, for a sage is a sage. This was a warning given to him by his teacher Tongtian. Yuan Yi vaguely understood something, yet it seemed elusive. It appears I haven't returned too late. Yuan Yi observed the escape lights passing by and realized he had overthought. Jie Jiao was still in Kunlun and had not moved. If Jie Jiao were not present, Kunlun Mountain would not be so lively. Halt! Bold demon, daring to trespass into Kunlun, behold my treasure. Just as Yuan Yi was momentarily distracted, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from ahead. He then saw a streak of golden light flying towards him, moving like a swimming dragon, its speed extraordinary, directly attacking him while exuding a vague suppressive force. Upon hearing that voice and seeing the golden light, Yuan Yi's expression darkened. That mischievous girl Bai Xiao had learned to strike before warning. This was a sneak attack. And this is how you greet your returning senior brother. Yuan Yi's mind stirred slightly, and the water fire gourd at his waist opened wide, instantly releasing the 9 heavens mystic fire and the 9 nether mystic water, transforming into 2 chelants of water and fire to confront the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the binding dragon rope. Bai Xiao only possessed an early-stage Tai cultivation realm, which was a whole minor level lower than his. Although the binding dragon rope might restrain him, how could it possibly capture him? Yuan Yi was quite adept at handling the binding dragon rope, and the power of the water fire gourd was not trivial either. The water fire chelan entangled with the binding dragon rope, preventing Bai Xiao from getting close. Yuan Yi's gaze turned toward the green-clad woman appearing before him, his eyes narrowing slightly as a warm smile appeared on his face. Bai Xiao, is this how you welcome your senior brother? Have you determined how many scriptures you need to copy? Seeing this, Bai Xiao instinctively shrank her neck, her eyes darting around, seemingly hesitant. However, Yuan Yi would not be deceived by Bai Xiao's expression. She was far too inexperienced to trick him. Her acting was rather poor, especially since Bai Xiao had always been one to admit her mistakes without correction. She would dare again next time. Yuan Yi suddenly raised his hand, the tips of his fingers entwined with the black and white primordial Yin-Yang energy, directly probing into the void. A sound of clashing metal resonated, and Tao patterns spread out. From the previously empty space, five-colored brilliance erupted. An incredibly fierce aura surged forth, carrying pure five elements power, forming a type of attack, completely different from his spiritual treasure, with extraordinary might. Within the five-colored brilliance, a small hairpin was wrapped, its patterns resembling a phoenix poised to take flight. The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin, was an item given by his teacher Tongtian, an exceptional offensive spiritual treasure, sharp as a knife, primarily held by the second of the three Xiaos, Xiao. Not only Bai Xiao arrived, but also Xiao. Did they both achieve Tai Dao fruit and want to test their skills on their senior brother? Yuan Yi had no doubt that if their strength allowed, these two sisters would genuinely want to bind him, such audacious little Yuan Yi's fingertips were entwined with primordial Yin-Yang energy, a companion product of his. Its might, albeit not as strong as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, could be wielded with precision, allowing him to exert his utmost strength and having potential for growth. With further nurturing from the water-fire gourd, its power would ascend even higher. Meanwhile, they could not fully unleash the power of the supreme innate spiritual treasures. In this manner, Yuan Yi effortlessly blocked Xiao's sneak attack with the black and white energy at his fingertips, countering the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin. Not only that, Yuan Yi utilized the five elements techniques, the harmonious five elements power surged, attempting to bind the golden phoenix hairpin. Oh dear, it turns out it is really my senior brother. My sister misjudged. Please do not blame me, senior brother. Seeing that her sneak attack failed, and the golden phoenix hairpin was blocked by Yuan Yi, Xiao immediately gave up resistance, looking earnest, as if she had genuinely misjudged. I was wrong. I am willing to accept senior brother's punishment. Xiao quickly recognized her mistake upon sensing Yuan Yi's kind gaze, transitioning from her previous aggressive demeanor to a docile and obedient appearance. On the other hand, Bai Xiao, witnessing her sister's swift surrender, sensed that the situation was dire and quietly retreated a few steps, even leaving the binding dragon rope behind, turning to flee. Yuan Yi observed the differing reactions of the two sisters and shook his head. This is why Bai Xiao was not as clever as Xiao. Did she think she could escape? Where would she flee to? Could she escape from his grasp? He would let her elder sister Yun Xiao deal with her upon her return. Xiao, however, had grasped his character well, adopting this obedient guise, and though Yuan Yi recognized her act, he would not take matters too seriously over such playful antics. Admitting her mistake would spare her from punishment. Xiao understood this well. Yuan Yi reached out and directly confined the fleeing Bai Xiao in midair, pulling her back and gently tapping both of their foreheads. The sound resonated with a clear tone, indicating they had good heads. Both sisters held their foreheads, with Bai Xiao's eyes filled with resentment, glancing at her second sister Xiao. You traitor, weren't you supposed to suppress senior brother with all your might? Xiao maintained a humble demeanor, quietly ignoring her younger sister's gaze. The two stood before Yuan Yi, with Bai Xiao even pinching Xiao from behind, the two of them playfully exchanging jabs, still unable to settle down. Yuan Yi observed the restless duo, withdrew the water-fire qilin, and then lifted both sisters, transforming into a divine rainbow and departing. Senior brother, it was Xiao who said she wanted to suppress you. Senior brother, Bai Xiao complains that you didn't take her when you went out last time. Yuan Yi intended to first find Yun Xiao to get a grasp of the current situation. Moreover, he had brought back 3 ginseng fruits perfect for the sisters. Yuan Yi intended to first find Yun Xiao to get a grasp of the current situation. Moreover, he had brought back 3 ginseng fruits perfect for the sisters to enhance their cultivation. He had already consumed 2 ginseng fruits and comprehended beneath the ginseng fruit tree. While the ginseng fruit was still useful to him, its effectiveness had diminished significantly, making it somewhat wasteful. Since the 3 Xiaos had been kind and sincere to him, Yuan Yi was not the type to be ungrateful. He would certainly repay their kindness. Upon hearing about the gifts, the 2 sisters exchanged glances, abandoning their quarrel, and began to sweet-talk him, rapidly transitioning to a harmonious sisterly bond. Jinxia Cave, the abode of the 3 Xiao sisters, lay adjacent to Yuan Yi's own grotto. Yuan Yi sat in quiet stillness, listening as Yun Xiao recounted the current state of the 3 teachings within Kunlun, his silence profound and thoughtful. Yun Xiao brewed tea with poised elegance, her movements fluid and effortless, like clouds drifting across the sky, her voice gentle, soothing, and deeply resonant. Xiao and Bi Xiao, who had been brought over by Yuan Yi, now sat demurely behind Yun Xiao, their postures unusually serene, exuding an aura of tranquil immortality. Yet their mischievous, darting glances utterly undermined this carefully feigned composure. Their eyes kept flickering toward the fruit platter upon the low table, Three spirit fruits, shaped like infants, their pale pink flesh radiating a delicate fragrance, shimmering with Taoist resonance unmistakably extraordinary. These were the ginseng fruits, the rare fruits of the primordial spirit root. Neither Yin Xiao nor Yuan Yi paid the two restless sisters any mind. Were outsiders present, Yin Xiao would have gently corrected their impropriety. But Yuan Yi was no outsider. No formalities were needed. Moreover, he himself occasionally joined the sisters in playful banter, clearly unbothered by their spirited nature. From Yin Xiao's lips, Yuan Yi heard many familiar names. The Jade Pure sect, the Profound Virtue sect, and the sole direct disciple of his great senior uncle Taishan. If possible, Yuan Yi truly wished to meet this eldest senior brother of the three teachings. Though Yuan Yi and his peers had entered cultivation earlier, the three teachings were founded sequentially, the human teaching first, the Profound Virtue sect last. Before that founding, they were merely disciples of Tongtian, not yet members of the Profound Virtue sect. Thus, by virtue of precedence, the human teaching's foremost disciple became the eldest senior brother. Had Master Tongtian established his sect first, perhaps Yuan Yi could have addressed him as junior brother instead. Such thoughts crossed Yuan Yi's mind. Senior brother, if you wish to meet senior brother Xuandu, it may prove difficult. Why so? Yin Xiao asked. Yuan Yi looked surprised. Though Master Tongtian was searching for a new Taoist foundation for the Profound Virtue sect, the three teachings were presently as close as one family. At least among their inner circle disciples, bonds remained strong and warm. As the senior outer disciple of the Profound Virtue sect, surely meeting Xuandu should pose no difficulty. Was the man ill-tempered? Reclusive? He had never heard such rumors. A flicker of hesitation and strangeness passed across Yin Xiao's expression before she replied, Senior brother Xuandu is exceedingly like great senior uncle himself, having grasped the true essence of his Wu Wei Dao, and rarely appears before others. So he was indolent. Perhaps even a reclusive cultivator. Yuan Yi understood at once. After decades in Kunlun, they had seen great senior uncle Taishan only a handful of times. His sole direct disciple seemed to mirror his master's temperament. Yuan Yi had long hoped to witness the human race, the very beings shaped by Holy Mother Nuwa, but never imagined he'd encounter a celestial slacker. Still, senior brother need not fret. Xuandu senior brother will surely appear soon. As if recalling something, Yin Xiao blinked thoughtfully and continued, for that matter, senior brother Xuandu is certain to join us. As great senior uncle's only direct disciple, he cannot decline. Thus his appearance was unavoidable, a drawback of being the sole heir. Of course, the advantages of such singularity required no elaboration. What matter do you refer to? Yuan Yi asked, sensing the vagueness in Yin Xiao's words. Yin Xiao replied, not long ago the heavenly court sent invitations, not only to our master, but to numerous great cultivators across the Honghuang realm, to jointly witness a grand event of cosmic significance. A grand event of the Honghuang realm. Invitations extended even to our masters. Yuan Yi frowned. What could it be? Instantly a suspicion arose. Could it be the celestial wedding? A subtle shift flickered across Yuan Yi's gaze. Such a monumental occurrence, timed precisely and summoning the holy ones themselves, could only correspond in his knowledge to the celestial wedding. Senior brother has returned most auspiciously. You would have missed this grand occasion had you arrived later, Yin Xiao said with a gentle smile. Her eyes, however, did not miss the fleeting anomaly in Yuan Yi's expression. Has senior brother already deduced its nature? Yuan Yi shook his head. He would not voice his speculation aloud. Such unprecedented primordial events demanded utmost discretion. To claim foreknowledge would arouse deep suspicion. Trusting the Three Xiao Sisters was one thing, yet some truths were best held close. Even from those close. The heavenly court's invitation to our master concerns the celestial emperor's wedding. Senior brother, do you understand what a celestial wedding entails? To form a Tao companion. Yuan Yi responded, feigning ignorance. Yin Xiao shook her head. Yes, and yet no. It transcends ordinary Tao companionship. It harmonizes heaven and earth, yin and yang, and the Tao of creation itself, to enact the flourishing of all living things. Her voice remained calm, yet softened almost imperceptibly. Her expression grew solemn, her gaze discreetly shifting aside. Yuan Yi appeared wholly oblivious to Yin Xiao's rare moment of fluster, sipping his tea with unhurried grace. How could he possibly require explanation of such matters? Indeed, within Yuan Yi's understanding, the very term Tao companion instinctively evoked precisely this sacred union. He found it quietly amusing that Yin Xiao with such earnest seriousness expounded upon Yin-Yang cosmogony, as if he needed instruction. Senior brother, having been born with the primordial Yin and Yang Qi and cultivating the supreme Yin-Yang Tao, surely understands such matters far better than I do. Noticing Yuan Yi's faintly amused expression, Yin Xiao cleared her throat softly, averting her gaze, her tone laced with gentle reproach. Even Yin Xiao had begun teasing her senior brother, surely corrupted by her two younger sisters. Yuan Yi wisely changed the subject. Discussing Yin-Yang principles was growing awkward, even for him, and the three sisters, though perceptive, only grasped the underlying tension dimly. When others remain unflustered, the embarrassment falls solely upon oneself, a self-inflicted trial. Yuan Yi gestured toward the 3 ginseng fruits on the platter. You must choose an opportune time to consume them. In my view, this celestial gathering presents an excellent chance for juniors like us to broaden our horizons. Missing it would be a true pity. The 6 holy ones of the Honghuang realm, the celestial court of the Yao's countless primordial deities. Such exposure was invaluable. They were not innate omniscient deities. Broadening their understanding profoundly benefited their cultivation. Moreover, how could one possibly pass up the chance to visit Buzhou Mountain, the first divine peak of the Honghuang realm? Yin Xiao understands. We are deeply grateful, senior brother. Yin Xiao glanced briefly at her 2 sisters, offering no further admonishment. She trusted they understood well enough, especially since both yearned fiercely to explore the world beyond. Consuming the ginseng fruits would likely plunge them into deep meditation and enlightenment, causing them to miss this rare opportunity. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao knew this. Should they still miss it, Yin Xiao reflected, it would not be a loss. Guiding her 2 sisters' cultivation had long consumed much of her energy. Soon after, Yuan Yi departed for his own grotto. Bi Xiao had nearly followed him out, but a single sharp glance from Yin Xiao sent her retreating obediently. After Yuan Yi left, the 3 sisters gathered around the low table, gazing intently at the ginseng fruits, peerless primordial treasures even among the innate deities. Yin Xiao divided the fruits evenly, 1 for each sister. This marked their second such blessing. The first had been immortal apricots gifted by their second senior uncle upon their introduction. Compared to other primordial beings, such fortune was extraordinarily profound. Yin Xiao's slender fingers traced the surface of her fruit with tender reverence, her expression serene, her eyes soft and luminous. Never forget senior brother's profound kindness, she murmured gently to Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao. We sisters must never become ungrateful or faithless. Though she knew such a reminder was unnecessary. Yuan Yi stood before his grotto, gazing at the 3 Taoist characters inscribed above its entrance, Jing Guang Dong, and felt a complex tide of emotion rise within him. He had already heard the names Yuding and Tai Yi from Yin Xiao. His own grotto bore the name Jing Guang Dong. There's Jin Xia Dong. Yuan Yi recalled legend. The immortal masters Tai Yi Zhenrun and Yuding Zhenrun were said to dwell respectively in Jing Guang Dong and Jin Xia Dong. Not mere coincidence, surely. Most likely after he and the profound virtue sect disciples departed Kunlun, others inherited these grottos. Why adopt these 2 names specifically? Was it truly happenstance? Yuan Yi did not know. He could not see through it. Nor could he discern whether hidden karmic threads bound them. Nor did he deem it worth dwelling upon. Presently nothing lay within his power to change. His path was clear. Diligently cultivate strength, proceed with caution, and that alone would suffice. Even the coming Fengshan tribulation might not claim him. Should an opening arise, he would seize it. As should circumstances prove hopeless, he would prioritize survival. With his abilities, and those of the 3 Xiao sisters, he could safeguard himself provided he avoided direct confrontation with holy ones. Though Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao were playful, Yuan Yi possessed full confidence in his ability to guide them. As for Yun Xiao, he felt assured, and even she held his counsel in high regard. He was no Zhao Gongming. Because of his presence, the 3 Xiao sisters shared no deep bond with Zhao Gongming, and thus possessed no reason to become entangled in his fate. At worst, he would adapt as events unfolded, perhaps even follow Wudong, who, if memory served, emerged unscathed from the entire Fengshan tribulation. Yuan Yi shook his head and stepped inside. The grotto was immaculately maintained, even more orderly than during his own residence. His cultivated spirit flowers and herbs thrived under careful tending. Ornamental miniature landscapes were pruned with exquisite precision. Entrusting this place to Yun Xiao had indeed been wise. So much so that his original plan, to gather refined, aesthetically pleasing spirit beasts as attendants, had never come to fruition. Even the fruit platter on his desk held fresh spirit fruits. He picked one up, only to pause before bringing it to his lips, staring at the distinct tooth marks upon its surface. A faint shadow crossed his face. Truly incorrigible. He had forgotten to suggest to Yun Xiao that Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, whose cultivation discipline lagged and foundations remained improvable, ought to transcribe sutras repeatedly for reinforcement. In the eyes of Yun Xiao, what seemed like a short period was in fact thousands of years. For beings like them, the concept of time. After Yuan Yi settled down for a while, upon his return, he was pulled by Bai Xiao and the others to participate in some kind of discussion meeting. A group of great cultivators gathered together where, apart from closed-door contemplation, they discussed the Tao with friends. Now within Kunlun, there were many disciples of the 3 teachings with friends, often gathering to discuss the Tao at any given moment. After Kunlun became truly lively, Yuan Yi rarely stayed there and had not participated in many such gatherings. Moreover, he was not one to socialize much and was not adept at interacting with others. To this day, he had only maintained close ties with the 3 Xiaos. His relationships with other disciples were rather bland, neither good nor bad. To be honest, Yuan Yi felt that the current direct disciples of Jiejiao were heavily imbalanced, with the male disciples numbering only him duo Bao and Zhao Gongming. As the senior brother of Jie duo, Bao managed the affairs of the sect, and before the establishment of Jie, he was deeply immersed in treasure hunting within the depths of Kunlun Mountain. Zhao Gongming was well-connected, a man of true wind, yet seldom seen. In the end, among the direct disciples Yuan Yi was the most easily pulled in to make up the numbers. After all, he had plenty of free time. Yuan Yi did not refuse, and although his cultivation realm had lagged slightly due to a series of fortunate encounters, he had now truly caught up with Jinling and the others. By Yuan Yi's own estimation, his cultivation realm might even be slightly higher than that of Duo Bao. This senior brother had not invested as much effort into cultivation as he had, unlike his senior sister Jinling, who enjoyed discussing the Tao and had strong practical skills. Jinling was single-minded in her cultivation, her quest for the Tao akin to that of Yunxiao, but their methods of cultivation were different. Jinling had stronger practical skills and engaged in less quiet cultivation. Aside from these direct disciples, there were also one or two disciples within Jie whose strength should not be underestimated, such as that of Wu Yunxian. Although he joined Jie relatively late, he had received significant opportunities before entering the sect and had listened to powerful beings expounding on the Tao, making him quite extraordinary. A dozen or so people gathered together, each sitting cross-legged. This gathering, initiated by senior sister Jinling, was indeed small in scale, only inviting the direct disciples of Jie and a few attendant disciples. Though there were many disciples of Jie, in reality the number of direct disciples was still fewer than that of second uncles Chanjiao. Bai Xiao loved lively occasions, and Xiong Xiao was no less so. Yin Xiao did not stop them in this regard, and Yuan Yi, being pulled in by them, became one of the earliest to arrive. Yuan Yi sat beside the three Xiaos, enjoying the spirit fruits prepared by Jinling. Directly opposite him sat two women, one in a golden dress with a flawless face, but a fierce aura exuding a strong sense of heroism. This was Jinling. In contrast, beside her, Wu Dang wore white and had a calm aura, even possessing a faint presence. At this moment, Jinling's gaze was directed toward Yuan Yi, her eyes narrowing slightly. Yuan Yi noticed Jinling's gaze but chose to ignore it. She was simply a combative person, while Yuan Yi was not one for combat. It has been a while since we last met, but your cultivation has progressed quite rapidly, Yuan Yi. Why don't we discuss the Tao together? Clearly, Jinling did not understand what it meant to decline politely and directly invited him with great enthusiasm. Senior sister's cultivation is profound. How could I, a junior brother, compare? I have only been fortunate enough to gain some opportunities. This spirit fruit is good. May I ask where it was picked? Yuan Yi swiftly shifted the topic. While he was interested in gauging this senior sister's depth of cultivation, he felt he still lacked far too much and did not wish to engage Jinling in combat at this moment. Jinling frowned and shot Yuan Yi a glare. It was grown in my cave dwelling. If junior brother likes it, I can give it to you, but you must first surpass me. Yuan Yi smiled, not responding. Jinling found it uninteresting. At that moment, another streak of light came from a distance, and Yuan Yi and the others could already discern the identity of the newcomer based on their aura. Little junior brother, your cultivation speed is quite fast. You must be on the brink of the Tai realm. Jinling should take more care of you. Yuan Yi said with a smile, directly bringing in the newly arrived individual as support. Little junior brother is far more straightforward than a certain junior brother who always dodges. It's rare to see you this time. Indeed, this is true, Jinling replied. As the breeze cleared, a tall young man appeared not far away. It was Zhao Gongming who had arrived last, due to Yuan Yi's interruption. Greetings, senior sisters. Upon arrival, Zhao Gongming began to pay his respects, but his gaze suddenly stopped on Yuan Yi. Senior brother Yuan Yi is also here. I, Zhao Gongming, greet you, senior brother. Since Yuan Yi had a low presence in Kunlun and rarely showed up, Zhao Gongming was somewhat surprised, but did not lose his etiquette. Yuan Yi and the others also stood to return the greeting, and Jinling arranged for Zhao Gongming to take a seat. All direct disciples of Jie were present except for the senior brother duo, Bao, who was busy with sect affairs. The inner disciples Jinling and Wu Dang, and the outer disciples Yuan Yi, Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Zhao Gongming. Not long after, a few more people arrived together, precisely those later known in legends as the Seven Attendants. Their identities were somewhat peculiar, not being direct disciples, but different from ordinary Jie disciples. To speak truly regarding their status within Jie, they ranked just below Duo Bao and Jinling, comparable to these outer disciples. More importantly, their cultivation levels were not low. Especially Wu Yunxian, whose roots were quite similar to Yuan Yi, a naturally born golden mustachio fish, with a cultivation level only slightly lower than Yuan Yi's current one. One could only wonder what kind of opportunities he had received before this. It could only be said that Yuan Yi had considerable fortune, but was not blessed with heaven's favor. Everyone had their own opportunities. As they all exchanged greetings, Yuan Yi was also sizing up these somewhat familiar strangers. Jin Guangxian, Xiu Xian, Jin Guxian, Ling Yixian, Pai Luxian, and Chang Er Ding Guangxian. Yuan Yi's gaze lingered for a moment on Chang Er Ding Guang, Xian, a slender Taoist with slightly prominent cheekbones, exuding a somewhat frail aura. His eyes were a transparent blood color. Yuan Yi found it somewhat strange. It was said that this Chong-heir Dingguang Xian's true form was that of a rabbit, and now this rabbit had a frail demeanor that felt discordant. In later generations, a certain type of person was also referred to as rabbits. Of course, the reason Yuan Yi looked at Dingguang Xian a moment longer was not for this. He remembered that this Dingguang Xian had once betrayed Jiejiao during the Fengshan War with a treasure of his master Tongtian, and then joined the Western sect, becoming a notorious figure criticized as a traitor. There were even rumors that after he entered the Western sect, and it became the Buddhist sect, he became the Happy Buddha. Happy Buddha. Did this fellow also cultivate the path of Yin and Yang? Yuan Yi could not discern it. There was some aura of Yin and Yang, but he could not determine what great Tao he practiced. Yuan Yi truly had little understanding of them, but he could pay more attention in the future to grasp their details and prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Yuan Yi, please. Jin Ling's eyes burned with intensity as she fixed her gaze on Yuan Yi. In one hand, she brandished the top-grade innate spirit treasure Fei Jin. The dragon tiger Yurui hovered at her side, and behind her the top-grade innate spirit treasure Si Xiang Ta manifested, channeling earth, fire, wind, and water. Yuan Yi watched the eager Jin Ling. This senior sister was resolute in her challenge. Perfect timing, for he too wished to test her methods and measure his present strength. After all, she made a fine benchmark among his peers. Please show mercy, senior sister. Temper your force. Yuan Yi returned her salute and replied courteously. The primal Yin-Yang energies coalesced into two black and white immortal swords that circled him, faintly exuding a murderous aura. Yuan Yi's golden irises stilled into a deep, serene depth similar to Jin Ling's clear-cutting gaze, yet wholly different in temperament. Perpetual humility would not serve him well. Yuan Yi needed to reveal some measure of capability so others would know he was discreet rather than inept, lest anyone take him lightly. He did not wish certain brazen fellows to pick quarrels with him, as if Yuan Yi were easy prey, nor for them to assume he leaned on the influence of Sanshao. Such misconceptions would be troublesome. Though Yuan Yi had no designs on contending with Duo Bao for authority, he still wished to secure a measure of weight and voice within the Jie sect. Even if he could not match Duo Bao, he would make himself impossible to ignore. Moreover, the Three Xiao Sisters now stood unequivocally on his side. So long as he did not openly oppose their teacher, Yuan Yi trusted they would choose him, and that was enough. So when Jin Ling once more invited him to a discourse of the Tao, Yuan Yi did not refuse and readily accepted. Debates of the Tao came in two forms: literary, where each demonstrates principles of cultivation and corroborates the path, a gentler exchange, and martial, which was far more direct, resolving differences with raw proof under the hand. Given Jin Ling's proclivity for action, she naturally chose the latter. At Yuan Yi's words, Jin Ling merely smiled without speaking. Her countenance was heroic and austere. Even that faint smile bore no softness. She raised a hand, and the dragon tiger Yurui surged forward, taking on the semblance of a dragon and tiger, wringing wind and cloud into its wake, and bringing an overwhelming might. For an instant, a roar like dragon song and tiger call shook the heart. The weaker might falter, shaken by the music of the Tao, their primordial spirit destabilized and losing the initiative. Yuan Yi had not crossed paths with Jin Ling often, but he was far from ignorant of her methods. Behind Yuan Yi, a golden flood dragon Dharma peering subtly formed its body, compressing the void, head seen, tail hidden. His golden pupils shifted into heterochromia, cultivating Yin and Yang like sun and moon suspended in the sky. The dragon tiger cries failed to perturb him. Yuan Yi tapped the waterfire hulu at his waist, and the Shui Huaqilan took shape, charging to confront the dragon tiger spirit and quietly seizing the upper hand. Yuan Yi possessed a slight advantage in cultivation. Both wielded fierce assault-oriented treasures, and their innate powers were closely matched, but Jin Ling's deployment of the supreme innate spirit treasure, Longhu Yurui, could not wholly outweigh him. For spirit beasts tangled, and the aftershocks of their powers were held back by others, lest destruction spread. The Shui Huaqilan, born of Jiutian Xianhua and Jiu Yuming Shui, raged like a beast, tearing at the dragon and tiger, the tide of battle unmistakable. Disciple truly matches this Shui Huahulu, someone observed. Indeed, Longhu Yurui alone cannot contain his methods. Seeing this, Jin Ling's expression grew even more exhilarated. She retracted the Longhu Yurui and unleashed the Si Xiang Ta that drifted behind her. Now behold my Si Xiang Ta. The simple tower was suffused with ponderous intent. In an instant it rose 9 layers high and loomed between heaven and earth. Its body was inscribed with traces of the great ways of heaven and earth, displaying the power of the 4 symbols as a crushing pressure swept down. Earth, fire, wind, and water each took form as 4 different beasts under Jin Ling's command, each asserting its own posture, yet combining into a unified assault upon the Shui Huaqilan. Yuan Yi frowned. The Si Xiang Ta was only a top-grade innate spirit treasure. Its potency did not surpass the supreme Longhu Yurui. Why retreat the Longhu Yu Rui only to answer his Shui, Huahulu with the Xiang Ta? Although the Xiang Ta was merely top grade, it was a balanced heavy artifact whose offense and defense were integrated rather than extreme, like the Longhu Yu Rui, and thus more versatile in use. In sheer destructive power, the Xiang Ta emphasized suppression and imprisonment, and lacked the raw annihilative force of the Shui, Huahulu. Yet its comprehensive functionality allowed it to hold, and where Yuan Yi might have been forced into passive defense, he found himself barely able to withstand it. An impressive technique, senior sister. Yuan Yi offered a polite compliment. They were fellow disciples exchanging skill. Even in combat, there was fraternal courtesy. In truth, he had not employed his full strength. Overwhelming a senior sister with a treasure alone felt unseemly. Yuan Yi formed a sword hand seal. The black and white twin swords about him vibrated their clangs resonant a sharpness that unstitched Yin and Yang and seemed intent on severing all things. Their teacher Tongtian Shengren had transmitted the Shangqing immortal methods, a tradition most adept with the sword bearing one's own Tao on a blade to forge a sword way. Yet different from later notions of swordcraft, it remained an unfolding of Daoic technique. Under this influence, many within the Jie school favored the sword as their weapon, such as Jin Ling before him and the Dark Cloud Immortal over there. Yuan Yi followed this path as well, his assault and killing arts aligned with his slightly tainted innate Yin-Yang energies. The black and white twin swords moved like dancing dragons, entwining and striking toward Jin Ling. Jin Ling unhurriedly summoned two of her innate treasures in response. The supreme Longhu Yu Rui did not again assume full dragon tiger form, but struck directly at the black sword born of Yin energy. Her other top-grade treasure, the Fei Jin Jian, engaged the white, sword of pure Yang. The Fei Jin Jian was a purely offensive instrument suffused with a metal path and exceedingly sharp, perfectly suited to Jin Ling and her primary talisman. Yuan Yi's innate Yin-Yang energies and Jin Ling's two top-grade treasures clashed in a contest of heavy assault. Though the spectacle was less grand than the Shui Huahulu versus Xiang Ta, the latent capacity for devastation was far greater. Their treasures stalled in midair as Yuan Yi and Jin Ling faced each other, each revealing much of their method. With no decisive outcome in the artifacts alone, and both preserving reserves, the conflict would turn upon their cultivated supernatural techniques. Yuan Yi knew Jin Ling would not relent. She had not yet reached her fill. In the next instant, she moved, stepping forward until she stood before him. I hear your Jin Jiao body is unusually resilient, disciple. Allow senior sister to witness it. Jin Ling did not deploy spells or divine arts. She meant to contest their Dao bodies directly. Then senior sister should be careful. Yuan Yi did not falter. His form flowed like a swimming dragon, golden light swelling. Meeting Jin Ling's descending fist, he did not resort to spells, but relied on the strength of his Dao body. A massive force converged, pure power that shook the void and detonated like thunder. The two exchanged blows with Dao bodies alone, and then each withdrew. It was clear in raw Dao body power Yuan Yi held the edge. Jin Ling's force could not match his. Yet Yuan Yi found himself surprised at the toughness of Jin Ling's Dao body. Though her visage was that of a flawless immortal maiden, her fist struck as hard as celestial metal, even carrying an edge. His Jin Jiao body carried a natural scaled armor-like protection. Without that advantage, his superiority in force might not have sufficed to withstand such keenness. He wondered idly what Jin Ling's true substance might be. Could she be some lump of celestial metal? So hard. Yuan Yi had a spare moment to muse, even amid battle. Jin Ling retreated, then lunged again, still refraining from arcane arts. It was as if she were determined to prove herself in the sheer sturdiness of Dao bodies. Yuan Yi's Dao body was formidable, but he had not cultivated pure corporeal combat techniques extensively. His talent lay more in supernatural arts and spells. Hand-to-hand brawling lacked the refined elegance expected of those who pursued the Dao's ethereal ideals. Fortunately, while not an expert, he possessed a natural advantage and was by no means weak, so Yuan Yi chose to continue the exchange. Thunderclaps never ceased shaking heaven and earth. It resembled two tribal sorcerers in combat rather than a conventional duel of cultivators. The pure force of their bodies resonated with the laws of the world, manifesting manifold portents. Such displays of Dao body strength moved onlookers. Practitioners who prized mystic arts rarely saw such contests of raw flesh. Watching the duel between Yuan Yi and Jin Ling, the onlookers' gazes shifted as they observed the exchange of magical treasures, physical forms, and mystical techniques. Even the three Xiaos who knew Yuan Yi best were not entirely clear about his strength. Yuan Yi's playful interactions with Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao could not be taken seriously as their cultivation was significantly lower than his. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, would not engage in such frivolities like her two younger sisters. Faced with the combative Jin Ling, Yuan Yi had to unleash quite a bit of his true abilities this time. In terms of magical treasures, it was hard to determine superiority. Jin Ling possessed a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, and two high-grade, innate spiritual treasures excelling in both offense and defense. Yuan Yi, however, had only one genuine top-grade, innate spiritual treasure relying on the innate Yin-Yang energies to compensate. These Yin-Yang energies were indeed remarkable and well-suited to him, enabling him to withstand Jinling's top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the dragon and tiger jade Rui, and the high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the flying gold sword. However, when it came to magical treasures, he could not gain an advantage and would need considerable time to surpass. In Jinling's judgment, to counter Yuan Yi's innate Yin-Yang energies, she would need to rely on one top-grade and one high-grade innate spiritual treasure, requiring her to use the Four Symbols Tower, a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, to defend against Yuan Yi's water and fire calabash. It was evident that Yuan Yi's long-term cultivation of these innate Yin-Yang energies resulted in powers that were not inferior to innate spiritual treasures. In terms of physical form, Yuan Yi held a clear advantage. The strength of the Yin-Yang Golden Flood Dragon far exceeded that of an ordinary physical body, and there were no shortcomings in the strength of his primordial spirit. Yuan Yi consistently used the innate Yin-Yang energies to nourish himself, enhancing both his physical body and primordial spirit. Those who cultivate the immortal path utilize their primordial spirit to embody the Tao, seeking not resilience in their physical forms, but clarity, striving for purity untainted by dust. Few cultivators enjoy physical confrontations, and Yuan Yi possessed an inherent advantage. In terms of mystical techniques, Yuan Yi was equally formidable, using Yin and Yang as a foundation to evolve the five elements techniques. Especially after comprehending the five elements path contained within the ginseng fruit tree, he achieved a balance among the five elements, resulting in a slight transformation that harmonized with Yin and Yang, allowing him to unleash even greater power. With every gesture, Yin and Yang intertwined, the five elements swirled around him, and various mystical techniques flowed effortlessly, transforming into offensive techniques aimed at Jinling. Jinling, however, followed a different path than Yuan Yi. Her great Tao was more extreme, having comprehended the pinnacle of the golden Tao, her brilliance evident. In style, the two were somewhat similar. Both preferred to take the initiative rather than defend passively, leading to a constant exchange of attacks in their duels, with their mystical techniques being exceedingly fierce. The genuine mystical techniques that Yuan Yi currently mastered included the five elements escape technique and the Yin-Yang escape technique, as well as the mastery of the five thunder techniques evolved from the five elements mysticism. Known as the five thunders, these were essentially the five energies transformed into thunderous assaults, and Yuan Yi had already caught a glimpse of the path. As for the reverse chaos Yin-Yang mystical technique that Yuan Yi yearned to comprehend, it was his most powerful offensive technique, yet he had only scratched the surface, not yet mastering it, and did not intend to use it against Jinling. As the chaotic remnants of magical power were calmed, the auras of the two dissipated, and they each retrieved their magical treasures. "Thank you, senior sister, for your mercy." Yuan Yi expressed his gratitude. Their spar had ended without a clear victor, yet both understood the outcome. However, Yuan Yi's politeness earned him a roll of Jinling's eyes as she glanced at him and said, "You clearly held back. I did not show mercy. It's the younger brother who concealed his true abilities." In her tone, there seemed to be some dissatisfaction with Yuan Yi not exerting his full strength. Yet Jinling was not one to hold grudges. Her fervor had only intensified. Yuan Yi had entered later than her, but now his cultivation had nearly caught up, even surpassing her slightly, which ignited her competitive spirit and sparked thoughts of traveling. She had heard that Yuan Yi had gained numerous opportunities during his travels, allowing him to advance from the early stage of Tai to the mid-stage in just a few tens of thousands of years. "Next time I hope to continue our discussions, junior brother," Jinling said earnestly, her tone lacking the usual pleasantries reminiscent of how she would admonish Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Yuan Yi intended to decline, but a stern look from Jinling silenced him. It was merely a matter of time before they would meet again. Their combative nature was detrimental. This sister's sharp temperament was indeed difficult to deal with. Although he had never directly defeated her, he preferred to avoid future encounters where she might seek revenge. "By the way, remember to take that spirit fruit tree from my cave when you return, junior brother. I want to deliver it to you." Jinling suddenly stopped as she walked toward her seat, turning to speak to Yuan Yi. He was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing she was referring to the spirit fruit matter they had discussed earlier. In truth, he had merely mentioned it casually and did not expect her to take it seriously. Yet seeing that Jinling was entirely earnest, he felt that refusing would only displease her. This sister was straightforward and did not joke around. "Yuan Yi thanks you for your generosity." Yuan Yi did not refuse. It was not a particularly precious item. Jinling glanced at him and nodded, saying nothing more. Yuan Yi returned to his seat, and the gazes of the others toward him had subtly shifted. Something he certainly noticed: his goal had been achieved. As the eldest senior brother, his infrequent appearances made it challenging to establish authority, rendering it hard to gain trust. Occasionally, demonstrating his abilities was necessary, as it would prove more useful for him to speak within the sect in the future. It was one thing to remain silent, but entirely different to be unheard. these were two wholly distinct matters. Although Jin Ling did not manage sect matters like the senior brother Duobao, her prestige was still extremely high solely because she was powerful and had profound Dao attainments. Among their peers, she was undeniably the top-tier existence, and currently Yun Xiao could not compare. The only one with strength comparable to hers was Wu Yunxian, yet in terms of magical treasures Wu Yunxian was inferior to Jin Ling, as her mixed-element hammer could not withstand Jin Ling's 3 high-grade innate spiritual treasures. If it came to a fight, Wu Yunxian would suffer considerable losses in this regard, and would most likely not be Jin Ling's opponent. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Jin Ling was the foremost among the disciples of the Jie sect, if one did not include oneself. Had it not been for the water and fire calabash leading him to Hongyun and the fortune he gained through his teacher's influence, he would not normally have reached a cultivation level comparable to Jin Ling's at this stage. Now his strength surpassed Jin Ling's, such power would naturally grant him prestige, even if he stayed out of sect. With this in mind, Yuan Yi's gaze subtly swept over the white-clad woman beside Jin Ling, Wu Dang, who was also a direct disciple. Though she frequently appeared, her presence was rather low-key, often overlooked. Yuan Yi could not completely see through her depths, but he felt that Wu Dang possessed extraordinary abilities. Perhaps only Jin Ling, being closest to her, knew the extent of her Dao attainments. Yuan Yi speculated that she was likely not much inferior to Jin Ling. Among the dozen or so people engaged in discussions, each gained insights validating and promoting each other, which greatly benefited their cultivation. Had it not been for Yuan Yi's aversion to crowds, he would have considered participating more in such activities. Nearly 1,000 years passed amid these discussions and exchanges, during which the eldest senior brother Duobao had come by, but he was in and out in a hurry. He left just as quickly, extremely busy, and did not linger. On this day, the bell from Kunlun Mountain rang, its sound resonating through heaven and earth, melodious and grand, signaling the gathering of the disciples. Yuan Yi looked toward Kunlun's main peak, wondering if they were heading to the heavenly court on Mount Buzhou. He felt a sense of anticipation at the thought of personally witnessing those legendary deities. Everyone present had their own speculations this discussion would thus conclude, and all took to their escape lights, flying toward Kunlun's main peak. On the summit of Kunlun Mountain, a group of individuals prepared to set off to the heavenly court for their appointment. Perhaps the status of the Emperor Jun brothers and the heavenly court was not enough to summon the 3 saints, but the face of a single saint was sufficient. Even Master Uncle Ta Ching brought Xian Du along, and naturally teacher Tongtian and second Master Uncle would also accompany them. Currently, Master Uncle had 1 direct disciple, a single seedling. Second Master Uncle had the most direct disciples, totaling 13. The disciples of Jie Jiao had only 8, along with 7 attendant disciples. Yuan Yi stood at the forefront with Duo Bao to his left and Wu Yunxian to his right, while San Xiao and Zhao Gongming were behind him. In front of them stood their teacher Tongtian and the teachers Mount Kuei Niu. Brother Niu, this spirit fruit tastes quite good, doesn't it? At this moment, Yuan Yi was mingling with a cow, and Kuei Niu raised its hoof to pat Yuan Yi, quite satisfied. It was a coincidence that Yuan Yi wasn't too familiar with Duo Bao and the others, but he was relatively acquainted with the teacher's mount. Previously, Yuan Yi had foraged for good spirit fruit trees in Kunlun Mountain and bumped into Kuei Niu. To be fair, Kuei Niu was also a primordial being belonging to the same lineage as Yuan Yi and the others. However, Kuei Niu chose not to transform and took a different path, becoming a mount. Of course, although it was a mount as a saint's mount, its status was extraordinary, and they as disciples had to treat it with respect, even addressing it as senior brother. Kuei Niu had been by teacher Tongtian's side for much longer than these direct disciples. Master Uncle had a large green cow as a mount, second Master Uncle had a 9-dragon sandalwood cart, and the teacher had Kuei Niu. Even Sister Jin Ling owned a low-grade primordial spirit treasure, the 7 fragrance car, which made Yuan Yi consider acquiring a mount himself. However, he looked down on ordinary beings. Those he admired lacked the ability to be tamed. Newer, we should be on our way now. As he saw Master Uncle set off, teacher Tongtian called back Kuei Niu, allowing it to carry him into the void. Yuan Yi and the other disciples closely followed, heading towards the heavenly court. Given the strength of the saints, the distance from East Kunlun to Buzhou Mountain was not too far. They did not traverse through the void for long before directly arriving at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. This was Yuan Yi's first time being this close to the first divine mountain of the primeval world. The awe brought by the towering pillar of the sky was indescribable. The aura of heaven and earth around Buzhou Mountain was far richer than that of ordinary blessed lands, with numerous traces of the great Taoist evolution lingering in the air. The vastness of Buzhou Mountain was beyond measure. Even the peak that reached into the azure sky was merely a glimpse of the iceberg, difficult to fully observe. Standing before Buzhou Mountain, even though Yuan Yi was a Tai Yi realm being, he still felt his insignificance. Compared to the might of the primeval world, a mere Tai Yi was indeed trivial. Did the ancestor Wu Gong really break this thing? How did he accomplish that? Yuan Yi found it hard to imagine. Others clearly felt similarly, as it was their first time visiting Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain exuded a grand and ancient pressure that enveloped Yuan Yi and the others, inciting an impulse within them to bow and reverence the majesty, instilling no sense of resistance. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and the pressure weighing down on them suddenly dissipated, allowing them to catch their breath. Facing the pressure of Buzhou Mountain for the first time can be challenging to adapt to, especially since this pressure arises from the level of the Great Tao. The deeper one understands the Tao, the more one can feel this pressure. Teacher Tongtian's voice came from ahead. In other words, the higher one's cultivation, the deeper the experience, and the heavier the pressure endured. Compared to the past, the pressure of Buzhou Mountain has diminished greatly. It is far from what it once was. Second Master Uncle spoke. Indeed, back then we primordial saints competed to ascend this divine mountain, comprehending the Tao rhythm left by the great Pangu, pursuing the path of the great Tao. At that time, the aura of Buzhou Mountain made even the Deluo golden immortals struggle to advance. The Tao rhythm of Buzhou Mountain is dissipating. Yuan Yi heard this and secretly noted it down. Perhaps this was his only opportunity to personally ascend Buzhou Mountain. Carried by the strength of his teacher and the others, the group soared straight to the summit of Buzhou Mountain, where the heavenly court was established, connecting with the starry sky. This was the stronghold of the demon clan. The saint has descended. Oh, we apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Emperor Jun is here to pay his respects. Just as they arrived at the heavenly court, a voice came from ahead. Upon hearing the introduction of his name, Yuan Yi couldn't help but take a closer look. Was this not one of the primordial saints born from the sun star? The three-legged golden crow, Emperor Jun, the ruler of the demon clan and the emperor of heaven. He could see over a dozen figures standing in front, with the foremost individual in a golden Tao robe, luxurious and exquisite, adorned with images of the sun. With every gesture, an aura of nobility naturally emanated. Even facing three saints, he maintained his composure, truly deserving of being the heavenly emperor whom numerous primordial saints followed. Beside him stood a figure resembling him closely, also in a golden Tao robe. Unlike Emperor Jun, who carried a touch of elegance, this figure exuded a more dominant and aggressive aura, with an ancient bell surrounded by chaotic energy, hanging at his side, radiating an unpredictable aura. Emperor Jun's brother, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, who possessed an almost invincible presence. Following them were the top 10 demon saints of the heavenly court, and the Kuanping Taoist, all of whom were truly at the quasi-saint level, existing in the realm of cutting the three corpses. In front of these primordial saints, Yuan Yi and the others were indeed the true juniors. This was Yuan Yi's first time seeing so many quasi-saint beings. The strength of the heavenly court was indeed formidable. Aside from these dozen figures, Yuan Yi's gaze wandered around, observing the heavenly soldiers and generals that were everywhere, feeling their presence, and was somewhat astonished. Many of these heavenly soldiers were at the golden immortal realm, and some heavenly generals had already reached the Tai Yi level. What he had witnessed was merely an inconspicuous corner of the heavenly court. How many powerful beings were there in the current heavenly court? Dozens of quasi-saints. How many Deluo existences were there? Would Tai Yi beings be common? Were golden immortals merely minions? Among the primordial beings, the vast majority of disciples in Jiejiao had yet to step into the Tai Yi realm, with the most accomplished among them himself and Jin Ling having only recently entered the mid-Tai Yi stage. Is this the effect of gathering the fortune of heaven and earth, and the cultivation methods pioneered by the demon? Yuan Yi sensed the aura radiating from them, which indeed differed from his own aura of cultivating the immortal path. Theirs was much murkier and more violent, not as pure and clear as theirs, and their foundation seemed less solid and robust. As Yuan Yi quietly observed, the group was led into the heavenly court. At this moment, the heavenly court was bustling with activity, filled with many primordial saints who were figures of great power in Yuan Yi's eyes. As the three pure ones were present as saints, their presence in response to the invitation was quite flattering, and they naturally wouldn't arrive too early. Thus their arrival was not too much earlier, making them among the last to arrive. Despite this, owing to their teacher's influence, Yuan Yi and the others were seated quite near, just behind a cluster of great powers. Even the spirit fruits and divine liquors placed on the table were extraordinary, of a high grade akin to the treatment given to those great powers. This is the weight of the junior friend status. It goes without saying the identity of a saint's disciple is In the jade towers and crystal palaces, auspicious clouds billowed, and various wondrous phenomena manifested, with the sounds of Tao echoing endlessly. The stars of the heavens shed beams of starlight, while the sun and moon illuminated the world. Yuan Yi sat at his place, a table adorned with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, exuding a rich spiritual aura. Beside him stood a beautiful woman of unknown origin, serving him. Yuan Yi was quite curious. Did the innate divine beings master the art of brewing this celestial nectar by themselves? How could such knowledge spread so widely? Next to Yuan Yi, Bai Xiao sat with him, while Yin Xiao sat with Qiong Xiao, not allowing the two sisters to sit together, as Yin Xiao was worried about them. On the other side were Jin Ling and Wu Dang, sharing a seat, while further ahead was the senior brother duo Bao sitting with the junior disciple Zhao Gongming. It was unclear why the innate divine beings had the custom of drinking celestial nectar in pairs. Perhaps it was to save space, as those powerful predecessors each had their own seats. Senior brother, this is delicious, Bai Xiao said, placing her jade cup down and glancing at the jade cup that belonged to Yuan Yi in front of him. Yuan Yi withdrew his gaze, glancing at Bai Xiao, who blinked at him. Yuan Yi ignored her and lifted his jade cup to his lips. As the celestial nectar entered his mouth, the rich solar power surged within him, causing him to frown. It was rather potent. This material was extraordinary, with an extremely pure Tao rhythm. The woman serving beside him explained, "This is brewed from the branches and leaves of the primordial divine tree Fusan by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, containing pure solar power essence." Yuan Yi felt a burning sensation in his mouth, as if he had swallowed a wisp of solar essence flowing down with notable medicinal effects, but the taste was not very pleasant. Yuan Yi wasn't particularly fond of it, or rather he generally didn't like drinking. He still had the items obtained from the great shaman Xingtian, which he hadn't had the chance to use. Yuan Yi turned to glare at Bai Xiao, had she not told him it was delicious. The only response to his gaze was a back of a head. Looking aside, he saw Qiong Xiao making faces at her sister, the two sisters conspiring together. With his understanding of the two sisters, Yuan Yi could decipher their conversation from their expressions. Qiong Xiao said, "I told you senior brother wouldn't like that taste, right? How about it?" Senior brother really fell for it, downed it in one go. What a pity. If I had told senior brother it wasn't good, he might have given it to me. Senior brother wouldn't believe you, Qiong Xiao said. Yuan Yi sighed, and at that moment the serving woman refilled. Looking at the celestial nectar in his cup, Yuan Yi noticed it was not the same as before. The aura it exuded was entirely different. Was this aura the power of the moon? "This is brewed from the flowers of the spiritual root moon laurel by the Heavenly Emperor. Unlike Fusan, it is gentle in nature, containing pure lunar power essence," the woman explained with a smile. The combination of these two celestial brews allowed for the harmony of Yin and Yang, nourishing the foundation of the Tao and nurturing the essence of life. Yuan Yi nodded and raised the jade cup again, this time not drinking it in a single gulp. As the woman described, this celestial brew was much gentler, cool, and refreshing, reminiscent of the soft moonlight, carrying a hint of delicate fragrance, evoking a sense of tenderness. It was truly marvelous. In harmony with the Fusan celestial brew he had just consumed, he felt an all-encompassing comfort beneficial to his Tao body and primordial spirit. However, Yuan Yi suspected that this celestial nectar was diluted with water, as its purity was too low and the solar and lunar powers contained within were overly sparse, barely a trace. Unlike Xingtian's generous offerings, the essence here was too little. Even though it was a product of the top-tier innate spiritual roots, its effects were far inferior to what he had obtained from the witch clan. Otherwise, with Yuan Yi's affinity for the origins of Yin and Yang, the effects would surely be more pronounced. Moreover, it seemed that these juniors could only have 2 cups each. While the other celestial brews were also extraordinary, they could not compare to this celestial nectar brewed from Fusan and moon laurel. As Yuan Yi's gaze shifted to the side, he noticed Bai Xiao's jade cup had already been emptied. "What's this? Do you like it? I have some similar stuff left, the kind Qiong Xiao drank last time. Want to give it a try?" Yuan Yi smiled and asked. Bai Xiao instinctively shifted her position slightly, looking at Yuan Yi with a hint. "Senior brother, you don't mean to trick me again, do you?" She added swiftly, throwing her second sister Qiong Xiao under the bus. "What happened earlier was all Qiong Xiao's idea, not mine," Yuan Yi said. "Senior brother would never— You have to trust senior brother. He would never harm you. At most I would just plant you in the fields when you're drunk to atone for those spiritual fruits you sisters have spoiled." Bai Xiao rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat guilty. "And Qiong Xiao?" She tried to drag her second sister down with her, which was her last struggle. However, Yuan Yi was merely joking, otherwise he would have planted Qiong Xiao in the fields last time. Yuan Yi's gaze suddenly shifted outside the heavenly court, where he saw Di Jun and other powerful beings exiting the great hall, indicating that the Heavenly Emperor was personally welcoming someone, likely the arrival of the saints. Have the 2 saints from the west arrived? Yuan Yi's gaze turned towards the majestic gates outside. He sensed the aura of the saints permeating the heavens and earth, something he had felt many times from his teacher Tongtian, making it easy for him to discern. Yuan Yi was also quite curious about the 2 saints from the west. From what he knew, the reputations of these 2 saints of the Western sect were quite poor, even worse than his second master. The phrase "destined with my Western sect" is one of the 2 great curses passed down through the ages. Yuan Yi felt indifferent towards a certain real estate merchant sect, especially since he was currently a disciple of the Jie sect, the outer sect senior brother. During the Tongtian Tribulation, there were only around 360 positions for righteous deities on the list. If there hadn't been a complete war between the 2 sects at the end, the Jie sect's losses would have only been around 1 or 200. The number of unjust deaths far exceeded those on the list, and most of the Jie sect disciples who were ferried away by the Western sect were not the outcome Yuan Yi wished to see. However, after interacting with Honghuang, this innate divine being seemed to have great respect for the two saints of the West, which was truly unexpected for Yuan Yi, causing a significant divergence from his understanding, compelling him to reassess his views and correct his biases. Moreover, his teacher Tongtian had told him that saints are human, yet also sacred. He was even more eager to see what these infamous two saints were truly like. Before long, he saw Dijun personally leading a group into the hall, with the two foremost figures being the Western sect's Saints Yin and Yang, accompanied by several disciples of the Western sect. The Western sect is not yet Buddhism, and they do not have shaved heads or the appearance of wisdom shackles. They look just like ordinary Taoists. Yin had a simple and ancient appearance, seemingly always carrying a sense of sorrow, which was somewhat Yuan Yi had heard from his teacher that Yin controlled a primordial spiritual root known as bitter bamboo, which he refined into a staff capable of sealing the six senses of living beings. Although low-key, his methods were not simple. Yuan Yi radiated a radiant light, with a clear aura permeating him, giving the impression of enlightenment. As he walked, he seemed to carry the sounds of the Tao like a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves, creating a sound. This saint also controlled an extraordinary primordial spiritual root, the Bodhi tree, said to have been refined into a treasure, called the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree, claimed to be able to brush against all things, making it a nemesis for cultivators' treasures. These two individuals felt distinctly different from his teacher and the two masters. Specifically, he felt that the paths of these two saints seemed more closely connected to sentient beings, while his teacher and the two masters' paths leaned more towards the heavens and earth themselves. Under the Tao of heaven among the six saints, he had now personally seen five, leaving only the Saint Nu Hua, whom he hoped to meet soon. After all, the witness of this heavenly wedding would be the Saint Nu Hua. Yuan Yi glanced at the few disciples of the Western sect in the back, noting that their cultivation levels were inferior to his. Although the two saints were not impoverished, the claim of poverty in the West was indeed true. Yuan Yi turned his gaze back, reaching out to pick a beautiful spiritual fruit from Bai Xiao's plate, and placed it in. Enjoying good food and drinks, while watching a show, he still wanted to see what the so-called merits of the Tao were. As Yuan Yi sought to acquire some merits for himself, yet ended up seeing no sign of the heavenly merits. This time, whatever he wished to see, he could see. The six saints were gathered, and many powerful beings congregated. Such a magnificent scene was hardly seen, even a few times in the primordial times. Upon Mount Buzhou, amidst the starry firmament, countless celestial bodies revolved in solemn orbit, with the Yin and Yang sun stars standing as divine sentinels. The celestial palace rose in majestic splendor, gathering mighty cultivators and sages alike. Zhen Yuanzi was absent. Yuan Yi could not discern his presence, nor could he identify the primordial divine Lord Mingyi, the blood river ancestor, among the assembly, though he searched carefully for a figure matching the image known to him. Yuan Yi held profound fascination for this peerless sovereign, famed for the saying, "So long as the blood sea endures, his life shall never cease." He found the Lord especially compelling, not only for his indomitable individuality, but also for his audacious emulation of the sage Nuwa. Just as she had crafted humanity through divine alchemy, he forged the Azura race. Just as the three pure ones established sects, he founded the Azura sect. Such tales had long echoed across the primordial realm of Honghuang. Though mighty cultivators often recounted these deeds with wry amusement, their very jesting attested to Mingyi's extraordinary prowess. His initiative was unparalleled, and while many sought to imitate the sages who attained transcendence through such acts, only Mingyi succeeded in forging something truly consequential, albeit incomplete. Beyond this, Yuan Yi caught sight of a familiar figure, the very being who had claimed the first primordial spiritual treasure Yuan Yi ever witnessed. The moment the Tao ancestor concluded his third grand discourse and scattered treasures across the Honghuang world. That treasure, a ruler-shaped primordial spiritual artifact, had been destined for Kunlun, yet was intercepted beyond its sacred mountains, seized by another before Yuan Yi's eyes, leaving him powerless to claim what fate had nearly granted. At the time, Yuan Yi had not known the divine sovereign's name, only that he wielded a luminous spirit lamp, itself a primordial spiritual treasure. Now seeing him again, Yuan Yi finally recognized him, the renowned Randeng Taoist. Thus Yuan Yi at last understood the nature of that elusive treasure, and felt a quiet pang of regret. Most likely, it was the supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure, Qingquan Ruler, a device embodying the Qingquan Qi, harmonizing Yin and Yang into unity. More than a potent spatial artifact, it possessed the intrinsic authority of a ruler, measuring the cosmos, defining heaven and earth, its power echoing in subtle resonance that of certain post-heaven supreme treasures. Yuan Yi recalled the legend Randeng Taoist wielding this very artifact alongside Zhao Gongming's 24 Dinghai spirit pearls had manifested the 24 Buddha realms, an achievement of staggering profundity. To have so nearly grasped such a treasure, had Randeng not intervened, and had it fallen within Kunlun, Yuan Yi might well have contended for it, especially since the 24 Dinghai spirit pearls rested securely in the hands of his master Tongtian. Yet regret remained mere sentiment. Yuan Yi knew some things could not be forced. He lacked the strength then particularly, as both his master and senior uncle were absent from Kunlun. The stranger halted precisely at Kunlun's threshold, never stepping across its sacred boundary, occupying a delicate liminal space. Yuan Yi wondered whether this act of interception would later entangle him in the Yuanshi sect's destiny. Yuan Yi's gaze flickered, unobtrusively, toward Zhao Gongming seated beside Duo Bao, then shifted away. At that moment, the primordial supreme treasure, Honghuang bell resonated, its chime reverberating across the Honghuang world, echoing deep within every sentient heart. Beams of stellar light descended like sacred rain. Within the bell's resonant ripples, Tao principles unfolded, and cosmic laws manifested visibly, projecting visions of myriad beings, the imprints of 10,000 races now embodied in the diverse branches of the Yaosu clan. Vast legions of beings appeared in hazy silhouette, prostrating en masse, forming an ethereal omen. Today's central figure, Emperor Jun, stood upon the high dais flanked by the two Taiyin goddesses bathed in the radiant convergence of sun and moon. Emperor Jun wore golden robes from which cascaded 129600 beams of stellar radiance. Golden solar flames flowed, like liquid fire permeating the air, with pure, overwhelming yang energy. Shiha and Changshi, primordial divine lords born of the Taiyin star, stood respectively to his left and right. Though aligned in shared Tao principles, their temperaments diverged profoundly. As the elder sister Shiha exuded regal elegance and solemn dignity, her aura gentle and serene seemed to embrace all existence with boundless magnanimity, her presence vast, commanding, and sublime. Changshi, by contrast, emanated cool detachment and ethereal grace, possessing an almost illusory, intangible quality, as if perpetually shifting between states, thus appearing more agile and mercurial. The sisters embodied the dual aspects of Yin, like the waxing and waning of the moon, each inheriting half its essence, thereby becoming two distinct, yet kindred primordial divine lords rooted in the same source, yet divergent in spirit. The visage of a primordial divine lord is perfection incarnate, forged by the Tao itself, flawless and inherently magnificent, requiring no embellishment. And as embodiments of Taiyin, they epitomized Yin's supple beauty in its most consummate form. There at the heart of the celestial firmament, Emperor Jun and the twin goddesses stood encircled by Taiyin and Yang sun stars. Yin and Yang interwoven in ineffable harmony, their combined qi suffusing heaven and earth with arcane resonance. Yuan Yi beheld this grand spectacle, not a wedding as he knew it from later eras, devoid of phoenix crowns and rosy bridal gowns, yet crowned instead by the reverence of stars, the homage of 10,000 races, and the silent witness of sages. Even dragons and phoenixes lacked the stature to adorn them as symbols of joy. And now Yuan, the first sage to attain transcendence, appeared as the sacred witness to this celestial marriage. That such a marriage could gather so many mighty cultivators, and even sages, to bear witness spoke volumes about Yuan's unparalleled prestige. Still, Yuan Yi sensed a subtle dissonance between this Yuan and the image he carried in memory, perhaps merely his own illusion. Yuan held aloft a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the crimson embroidered orb, exquisitely wrought, its surface inscribed with silken filigree radiating dense causal energy. Delicate strands of karma coalesced into jeweled garlands around it, weaving an infinite interlaced tapestry of cause and effect. Behind her loomed a sacred Dharma form. Not the innate Tao body, but her true primordial aspect, human above, serpentine below, towering between heaven and earth, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Yuan's gaze fell upon Emperor Jun and the two goddesses, silent, wordless. For a fleeting instant Yuan Yi thought her demeanor resembled his own former self at work, though surely he mused that was mere fancy. No officiant presided over this celestial marriage. Yuan served solely as witness. Emperor Jun stepped forward, his voice resonating with Dao intonation echoing across the entire Honghuang world. The Tao of heaven and earth rests upon the mutual reliance of Qian and Kuan, the harmonious union of Yin and Yang. The very foundation of creation, the source of all life, the continuity of myriad paths, and the endurance of 10,000 races. I, Emperor Jun, hereby declare my intent in the name of celestial sovereign to unite with my fellow Tao companions Shiha and Changshi, establishing the eternal order of Yin and Yang among all living beings, affirming the natural law of propagation for all races, and ensuring the flourishing of all sentient life. Let this proclamation resound across Honghuang. From this day forth, Yin and Yang shall coexist in perfect balance, sharing joy and sorrow as one. The great Tao shall never walk alone. Heaven and earth themselves shall bear witness. I beseech Sage Yuan to stand as our solemn witness. His voice fused with the Tao, crystallizing into immutable laws woven into the fabric of reality, resonant, pervasive, carrying within it an awakening essence that stirred enlightenment. Yet this Tao essence struck Yuan Yi as strangely peculiar, though apparently he alone perceived it thus. He sensed its diffusion, yet found it utterly inert, without effect upon him. for its profundity was superficial, akin to foundational primer texts. As Emperor Jun declared, this ritual aimed to establish the fundamental distinction and order of Yin and Yang among all living beings, the very essence of primordial instruction tailored for all races, distilling the most elementary principle of Yin-Yang Dao. Such rudimentary instruction held no value for Yuan Yi, yet he could not help but glance askance astonished that the celestial marriage itself yielded only this. Yet that astonishment vanished in an instant, as Yuan Yi realized his own perception had been shallow, overly presumptuous. What he took for granted, the simplest, most self-evident truths, were in truth the deepest, most fundamental and unassailable principles of heaven and earth. Had this been mere ceremonial pageantry, the heavenly Tao would not bestow celestial merit. The essence of the celestial marriage lay not in its outward form, but in its profound purpose, establishing the universal order of Yin and Yang among all beings and affirming the Tao of racial propagation. Undoubtedly the most essential, life-sustaining, great Tao. Only Emperor Jun, celestial sovereign ruling over all races, could enact such a covenant, for only he bore the authority to model this universal order. Even other sages would lack such legitimacy. Yet, this celestial sovereign had set a precedent for a tripartite union, or rather a precedent of auspicious innovation. As Yuan Yi reflected, his gaze drifted toward Tai, standing nearby, striking the bell for his elder brother. 2 Taiyin deities and 2 Yangsun deities existed, yet instead of forming 2 pairs they formed a trio, plus 1. Was this perhaps an imbalance in Yin and Yang? The heavenly Emperor Jun established the order of 3 people working together in harmony of Yin and Yang, with the emphasis on harmony rather than merely the act of 3 people collaborating. Only Yuan Yi, a peculiar individual with a skewed perspective, was fixated on the notion of 3 people moving together. At the same time, he was among the few who grasped the essence of this celestial marriage. Those innate divine beings understood it inherently and could see through everything, yet it had little relevance or impact on them. But aside from them, how many could truly see through it? After all, they belonged to a stage where they required enlightenment through external teachings, especially since the beings present could be considered immortal, including the various women serving on the sidelines who cared little about the continuation of Yin and Yang. The creation of an order with widespread significance is the true development in accordance with the evolution of the heavenly Tao, which is what Yuan Yi realized. Before this, all beings were also divided into Yin and Yang with distinctions of male and female. Even the innate divine beings were no exception. However, this Yin and Yang did not exist in a defined order. There was considerable chaos. Jun set a basic rule for this order of Yin and Yang by taking himself as an example. The holy woman Nuwa witnessed this, using her supreme innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball, to bind the causal connections among Jun, Shi He, and Chang, she thus establishing the order of the celestial marriage. At that moment, Yuan Yi witnessed the descent of heavenly merit right before his eyes. A magnificent aurora filled the sky with golden lotuses blooming in the void, various wondrous phenomena, reflecting an endless cascade of gold pouring down, as if an ocean had inverted, engulfing the peak of Mount Buzhou. Within this golden realm of heavenly merit, Yuan Yi felt the resonance of the laws of the great Tao, the traces of the Tao manifesting so clearly that merely bathing in it invoked an indescribable yearning. Yet everyone knew that this merit belonged to someone. Yuan Yi reached out to touch it, but his hand passed through the golden light, finding nothing but illusion. Countless rays of golden light converged toward the 4 figures on the high platform: Jun, Shi He, Chang Shi, and the holy woman Nuwa. Others could not touch this heavenly merit, and few dared to attempt. Heavenly merit is not an ordinary elixir. It cannot be used as currency for circulation. It is a gift from the heavenly Tao. If you demand it, the heavenly Tao will remain indifferent. If you disdain it, the heavenly Tao will still grant what is due without negotiation. Yuan Yi felt a pang of envy. He too wished to possess such grand heavenly merit. However, understanding what actions led to the heavenly Tao's acknowledgement and the bestowal of merit, Yuan Yi realized that heavenly merit is not easily attained. No wonder his myriad attempts to engage the heavenly Tao were met with cold indifference. Playing house could not attract the attention of the heavenly Tao, even if he sought a fairy to become his Tao partner, or even if he invited a saint to witness, such as his teacher Tongtian. The heavenly Tao would ignore him and grant him no rewards. Because he lacked the qualifications to establish the order of Yin and Yang for all beings, he could not set an example for the myriad creatures of the Honghuang. Moreover, his teacher Tongtian had told him that the rewards of heavenly merit are actually classified. Simply put, one type of merit is awarded for accomplishing certain deeds, while another type is granted when one intends to undertake certain actions, as the heavenly Tao is not afraid of you reneging on your promise. Thus, one must not, out of greed for heavenly merit, make promises to the heavenly Tao that one cannot fulfill, bearing consequences that one cannot withstand. This is the warning Tongtian gave them. Otherwise, one may find oneself trapped in an inescapable abyss in the future, regretting it far too late. The heavenly Tao does not understand humor. If you boast before it, it will take you seriously, and it will not allow you to back out halfway. Take Dijun, for example. The heavenly merit he received from establishing the heavenly court and the merit gained from the celestial marriage were distinct, reflecting the order of these two situations. The order of Yin and Yang for all beings was established by him, thus it became. Yet for the demon clan and the heavenly court in their desire to establish order among the myriad creatures of the Honghuang, they had not yet succeeded. They were still striving, but the heavenly merit had already been obtained. Yuan Yi discerned from his teacher's words a hint of skepticism towards Dijun, and the others unsure if you. Senior brother, the heavenly emperor says that Yin and Yang are distinct, and the myriad beings are assigned to the order of Yin and Yang. Since you embody both innate Yin and Yang and cultivate the path of Yin and Yang, is it not acceptable to call your senior sister too? As Yuan Yi was lost in thought, Bai Xiao whispered beside him, her words laced with clear teasing. Without turning his head, Yuan Yi raised his hand and knocked her on the head, questioning whether she was attempting to pick apart his role as senior brother based on the distinction of Yin and Yang. The fundamental distinction of Yin and Yang among beings has nothing to do with my cultivation of the path of Yin and Yang. Even innate divine beings embody both Yin and Yang. Why do you not ask the teacher? Their realm has long surpassed the ordinary beings' Yin and Yang order. Therefore the beings present did not take it seriously, they would not contemplate deeply. Even Bai Xiao had the leisure to joke around with him, teasing her senior brother. After the celestial marriage ceremony concluded, many powerful entities departed, while some strong figures remained to participate in the heavenly court's great affairs. The two saints from the west departed, and the Sanqing also left. The disciples, including Yuan Yi, naturally followed their teacher, exiting the heavenly court and heading towards the outskirts of Mount Buzhou. Looking back, the heavenly court was thriving and flourishing, heavenly soldiers patrolling in all directions, the heavenly palace hanging beneath the stars, overlooking the vast land of Honghuang, with fortunes converging and all races venerating together. Going out to witness the world was immensely beneficial for Yuan Yi and the others, greatly aiding their cultivation of the Tao. Master Uncle casually tore through space, leading the way on a green ox. The disciples of the three teachings followed behind, yet the eldest disciple of the three teachings, Xian Du, was absent. Coming from the human clan, he seemed to have gone to visit the holy woman Nuwa, and did not return to Kunlun with the others. Upon returning, the disciples each entered into closed-door cultivation. Teacher Tongtian said that all things are the Tao, and all matters are the Tao. After Teacher Tongtian departed, they scattered. Yuan Yi needed to return to his cultivation. He still had the immortal brew obtained from the great, which Xing Tian, that he had yet to consume, though it might significantly diminish in effectiveness. The Three Xiao would likely also enter a lengthy period of closed-door cultivation. They needed to refine the ginseng fruit that Yuan Yi had brought back for them, which is a truly top-tier innate spiritual fruit that would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. He wondered how much progress the three sisters would make upon emerging from their seclusion. As it stood, their cultivation levels were not particularly outstanding. Yun Xiao had the highest level, yet not surpassing Jin Ling, and was even lower than Duo Bao. Xiong Xiao, due to a fortuitous opportunity in the Wu clan, had captured a chance, advancing to Tai Yi much earlier than expected, her cultivation level only slightly behind that of her elder sister Yin Xiao. Bai Xiao, originally close in cultivation to Xiong Xiao, had now fallen behind, which is why she clung to him every day, as if following him would genuinely lead her to fortuitous encounters, leaving Yuan Yi quite speechless. Look at my purple aura turning dark. Do you really think I can encounter opportunities every time? Xiong Xiao was a fluke. With the three Xiaos sequestered in meditation to refine the ginseng fruit, Yuan Yi's cave abode grew unexpectedly lively, though more accurately noisier, to the point where he wished to shut his door to all visitors. He had rarely appeared before the GS sect disciples and had long been absent, yet ever since his appearances at Kunlun, and especially after his duel with Jin Ling, which revealed the depth of his cultivation, countless disciples now came to pay him homage. Worse still, without Yun Xiao to shield him from such visits, Yuan Yi could find no plausible excuse to decline his fellow disciples' invitations, save retreat into seclusion. As senior brother of the outer sect, his status may not rival that of Duo Bao and others, yet all these visitors were themselves outer sect disciples. Perhaps owing to this proximity in rank, many disciples naturally gravitated toward him, their outer sect senior brother. Yet Yuan Yi held no interest in faction building, its perils far outweighed its benefits. Still, courtesy demanded reciprocity. One could not strike down a smiling face. Thus, though reluctant, Yuan Yi could not coldly rebuff them. Jin Ling had visited him once to test her newly cultivated divine ability. Zhao Gongming came several times, each visit accompanied by a retinue of friends eager to meet their senior brother Yuan Yi. Though in truth it was the others who sought entry, relying on Zhao Gongming, a direct disciple, like themselves, to secure introductions. Zhao Gongming acted with unrestrained candor, generous, forthright, and utterly guileless. Yuan Yi felt no aversion toward such a man, yet subtly hinted he preferred fewer guests. Alas, Zhao Gongming missed every cue, leaving Yuan Yi quietly exasperated. To state outright that such visits undermined unity would be tactless, and thus unspeakable. Indeed, enduring these disciples paled beside the sheer delight of frivolously teasing Qiong Xiao and her sisters. Frankly, Yuan Yi envied senior sister Jinling. Few disciples dared trouble her. For her hands spoke louder than words, she possessed formidable practical skill, and her kindness ran deep. Anyone seeking her guidance received not mere instruction, but handsome mentorship embodying the Tao through action rather than empty rhetoric. In time, petitioners dwindled. Repeatedly guided to the brink of humiliation, they withdrew, preserving dignity however fragile. When precisely did this preoccupation with face first take root, and whence did it spring? Yuan Yi could not emulate Jinling by physically repelling every visitor. He could not strike down those who bowed deeply and called him senior brother, even if he shared little kinship with them. Jinling's guidance was genuine. Yuan Yi performing the same act would carry different intent, and thus a wholly different essence. Hence imitation was impossible. Yuan Yi had also paid respects to Deshe Bo's sole direct disciple, after returning to Kunlun. As Yin Xiao observed, this senior brother embodied Deshe Bo's profound Tao of serene non-action. His temperament was mild, his conduct effortlessly unhurried. Fortunately, Yuan Yi himself harbored a streak of innate indolence, not the meticulous seriousness of Yi. Xiandu was the only primordial human Yuan Yi had ever encountered, a being personally fashioned by the sage goddess Nuwa. Crafted from 9 heavens, yellow soil, and triple light, divine water refined within the Qinqin cauldron, and shaped by the art of creation itself, he emerged as a primordial body untainted by worldly flux. Though not born of heaven and earth like the earliest spirits, his foundational essence remained astonishingly profound. Imbued with Nuwa's sage aura and celestial virtue, he entered the world as an immaculate, indestructible lapis body, utterly translucent and pure. His physical form was not exceptionally resilient, yet it resonated with an extraordinary ethereal lightness, an intuitive nearness to the Tao that conferred immense advantage in comprehending the Great Way. Moreover, as Deshe Bo Taishang's sole direct disciple, he stood alone, his master's only heir. This senior brother treated Deshe Bo's immortal elixirs as candy sat or slept upon the primordial supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, and cultivated within the post-heaven supreme treasure, the heaven-earth profound yellow spirit tower, its celestial fortune converging solely upon him. His conditions were so unparalleled that even Yuan Yi, a direct disciple of a sage, found himself envious. Indeed, Yuan Yi was envious. He longed to borrow Deshe Bo's Taiji diagram for contemplation. This ultimate treasure embodying the zenith of Yin-Yang principles would greatly benefit his own innate primordial Yin and Yang Qi. Deshe Bo himself stood at the pinnacle of Yin-Yang cultivation. Naturally, Yuan Yi wished to seek his counsel, and Master Tongtian raised no objection. Xiandu's cultivation progressed faster than any peer across the 3 sects. He had already attained the Tai realm, slightly below Yuan Yi's current level, yet perilously close. Yet Yuan Yi had cultivated far longer. Was this disparity due to the inherent advantages of the human form, or to external conditions, or both? Yuan Yi recalled rumors asserting that ordinary humans advanced far more swiftly in cultivation than beings of other races. To Yuan Yi's surprise, this seemingly indolent senior brother Xiandu nevertheless engaged in meaningful work refining and systematizing Deshe Bo's golden core Tao, the cultivation path designed for lower realm practitioners. This was a concrete cultivation method intended for unenlightened beings. Disciples like Yuan Yi directly contemplated the Great Way, rarely bound by formal techniques. During his visit, Yuan Yi perused the golden core cultivation texts. Though unnecessary for him, he found them deeply fascinating. He realized the deeper such systems extended toward foundational levels, the greater their influence, and the sturdier their roots. Thus it was with the heavenly court's demonic cultivation path, the celestial emperor's Yin-Yang marital order, and likewise with Deshe Bo's golden core Tao. Yet Xiandu told him that post-primordial humans were rapidly declining in innate potential. Thus, even the golden core Tao required further adaptation to accommodate ever lower starting points. That Xiandu devoted energy to studying a Tao he himself would never practice, for the sake of his people's cultivation, shifted Yuan Yi's perception of his character. Yuan Yi had also met and exchanged pleasantries with many Yuanshi sect disciples. Though acquainted, most adhered strictly to Deshe Bo's austere precepts, preferring silent cultivation within their grottos, seldom venturing out. Thus encounters remained rare. Thousands of years passed like the blink of an eye. Seated within his cave abode, Yuan Yi formed mudras with his fingers. Golden pupils reflected flickering flames and surging waters. Before him hovered the supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the water-fire gourd. The 9 heavens mystic flame and 9 nether water converged, coalescing into a cauldron where black and white energies swirled, tempered by water and fire, until 2 serpentine dragon shapes emerged, circling with resonant chimes radiating razor-edge sharpness. This art of treasure forging he had learned from Heir Bo. Master Tongtian and the two elder brothers each possessed distinct mastery. Master Tongtian excelled in formation arrays, the foremost authority on formations throughout the Honghuang rivaled by few. Many cultivators specialized in formations, such as Dong Wang Gong, former lord of the male immortals, who pioneered the 10,000 immortal formation. Emperor Jun too mastered this art, his twin spiritual treasures, the River Chart and Luo Book, giving rise to the famed Heluo formation. Today, the Heavenly Quartz Jotian star array was likewise founded upon this very framework. Heir Bo excelled in artifact forging, de Bo in pill refining. Practitioners of these two disciplines remained far rarer than those of formation arts. Yuan Yi had acquired Heir Bo's forging methods to nurture his own Yin-Yang Qi. With excellent results, two peerless spirits' words, one black, one white, pleased him immensely. Unite. Yuan Yi shifted his mudra, commanding his innate Yin-Yang Qi to merge, channeling spiritual power to govern their interplay. Instantly, the two dragon shapes coiled together, Yin and Yang energies converging, causing the twin swords to vibrate, fiercely chiming in resonance. The previously distinct Yin and Yang energies began flowing towards seamless integration, reenacting the primordial unity, faint traces of chaos permeating the air. No, so it truly remains impossible. Yuan Yi's expression tightened. Without hesitation, he summoned the 5 elemental forces, projecting them forward to suppress the brewing chaos. At the very cusp of true Yin-Yang convergence, his innate Yin-Yang Qi slipped beyond control, raging chaotic and dangerously unstable. Even he sensed mortal peril. He had long sought to unify his Yin-Yang Qi into a single cohesive essence, yet each attempt ended in failure. Yin-Yang inversion, lawless disorder. The surrounding Daoic forces themselves unraveled, birthing raw, absolute destructive power. Even the 5 elemental forces Yuan Yi wielded turned erratic, vanishing instantly, while his inner spiritual energy fractured, spiraling into disarray. The Daoic forces of heaven and earth collapsed into chaos. His own spiritual energy rebelled. Within this radius, all order inverted. Everything distorted, everything unmoored. Yuan Yi froze. Had he unwittingly mastered the great art of Yin-Yang inversion? Not through mastery, but through catastrophic failure, this rampant, lawless Daoic force was the very manifestation of the technique's power. He had no time to ponder. Swiftly, he leapt backward, abandoning the raging Yin-Yang Qi entirely. For he possessed neither strength nor means to quell the chaos he himself had unleashed. A thunderous boom shook the entire mountain of Jingguang Cave. The turbulent energy breached the protective wards of Yuan Yi's grotto and surged outward, spreading like wildfire. Yuan Yi himself was swept into the maelstrom, the first to experience firsthand the devastating might of his own technique. Regrettably, this power acknowledged no master. His Taoist robe was slashed by razor-sharp Yin-Yang Qi, hanging in tattered ribbons. His top knot unraveled, his face smudged with ash and dust. Yuan Yi stood before his grotto entrance, silently surveying the utter devastation within. It was the first time he'd been reduced to such dishevelment by his own hand. How could his own innate Yin-Yang Qi, born with him, prove so defiant, so uncontrollable? Yuan Yi brooded, then abruptly turned his gaze toward the main peak of Kunlun, frowning. The sacred mountain lay veiled in clouds and mist, innate spiritual energy surging, as before, seemingly no different from any other day. Yet Kunlun felt markedly quieter today. A subtle oppressive aura hung in the air. Even the laws of heaven and earth seemed tinged with agitation, their anger perceptible to beings such as them. That the emotions of sentient beings could sway the very laws of heaven and earth was no small matter. The usually clamorous Kunlun fell into silence, fearful of provoking the thunderous wrath of the cosmos. What had occurred? Why had the atmosphere suddenly grown tense? He had only been secluded to temper the Yin and Yang energies for a mere 1,000 years. Hardly long, and Yuan Yi felt puzzled. Senior brother, are you all right? 3 radiant rainbows swept over and landed before Yuan Yi. Yunxiao glanced at the state of the cave abode, and then at Yuan Yi's torn Dao robe, and asked aloud. I'm fine, a minor mishap with my cultivation, nothing serious. Yuan Yi coughed lightly to conceal his embarrassment. His reputation as the valiant, sagacious senior brother had likely suffered some dent. He had been careless. He had not expected the 3 Xiaos to have ended their seclusion and arrive so quickly upon sensing the disturbance. He had not even had time to tidy himself. He smoothed his Dao robe, the torn fabric mended in an instant and returned to its former neatness. He retied his long hair, and with a light sweep of his sleeve, the lingering, chaotic, violent aura calmed, the destructive momentum dispersed. The innate Yin and Yang energies he reabsorbed into his gourd, where they joined Jiutian Xuanhua and Jiuyoming Shui. Then he set the cave abode to rights once more. But the formations and seals that had been broken were not so easily repaired. Many Dao traces and sigils had been destroyed and would need to be redeployed from scratch. It had to be said, though his attempt to reunify the Yin and Yang energies had not succeeded, the might born at the instant of their convergence was terrifying, subtly exceeding the reach of his current realm. When Yin and Yang are thrown into disarray and the Taoist order destabilizes, the forces of heaven and earth lose their balance, spells and divine arts are all disrupted, and even a cultivator's internal power is drawn into chaos. Whether divine arts, arcane spells, or great spirit treasure arrays, few would escape such interference. What potency could one then display when contending against another? Under the disorder of heaven and earth, all things become brittle and easily severed. A single stroke can break them. Perhaps this is the essence of the keen edge of the Three Xiao Sisters, and my course has not been mistaken. At the same time Yuan Yi studied the changes in the Three Xiaos, their cultivation had clearly advanced, and the Three Sisters' Tao attainments had all risen. Still, they could not compare to where Yuan Yi had once stood. He had consumed 2 renxinghua and cultivated beneath the renxinghua tree. Coupled with his deep understanding of the 5 elements way, his chosen path, his gains were greater, allowing him to seclude for tens of thousands of years to break through. Compared to him, the Three Xiao's benefits, while not insignificant, were less pronounced. They had not forged a chance for a realm-breaking breakthrough, which is why they emerged after only a few thousand years. It seems the potency of the renxinghua still lingers, not fully absorbed, Yuan Yi said, without hedging, eyeing the 3 sisters and speaking plainly what he perceived. Yunxiao nodded lightly and helped Yuan Yi put the cave in order. We sisters lagged slightly in our comprehension of the Tao, so we sealed part of the medicinal efficacy away to be used when our insight matures enough for a breakthrough. Upon sensing a certain anomaly outside, we ended our seclusion early. Yunxiao did not hide anything and spoke openly. An anomaly? What happened? Senior brother Duobao, said Master Tongtian, had a dispute with second senior uncle. His second senior uncle is in a foul mood. Bixiao took up the thread. A dispute? Isn't that rather ordinary? Yuan Yi asked, baffled. Such occurrences were far from rare. Yet he had never seen second senior uncle's mood swing so severely that it affected the forces of heaven and earth. The unrest could not be quelled for a long while. Truly unprecedented. Generally speaking, their master Tongtian was the one more apt to lay emotions bare. Second senior uncle tended toward restraint and aloofness, his demeanor stern and indifferent. This time is different, Xiongxiao shook her head. Senior brother Nanji says second senior uncle truly flew into anger. So what precisely transpired? Yuan Yi looked to the 3 women. They were far better informed than he. He could not fathom how the matter had escalated into real fury. It should not have happened. The 3 Xiaos exchanged glances before Yunxiao spoke. Master has located a suitable place to establish a mountain gate, and discussed moving Jiejiao out of Kunlun with the 2 senior uncles. The 2 senior uncles disagreed, and a dispute broke out. Yuan Yi grew even more perplexed. Why would Master Tongtian wish to relocate Jiejiao from Kunlun? Was it not because Jijio's numerous disciples disturbed Kunlun's tranquility, which in the long run would incur the senior uncle's displeasure? And if the 2 senior uncles opposed the move, why should that spark such a quarrel? It hardly seemed a contradiction worth such commotion. It was difficult to understand. When Master spoke of relocating Jiejiao, second senior uncle grew unhappy and proposed simply expelling the raucous Jiejiao disciples to restore Kunlun's peace. The Master and second senior uncle then argued. Yunxiao continued. So, Yuan Yi gestured to himself, and then to the 3 Xiaos, asking by implication if they were the ones. Yungxiao paused, then smiled and shook her head, indicating that was not the case, and they were not being singled out. Second senior uncle's view is that the 3 schools should each leave only their direct disciples in Kunlun. The remaining disciples should be placed wherever the master sees fit, or be disbanded entirely. That seems workable, Yuan Yi thought to himself, yet only as a fleeting notion. He knew the master would not consent, nor would he, Yuan Yi, be so selfish. Just as Yunxiao and he had once urged Master Tongtian to take on the responsibility of founding a school, the master carried his own stubborn conviction for reasons none could discern. In truth, only Jijio's circumstances were so exceptional. Renjiao had but a single disciple, and Chanjiao now retained only direct disciples with no inner or outer gate distinctions remaining. But Jiejiao, beyond its direct disciples, counted innumerable registered disciples, which is why its ranks were, if one were to speak plainly, those direct disciples had cultivated in Kunlun long ago, save for the last to enter. At that time, second senior uncle had shown no dislike toward them. Yuan Yi and the 3 Xiaos had even received a meeting gift, a Xinqing fruit born of an innate spiritual root. Yuan Yi could not speak for Duobao and the others, but he was certain he had not been specially favored, and most of them had likely received meeting gifts. Yuan Yi remembered that even Zhao Gongming had not been omitted. Zhao had revealed this himself while discussing the Tao. From that, at least up to now, there had been no bias against these direct disciples. Has the master not agreed? Is the relocation already decided? Yuan Yi asked. Yunxiao nodded, her eyes wrought with complexity. Yuan Yi's own mood turned equally delicate. He had mentally braced himself beforehand and did not feel particularly surprised. Yuan Yi always sensed a faint urgency in Master Tongtian, he could not explain. They said sages perceive past and future as easily as reading lines in a palm. He longed to know what from such height they truly beheld. Sages endure countless calamities untouched by karmic stain genuinely persisting beyond the world. What were they pursuing? Fortune? Face? From his recent interactions Yuan, he felt their aims were unlikely to be so trivial. Yet he could not dismiss another thought: the merits granted by the heavenly Tao. When one acts or pledges to act, the heavenly Tao is not stingy with its rewards. The 5 sages who founded the schools seemed to belong to the latter kind, while Nuwa belonged to the former. Now she stood most transcendent. Could this be related? As Yuan Yi set about repairing the cave's damaged formations and seals, he heard the Tao sound of the master's treasure, the Yu Gu, resound, a summons for Jiejiao disciples to present themselves. The 4 dared not delay, the repairs were set aside, and 4 rainbows of light tore through the sky. The rhythmic beat of the Yugu drum echoed across the realm as immortals of the Jie sect gathered in unison. Supreme Sovereign Tongtian sat upon the elevated dais while his direct disciples stood respectfully below, those on the right side arrayed in strict order, with Yuan Yi occupying the foremost position on the right. Today the Jie sect boasted several thousand disciples, a sight Yuan Yi witnessed for the first time. Every single disciple from Kunlun assembled together in one place. In past lectures, attendance had never been so complete. Master Tongtian rarely imposed strict discipline. Yet Yuan Yi could name only a handful among them, realizing for the first time how vast the sect truly was. Though legend spoke of 10,000 immortals paying homage to the Jie sect, the presence of several thousand here, so early in this era, exceeded even his expectations. Most were primordial beings, a few were spirit beasts or postnatal cultivators born near Kunlun Mountain. Countless beings longed to become disciples of a sovereign, but traversing the vast, perilous expanse of the Honghuang world to reach Kunlun's sacred Taoist cultivation ground remained exceedingly rare. Moreover, the Yaos held unparalleled dominance at this time. The celestial court's authority reigned supreme, and countless clans proudly claimed Yao lineage. This gathering was not convened for a lecture. Instead, Master Tongtian announced calmly and decisively that the Jie sect would relocate from Kunlun. Its new foundation would be established beyond the Eastern Sea at the legendary Sanxian Isles, the former seat of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court fell in its rivalry with the Celestial Court, and even these blessed isles suffered grievous damage and sank into silent dormancy. Now their master Tongtian had rediscovered this ruined land and intended to restore it as the Jie sect's new mountain. The Celestial Court fell in its rivalry with the Celestial Court, and even these blessed isles suffered grievous damage and sank into silent dormancy. Now their master Tongtian had rediscovered this ruined land and intended to restore it as the Jie sect's new mountain abode. Upon hearing the name Sanxian Isles, Yuan Yi instinctively glanced sideways at the 3 Xiaos. Legend held that their own cultivation ground bore the same name. He wondered, had it always been called Sanxian Isle, or did the name arise solely from the presence of these 3 immortal maidens? Yuan Yi also pondered curiously. Though the Sanxian Isles were famed throughout the Honghuang world, second perhaps only to Kunlun and the pre-destruction Mount Shumi, they remained among the most extraordinary realms of cosmic creation. A realm earned the title Realm of Creation precisely because it nurtured unique cosmic blessings. What blessing then had the Sanxian Isles birthed? He had never heard tell of it. Logically, since Dong Wanggong discovered the isles, the blessing must have fallen into his hands. Yet Yuan Yi knew of no extraordinary spiritual treasures or divine roots attributed to him. He was neither impoverished nor exceptionally wealthy. While Master Tongtian declared the relocation, Yuan Yi, who stood closest, found his thoughts drifting toward where the isle's treasures had vanished. After all, the inner disciples already knew of this decision. The move itself held no surprise for them. Below, however, the broader disciples erupted in murmurs of astonishment. To them, Kunlun, second only to Buzhou Mountain, was the supreme blessed land. Why abandon such serenity for the distant Eastern Sea? Yuan Yi observed them calmly. Their genuine bewilderment left him uncertain how to judge. It revealed their utter lack of self-awareness. Kunlun was immense, yet several thousand cultivators already disturbed its tranquil sanctity. Could they not simply govern themselves? Alas, Master Tongtian upheld the great Tao's boundless inclusivity, no distinction between good and evil, only the ceaseless struggle of all beings pursuing their own paths. Though many disciples harbored doubts, none dared question the sovereign's decree. His words were the immutable edicts of the Tao itself, and thus the matter was settled. Master Tongtian had always acted with decisive swiftness. Once resolved, he intended to depart immediately. Cultivators like them carried all essentials within their spatial artifacts. Little remained to pack or prepare. Yuan Yi hesitated. In his view, hosting a farewell banquet for disciples of the other 2 sects would foster goodwill and preserve the tri-sect harmony. Yet such worldly courtesies were alien to their current ethos. Master, Yuan Yi began, intending to suggest delaying the departure, even if only briefly. Master, might we delay our departure by a few days? Someone stepped forward ahead of Yuan Yi, bowing deeply. We share deep bonds with disciples of the Run and Chan sects. With separation imminent, we wish to bid them proper farewells. Yuan Yi glanced at Yin Xiao and silently withdrew the foot he had begun to lift. Master Tongtian was right. Yin Xiao had indeed been greatly influenced by him. She was his perfect mouthpiece, acting with far greater candor than he ever dared. Master Tongtian gazed upon Yin Xiao, then subtly swept his eyes toward Yuan Yi before nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, it is fitting you take leave of them. Though the three sects stem from one root, let no rift mar your fellowship. Attend to your personal affairs first. He then turned his gaze towards senior brother Duobao. Duobao, you shall lead your junior brothers and sisters to pay respects to your senior and second masters. Observe all propriety and decorum. This disciple humbly accepts the mandate, Duobao replied. Thereupon Master Tongtian departed, and the assembly dispersed. The inner disciples agreed upon a schedule, first visiting the two senior masters, then convening disciples of Xuandu and the Chan sect for a final gathering. Though Yin Xiao raised the proposal, and Master Tongtian approved it, the practical execution fell chiefly to Duobao, the Jie sect's senior brother. Yuan Yi too could be called senior brother, but prefixed with outer gate. He was outer gate senior brother, and one who deliberately avoided administrative duties. Yuan Yi clearly saw that Duobao took genuine delight in managing sect affairs, unlike himself, who regarded such tasks as burdensome labor to be avoided. Having settled their plans, the disciples dispersed, returning each to their own cave abodes. Yuan Yi walked beside Yin Xiao. Sensing his gaze, she turned, her eyes sparkling playfully. Senior brother, you were about to raise this matter yourself, were you not? Pray do not fault me for unintentionally speaking before you, senior brother. I hadn't even opened my mouth, and yet you've already answered for me. Have you stolen my words again? No, I should thank you, junior sister, for voicing what I hesitated to say. You've spared me the effort entirely. Yin Xiao smiled warmly, graceful, approachable, and utterly dependable. Yuan Yi turned toward Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, offering them a smile, so gentle and radiant it felt like basking in spring sunlight. Junior sisters, might you lend your senior brother a hand? Bi Xiao looked puzzled. Xiong Xiao quietly stepped back, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Xiong Xiao knew this senior brother well. Whenever he adopted such exaggerated warmth, he invariably intended to conscript her and Bi Xiao into arduous labor. Xiong Xiao remained silent, and even signaled Bi Xiao with her eyes not to reply. But Bi Xiao failed entirely to decipher the warning. Of course, senior brother. What task requires our help? Nothing urgent, merely that we're relocating from Kunlun. I've cultivated numerous spirit fruit trees, and I intend to transplant them whole. Bi Xiao suddenly sensed danger, and asked cautiously, senior brother, what precisely do you mean? People thrive when moved, trees perish when transplanted. These spirit fruit trees are exquisitely delicate. If handled carelessly, they'll lose their spiritual essence, or worse, disrupt Kunlun's blessed geomantic energy. Given their number, might you two kindly assist me? Bi Xiao's face fell. She'd already been pressed into service, digging spirit soil and channeling geomantic energy to plant these very trees. Now she was expected to uproot them all. Bi Xiao cast a desperate glance toward elder sister Yin Xiao, but Yin Xiao refused to meet her eyes. Senior brother, may I assist? She offered instead. Yuan Yi declined. A minor matter. Elder sister Yin Xiao, please attend to your own affairs. I merely require the services of these two idle ones. Senior brother, I'm busy. I'm not idle, Bi Xiao muttered under her breath. Senior brother, if you require anything further, please speak freely. I entrust Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao to your care. Just ensure they don't cause mischief. Watching elder sister Yin Xiao sell them both without hesitation, Xiong Xiao sighed deeply. Bi Xiao stared blankly, lips parted, words trapped behind unspoken protest. Yin Xiao departed for her golden radiance cave. Junior sisters, let us go. Upon completion, I'll treat you to spirit fruits, Yuan Yi said, beaming at his newly acquired laborers. His mood markedly improved. Bi Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. Spirit fruits. Who cared? She could sneak pick them any time, and he'd never know. The two sisters followed Yuan Yi, flying toward the golden light cave. The disciples of the Jie sect were busy. Even Yuan Yi had summoned the two sisters Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao to help him move. He was reluctant to part with the spirit fruit trees he had gathered, though their quality was rather average aside from their good taste. Of course, average only in comparison to innate spiritual roots. To truly cultivate such trees, one must channel the earth's energy and the essence of heaven and earth, aligning with the principles of the Tao. Nurturing spiritual roots is indeed a skilled endeavor. Yuan Yi had learned this from his master uncle, and he had even picked up some rudimentary alchemy techniques from Xuandu. He had some exposure to alchemy and artifact forging, yet he had not delved deeply into the formation techniques of his own teacher, falling short compared to the three sisters who were experts in this field. Within a nondescript courtyard atop the main peak of Kunlun, a place rarely visited by the direct disciples of Yuan Yi, the three brothers were gathered around a stone table. Taking's expression remained as calm and composed as ever, while Yuqing's face, though not overtly displeased, revealed hints of dissatisfaction. Shanqing, on the other hand, wore a pained expression, appearing somewhat helpless. Second brother, you ought to understand that since we brothers have established a sect and achieved sanctification, we must walk our own path of the Tao. This is an unavoidable reality. Those saints are not bound by cause and effect. The oath of the heavenly Tao established by our proof of the Tao is imperative. The heavenly Tao cannot be deceived. You understand this better than I do, second brother. Can such words be spoken lightly? You claim to know that the heavenly Tao cannot be deceived. Such carelessness. Do you not see the difference between the former Mu Gong and the current Di Jun? Yuqing Yuanshi's words carried a weight of seriousness still tinged with a hint of anger. You should know that sentient beings are complex. Our sanctification is not akin to that of our sister Nuwa, who completed her merit in creating humanity and is therefore minimally affected. Yet you and I have become saints based on our teachings, and we cannot ignore this influence. The heavenly Tao does not jest. The broader the involvement, the easier it is to invite backlash in the future. Once entangled, it is hard to extricate oneself. How does your oath to save all beings differ from Di Jun's establishment of the demon race? What is the current state of the demon race? On the surface it seems prosperous, but that order is merely an illusion. How can coexistence of myriad races be achieved? Between individual beings and their groups, some conflicts are not about right or wrong. You always seek to view matters from a detached perspective, but how can this be achieved? Even you and I have our positions. The heavenly Tao also has its stance. All sentient beings, each with their own positions. This is the birthplace of the Sanqing. The three saints sit here, and no outsiders can overhear their conversation. Thus Yuqing spoke more freely, without concern for revealing heavenly secrets. Yuan Yi merely learned from Tongtian the differences in the heavenly Tao's merit rewards, realizing what needed to be acknowledged. How could the saints not know this? The merit of Nuwa's sanctification was a consequence of her corresponding tasks being completed, which is why she is now so transcendent, residing in the outer heavenly dojo, in seclusion, uninvolved in worldly matters, and rarely making appearances. However, apart from Nuwa, they could not achieve this, as although they had attained a saintly position, they had not yet fulfilled the corresponding duties of teaching sentient beings, which is a fundamental difference. The heavenly Tao does not deceive, nor can it be deceived. Once an oath is established and merit is received, the matter must proceed. In Yuan Yi's words, Nuwa's completion is like receiving the final payment after project acceptance, while the Sanqing and the two Western saints have proposed plans without completing the work, yet the heavenly Tao generously settled everything in one go. If they abandon the merit and flee, leaving a shoddy project behind, the heavenly Tao will demand accountability. After all, establishing a sect is not merely about erecting a mountain gate. And it's not just the 5 saints of the 4 major sects who find themselves in this situation. The heavenly court and the demon race are also alike, and even more troublesome. For the great saints merely have the merit of teaching, while the heavenly emperor Di Jun must establish order among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. When beings are in disorder, it is evident where the consequences will fall. In Yuqing's view, Tongtian's oath to the heavenly Tao encompasses too much, and the doctrines are too vague, making them susceptible to backlash. The heavenly Tao is merciless and leaves no room for negotiation. I sense my opportunity for sanctification to hesitate is to invite retribution. Now that it is done, further disputes are futile. Seeing the conversation between the two brothers becoming sharper, Taiqing intervened to stop it. For the time being, we should consider how to proceed forward. Taiqing turned his gaze to Shanqing. Please share your thought. As my elder brother said, now that we have reached this point, we must proceed. Establishing a sect while upholding the will of the Tao ancestor means transmitting the Tao to all beings. If we 3 sects remain isolated, how can that be accomplished? Though Kunlun is vast, how can it accommodate our 3 sects? How can we spread our teachings to allow all beings to attain the Tao? Transmitting the Tao must also be done gradually. Yuqing added. Currently in the primordial lands, the West has Zhuan-Ti and Jia-Yin establishing sects, while in the East the heavenly court exists in the world. Our Jia sect should head beyond the Eastern Sea, which is on the edge of the primordial lands, and has previously experienced conflicts between the heavenly court and the immortal court. It is indeed the place for our Jia sect to spread the Tao. Taiqing remained silent, and Yuqing also did not speak, finally sighing. Very well, though the demon race and the witch race have ceased hostilities, the future remains uncertain. It will not be easy for the heavenly court to incorporate the witch race into the order of all beings, and many of your disciples are unruly, so it is better to avoid this place of conflict. Tongtian did not accept his suggestion, and at this point there was really nothing more to discuss. Yuqing's gaze pierced through the void, looking within Kunlun, taking in all the sights. His gaze swept across several locations without any change in expression before stopping at a certain place, where his eyes momentarily flickered. There he saw 3 figures transplanting spiritual fruit trees. Unlike other disciples, after taking the spiritual fruit trees, they did not leave behind a mess of pits, but instead casually tossed some seeds into the ground, restoring the earth's surface and tidying up the drawn earth energy, ensuring that the spiritual essence of the blessed land remained intact. Among those who practice cultivation, it is rare for someone like Yuan Yi to go to such lengths, often moving mountains and filling seas with ease. Leaving a mess when moving out of a rented place does not align with Yuan Yi's habits, and it does not take much effort, especially with Xiao, and by Xiao his devoted junior sisters volunteering to assist him. You have given your disciple Yuan Yi a congenital gourd from the Zhuzhou mountain. It suits his innate Yin-Yang energy. If he can fulfill his merits in the future and reach the realm of severing the three corpses, he can come to Kunlun for a visit and meet my second master uncle. Yuqing casually remarked. On the shores of the eastern sea, the immortals of the Jie sect stood upon the clouds. Yuan Yi gazed at the vast expanse of the eastern sea, feeling a sense of nostalgia within his heart. After a long journey, he had returned once again back to this place by the eastern sea. However, this place was not at all familiar to him, so he had little sentiment to express. The Jie sect had relocated to this eastern sea. Below were three immortal islands, Penglai Fangzhong and Yingzhou. Though referred to as islands, in reality, they were vast and boundless, more like three continents. Countless smaller islands were scattered around surrounding the area. The former scale of the heavenly court was incomparable to the current celestial court, yet it still had a double-digit number of innate holy beings stationed. Unfortunately, this place had been destroyed during the Great War. The spiritual energies dissipated, and the fortunes turned to emptiness. Now what Yuan Yi and the others saw were the three immortal islands restored and refined after the traces of destruction had been cleared by their master Tongtian, still worthy of being called a blessed land. Tongtian enacted the means of a sage here, re-establishing the Jie sect's mountain gate, and using the three immortal islands as a foundation to gather fortunes atop Penglai Island, opening the Bestow Palace as a Taoist sanctuary. The disciples of the Jie sect centered themselves around the three immortal islands, each searching for suitable spiritual islands as their cultivation abodes. Yuan Yi and the other direct disciples, along with the seven fairies, settled around the three immortal islands. Yuan Yi sensed that since the Jie sect had moved here, the atmosphere seemed to have changed. In Kunlun Mountain, there was still a certain degree of restraint. Yuan Yi stood in the void, feeling somewhat troubled about where would be the most suitable place for his own sanctuary. His place of origin was not here, and he had no intention of searching. His sanctuary was tainted by malevolent energy. The fortunes had long dissipated, and it resembled the dwelling of a peerless great demon. How could it be worthy of his identity as a disciple of a sage? Moreover, Yuan Yi had no idea where to start looking. It was like finding a needle in a vast ocean. At the same time, he wanted to occupy an island for himself as a sanctuary, not keen on mixing with his fellow Jie sect disciples, as they were too noisy, and he treasured the peace. Have you chosen your sanctuary, senior brother? Yinxiao approached Yuan Yi and asked. Not yet. How about you? Not yet either. Yinxiao shook her head. We wish to find our original place of birth. The master has already started to calculate the heavenly secrets for us sisters and found the location. I see. Yuan Yi nodded. The birthplace of the three sisters must surely be quite extraordinary. Ordinary places of fortune could not possibly nurture such three-spirited clouds. 3 is indeed a rather unusual number. Furthermore, unlike his tainted birthplace, the birthplace of the three sisters would likely be a true, blessed spiritual island. For them, if they could reclaim their birthplace, it would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial for their cultivation. Senior brother. Yinxiao hesitated for a moment before continuing. If you are free, could you accompany us, sister? Yuan Yi was about to agree out of habit, as it was just a matter of helping, and he had nothing to refuse, but then he froze, his gaze fixed on Yinxiao. This seemed to be more than just an invitation for him to help right. Given Yangxiu's character, she wouldn't ask for help while he was searching for a suitable sanctuary. It seemed that when he first arrived in Kunlun, Yinxiao had made a similar invitation. What do you think, senior brother? Yuan Yi hesitated. This should not be his misunderstanding. But he wanted a sanctuary of his own, and there were indeed suitable islands nearby. If senior brother does not mind the noise from Bixiao and the others, you could settle with us sisters. Yinxiao had heard senior brother mention that his birthplace was tainted by the malevolent energy of heaven and earth, making it unsuitable as a sanctuary. Given senior brother's temperament, he probably wouldn't want to squeeze together with his fellow disciples. Don't worry, we have plenty of space for you to plant spirit fruits. Yinxiao told him, indicating that their home was quite large, inviting him to stay with them. Moreover, Yinxiao had directly stated it, and Yuan Yi found it difficult to pretend to be oblivious and brush it off. At this moment, Yinxiao switched to sound transmission, her voice directly entering Yuan Yi's ear. To not hide from senior brother, it is possible that there is another fortune in our original birthplace. I vaguely sensed it before, however I was uncertain and lacked the strength to explore, as the aura was somewhat dangerous. Now we wish to return and take a look again, and asking for senior brother's assistance is not mere words. Another fortune. Yuan Yi pondered. What sort of fortune? The greatest fortune of the three sisters was surely not just becoming disciples of the sage Tongtian, was it? Suddenly Yuan Yi recalled a certain legendary artifact, The three sisters had a formidable reputation not only for their mastery over their divine abilities and the three treasures, the primordial gold dough, the golden scissors, and the binding dragon rope, but there was indeed another item. In legends, it was said that the three sisters used this item to take down the 12 immortals of the Chan sect in one fell swoop, forcing their second master, Uncle Yuqing, to intervene personally. The formation, the 9 curves Yellow River Formation. The fortune that Yin Xiao referred to could not possibly be related to this item, right? It was no ordinary item as far as formations go. Its legendary reputation was only second to a few grand arrays. Especially since, unlike other grand formations, the 9 curves Yellow River Formation did not have high requirements for those who set it up. The three sisters could form the array on their own without needing too many others' assistance. In this regard, only the Master's Excalibur formation could surpass it. Whether it was the Great Array of the Stars or the Grand Formation of the 12 Ancestral Witches, they required much stricter conditions in terms of the number of people involved. If it were truly this item, then the fortunes of these three sisters were indeed extraordinary. Thinking of himself, while I also possess the innate Yin and Yang energies accompanying my birth, Yuan Yi reflected. Then I shall accompany you on this journey. Yuan Yi nodded, accepting Yunxiu's invitation. He was quite interested in the renowned 9 curves Yellow River Formation and wanted to witness it. Of course, he had no other thoughts regarding this belonging to the three sisters. After all, Yuan Yi was not particularly fond of formations. Those infamous grand arrays seemed to have poor outcomes, like an unbreakable curse. Moreover, in essence, formations relied on external forces, borrowing the power of heaven and earth and the strength of others to exhibit power beyond oneself. Yuan Yi was not very trusting of the might of formations. More importantly, he would not seize anyone else's fortune. He certainly would not seek to take the opportunities of the three sisters. If people treated me sincerely, how could I deceive them? Yin Xiao knew there was fortune to be had, yet she invited him along. This was not something an ordinary person would do, who would invite someone to share their fortune. Seeing Yuan Yi agree, Yin Xiao wore a gentle smile, elegant and dignified. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother. No need for such courtesy. If senior brother says so, then Yin Xiao will not stand on ceremony with you. Yunxiu's tone carried an unusual playfulness. Yuan Yi was taken aback, laughing as he shook his head. When shall we depart? Time is of the essence. If you are free, shall we set off now? All right. Yuan Yi had no objections. Yin Xiao immediately called for Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, and the four of them flew westward, following the location deduced by their master Tongtian. The birthplace of the three sisters was actually in a direction much closer to the primal earth rather than deeper within the eastern sea. Above the East Sea, a cloud swiftly floated towards the direction of the primordial land. As they weren't in a hurry, Yuan Yi and his companions chose to travel leisurely on the cloud, gliding over the surface of the sea. Riding the cloud, Yuan Yi was lounging at the back with the sisters Qiong Xian and Bai Xian. While resting to conserve energy, as Yin Xian said, the opportunities ahead carried a somewhat dangerous aura. At this moment, Qiong Xian and Bai Xian were whispering and discussing names for their Taoist temple. They were worrying about such trivial matters when they hadn't even reclaimed their own temple yet. Bai Xian had an inexplicable enthusiasm for naming things which Yuan Yi strongly disagreed with. What do you think our Taoist temple should be named? How about 3 immortal islands? Yumi and elder sister, the 3 immortals, Bai Xian said excitedly. But Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou are already known as the 3 immortal islands. Isn't that inappropriate for our Jiao's mountain gate? What does it matter? Our master wouldn't mind. This 3 immortal island is not the same as that 3 immortal island. The 3 islands of immortals and the island of the 3 immortals are 2 different matters. Bai Xian dismissed it casually. And one more thing you forgot to count, senior brother, Qiong Xian reminded. Bai Xian paused, realizing she had been persuaded. Oh right, we indeed need to come up with a more suitable name. You actually don't have to. Yuan Yi thought to himself, wishing to say they didn't need to include him in the naming. Then how about 4 Saints Island? Bai Xian proposed another name, pointing at Yuan Yi, Yun Xian, and Qiong Xian, and then herself, senior brother, elder sister, you and I. Yuan Yi was speechless. Bai Xian, are you trying to poison the naming process? First there was Golden Light Cave and Golden Cloud Cave, and now you come up with 4 Saints Island. Maybe you should just stop naming things altogether. Wouldn't using saint in the name be too ostentatious? We are still only at the Tai stage. That's what I was thinking, Yuan Yi reminded. So what? With senior brother and our sister's foundation, we will definitely step into the quasi-saint realm in the future. Quasi-saints are still saints, right? Isn't there a mention of 10 demon saints in the heavenly court? A name that is too low-key would undermine our presence when we introduce ourselves later on. Bai Xian argued passionately. Even Qiong Xian was convinced and felt that it made sense. Ultimately, despite their differing personalities, the 2 sisters were quite similar in many ways. Neither of them were individuals who preferred to remain low-key. They were both interested in prominent names. In reality, even if they did name it 4 Saints Island, it wouldn't be a significant issue, since those who could compare with them wouldn't bother. Saints are their teachers, or uncles, which saint would quibble with their juniors over such trivial matters? It would truly be beneath the dignity of a saint, wouldn't it? As for others, that mattered even less. The reason Yuan Yi found it inappropriate was that he remembered legends stating that there were disciples in Jiejiao who were referred to as the Four Saints. The Four Saints of Nine Dragon Island, Wang, Mo Yang's son Gao Youqian, and Li Xingba. These four individuals were the type that one could instantly tell were not good people, leaving Yuan Yi with some impressions of them. Moreover, these four were close friends with the plague god Lu Yu and were neighbors. Sharing a name with them always made Yuan Yi feel it wasn't a good thing. Especially with Golden Light Cave and Golden Cloud Cave preceding them, Yuan Yi was somewhat wary of the name for. By now, Yuan Yi understood that the Taoist temple of Tai Zhenren and Yuding Zhenren located in Qian Yuan Mountains Golden Light Cave and Yuchuan Mountains Golden Cloud Cave clearly belonged to him and the Three Xiao Sisters. It was more than just a name similarity. It seemed that after Jiejiao moved away from Kunlun, their previous caves were inherited by these two. Yuan Yi and the others had entered Kunlun early, and the spiritual mountain they chose was inherently extraordinary. Even though Kunlun blessed land was filled with spiritual mountains, their cave was situated in one of the most prime locations. In fact, before Jiejiao's departure, Tai had visited him and mentioned this matter. Yuan Yi did not refuse. Since his people were no longer in Kunlun, it would be somewhat unreasonable to occupy the best location and leave it vacant. Now Bai Xian proposed Four Saints Island again, making Yuan Yi think too much of it's better not to get entangled with such karma. As for naming our Taoist temple, let's reconsider it later. The priority is to reclaim our temple first, then we can discuss other matters. Yin Xian spoke up, bringing the topic to a close. Hearing her elder sister speak, Bai Xian had no choice but to obediently keep quiet and set this matter aside. Yuan Yi looked at Yin Xian only to see her gaze directed at him, seemingly filled with inquiry, yet she did not. Wait, is Yun Xian speaking up because of me? He began to doubt whether Yun Xian had cultivated the legendary heart communication ability. Did she really notice my hesitation so easily? While Qiong Xian and Bai Xian, who spent more time with him, lacked such insight. Yun Xian seemed to understand him too well, or was she just overly observant? He merely had a fleeting thought, and she was able to notice. Clearly Qiong Xian and Bai Xian, who spent more time with him, did not have such perceptiveness. Suddenly Yuan Yi turned his gaze forward, frowning. Did something happen, senior brother? Yun Xian was the first to notice the change in Yuan Yi's expression and inquired. Yuan Yi's cultivation realm was higher, and his divine sense was stronger, giving him enhanced perception. He sensed a wave of magical power coming from ahead. Someone was engaging in a battle. The aura felt somewhat familiar, the dragon clan. Yuan Yi instantly made the judgment. There are dragons ahead. Shortly after Yuan Yi spoke, Yun Xian and the others also sensed the fluctuations of aura from ahead. This was the East Sea, once one of the three great overlords of the primordial world, where the dragon clan dominated the seas. One could even say the dragon clan was the strongest race at that time, surpassing even the Phoenix and Qilin races. The East Sea was the birthplace of the dragon clan, where the ancestral dragon was born. It could be said that the East Sea was the dragon clan's stronghold, and even now it remained the foremost among the four seas. The foundation of the dragon clan was still there. It was even possible that one or two Luo-level beings were barely surviving within. Yuan Yi had initially been bullied by the dragon, but as the saying goes, a centipede, though dead, does not stiffen. Perhaps the innate divine beings would not take the current dragon clan seriously, but ordinary beings would not dare to underestimate them. The foundation of the dragon clan was still there. It was even possible that one or two Luo-level beings were barely surviving within. Yuan Yi had initially been bullied by the dragon clan, killing a few of their members, and had only thought of fleeing. This was the East Sea, the most active place for the dragon clan, so encountering them was not surprising. However, Yuan Yi did not wish to meet them. It seems like the dragon clan is pursuing a primordial being, Yun Xian said after sensing for a moment, turning to Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi pondered for a moment and shook his head. It has nothing to do with us, no need to interfere, let's avoid them. Yun Xian had no objections to this. The sisters were aware of the previous conflict between Yuan Yi and the dragon clan, and they had no interest in meddling. The reason for her inquiry was that Yuan Yi had helped them before, but Yun Xian was uncertain if Yuan Yi would assist them again. This was somewhat overestimating Yuan Yi. He had acted only because they were the Three Xiao Sisters. If it weren't for that, with Yuan Yi's nature, how could he possibly lend a hand? They are coming in our direction, Qiong Xian. The being being pursued by the dragon clan was escaping in their direction. They saw the winds rise and waves surge in the distance, the rolling tides sweeping high into the sky, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars and thunderous strange howls. A bluish lightning bolt wrapped in stormy waves shot through like lightning. Behind it, more than a dozen dragon entities, each hundreds of feet long, were closely pursuing, creating an unmatched commotion. Yuan Yi and his companions chose to actively avoid the scene, watching coldly. To the one ahead, if you assist us in stopping this vile creature, our dragon clan will certainly reward you handsomely. One of the dragons spoke, clearly directing their words toward Yuan Yi and the others. However, Yuan Yi and the Three Xiao Sisters remained unmoved. Yun Xian retreated to the side on her cloud, and Yuan He did not respond, his gaze still scrutinizing that strange beast. This strange beast looked peculiar, covered in bluish scales resembling a cow, but with no horns. The most bizarre aspect was that it had only one leg, yet it was incredibly swift in its escape. Yuan Yi recognized that this strange beast not only had the innate ability to control wind and thunder, but also possessed water manipulation skills that were comparable to those of the dragon clan. Its roared deep and thunderous, carrying a power that could intimidate. What kind of strange beast is this? It seems quite extraordinary. Clearly it is a primordial being, but like his master's mount the Kuei Nyo, it has not chosen the path of transformation and remains in its original form for cultivation. Kuei Nyo. Yuan Yi's heart stirred as he recalled that in the Shanhai Jing he had casually read there was indeed a record of a creature that corresponded extremely closely to what he saw before him. Moreover, the name was strikingly similar to that of his teacher Tongtian's mount, even sharing the same pronunciation, known as Kuei Nyo. However, the physical differences between the two were vast, especially since his teacher's mount was a massive creature with horns and more than one leg. Yet the one before him in terms of appearance, call, and innate abilities matched perfectly with what was recorded in the Shanhai Jing, particularly that uniquely distinctive single leg. The more Yuan Yi watched that fleeing creature, the more it resembled the legendary divine beast Kuei Nyo. However, he merely observed it a moment longer. After all, innate beings were not particularly remarkable. Yuan Yi averted his gaze, and Yun Xiao continued to sail forward, their paths crossing as it should be. Suddenly, a massive figure blocked their way with a fierce dragon head, flowing whiskers, and eyes like blazing suns looking down upon them. The dragon's might enveloped them, the aura of a beginner in the Tai realm pressing down on Yuan Yi and the others as several dragon shadows surrounded them. The dragon's might enveloped them, the aura of a beginner in the Tai realm pressing down on Yuan Yi and the others as several dragon shadows surrounded them. Yuan Yi found the behavior of the dragon clan utterly perplexing. You asked me for help, and I am obliged. Not helping is disrespecting your dragon clan. What kind of absurd? It is said that the dragon clan is arrogant and overbearing. In the past he had encountered them before, but had he truly underestimated them? Was what he encountered back then not an exception but a common occurrence? Indeed, they shared the same disposition as those dragons that had rampaged at his dojo's entrance. Rude, unreasonable, and domineering. You ugly dragon, how dare you not chase after that one-legged bull, but block our path instead? What does your matter have to do with us? Among the three Xiaos, Yun Xiao remained calm, but her two younger sisters were not. Bi Xiao stepped forward, her cold voice responding to the dragon clan's arrogant demeanor. Xiong Xiao glanced at Yuan Yi with a flick of her eyes, but remained silent, standing beside Bi Xiao. Yet in Yuan Yi's ears, Xiong Xiao's voice echoed. Senior brother, the dragon clan has troubled you before. Should we teach them a lesson? There was a hint of eagerness in her words. Yuan Yi shook his head. No need, I am not at a loss. Is that so? There was a hint of regret in Xiong Xiao's voice, making Yuan Yi wish to tap her head and tell her to behave. Don't provoke trouble unnecessarily, it's not worth it. But now the dragon clan is the one troubling us. If we teach them a lesson for you, it is justified. Moreover, if we assert our identity, they won't dare to pursue us. They were the ones who provoked first. Yuan Yi did not agree and raised his hand to place it on Bixio's shoulder to prevent her from acting impulsively. His previous encounter with the dragon clan was merely a passing remark, and he had not taken it to heart. It was true that he had not suffered any losses, he had defeated the dragon. Although the two sisters had their own restless tendencies, they genuinely remembered this matter and wished to help him vent his frustrations. Their memory was indeed impressive. Yuan Yi, disciple of the Tongtian saint of the Jiao, may I ask why you dragon clan are blocking our way? Yuan Yi pulled Bi Xiao behind him, stepped forward, and declared his identity, allowing his aura to spread. As for the oppressive aura from the other side, it dissipated upon contact. Not to mention that their cultivation was inferior. Even if they were of equal rank, they would still be no match. After all, they were innate beings whose foundation was second only to the innate sacred beings, and as a direct disciple of a saint, their foundation was exceptionally solid. The dragon clan was merely one of the races born from the primordial dragon. While they might share its aura or bloodline, how many in the entire dragon clan could compare to a pure innate being? The pressure from Yuan Yi shattered the dragon's aura, surprising the dragon clan. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's identity, the dual dragon eyes were filled with uncertainty. Jiejiao, a disciple of the saint. Impossible. Oh, Jiejiao is far away in Kunlun. How could you come to the eastern sea of my dragon clan? The dragon's gaze fixed on Yuan Yi and swept over the three Xiaos before finally resting on him. The Jiao clan is merely a side branch of my dragon clan. How dare you impersonate a disciple of the saint? Would the saint accept a mere Jiao into his fold? Yuan Yi fell silent. Was it so that the identity of a saint's disciple held no weight? Was the dragon clan so confident? How could they dare to doubt? He no longer wished to speak, and the dragon's superior posture made him uncomfortable. You are the true side branch. Yuan Yi's golden eyes shimmered with strands of murderous intent. The behavior of the dragon clan reminded him of some unpleasant experiences from the past. How can you compare to my senior brother? He is an innate being. What connection do you have with the Dragon Clan? Bixiao expressed her dissatisfaction with the Dragon Clan's attitude and immediately rebuked. Xiao said nothing, merely raising her hand to adjust her hairpin, the exquisite, innate spirit treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin nestled within. Xiao frowned, the gentle aura in her gaze waned, replaced by sharpness, yet she continued to await Yuan Yi's decision. Get lost. Yuan Yi suppressed the rising negative emotions within him, his voice calm and indifferent. If you dare block our path again, it will be seen as a provocation against us, and I will slay you and demand an explanation from the Dragon Clan. Yuan Yi did not wish to act recklessly, relying on his status as a disciple of a saint, so he kept his temper in check, reminding himself not to bully others with his power, nor to provoke trouble for Jie Jiao, lest he be no different from those he disliked. His restraint was not due to a good temper, rather he had a bad temper, and was inherently tainted with murderous energy. He simply had never let himself go. He hoped the Dragon Clan would take the hint. There was a wide road ahead, let each go their separate ways to avoid conflict. Yet at the same time, repeated concessions without sufficient strength did not suit the identity of a saint's disciple. If the other party was reasonable, Yuan Yi would not mind discussing matters with them. If they were unwilling to reason, Yuan Yi would only become more unreasonable than them. Not causing trouble is different from merely enduring. The foundation of the Dragon Clan was something he could not deal with now. He had to use the power of his sect to intimidate. Yet Yuan Yi had long understood that the sect was such an existence whose disciples were inevitably involved with the sect, and he too would be inevitably implicated. At any time, being self-reliant, shouldering everything, or remaining an outsider was impossible. After speaking, Yuan Yi did not wait for a reply and directly walked forward without flinching or dodging. Previously, they had already given way once. Now it was the other party who actively blocked their path, and there was no reason for him to yield. A golden Jiao manifestation far more majestic and massive than the Dragon Clan emerged, its thousand-zhang form sprawling with murderous energy surging. The golden Jiao's eyes transformed into the sun and moon, circulating the energy of Yin and Yang. The golden scales intertwined with strands of Yin-Yang energy, mixed with murderous energy, sharp and fierce like the soft ringing of a celestial sword. The Dragon Clan members nearby were stunned upon witnessing Yuan Yi's manifested golden Jiao. The Dragon Clan had a natural bloodline suppression against the Jiao clan unrelated to cultivation level. However, Yuan Yi had no connection with their laws or paths. He would not be affected at all. Instead, the fierce aura emanating from Yuan Yi instilled fear in them, his pure and extreme murderous energy chilling their hearts. I have heard that the Dragon Clan's dragon horns are among the finest materials for crafting treasures. Yuan Yi stepped forward, frowning at the Dragon Clan members still blocking the way, shaking his head. The oppressive aura descended, forcing the high dragon head beneath the surface of the sea. Do you enjoy blocking the way so much? Or do you truly believe that the name of the Dragon Clan can intimidate us, that I dare not take action against you? As Yuan Yi spoke, the massive dragon body was directly sliced by the energy of Yin and Yang, leaving deep wounds. The Dragon Clan's proud, formidable body was as fragile as paper before him, proving utterly ineffective with the dragon scales being weak. Yuan Yi raised his hand to suppress a Tai Realm Dragon Clan member, rendering him immobile. With a swift motion, he severed a massive dragon horn, which shrank and fell into Yuan Yi's hand. However, after a brief inspection, Yuan Yi disdainfully discarded it. Overrated, this dragon horn is. Legend had it that dragon horns were extraordinary, yet Yuan Yi found them unimpressive. Their renowned reputation did not match reality, and unfortunately, they paled in comparison to the horns of his own body. The scent of blood spread, and the sea below turned crimson. Yuan Yi's golden eyes glanced at the Dragon Clan he had subdued before withdrawing his gaze, taking a deep breath to suppress the surging murderous energy within. Please let us pass, thank you. As he spoke, the golden Jiao manifestation swung its tail, sending the one-horned dragon and the surrounding Dragon Clan flying, ultimately refraining from delivering a fatal blow. However, if these Dragon Clan members continued to be obstinate, he might not hold back next time. The yin-yang energy in his eyes retracted, the murderous energy dissipated, and his golden aura returned to clarity and purity as Yuan Yi's own aura calmed. Looking back, the three Xiaos under his manifestation, Xiao and Bixiao, were touching and knocking about his golden Jiao manifestation. Bixiao even held the exquisite innate spirit treasure, the dragon binding rope, and seemed to be comparing something. Yuan Yi's eyelids twitched, although this was a manifested form and not his true self or body. He wondered what they were doing. Especially Bixiao. Upon noticing Yuan Yi's gaze, Xiao discreetly withdrew her hand, while Bixiao hid the dragon binding rope behind her. Senior brother, this manifestation is truly majestic and awe-inspiring. It makes one envious, Xiao remarked. Is that so? Senior brother usually does not allow us to see it much. How stingy you are, Bixiao chimed in. Their true forms were merely a mass of yellow and green clouds lacking any deterrent power, even being deemed beautiful by Yuan Yi in evaluation that did not sit well with them. Hep. Your earlier demeanor was truly frightening. Your ferocious appearance was even more intimidating than eldest sisters. What are you saying? Yunxiao glanced sideways, a smile on her face as she looked at the two sisters. The two, sensing the unfavorable situation, instinctively edged closer to Yuan Yi, afraid to speak. Indeed, it was more terrifying when eldest sister was angry than when senior brother was. Yuan Yi and the Three Xiaos paid no mind to the Dragon Clan. It was merely a trivial episode. The Dragon Clan of today is no longer the once dominant ruler of the primordial era. Only the Dragon Clan itself remains lost in the glory of the past, unwilling to awaken. The era belonging to the three clans has long since ended. Deep within the Eastern Sea, the resplendent crystal palace shimmered with a myriad of colors, a remnant of the Dragon Clan's past glory that had not yet faded. The Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Wu withdrew his hand from his beloved concubine and sat up straighter on his throne, frowning as he gazed down. Yes, he claims to be a disciple of the Jiejiao. Ao Wu furrowed his brow tightly. This was truly not good news, making him feel quite agitated. Previously, a celestial court had established itself above the Eastern Sea, forcing the Dragon Clan to hide within its depths, afraid to emerge. Fortunately, the celestial court was soon dismantled by the likes of Emperor Jun of the Heavenly Court, and since then the Eastern Sea had returned to the control of the Dragon Clan. The Heavenly Court and the Demon Clan primarily thrived on the vast expanse of the primordial earth. The Heavenly Court had previously sent envoys to the Dragon Clan, urging them to submit. However, the Demon Clan soon clashed with the Witch Clan, causing the matter to be put aside. Once the Dragon Clan was the overlord of the primordial world, in those times, even the innate deities dared not provoke them. Now it felt as if anyone could trample upon their heads. How could the Dragon Clan accept this? Just as things had calmed down, it was unexpected for the Jiejiao, one of the great religions of the saints, to come to their Eastern Sea to establish a doctrine. Would the Eastern Sea still be governed by the Dragon Clan? Ao Wu was filled with frustration, feeling extremely aggrieved. The current situation of the Dragon Clan was poor, only occupying the Four Seas, no longer as powerful as before. Moreover, although they claimed to occupy the Four Seas, they were unable to fully control even that territory now. In the Northern Sea, the Demon Master Kuenpeng was born in the North Sea. It had already become the stronghold of the Demon Clan, leaving the Dragon Clan with little control. The Western Sea bordered the Western Sect, one of the great religions of the saints, which had always intended to incorporate the Dragon Clan, intending to make them some kind of guardians. The Southern Sea and the Eastern Sea were relatively better off, but not long ago something happened in the Southern Sea. A group of witches, for reasons unknown, hunted the Dragon Clan, which was truly infuriating. It must be noted that the Witch Clan's base was located beneath Mount Buzhou. How far was it from the Southern Sea? The Dragon Clan never expected the Witch Clan to come looking for trouble. And now even in their own Eastern Sea, Jiejiao had arrived. All four seas were in peril. The Dragon Clan was in danger. Is it true that the disciple of Jiejiao is a golden Jiao? Ao Wu inquired again. I saw it with my own eyes, but truly is a golden Jiao. However, it has not inherited our Dragon Clan's teachings. It claims to be a being born of innate nature, possessing formidable abilities and a fierce, murderous aura. There are also 3 women with unknown origins. Ao Wu stroked his chin in contemplation. The ancestors of their Dragon Clan, as one of the most supreme innate deities, existed even before the current innate deities, monopolizing the corresponding Tao traces in the world. Beings shaped by this would all regard them as supreme. Later, the ancestor created the dragon path, leading beings to transform into dragons, with the true dragon as the highest honor. There are many beings in the world close to dragons. Numerous races contain dragon blood, and the Jiao clan is among them. However, if it truly is a Jiao born of heaven and earth, then it is different, possessing innate energy shaped by the Tao and closely connected to the great principles of heaven and earth. The identity of a disciple of a saint is certainly not ordinary. You all hurry to verify whether Jiejiao has indeed moved to our Eastern Sea, and also check if that golden Jiao is one of Jiejiao's disciples. Do not act recklessly. Ao Wu pondered for a moment, his mind made up. The matter of Jiejiao had yet to be confirmed, but if it were true, he would need to probe the attitude of this great religion of saints. That saint with his high standing had a good reputation, or it might not necessarily be a bad thing. After all, sects differ from the celestial courts and the heavenly courts. Perhaps it would not affect their Dragon Clan's control over the Eastern Sea. Is there anything else? Seeing his subordinate still lingering, looking hesitant, Ao Wu's mood soured even further. What other unforeseen events could there be? Report to the Dragon King. Over a dozen Yuan meetings ago, several members of our Dragon Clan were ambushed while out. At the conclusion from the divination indicated that the culprit was indeed a golden Jiao adept at wielding Yin and Yang powers, which aligns quite well with this individual. However, over a dozen Yuan meetings is not a long time for them. When the Dragon Clan members were killed, it was still within the Eastern Sea. how could the Dragon Clan not investigate? That culprit had a low cultivation level and used no methods to conceal his heavenly secrets. He even abandoned his own lair to flee. Was it really so easy to escape the Dragon Clan's pursuit? Yet that golden Jiao was quite cunning. It decisively fled to the primordial earth and encountered the innate deities such as the Eastern King, who had once occupied the three immortal islands, and were preparing the celestial court, gathering beings to join the celestial court, forcing the Dragon Clan to remain hidden and unable to show their faces, allowing the culprit to escape. Since then, the heavenly secrets of that golden Jiao became impossible to deduce. The Dragon Clan thought it had perished in the battle between the celestial court and the heavenly court, not taking it seriously. Yet today they encountered this golden Jiao, which was suspected to be the culprit they had pursued in the past, now becoming a disciple of a saint. Ao Wu fell silent upon hearing this. Could it truly be that they had such a connection with the Dragon Clan? But as a disciple of a saint, the current Dragon Clan could not do anything to it, or rather they had to worry about the possibility of it using its status to trouble the Dragon Clan. Let's put this matter aside for now, or we will discuss it later. You may leave. Ao Wu dismissed his subordinate, even pushing away the beautiful concubine, who leaned against him, leaving the great hall in silence. Ao Wu's expression fluctuated, but ultimately, he could only sigh. For now I can only observe the situation regarding Jie Jiao, and then make plans. I hope it won't be too bad. How laughable it is that our Dragon Clan has fallen to such a state, reduced to being bullied, relying on the favor of others. What a disgrace. A disgrace. Truly a disgrace. Reflecting on the former glory of the Dragon Clan, who would dare to provoke their authority. But where is the hope for the revival of our Dragon Clan? After venting his frustrations, Ao Wu calmed down again. Forget it, I won't think about such troubling matters. Which beloved concubine should I visit today? Having to deal with clan matters all day is truly exhausting. I need to receive some comfort. Ao Wu adjusted his luxurious robe and crown, swaying as he left the great hall, heading toward the sleeping quarters. With nothing to do today, he would dotingly spoil his concubine. As for tomorrow, he would think about it. Then, if he truly angered the Dragon Clan, what would it matter to a great religion of saints? When the Dragon Clan was at its peak, who would dare to look down on them? Even though the Dragon Clan had fallen, it was not something that just anyone could trample upon. The ancestors and powerful members of the clan were merely suppressed beneath the sea, i.e. they had not fallen into oblivion. For beings who seek immortality, a mere few years pass like a snap of the fingers, much like Yuan Yi traveling alongside the Three Xiao Sisters in search of their Tao sanctuary. The relocation of the Jie Jiao from Kunlun to establish a new mountain gate in the East Sea caused quite a stir. The Saint Tongtian opened the Bestow Palace, and the disciples within were all busy seeking suitable sanctuaries to settle and establish caves. Centered around Sanxian Island, the disciples of Jie Jiao spread out in all directions, occupying one celestial island after another with great momentum. Meanwhile, many beings wandering in this region gradually joined Jie Jiao, becoming its disciples. This place, having experienced the past battles between the Celestial Court and the Heavenly Court, never welcomed tranquility thereafter. The Celestial Court was no more, the Heavenly Court did not arrive, and only the Dragon Clan returned, regaining control of the East Sea. Now that Jie Jiao has arrived, it is only natural for beings chased by the Dragon Clan to seek refuge under the great tree of the saints' teachings. The first disciple of Jie Jiao, Daobao Daoist, managed the affairs within the sect. Routine matters were handled by him, and even when the Dragon King of the East Sea came to visit, it remained the same. Currently, the Dragon Clan did not possess the qualifications for the Saint Tongtian to meet him personally. Ao Wu was led to the mountain gate by several Jie Jiao disciples, and along the way he was not very satisfied with the reception offered. Not only did he fail to meet the Saint Tongtian, the reception he received was not grand at the mountain gate, clearly indicating that the Dragon Clan was not held in high regard. However, as the Dragon King, Ao Wu understood that the Saints sect was not one that the Dragon Clan could provoke, yet the disparity made him feel uncomfortable. The accompanying Dragon Clan youths had even greater grievances, but they were suppressed by Ao Wu. Discomfort aside, he could still gauge the basic situation. Ao Wu was a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance, retaining one of the symbols of the Dragon Clan, a pair of dragon horns. Dressed in luxurious garments, he adorned himself with many spiritual treasures, showcasing the wealth and extraordinary heritage of the Dragon Clan. Daobao stood at the mountain gate, observing the visitors from the East Sea Dragon Palace alongside Jinling Wu Dang and Zhao Gongming. Among the main disciples, only Yuan Yi and the San Shao were out and not present here. Since Jie Jiao had just relocated here, they had not yet begun their secluded cultivation. Upon hearing of the Dragon Clan's visit, it was only natural for them to come to witness the event. After all, most of them had heard of the Dragon Clan's renowned reputation, the former overlords of the wilderness. Daobao looked at the dazzling East Sea Dragon King approaching from afar and raised an eyebrow. Jinling, I have matters to attend to, I will return shortly. Daobao said, not waiting for Jinling to respond before his figure disappeared. Jinling looked puzzled, turning her gaze to Wu Dang. With the guests arriving, what urgent matter could brother? Why must he leave at this moment? Wu Dang was equally confused, and Jin Ling looked to Zhao Gongming and the other Jie Jiao disciples, but no one could answer her. Fortunately, just a moment later Daobao's round figure reappeared beside Jin Ling. However, upon glancing at him, Jin Ling suddenly lost the desire to ask. At that moment Daobao had changed into a more exquisite Dao robe, and his hair bun had been meticulously arranged. More importantly, Daobao was adorned with several pieces of innate spiritual treasures as decoration. At his waist, he hung a full circle of them, making a jingling sound as he walked with the clear and pleasant sounds of the innate treasures clashing. He held 2 beads in his hand, one being the Qingquan pearl, and the other the Jinling pearl from the innate 5 elements source. His appearance was solemn, and his adornments reflected his Dao title. Jinling looked at Daobao with a strange expression, questioning if he left just to change his attire. Sensing Jinling's gaze, Daobao kept his eyes straight ahead, only using voice transmission to explain to his fellow disciples. As disciples, we represent the dignity of our master and Jie Jiao. Given this, how can we allow others to look down upon us? The Dragon Clan has always been arrogant, coming to Jie Jiao to show off. How can we let them have their way? Furthermore, what Sister Yunxiao said is reasonable. Since we are receiving guests, we must dress appropriately and treat them with respect to showcase the demeanor of our great sect. Jin Ling and the others looked at the approaching group from the East Sea Dragon Palace, noticing their flashy appearance, and pondered. One by one their figures vanished. However, Jin Ling and Wu Dang did not move. Wu Dang's expression was calm, silent. Jin Ling, however, was indifferent, scoffing. In the path of cultivation, one should be judged by their Dao achievements. Without sufficient strength to support such high-profile conduct, it only makes one appear superficial and hollow. How is the current state of the Dragon Clan not known to all except themselves? Sister, be cautious with your words, Daobao gently coughed, reminding her. It is said that this Dragon King is a formidable figure at the early stage of the Great Luo. It seems to be true. Within the mountain gate of Jie Jiao, Daobao and the others were confident that the Dragon Clan would not dare to use techniques from the Great Luo realm. Otherwise, with such distance, even if they transmitted voices, they would likely be overheard. Jin Ling did not speak further, yet she indeed did not regard the Dragon Clan highly. As a direct disciple of the saint, the early stage of the Great Luo was not so unattainable for them. All they lacked was time, and Jin Ling and the others had such confidence. Thus, the proud demeanor of the Dragon Clan made Jin Ling uneasy, especially since they came and immediately demanded to see their master Tongtian. Thus, the proud demeanor of the Dragon Clan made Jin Ling uneasy, especially since they came and immediately demanded to see their master Tongtian. If the ancestor dragon were present, such words would be more fitting. Daobao understood Jin Ling's straightforward nature and did not speak much. Each of these junior disciples had their own personalities, and Jin Ling and Yun Xiao were the most difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Sister Yun Xiao had someone to manage her. She was always reasonable and rarely engaged in battles. Jin Ling, however, had a much hotter temper and loved to debate and fight. While Daobao and the others communicated via voice transmission, several Jie Jiao disciples had already led the group from the East Sea Dragon Palace closer. At this moment, Daobao led the Jie Jiao disciples to welcome them, as Master Tongtian was busy establishing a sanctuary, and he did not wish to disturb him with trivial matters. However, facing a being of the Great Luo realm, even if only at the early stage, Daobao still felt some pressure. Upon their meeting, they exchanged pleasantries. Although Ao Wu was somewhat dissatisfied with not meeting the Saint Tongtian and only being received by a few younger disciples at the Tai realm, he did not explode with anger. He had come here to probe Jie Jiao's stance and to see what the so-called Saint's Great Sect was like. The Saint's Great Sect was nothing more than this. The highest cultivation level among these disciples was only at the mid-stage of the Tai realm. Amir Tai, the Dragon Clan, still had quite a number of them. As for the spiritual treasures worn by Daobao and the others, Ao Wu did not place much importance on them. They were merely treasures, and the Dragon Clan was not lacking in such items. Aside from a saint, this Saint's Great Sect was not half a step stronger than the Dragon Clan, or perhaps even weaker, Ao Wu silently compared. After discerning Jie Jiao's attitude from Daobao's words, the stone in Ao Wu's heart finally dropped. Jie Jiao was merely here to spread teachings and enlighten beings with no intention of interfering in Dragon Clan matters, let alone concerning the Dragon Clan itself. Since Daobao was the first disciple of Tongtian, what he said must be credible. Thus, it was likely that the East Sea Dragon Clan could instead welcome a period of stability, which was a good thing. Half a day later, the group from the East Sea Dragon Palace departed Jie Jiao without lingering. By the way, among you in Jie Jiao, is there a disciple named Yuan Yi, a being of the Golden Flood Dragon? Before leaving, Ao Wu suddenly recalled something and asked. Daobao was taken aback at first, then nodded. Disciple Yuan Yi is indeed one of ours in Jie Jiao. Indeed, and I must emphasize once more, he is a direct disciple of our master. He was not foolish. Yuan Yi and the Sanshao were out seeking a sanctuary, and the other party had inquired about this matter and knew Yuan Yi's name. This was likely not a good sign. Moreover, he had heard that both Yuan Yi and the San Xiao were born in the EC, so there might have been some grievances with the Dragon clan before. Is that so? He injured one of my clan members for no reason, and in the past several of my clan's youths perished outside. Perhaps it has something to do with your disciple. Ao Wu stated, his calm words carrying a hint of pressure. Dragon King is jesting. That is absolutely impossible. Dao Bao shook his head. Disciple Yuan Yi would never harm anyone without cause. There must be a reason behind it. If this were truly the case, I would need to report it to Master and have the Dragon clan provide an explanation to disciple Yuan Yi. Daobao's words were firm. As the senior brother of Jie Jiao, his stance was resolute. Although Yuan Yi was not very close to him, he had never offended him. Moreover, Dao Bao had some understanding of Yuan Yi's character. He would never provoke others actively. If someone did not provoke him, he would not harm anyone. This point Dao Bao was very certain about. Clearly he was born with a connection to murderous energy, yet he bore little killing karma. Perhaps only the San Xiao had less killing karma than him within Kunlun. Even among the disciples under his master, such as Xiandu or the second senior disciple, they had all more or less taken lives, which was unavoidable. It was precisely because of this that the second senior disciple likely treated Yuan Yi well, as he was born with murderous energy, yet had little killing karma. Daobao's words were quite unyielding and forceful. Without waiting for Ao Wu to demand accountability, he insisted the Dragon clan provide an explanation clearly stating his position. Ao Wu stared at Dao Bao for a moment. Here in Jiejiao, he did not dare to act recklessly. This matter I will investigate further when I return. If it is indeed as the young friend says, my Dragon clan will naturally apologize to him. That would be best. When disciple Yuan Yi returns, I will inform him, Dao Bao replied. The visit of the Dragon clan did not impact Jiejiao at all. At this moment, Yuan Yi and the others were drawing closer to their destination, the place of conception for the same. Yuan Yi was unaware that the Dao Bao Daoist, whom he was not very close to, the senior brother of Jiejiao, was unhesitatingly defending him before the Dragon clan's great Luo. Yuan Yi and the other three hovered in midair, gazing down upon the immortal island shrouded in misty clouds. Guided precisely by their master Tongtian's spatial divination, they had located it without difficulty. As Yin Xiao had said, the immortal island was vast. Indeed, the sisters' ancestral home was remarkably expansive. The island lay enveloped in unusually dense clouds, concealing its entirety, while gathering the essence of heaven and earth, its spiritual energy richly concentrated. Yet to Yuan Yi the island appeared strikingly ordinary, so ordinary it felt uncanny. Though primordial creative energy flowed thickly and spiritual qi abounded, such an island would be utterly unremarkable amid the boundless chaos of the Honghuang. How then could it have given birth to the Three Xiaos, the three primordial beings? Considering this island solely as their place of origin, Yuan Yi surmised it must conceal some profound anomaly. Golden light surged within his eyes, yin and yang energies spiraled as he activated his celestial vision to scrutinize the immortal island, yet found nothing at all. Of course, not even a celestial immortal of the Tai rank like himself could easily pierce such hidden profundities. Had it been so simple, the countless primordial deities of the ancient celestial court, once sovereign over the Eastern Sea, would surely not have overlooked it. They would never have left it waiting for the Three Xiaos to return. The island lay near the Honghuang continent, close to the estuary of a great river, resembling in form a vast delta. Yuan Yi watched the mighty river surge forward, its sheer scale dwarfed even the legendary 800-li Tongtian River, rendering that famed waterway no more than a flickering firefly before the radiant moon. The Yellow River. Yuan Yi had never heard that name. Surely it did not yet exist in this age. Returning to their place of origin stirred complex emotions in the Three Xiaos. In those days, envoys of the celestial court scoured the realms for primordial beings to conscript, eventually tracking them down as well. Unwilling to submit to another's dominion, Yungziao, on the cusp of full transformation, had no choice but to flee with her two younger sisters, abandoning their sacred cultivation ground. They did not head straight for the Honghuang continent, not from lack of will, but from impossibility. Though near the Honghuang continent, this region bordered the sacred abodes of primordial deities, thus they veered southward to evade detection, and there they encountered Yuan Yi. Those wretches were truly despicable. Though we shared the same primordial origin, they hunted us relentlessly, seized our ancestral sanctuary, outrageous beyond measure. Recalling their desperate flight, Bixiao's voice carried a trace of lingering resentment. Their pursuers had shown no mercy. If the sisters resisted, they meant to seize them by force. Dong Wanggong perished, the celestial court collapsed. All who served it were inevitably drawn into the cataclysm. Countless fell victim, meeting grim ends. Many may already have dissolved into ashes, their Tao extinguished, their forms erased forever. Yuan Yi spoke gently to soothe them. Bixiao nodded, turning to her eldest sister. We owe our survival to elder sister leading us away. Had we joined the court, our fate might well have mirrored theirs. Yuan Yi spoke gently to soothe them. Bixiao nodded, turning to her eldest sister. We owe our survival to elder sister leading us away. Had we Yuan Yi only smiled faintly, offering no reply, though inwardly he believed the three Xiaos would have weathered that crisis unscathed even without his help, perhaps encountering someone like Zhao Gongming instead. Yet how can one truly judge what might have been? At that moment his own motives had not been entirely pure, and such praise now made him slightly uneasy. Just then a sudden surge of killing intent emanated from Xiao beside him, drawing Yuan Yi's and the others' immediate attention. This fierce, murderous aura was something Yuan Yi had never seen in Xiao before. Her gaze was fixed downward upon the immortal island, cold and sharp as frost. Noticing their glances, Xiao softened her expression slightly and pointed toward the island. I sense the presence of those who hunted us, down there. Hearing this, Bi Xiao's expression darkened, Yun Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. That period of relentless pursuit had been the most humiliating and harrowing time of their lives. The thought of capture, of forced conscription into the celestial court, or worse, execution, only deepened Xiao's simmering resentment. Yuan Yi extended his divine sense downward, probing the direction Xiao indicated. Having arrived earlier, he had already conducted a broad scan of the island, his cultivation far surpassing hers. Yet he detected no familiar aura. Beings of their stature possessed extraordinary memories. Even a single encounter would leave an indelible impression. He would not have overlooked it. He did sense life upon the island, including one aura faintly resonating with the Tai realm, though unstable, weakened, and unworthy of serious notice. Xiao's finger, however, pointed directly at that very unstable tail-level aura. She was among those who discovered our sanctuary. Never imagined she'd survive, hiding now within our ancestral ground. Today this karmic debt shall be settled once and for all. Her words brimmed with lethal intent. The peerless primordial artifact, a golden phoenix hairpin, glowed with sacred light at her coiffure, its faint ethereal cry echoing like distant phoenix song. Senior brother, please wait here briefly while we sisters first cleanse our ancestral sanctuary. Then we shall invite you inside, Yin Xiao said. Very well, Yuan Yi replied with a nod. With the three Xiao's current cultivation, there was no cause for concern. Times had changed. Once still unformed, they fled in utter disarray. Now, even Bi Xiao, the youngest and least cultivated, far surpassed that opponent in Dao cultivation. Facing all three together was unthinkable. Moreover, each sister wielded a peerless primordial artifact, an advantage no ordinary being could match. As for lower-tier primordial artifacts like Yuan Yi himself, each disciple of Master Tongtian had received several inferior-grade treasures, but few ever used them extensively. A single peerless primordial artifact embodied profound Dao principles demanding years of dedicated cultivation and insight, leaving no time or energy to dwell upon lesser treasures. In an instant, the three Xiaos vanished, transforming into streaks of divine light descending upon the immortal island. Yuan Yi followed closely behind, observing though not intending to intervene. Come to think of it, he had never witnessed Yun Xiao engage in combat, though he knew well the techniques of Xiao and Bi Xiao always claimed Yun Xiao was fearsome, but Yuan Yi sensed no such ferocity. To him she remained serene and gentle. Even when admonishing her sisters, her demeanor held no trace of harshness. Who dares intrude uninvited upon my sacred ground? As the three Xiao's auras descended, their adversary finally sensed their arrival. A figure emerged from the island below, layer upon layer of defensive arrays activating instantly, enveloping the island in shimmering divine light and overwhelming pressure. She was a female primordial being, her eyes narrow and slanted, clad in crimson robes. Behind her loomed a colossal bizarre dharma form, her true self akin to Yuan Yi's golden serpent body. Her entire body burned crimson serpentine in shape, yet strangely she possessed only one head, yet two torsos, lending her an unsettling, unnatural aspect. As a primordial being, neither her true form nor her innate Dao body could be considered ugly, yet Yuan Yi found her grotesque configuration profoundly dissonant. What manner of being was this? Yuan Yi pondered, then dismissed the question. Perhaps it no longer mattered. Who considers you a fellow Taoist? Your Taoist venue is utterly shameless. Bai Xiao looked at the person who revealed themselves without any hint of politeness. However, Yuan Yi noticed that Bai Xiao's insults were rather lacking in vocabulary and lacked any real bite. Aside from calling someone shameless, she could only resort to the simplest form of personal attack, by calling them ugly. Do you still recognize us? Xiao asked coldly while standing beside Bai Xiao. You are. Seeing that the Three Xiao sisters were not friendly, the woman felt an overwhelming aura from them, and her expression grew serious, as her gaze swept across the three, then glanced at Yuan Yi, who was quietly observing from a distance. From these individuals, she sensed a strong aura of danger. Any one of them was beyond her capability to confront. Moreover, from the implication in their words, it was clear that they held a grudge against her, and now they had come to confront her. Esteemed friends, is there some misunderstanding? Hep. Xiao chuckled lightly. I can't be bothered to speak further with you. As she spoke, she prepared to take action. Wait, if you are here for this immortal island, I open. Just then a calm voice interrupted her words, and Yuan Shao directly summoned the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang Golden Dipper. The Honghuang Golden Dipper expanded in the air, instantly overshadowing the sky and blocking out the sun. It hovered above the immortal island, radiating divine brilliance, and pure golden light spread forth, cascading down in orderly laws. Refine. With one hand forming a seal, Yuan Shao's hand sign transformed, and the Honghuang Golden Dipper exhaled golden light, enveloping the area below. The Honghuang Golden Dipper, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, contained the essence of the universe, capable of holding all things, even enclosing a space of its own. Those enveloped in its golden light would be suppressed and bound, finding it difficult to resist its absorbing power. Furthermore, it possessed the power to reverse the fundamental forces of heaven and earth, refining various energies into primal power. What made this spiritual treasure the most feared by cultivators was this very power, capable of diminishing one's Tao progress and directly lowering their cultivation realm. For practitioners, the dissolution of their Tao was akin to a nightmare. In fact, this was a particularly dangerous spiritual treasure, more ruthless than those that merely attacked. This was the first time Yuan Shao had activated the Honghuang Golden Dipper's power. Yuan Yi had previously borrowed it from her for comprehension and thus understood its might quite well. Under the golden light, the layers of formations and restrictions covering the immortal island dissipated like shattered bubbles, silently collapsing as they were forcefully broken, failing to exert any power. Not only that, but as the formations were destroyed the moment the golden light fell upon her, it rendered her immobile, and her painstakingly cultivated Tai realm, which had yet to solidify, was directly erased, causing her realm to plummet from Tai. Faced with the Honghuang Golden Dipper summoned by Yuan Shao, a being who had just stepped into the Tai realm possessed no capacity to resist. But it wasn't only Yuan Shao who took action. As she summoned the Honghuang Golden Dipper, Bai Shao deployed the binding. This blind, innate spiritual treasure could even restrain Yuan Yi, the Golden Flood Dragon, as if he were part of the dragon clan. The two-headed monster they faced was similarly deemed a dragon by it. And previously, when Xiong Shao had covertly tested the treasure on Yuan, he had been tied up tightly and unable to escape. The binding dragon rope flew out and directly bound the already suppressed woman, causing her aura to subside. A sharp gleam sliced through the void, swirling with five-colored divine light. It was Xiong Shao who summoned the golden phoenix hairpin, and a razor-sharp energy pierced directly through the woman's brow, leaving a bright hole. Her primordial spirit was instantly shattered, leading to her death, without any surprise. As her primordial spirit dissipated and her true spirit returned to the void, her corpse gradually transformed into pure natural abilities under the refining power of Yuan Shao's Honghuang Golden Dipper. An innate being of the Tai realm thus vanished from the world, possibly leading to the loss of an entire race. As innate beings, their cultivation realm was generally at the golden immortal level upon taking form. Clearly, the other party had taken form before the Three Xiao Sisters and had a cultivation realm that was higher than the Three Sisters. Given that she could cultivate to the Tai realm, she must have received teachings and laws from the celestial court, otherwise it would be hard to reach the Tai realm. However, compared to the Three Sisters who had entered the service of a sage, her fortune and opportunities were far inferior. With an unstable foundation, insufficient Tao progress, and no notable spiritual treasures, she was at a disadvantage. Bai Shao could easily kill her without using any treasures, but these Three Sisters not only acted simultaneously, but also each summoned supreme, innate spiritual treasures, causing her downfall in an instant. The battle of magic began and ended in an instant, a swift execution with no spectacle. So Bai Shao murmured softly as she retracted the binding dragon rope, finding her weaker than the dragon clan they had encountered before, leading her to question whether this Tai realm was just a counterfeit of the Golden Immortal. Previously, she had thought those dragons were weak, but compared to this former enemy of theirs, those dragons seemed to possess at least a bit more strength. With similar cultivation realms and backgrounds, the higher the realm, the more pronounced the disparity in strength. This is why everyone desires to enter the ranks of the powerful. Not to mention, in terms of treasures and opportunities, the two sides could not even be compared. Yuan Yi saw the Three Sisters retracting their treasures and approached, surveying the immortal island below. Your island is much better than my prenatal Earth. It is far removed from the central area of the celestial court and seems to have suffered little damage, which saves a lot of effort and requires no repairs. Has senior brother discerned anything? Yuan Shao asked with a smile, her tone gentle and her expression serene, a stark contrast to her earlier ruthlessness. Nothing, it's quite ordinary, nothing stands out. Yuan Yi shook his head. If even I could perceive the intricacies, it would have long ceased to look as it does now. How about it? Can you still sense the opportunity you mentioned? Yuan Shao turned her gaze towards the western side of the immortal island, looking beneath the sea, then closed her eyes to sense carefully before opening them again and nodding. It's very vague, but it should still be there. If I focus, I can faintly sense a thread of weak energy connection. Hearing this, Yuan Yi felt a bit envious. This was what it meant for fortune to come knocking. On a whim, sensing the energy Yuan, he had never experienced such a feeling before. Even the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure the Honghuang was something he had forcefully subdued and taken rather than it proactively reaching out to him. He sensed no anomalies at all, while Yun Xiao, who had a lower cultivation than him, was able to perceive something. Yuan Yi found it hard to believe there wasn't some hidden agenda at play. Standing so close to the Three Xiao Sisters, the opportunity and fortune did not even reach out to him, leaving him. Yuan Yi did not actually want to compete with the Three Xiao for opportunities, he merely wished to experience the feeling of being courted by fortune. To be fair, Yuan Yi had indeed felt the pull of energy once, but it was only that one time. Moreover, what had stirred his heart was not some treasure or fortune, but rather the three figures that had yet to take form fleeing in disarray, which had nothing to do with opportunities. Yun Xiao led the way for beams of divine light heading west, appearing on the far west side of the immortal island near the mouth of the sea. The vague energy that Yun Xiao sensed, however, came from beneath the sea and was not located on the island. Even at the estuary near the coastline, the sea remains profoundly deep. The great river converging from the primordial earth appears calm, yet possesses its own momentum, with mountains and rivers forming a cohesive whole, almost resembling a natural formation. Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao, along with the others, dove beneath the water, heading towards the depths of the sea. Yuan Yi comprehended the technique of evasion that aligned with his own yin-yang path, as well as the five elements escape technique derived from understanding the power of the five elements, coupled with his innate ability as a golden dragon, making the water evasion technique second nature to him. Although he was born outside the East China Sea, he had never truly seen what the seabed looked like. According to Yun Xiao, she wished to use a supreme innate spiritual treasure to transport the immortal island back to the sect of Jiejiao, but it was not an easy task. With their cultivations at the Tai stage, they certainly possessed the means to move mountains and fill seas. However, the immortal island was not an ordinary island. It was connected to the earth's veins, bearing the traces of the Tao's evolution and contained the essence of creation, making it difficult to relocate. Only with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang gold dipper, in Yun Xiao's possession could they attempt to transport the immortal island. However, the situation seemed more complicated than it appeared. From her previous sensing, Yun Xiao discovered that the chi of the immortal island, which the three sisters had nurtured, was connected to some entity deep within the sea, anchoring it in place. Even when she summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang gold dipper, and activated its powers, she could not easily take the immortal island. The chi was too strongly intertwined, a unified whole difficult to shake. It even gave her the impression that forcibly taking the immortal island would require uprooting a corner of the primal. The immortal island was not entirely one with the East China Sea. Rather, it seemed like a part of the primordial earth extending into the East China Sea, connected to the end of the great river converging from the primordial earth. Once they entered the sea, they indeed found this to be true. The rushing waters of the great river flowed into the East China Sea, with the murky water forming a clear boundary with the seawater extending into the East China Sea. It was a fragment of an illusory and unreal trace of the great river encompassing the location of the immortal island. The somewhat turbid waters of the great river gradually settled here until they fully merged with the East China Sea. This turbidity was not mud and sand, but rather a rich, pure earth's turbid chi, entirely settling here, merging with the clear purity of the seawater, resulting in a state of confusion between clarity and turbidity, where the power of creation was nurtured. Yuan Yi gazed at the sprawling illusion of the long river before him, increasingly convinced that the creation nurtured here was likely connected to the renowned Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Looking up, the distance to the sea surface was unknown, perhaps thousands of feet. The seabed was not dark, at least it did not hinder Yuan Yi and the others' vision. The area around the estuary was barren, with the earth's turbid chi mingling with the seawater, creating a chaotic atmosphere subtly close to a destructive force unsuitable for life to exist, permeated with a sense of desolation and silence. However, as Yuan Yi looked at the traces of the mingled clarity and turbidity, his divine sense could not probe it. Any attempt at contact would result in being devoured. Although the clarity and turbidity were pure and intense mixed together, they were difficult to separate and became unusable waste. At least for cultivators like them, this was not even considered heavenly materials or earthly treasures. Turbid chi nourishes the body while clear chi nourishes the spirit, but the mixture of the two became a substance that erodes the Tao body and taints the primordial spirit. In Yuan Yi's expectation, there should be some formation flags or formations present, but it seemed there was nothing here. Yuan Yi stood outside the mingled chi of clarity and turbidity, turning his gaze towards Yun Xiao, revealing a questioning intent. The chi sensing is within, or I can feel it. Senior brother, be careful. Yun Xiao assuredly responded, reminding Yuan Yi not to tread carelessly. In fact, Yuan Yi did not want to be tainted by this mingled chi. If he had to describe it, this substance felt like a clump of mud to them, and before them lay a complete quagmire. Why would they want to get involved? Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao clearly shared the same sentiment as Yuan Yi, both of their brows furrowed. Although Yun Xiao's expression remained unchanged, no cultivator would wish to be tainted by something that erodes the spirit and body. After pondering, Yun Xiao took out the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang Gold Dipper, and hesitated before saying, "The Honghuang Gold Dipper has the power to revert to its original state. It should be able to refine this mingled qi, separating them, to open a path for us. However, my cultivation is insufficient to fully unleash the Honghuang Gold Dipper's powers. Why fear? This place gathers the sediments of countless Yuan meetings, and even though the Honghuang Gold Dipper possesses such powers, Yun Xiao's cultivation level may still struggle to support it. Senior brother, please assist Xiong Xiao, and by Xiao outside, I will first investigate before making plans." After saying this, Yun Xiao summoned the Honghuang Gold Dipper and prepared to step in. As the Honghuang Gold Dipper emitted golden light, it absorbed the mingled qi ahead being urged by Yun Xiao, refining it into pure clear qi and turbid qi, opening a small gap within this quagmire. However, refining was not easy for Yun Xiao, it was quite strenuous. Moreover, the gap that was opened was rapidly being filled, reverting back into a quagmire. Yuan Yi pressed down on Yun Xiao's shoulder, stopping her from going deeper. A moment's carelessness could lead to her cultivation being damaged or her essence being tainted, affecting her future path. It was too dangerous. At the same time, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao stood beside Yun Xiao, but they were not there to stop her. "Eldest sister, how can you always take the lead? This time let me do it. We will of course accompany eldest sister into the fray. With both me and Bai Xiao assisting, we can better unleash the Honghuang Gold Dipper's powers. Senior brother has a higher cultivation level, and we will of course accompany eldest sister into the fray. With both me and Bai Xiao assisting, we can better unleash the Honghuang Gold Dipper's powers. Senior brother has a higher cultivation level, and should remain outside to assist us in case anything happens," Xiong Xiao stated. At that moment, Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon the quagmire, and the water fire gourd at his waist released the Yin-Yang qi, swirling with lethal energy. At this moment, the Yin-Yang qi condensed into a sword, its surface wrapped in rich and pure lethal energy, piercing straight into the mingled qi. Alright, the chaotic Tao power wrapped outside is indeed dense, but it only exists at the surface. I will pave the way out, Xiong Xiao, and by Xiao you help Yun Xiao activate the Honghuang Gold Dipper, and we will enter together. It should not be a problem. After the sword formed from Yuan Yi's Yin-Yang qi slashed, and he finally sensed something unusual, leading him to make a judgment. Within this chaotic mingling of clarity and turbidity, various disordered powers of law were contained. Their divine senses could not penetrate, making it difficult to glimpse its true form. "Senior brother, you must not. This mingled qi will dissolve your magical power and taint your techniques. Within it, the yin and yang intertwine, and the 5 elements are in disorder, making it difficult for ordinary treasures to exert their powers." Seeing Yuan Yi wielding the innate yin-yang qi into the mingled qi, Yun Xiao became somewhat anxious and naturally disagreed with Yuan Yi's proposal. "My innate yin-yang qi is infused with pure earthly lethal energy, transcending yin and yang, not within the 5 elements. Thus, it is unaffected by the chaotic flow and interference. There is no issue." Yuan Yi summoned back the yin-yang qi. The black and white twin swords wrapped in lethal energy were indeed unscathed. Rather, this serves as a fine sharpening stone to temper its edge. Previously, Yuan Yi had been pondering how Yun Xiao and the others obtained the opportunities within this item must have some connection to them. Now the Three Xiao Sisters differed from the legendary tales he had heard. Yuan Yi ultimately concluded that the difference lay within himself. They had gained a senior brother while losing a spiritual treasure, the golden dragon scissors. Thus the key to breaking the situation likely rested upon him. And his unique advantage lay in the innate yin-yang qi. After trying, he found that various techniques would be affected, yet his lethal energy remained unaffected. The unaffected lethal energy allowed him to momentarily cut through this quagmire, opening a path. Just a moment ago, he sensed through his yin-yang qi that there were indeed hidden opportunities within. Yun Xiao's sensing was not incorrect. There truly lay opportunities and creations concealed within this quagmire of various powers of law. However, it seemed not fully formed. He was unsure if it was due to his own perception being off, but the state was somewhat. Yuan Yi summoned the innate yin and yang energies, refining the killing aura into the edge of his sword, cutting through the confusion of purity and turbidity, the chaotic interplay of yin-yang and the 5 elements, thus forging a path ahead. The 3 sisters closely followed, stepping deeper into the unknown. Behind them, the briefly cleaved passage created by Yuan Yi was rapidly restoring itself, transforming into a murky mud that cultivators shunned, a poison of the great Tao that erodes the spirit and body. As Yuan Yi's black and white dual swords fell once more, they revealed a hidden space of their own. Yuan Yi glanced back at the 3 sisters, and Yun Xiao nodded in acknowledgement before stepping forward. Yuan Yi did not say anything, his body manifesting as a golden dragon entwined with yin and yang energies, a faint aura of killing energy enveloping his originally splendid golden scales. The golden dragon coiled around them, though merely a miniature version of few zhang in size. It protected the four as they strode directly into that self-contained space. Yuan Yi had never considered that this killing aura which he did not favor would remain unaffected by the world's fundamental laws of yin-yang and the five elements, and even paradoxically exert a considerable restraining effect on these attributes. After all, Yuan Yi usually employed the killing aura which was tainted by his own essence as a means of attack, maximizing its pure destructive power to showcase its sharpness rather than using it to protect himself from erosion, as he was now giving him an air of invulnerability. Fortunately, he had not severed this part of himself when he ascended to the Tai realm. After all, at that time Yuan Yi had considered doing so. The killing aura was hard to control, leading to moments when even his innate yin and yang energies would run amok. Though if he had truly done that, he would have merely reduced his killing aura slightly, which would still be difficult to dispel. However, if he had gone through with it, he would have weakened his own essence, and the killing aura itself would be a loss. No wonder Master Tongtian had never advised him on how to eliminate this innate killing aura, while his second uncle had reminded him to discern his true self upon their first meeting. It seemed that in the future he would need to pay attention not only to the yin and yang energies themselves, but also to this killing aura. Yuan Yi had already discovered that the Earth's murky energy could nurture the killing aura. He needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. However, the killing aura itself was too extreme and violent. Figuring out how to control it perfectly was a significant problem. In this regard, Yuan Yi first thought of the Wu clan, rumored to be experts in manipulating killing aura. He wondered if their methods had any reference value. Before the scenery shifted, and as they looked around they found themselves in a vast, desolate expanse. The sights surrounding them had not fundamentally changed. It was merely the mud transformed into muddy water at most. The mixture of purity and turbidity, the disorder of yin and yang, the intertwining of the five elements. Dissolving the primordial spirit, eroding the Tao body, collapsing the immortal form, tainting the great Tao. This truly is no good place. Such characteristics align remarkably with the powers of the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. This place has its own cosmos resembling the chaos my teacher spoke of. Yin Xiao observed her surroundings and spoke. Though it looks similar in essence, it is entirely different. Yin Xiao shook her head. The chaos my teacher mentioned is void, empty of all, nothing exists. Yet here everything exists. Various laws and powers are intertwined, causing the indistinction of yin and yang, the disarray of the five elements forming this chaotic state. It's like... Xiong Xiao pondered for a suitable descriptor, but struggled to articulate a response. It's like a garbage heap. Yuan Yi spoke on her behalf. This great river extends who knows how far across the primal lands, engulfing the Earth's dense murky energy, mingling with the clear spirit energy from the East Sea, accumulating here. This is how the scene we now behold has evolved. It appears chaotic, yet in truth it is evolving towards order, forming a unique innate formation. Yuan Yi had not delved deeply into the study of formations, but he understood the fundamental principles. It appears chaotic, yet in truth it is evolving towards order, forming a unique innate formation. Yuan Yi had not delved deeply into the study of formations, but he understood the fundamental principle. The same applies to the arts of weapon forging and alchemy. Yuan Yi's primary focus had always been on enhancing his own Tao cultivation. These techniques were merely supplementary explorations. What he comprehended was his second uncle's path to weapon forging, not a specific technique, in order to better nurture his own yin and yang energies. His master uncle's path in alchemy was similar. Yuan He had never contemplated refining pills himself, but what he wanted to learn was the Tao and principles contained within the very act of pill creation. Creating pills that would greatly benefit him was not an easy task. It was more effective to cultivate through self-realization than to engage in alchemy, a loss outweighing the gain. Unless one were like Xian Du, who treats the immortal pills refined by saints like candy. Yuan Yi could see the essence of this self-contained cosmos and vaguely perceive its true form. The three sisters, whose cultivation realms were inferior to Yuan Yi's, were nonetheless experts in formation studies, and at this moment, they also discerned many things. Bai Xiao's eyes lit up as she surveyed the area. So where does this opportunity lie? Or is this self-contained world our opportunity? The surroundings were chaotic and vast, hard to discern borders. Here, everything existed, yet nothing was present like the garbage heap Yuan Yi described. What was piled up among them were various forces of heaven and earth. There should be a primordial great formation being nurtured here. At this moment we are within the realm formed by the Great Formation. If this formation were under someone's control, given our cultivation levels, we would likely be eroded by the Tao body and tainted in spirit the moment we stepped here, unable to escape disaster. This formation is indeed exceedingly malevolent. Yun Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, her words carrying a weighty tone. She had somewhat underestimated the dangers here. Had she known, she would not have invited her brother. This opportunity was not easy to grasp. However, without her brother's intervention to carve a path, they would likely have struggled to glimpse the true essence of this opportunity, making entry extremely difficult. especially since the immortal island where they were born was connected to the energies of this place. If they wished to move, they would likely have to trouble their teacher once more. If no one controls it, then there is a chance. And since you Yin Xiao are able to sense it, this opportunity must. Moreover, this place is closely linked to your birthplace. Perhaps this is destined to be the opportunity for you. Yuan Yi's eyes shimmered with golden light, the golden dragon manifestation becoming more substantial, overlapping with his figure. He had almost revealed his true form, exerting more effort than he ever had in a battle against others. I will protect you. You should contemplate and seek a way to break this formation to see if it can be taken away. The golden dragon coiled around them, encircling the three with Yin and Yang energies swirling around its golden scales, enveloping them in a layer of faint yet pure killing aura, isolating the various murky energies outside. Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment before making her decision. Then we trouble you, brother. Since her brother had said so, to hesitate further would only waste his efforts. Yun Xiao's demeanor was gentle, yet she was not one to be indecisive. It's rare to see you manifest your true form, brother. Bai Xiao, restless, reached out to touch Yuan Yi's golden scales, but upon receiving a glare from him, she withdrew her hand in disappointment. The three sisters sat down, each deducing the evolution of the Tao traces here. Disorder too is a trace. If there is a trace to follow, one can comprehend. Yuan Yi was not idle either. While protecting the three sisters, he was also carefully perceiving this inclusive mixed state, which though not truly chaotic was quite rare. Unfortunately, the muddled energies of purity and turbidity made it impossible for him to absorb and transform them, causing even his golden dragon form to feel some strain. With the killing aura protecting him, he was not injured. However, it felt as though he was undergoing refinement, the impacts of various chaotic attributes strengthening his scales. Simultaneously, the integration of the killing aura within the Yin and Yang energies seemed to grow more intimate. He never expected that as a practitioner of divine techniques he would endure the tribulations of a physical cultivator, a thought he had never entertained. His essence was robust, and his golden dragon form was inherently powerful. Apart from nurturing his primordial spirit, endowed body with Yin and Yang energies, he had never deliberately honed his form. Among cultivators of the same realm, even the golden spirit could not compare with him in terms of physicality. Inside this formation space, the chaotic and disorderly energies blurred the passage of time. The method to break the formation was not something easily found. Even without anyone in control, the myriad variations of the actively evolving formation were still profoundly mysterious. Here silence reigned, with only the occasional awakening of the three sisters, who would discuss among themselves and collaboratively deduce the great formation. Yuan Yi was exploring the application of his killing aura, refining his golden dragon true body, while simultaneously tempering the Yin and Yang energies manifested in his divine techniques, yielding some results. While Yuan Yi and the Three Xiao were immersed in refining the grand formation for millennia, the GSX's sacred mountain gate had been fully established, and the landscape above the East Sea began to undergo profound transformation. Numerous disciples of the GS sect scoured the realms for spirit islands and relocated them near the sect's mountain gate, gathering countless celestial isles, great and small, into a vast radiant archipelago. Meanwhile, those disciples who could not locate suitable cultivation grounds chose instead to establish their abodes upon the primordial lands bordering the East Sea. The GS sect commanded a truly formidable number of disciples, especially since even an ordinary cultivator typically claimed an entire spirit island as his personal cultivation domain. Naturally, many disciples formed close-knit fellowships, dwelling together in shared sanctuaries. Jin Guang and his companions, for instance, were 10 Dao friends who resided as one, bound by deep camaraderie, inseparable as shadow and form. On the path of cultivation, having a Tao consort with whom to verify insights and debate profound principles greatly accelerates one's spiritual advancement. Among the GS sect's disciples, practitioners of formation arts were especially numerous, yet only a rare few possessed the mastery to weave a formation alone. Indeed, the greater the number of cultivators contributing their power to a formation, the more overwhelming its might. Simultaneously, new disciples streamed ceaselessly into the GS sect. When Tongtian Xingren, the sect's patriarch, personally descended to deliver a Tao lecture, the GS sect's prestige over the East Sea soared to extraordinary heights within a remarkably short span. Meanwhile, following the collapse of the Celestial Court, the Dragon Clan, having reasserted dominion over the East Sea, fell utterly silent after the East Sea Dragon King Ao Wu paid a single visit to the GS sect, voluntarily ceding sovereignty over these waters. Many could not help but marvel. The dragons remained the dragons, unmoved even by the proximity of a saintly sect. No warmth nor alliance blossomed between them. Not a single dragon joined the ranks of the GS sect. Perhaps the dragons lacked nothing. Their ancient lineage, divine artifacts, and sovereign cultivation methods rendered them self-sufficient before the saints. As former overlords of the primordial realms, their foundations ran deeper than those of common beings. Beyond the GS sect, the broader primordial realms knew no peace. At Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones founded three great sects. Shortly after the Jie sect departed, Kunlun, Taiqing Xingran, with his sole disciple Sundu, also withdrew, establishing the Bairing Palace upon Mount Shouyang as his new Dao sanctuary. Though this saint founded a sect, he accepted only one direct disciple, free from the complexities that beset Tongtian Shengren. Yet among the three brothers, Tongtian alone was left to dwell apart. An imbalance the eldest sought to redress. Taiqing's voluntary relocation to Bairing Palace was intended precisely to foster equilibrium between the Chan and Jie sects. Thus, Kunlun Mountain became the exclusive domain of the Chan sect alone. Yuqing Yuan Shi Shengren established the Yu Su Palace atop Kunlun as his public Dao sanctuary, sealing away the secluded courtyard where the three pure ones once dwelled deep within the mountain. The vast Kunlun Mountain fell suddenly still. Its former clamor vanished, replaced by profound serenity. Countless beings journeyed there seeking the Tao, and legions yearned to enter the hallowed gates of the Chan sect under a saint's guidance. Yet the Chan sect's selection criteria remained extraordinarily stringent. Only direct disciples were accepted, and only direct disciples were permitted to reside within Kunlun, keeping its ranks perpetually sparse. Even those who had merely attended lectures, without formal initiation, were denied entry to Kunlun and forbidden from claiming affiliation with the Chan sect. Beyond the three sects, the Western religion, another saintly sect far across the Western expanse, remained unshaken in its quietude, perhaps because it stood distant from the epicenter of the primordial realm's unfolding destiny, drawing fewer eyes and thus appearing ever more reserved. Though some beings aspired to join the Western religion, the sheer immensity of the primordial realms made such a pilgrimage all but impossible for ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the Western lands themselves were barren, yielding far fewer primordially born beings. For beings dwelling upon the Eastern lands, far more viable paths beckoned: joining the ascendant celestial court of the Yaos, or entering the Jie sect, both far more attainable than traversing the entire breadth of the primordial realms to reach the West. Rumors whispered, however, that the two saints of the Western religion had themselves journeyed eastward to seek and recruit disciples. Such rumors remained unconfirmed, but should they prove true, initiation into a saintly sect would indeed be an unparalleled karmic blessing. Among the saints, none were known to roam the realms soliciting disciples. All awaited supplicants who came of their own volition. Any departure from this dignity would diminish their august status. If the rumor held merit, it revealed the Western religion's precarious position relative to the other three saintly sects, despite being the sole sect jointly founded by two saints. Beyond the saintly sects, the celestial court and the Yao clan drew the greatest attention. After Emperor Jun united with the two Taiyin divine maidens, Shi He and Chang, Shi in a celestial marriage, the Yin-Yang order of all living things was ordained, harmonizing opposites to nurture cosmic creation. The fusion of the Taiyin and Taiyang primordial essences conceived offspring. Though yet unborn, their imminent arrival had already stirred great excitement among the Yaos. These were the blood heirs of the celestial emperor himself, born from the confluence of two primordial deities' essences and Tao principles. Their ancestral roots surpassed even those of most primordially born beings. Though primordially born beings abounded across the world, pure-blood descendants of primordial deities were in ages past. Only the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were said to have produced such heirs. Legend held that the ancestral dragon excelled above all others in lineage propagation. Indeed, the Dragon clan once counted two beings born directly from the essences of primordial deities. This was a momentous joy for the Yao clan. Emperor Jun himself prepared meticulously for his offspring's arrival, surely heralding another grand celestial celebration. Relations between the Wu and Yao clans had never softened, and could never soften. The Wu craved flesh, the Yao refused to become prey, a contradiction beyond reconciliation. Yet since Dao ancestor Honghuang himself appeared to enforce a truce, the two clans maintained a fragile surface calm. Minor skirmishes persisted, but full-scale war remained restrained by mutual forbearance. One restraint was reverence for Dao ancestor Hongjuan's authority, the other mutual apprehension. Emperor Jun and his peers feared the 12 Great Wu's Shindu divine slaughter formation, a technique capable of unleashing a blow rivaling that of a saint, nigh impossible to counter. So long as this threat endured, the Yao clan could not subdue the Wu. Likewise, the Wu harbored their own dread. The Saint Nuwa, the first saint to arise in the primordial realms after Dao ancestor Hongjuan. Though Nuwa, having attained sainthood, took no interest in celestial affairs and never appeared at court, even possibly remaining sequestered within her celestial sanctuary, her early bond with Emperor Jun and his peers remained an irrevocable truth. Nuwa's silence on Yao matters did not negate her title as Huang, the celestial sovereign of the court, nor did it erase the fact that her elder brother Fuxi still held official rank within the celestial court. Unable to overcome Nuwa, the 12 ancestral Wu dared not ignite open war, fearing her intervention. Though fearless and fierce in battle, they were no fools. None understood the terror of a saint more profoundly than they, except the saints themselves. for they had felt it firsthand. Even their strongest assault failed to stir Tao ancestor Honghuang. They thus grasped a grim certainty: should a saint turn against them, resistance would be futile. A decree from Tao ancestor Honghuang, issued before any of the saints attained their exalted status, prohibited saints from interfering freely in the affairs of the primordial realms. Whether this edict remained binding, however, remained unknowable to all save the saints themselves. Whether Nuwa refrained from aiding the Yao clan out of deference to this decree, or for reasons unknown, remained mere speculation, impossible to verify. As the Yao clan surged in strength, so too did the Wu clan grow ever mightier. Upon the shores of the South Sea, a host of towering Wu warriors strode forth from a shattered spatial rift. At their vanguard marched a great Wu, a genuine Deluo existence. Compared to those, Yao's dragon flesh remains infinitely more exquisite. Yet these eels hide themselves deep beneath the ocean's waves, growing ever harder to track. Lately encounters have grown scarce. Xingtian gazed across the boundless South Sea, brow furrowed in thought. The Wu cultivated no spirit essence, their divine sense was virtually non-existent, rendering them severely deficient in perception. Especially underwater, their otherwise acute senses, such as scent, were drastically dulled, vastly complicating the hunt. With prey growing elusive, and especially after Xingtian had already captured several dragons, they now faced mounting difficulty finding fresh quarry. These South Sea eels have gone into hiding, Xingtian mused, having searched for hours without spotting a single dragon. I've heard dragons inhabit all four seas. Perhaps we should shift our search elsewhere. Deep within the South Sea Palace, the South Sea Dragon King seethed with outrage. These Wu had insulted the dragons beyond endurance, returning time and again to his domain. He could not fathom why this accursed great Wu had fixated upon the dragon clan. Until recently, the two sides had never crossed paths. What incensed him most was the Wu's brazenness. They openly boasted that dragon flesh ranked supreme among all races of the primordial realms, declaring the dragon clan the undisputed apex of their internal hunting hierarchy. To be so esteemed by the Wu, surpassing countless Yao clans and myriad races, brought the dragons no pride. Instead, they found themselves infamous across the primordial realms. Dragon flesh was now renowned as a rare delicacy, certified by the Wu themselves. You might question the Wu's intellect, but never their palate. When the Wu proclaimed something delicious, their verdict carried unassailable credibility. Furious, the South Sea Dragon King issued a strict edict: no dragon was to venture outside the palace. Earlier, he had attempted to confront great Wu Xingtian for answers. Yet the moment he appeared, he nearly lost his head to a descending axe. The great Wu refused to listen, treating him solely as prey to be hunted and hacked down. Worse still, he proved no match. Gravely wounded in a single exchange, forced to shatter numerous divine artifacts to barely escape with his life. Now he dared not show himself again. The Wu were simply beyond communication. The South Sea Dragon King deactivated his scrying artifact, out of sight, out of mind. Yuan Yi and the Sanshao have been isolated in this space created by the Great Formation for thousands of years, unaware of the dragon clan's rising notoriety. Tracing back to the root would involve him something Yuan Yi could never have anticipated. His encounter with Xingtian and entry into the witch clan were due to the spiritual treasure bestowed by his teacher Tongtian, which afforded him the opportunity. Feeding Xingtian dragon meat was not a calculated move against the dragon clan. After all, he had not given the dragon clan much thought after joining Tongtian's sect. As he told Xiong Shao, he had not suffered any loss back then, so he did not intend to hold them accountable. The reason for gifting Xingtian dragon meat was simply that the witch clan cherished delicious gifts, and dragon meat was indeed a delicacy, something that Hongyun Laozu had acknowledged. With the golden jiao coiled around him, Yuan Yi opened his brilliant golden eyes and looked at the Sanshao whom he was protecting. At this moment, the three sisters were waking up one after another, and from their expressions it seemed they had found a way to break the formation. As the golden jiao's figure dissipated, Yuan Yi transformed back into his innate Dao body, adorned in a plain Dao robe with black stripes, a jade crown securing his hair, and a water and fire gourd hanging at his waist. The ominous Yin-Yang energies still swirled around him, isolating him from the chaotic energies nearby. Have you found a way to break the formation? Yuan Yi asked, looking at Yin Shao. Yin Shao nodded, saying, after our deductions we have some ideas, perhaps we can give it a try. Thank you, senior brother, for protecting us, sisters. As she spoke, Yin Shao glanced over Yuan Yi, noticing his steady aura unharmed, and even his magical power seemed to have become more refined. Only then did she feel relieved. Senior brother had always been troubled by the ominous energy, though unexpectedly this ominous energy had such unique properties, and it could be said that he had turned misfortune into fortune. Judging by senior brother's state, he must have gained some insight, which was indeed a good thing. The foundation of this formation lies in the pureness and turbidity of the two energies. Based on these two energies, it carries various powers of laws interweaving with each other, much like the chaos evolving into myriad things. It contains yin and yang and encompasses the 5 elements evolving into countless forms. However, these powers are mixed and chaotic. While this is their strength, it is also their flaw. More importantly, this formation lacks a master. Without someone to lead the great formation, it lacks active evolution. The formation's foundation is hidden, resembling a heap of loose sand, unable to gather any formidable power. Yun Xiao explained her sister's insights and deductions with a serious expression. Yuan Yi, not being a novice in formations, understood Yun Xiao's words easily, as his realm in the Tao was even higher than theirs. The method they deduced was naturally aimed at locating the foundation of this great formation, allowing them to How do you plan to find the foundation? Although this great formation has not been fully activated, it is extraordinary. To find the foundation, one must follow its evolution and see through its changes, otherwise it may backfire, and invoking the formation's power could lead to trouble. Especially since this great formation encompasses everything, the powers contained within are far too complex. Guiding them to the appropriate location is no easy task. What you say is indeed correct, but as you mentioned earlier, the place where we sisters were born is connected to this place's energy, and this formation does indeed have a faint connection to us. It should be worth a try. As she said this, Yun Xiao's expression turned a bit awkward, and she looked at Yuan Yi with a hint of embarrassment. But this matter will require senior brother's assistance again. Inviting you is quite a trouble for you multiple times. Why say such things? If I encounter trouble, will junior sister Yun Xiao just stand by and watch? Besides, there is still a cave dwelling on your immortal island that belongs to me. Are you regretting it now? Yuan Yi shook his head, not expecting that his assistance would be indispensable for the Nine Curves Yellow River formation. He had no reason to refuse. After all, the San Xiao were not ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao smiled and did not dwell on that topic, instead shifting to discuss the way to break. All things born of heaven and earth, created by nature, are carried by the pureness and turbidity of the two energies, with Yin and Yang as the root and the five elements as the foundation. No matter how encompassing and chaotic, they cannot escape this principle. Thus, we want to use this to find the foundation of the great formation and control it. Yuan Yi nodded. This principle was indeed correct, but how exactly should they proceed? Yun Xiao raised her hand, and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang golden dipper, appeared in her hand, while strands of Tao patterns intertwined to form the formation, evolving countless possibilities. She placed the Honghuang golden dipper in the center of the great formation, causing it to change. This great formation is formed by mixing pureness and turbidity into one, containing Yin and Yang, responding to the three talents, uniting the five elements, and forming the nine palaces, revealing the manifestation of the nine curves. We deduce that the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang golden dipper, can refine the pureness and turbidity, returning to its origin, seeking this great formation's essence to stabilize it. And I will use my Yin-Yang energies as a guide to find the sequence of Yin and Yang in this great formation to locate the foundation of the Yin-Yang formation. Yuan Yi asked. Yes, at this moment, the great formation lacks a leader. With your abilities, the influence of the Yin-Yang energies here can still exert some power, and there should be a chance to locate the convergence of the Yin and Yang forces. And we can give it a try. Yuan Yi nodded after some contemplation. Yun Xiao turned her gaze to Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, and we three sisters will attempt to find the positions of the three talents through the faint connection with this formation to try and lead the changes of the great formation and truly control it. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao had no objections to this. In this great formation, the universe is unpredictable, and the positions of the three talents are practically untraceable. The Yin-Yang energies, the powers of the five elements, the pureness and turbidity, can ultimately be located. Only the positions of the three talents formed in relation to one another change constantly and remain elusive. If others want to find it, it would be exceedingly difficult. At least Yuan Yi felt hopeful in finding the convergence of the Yin and Yang, but could not locate the leading position of the three talents in the evolution of the great formation. It was precisely because the place where the San Xiao were born is connected to this that they had hope in following the clues to find the ever-changing positions of the three talents. Having made the decision, the four of them immediately prepared to take action, seeking the foundation and controlling the great formation. This formation is fierce and rare in the world. Senior brother, be careful. I will be, but you all should take care as well. This place dissipates magical power quickly. Yuan Yi protected himself with ominous energy, remaining unscathed with minimal consumption. If he were to use magical power for defense, the rate of consumption would be uncertain. However, with the Honghuang golden dipper in hand, Yun Xiao should be able to keep the three sisters sustained for a while as they sought the positions of the three talents. Yuan Yi manipulated the Yin-Yang energies to sense the flow of the Yin and Yang powers within this. This was not easy. The chaotic auras greatly interfered with him, and his divine sense could not function effectively. Yuan Yi could only sense through the Yin-Yang energies, gradually capturing their flow and changes. If he could stabilize the changes of Yin and Yang sooner, it would ease the search for the corresponding positions of the three talents for the San Xiao. Over hundreds of years, Yuan Yi had been slowly progressing, peeling back layers, yet he had not found a clear thread. Yuan Yi stood there with his eyes closed, surrounded by the intertwining black and white energies, which extended like threads in all directions. Suddenly Yuan Yi's golden eyes opened, looking towards his left side, where a hint of joy appeared in his gaze. Countless threads retracted, with only the yin-yang energies from this one direction being drawn to him, indicating the way. Finally found at the convergence of yin and yang. Yuan Yi moved his sleeve, cutting a path ahead of him. He transformed into a beam of rainbow light, stopping at a certain position in space. Immediately Yuan Yi formed a sword gesture with his hand, condensing the yin-yang energies into a sword, directly stabbing into a certain point following a vague energy flow. In an instant, the previously tranquil space rippled, and two whirlpools rapidly formed, one gathering yin, the other gathering yang, which was precisely the node of the yin and yang convergence in the formation. As Yuan Yi locked onto the yin-yang node, the Sanshao also captured the elusive positions of the three talents, each occupying a part. It was as if time and space had come to a standstill. All changes within the formation were fixed, and intricate patterns emerged, gradually revealing the formation. Seeing this, Yin Xiao summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang golden dipper, and directed it to suppress a certain point where the formation patterns converged. As the virtual and real shifted, the winds and clouds roared within the great formation, resembling a raging river, tumultuous and surging. The space formed by the formation collapsed in an instant, revealing a winding and twisting phantom of a great river lying in ambush in the void like a dragon or snake. A beam of golden light flew over, wrapping around it, and a sealing power radiated out, attempting to bind it. Yuan Yi exclaimed. He turned to glance at Bai Xiao, who had summoned the dragon binding rope, questioning her. Can this spiritual treasure bind anything? Even the forms corresponding to the great Tao of the dragon? You seem to be meddling too much. Regardless of Yuan Yi's thoughts, the dragon binding rope, summoned by Bai Xiao, indeed momentarily sealed the manifested traces of the great formation, albeit imperceptibly. And that was already enough. The Honghuang golden dipper erupted with brilliant celestial light, refining the pureness and turbidity, returning to its origin, and a small formation plate condensed within the pureness and turbidity, revealing itself. Yin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, retracting the Honghuang golden dipper and drawing the formation plate from afar. Yuan Yi withdrew his yin-yang energies, and they had reappeared at the seabed, surrounded by the dissipating pureness and turbidity in the seawater. Yuan Yi looked at the formation plate in Yun Xiao's hand, curious about how much effort it took them to retrieve such an item. Yun Xiao approached with Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, all three wearing evident expressions of joy. They were discerning individuals, able to perceive the extraordinary nature of the formation plate. This great formation was indeed remarkable. Noticing Yuan Yi's gaze, Yun Xiao handed the formation plate directly to him. Yuan Yi naturally accepted it, examining it in his hands. The formation plate was ancient, formed from the mingling of pureness and turbidity, depicting the shape of the 9 curves of the great river, inscribed with traces of the Tao, containing a stunning great formation within. The 9 curves yellow river formation, a fortuitous creation of the Sanshao, had been successfully obtained. Given the restless nature of Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, it was likely they would come looking for him to hone their skills, and he couldn't afford to lose his dignity as their senior brother. But where would his... Such an opportunity was far greater than Yuan Yi consuming 2 ginseng fruits, which instilled in him a sense of... Given the restless nature of Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, it was likely they would come looking for him to hone their skills, and he couldn't afford to lose his dignity as their senior brother. But where would his own opportunities exist? Yuan Yi pondered to himself. Yuan Yi and the Three Xiao Sisters returned to the sea surface. The arrayed disc they took seemed to have made the great river flow into the sea smoother, as if they had performed a cleansing and dredging of the waterway. Is it truly a case of destiny and fortune? The influence brought by their collection did not disrupt the flow of the Earth's energy, rather it was a deed of merit. Having lost the pull from the energy below, the Sanxiao's gestational fairy island was no longer difficult to release. Moreover, Yuan Yi and the others could clearly sense that the pure and spiritual energy on the fairy island had instantly become abundant, with the essence of heaven and earth converging like pearls being dusted off, revealing their brilliance as creation flourished and auspicious clouds surrounded them. Indeed, it was an extraordinary paradise. Yin Xiao summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang golden dipper, to enclose the fairy island within it. The four then made some adjustments to the energy of the place before departing, heading back to the gates of the Jiejiao. This trip was quite fulfilling. The Sanxiao's gestational fairy island had been moved, the creation had been found, and the sisters were in high spirits. Yin Xiao's speed, while riding the clouds, seemed to have increased. Yuan Yi was not a particularly hard-working person. He sat comfortably at the back, feeling justified in his relaxation. Gathered with the 2 sisters Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, a small array disc floated between the 3 of them, swirling with pure and turbid energies containing endless changes. Now that the array disc had yet to be refined, they planned to first settle the Taoist hall before entering seclusion to refine this item and comprehend its mysteries, which would likely take a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, according to their preliminary calculations, using the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang Golden Dipper, to suppress the core of the formation could unleash even greater power from the array, achieving a high degree of compatibility. However, what truly complicated Yuan Yi's feelings was that he seemed to have a similar function to the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang Golden Dipper. Could it be that both of these supreme innate spiritual treasures were the foundation of the original formation? Thus his involvement was present throughout the collection of this great array. The Honghuang Golden Dipper and the Three Xiao Sisters served as the foundation of the array, with the positions of the three talents shifting and changing presiding over the array, forming the strongest state of the formation that Yuan Yi had deduced. The Honghuang Golden Dipper, combined with the pure and turbid energies of the array, could consume the mind, erode the body, weaken one's cultivation, and transform immortals into mortals. Meanwhile, the pure killing power of the Three Xiao Sisters, when paired with the array, targeted the primordial spirits and physical forms of living beings, while the malevolent energy targeted the very Tao of practitioners, injuring their true spirits and further amplifying the array's ferocity. If this were truly the case, then this great array would not merely weaken cultivation, but would possess a genuinely tyrannical killing power. How could practitioners once stripped of their Tao withstand the killing force rooted in the Three Xiao Sisters? Yet what was with this undeniable sensation of being a mere tool? Yuan Yi felt a bit frustrated. Within the Nine Curves Yellow River array there was indeed a place for him, but it was as the cornerstone of the array, supplementing its power. Thus he did not need to comprehend the mysteries of this great array, as simply standing within it during the arrangement would suffice to exert a great effect, while the evolution of the formation was a matter for the Sanshao. Without his presence the array would lack a degree of direct killing intent. He truly was significant. However, this was merely his deduction. The Sanshao did not dare to include him as a tool in their own calculations of the great array. Yuan Yi planned to borrow the array disk from them in the future to comprehend one or two aspects. While he was not interested in formations, he found the all-encompassing nature of this great array very intriguing. He practiced the path of Yin and Yang, and had also understood the path of the five elements. Even benefiting from his journey to Honghuang Temple, his mastery of the five elements was quite high, achieving balance among all five. However, his Yin and Yang and five elements were independent of each other, and he could not truly achieve perfect fusion. The interplay of Yin and Yang and the five elements he had envisioned had yet to take shape. As for the concepts of the 1 Qi 2 E 3 talents, 4 images, 5 elements, 6 lines, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions, Yuan Yi understood these principles, as did other practitioners. But while it sounds simple, how to truly encompass myriad paths within a single one was a significant issue. Yuan Yi's own path of Yin and Yang had the characteristic of intersection, yet he still struggled to achieve the true unification of the innate Yin and Yang. However, the Nine Curves Yellow River array allowed Yuan Yi to see that all-encompassing quality, which he found to be very valuable for reference. Yet there was no rush. He had more pressing matters to ponder, particularly the malevolent energy he had previously underestimated, which he had overlooked too much. After all, it was because of the existence of this malevolent energy that the spiritual nature of the innate spiritual treasures often judged him by appearance, misinterpreting him deeply and harboring some disdain, unwilling to associate with him. The teacher had bestowed upon him several innate spiritual treasures, including the water and fire gourd, and Yuan Yi had indeed verified that the spiritual nature of these innate treasures was somewhat reluctant to approach him. This made Yuan Yi somewhat displeased with the malevolent energy, even though it possessed considerable offensive power. This journey, however, made him realize that his malevolent energy was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated, not constrained by the fundamental laws of Yin-Yang and the five elements, and even subtly possessing a restraining power, which was quite rare. He planned to return and consult with his teacher about this matter to see what the teacher had to say. Bestow, can you show me your binding dragon rope again? Yuan Yi shifted his gaze from the array disc to Bestow, who had almost pressed her face against it. This somewhat ignorant supreme innate spiritual treasure was truly bizarre. As a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it was normal for it to possess great power. Its sealing and suppressing abilities were beyond doubt, but was its range of restraint a bit too broad? In terms of his golden jiao, the previous strange serpent with two heads, and even the Tao trace manifested by the Nine Curves Yellow River array, the degree of restraint varied greatly. Specifically, he was the most severely restrained among the three. Yuan Yi was no stranger to this, but he could not understand why the binding dragon rope had even a slight restraining power against the Tao trace manifested by the Nine Curves Yellow River array, even if it was only a faint hint it indeed existed. Alright. Upon hearing this, Bestow paused for a moment, then directly took out the binding dragon rope and handed it over. The binding dragon rope, a completely golden rope, was received by Yuan Yi. At this moment, the spiritual treasure moved like a spirit snake, raising one end, and its spiritual nature was quite unfriendly towards Yuan Yi. He raised his hand and gave it a slap, causing it to calm down. This spiritual treasure, lacking in insight, should learn from its master Bestow. She was always very proactive in acknowledging her mistakes, unlike you, who always had to be stubborn in front of him. Does your master approve of this? Well, given Bixio's temperament, she might actually agree. Yuan Yi's fingers brushed over the binding dragon rope, his divine sense penetrating into it, comprehending the power of the Tao contained within, observing its innate Tao traces, and pondering the innate restrictions within. When Yuan Yi opened his eyes again, his gaze fixed on the soft and limp binding dragon rope in his hand, he was somewhat surprised. I underestimated you. No, I should say, I underestimated the dragon clan, simplifying the ancestor dragon and their kind. In the past, in Yuan Yi's understanding, the three ancient sovereigns of the primordial world, ancestor dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilan, were merely innate sanctities. They were not particularly special. However, he had not reflected deeply on why these three, with the same innate sanctity, had risen ahead of the other innate sanctities, almost leading the charge for nearly an era, closely pursuing the demon ancestor and the others. It should be noted that during the struggle among the three clans, these three were all on the verge of attaining Tao equivalent to today's perfect quasi-saints. In contrast, his teacher Tongtian, at the time of preaching in the Purple Cloud Palace, was merely at the Daoyuo realm, far from the fulfillment of the great Tao. Such a disparity is hard to imagine when they all share the same innate sanctity. And clearly none of the innate sanctities were ordinary people. Finally back. A voice sounded beside him. It was Bixiao. Yuan Yi looked ahead and saw that while he was pondering the binding dragon rope, Yunxiao had already brought them back to the gates of Jiejiao. Senior brother, where do you think is the most suitable place for us to set up the Taoist hall? Seeing Yuan Yi wake up, Bixiao approached and asked. Yuan Yi returned the binding dragon rope to her. You sisters can discuss this matter. I have something to ask the teacher about. I'll go ahead and find you later. As soon as Yuan Yi finished speaking, without waiting for Bixio's response, he greeted Yunxiao and Xiongxiao and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. Bixiao opened her mouth, but saw Yuan Yi's figure had already disappeared. Senior brother is indeed well-versed in the art of escape. His speed is astonishing. No wonder even his own spiritual treasure, the binding dragon rope, is becoming increasingly ineffective against him. Brother Yuan Yi has returned. Senior brother Duobao. Yuan Yi had barely passed through the mountain gate when he encountered Taoist Duobao. Yet the elder brother's attire struck him as oddly perplexing. The portly Taoist wore numerous primordial spirit treasures as ornaments across his entire body. Yuan Yi recalled that in the past Duobao had always dressed with far greater restraint, never so ostentatious. Now even a stranger who had never laid eyes on him could instantly recognize him as Duobao, provided they weren't blind. This left Yuan Yi with an expression faintly askew. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? What do you think of this ensemble of mine? Upon hearing the question, Duobao raised an eyebrow and asked with a cheerful grin. Yuan Yi paused in silence for a moment. Majestic beyond measure, vast, awe-inspiring, truly worthy of the name. It stirs the hearts of cultivators like us with profound yearning. It was simply too flamboyant, so dazzling it made one's eyes burn with envy and that yearning. Utterly sincere. Haha, precisely. You've got discerning eyes, brother. Your words are pleasing to hear. Unlike senior sister Jinling, who wields her flying gold sword at every turn, hacking away without provocation. At Duobao's words, a smug smile spread across his face. Yuan Yi, however, found no easy reply. After all, senior sister Jinling would strike him too, especially now that her cultivation was lower than his. Should his realm fall beneath hers, she'd scarcely deign to acknowledge him, let alone engage in discourse or martial contest. By the way, the Dragon King of the East, recently visited our Jia sect. He mentioned you. Since you were absent, I informed our master of the matter, and he instructed you to visit him in the Bo Palace upon your return. The Dragon King of the East, Yuan Yi frowned. Could it be that the dragon clan sought retribution? He hadn't slain them outright, only severed a single horn from one dragon as a warning. That had already been extraordinary mercy. Even if he had eradicated the entire clan, their master Tongtian would have uttered no reproach. Moreover, the dragon clan bore heavy karmic burdens. Their slaughter carried little moral weight. And yet, having learned of his identity as a disciple of the Jia sect, they still dared approach him directly. How audacious indeed. Brother, fear not. The dragon clan poses no threat to disciples of our Jia sect. Should they dare trouble you, I shall accompany you straight to our master and demand justice on your behalf. Duobao clapped Yuan Yi firmly on the shoulder, his tone bold and resolute. Yuan Yi found himself at a loss for words. His interactions with this senior brother had always been sparse. Even among the inner circle disciples, theirs was the most infrequent of all. Yet he could not deny in managing the affairs of the Jia sect, Duobao performed his duties with unwavering dedication. Still, as a steward of the sect, his sense of brotherhood ran almost excessively deep, a trait reflected in the sect's ethos, shaped both by Master Tongtian and, no doubt, by this eldest senior disciple himself. Yuan Yi thanks senior brother. I shall go to see our master at once. Go ahead. Should any difficulty arise, do not hesitate to speak plainly. No need for formalities. We are brothers of the same sect if outsiders must never witness such hesitation. Yuan Yi nodded and set off toward the bestow palace. Among the inner circle disciples the greatest privilege lay in freely entering their master's abode, the bestow palace, to seek guidance. Beyond the inner circle, only the attendant disciples enjoyed such liberty. All others required explicit summons, else they dared not disturb their master's seclusion. Yuan Yi's return to the Jie sect did not escape the notice of Master Tongtian the sage. The bestow palace existed within its own independent space, a microcosm forged by the sage's sovereign art. As Yuan Yi approached the void where the palace's gateway manifested, a grand gate coalesced before him. It swung open, and forth strode Kuei Nyo, his master's celestial ox mount, swaying its head and hooves in silent invitation to enter. Yuan Yi bowed deeply, then stepped into the bestow palace. Within the great hall, a youthful Taoist clad in violet immortal robes reclined upon the Tao platform, while a scripture hovered before him, turning its pages unaided. Nearby, fragrant incense curled through the air. Beside it, a jade kettle simmered with spirit spring water, its delicate tea aroma mingling seamlessly with the incense's refined perfume. Truly his master lived in serene, effortless grace. "Master, you have returned." Tongtian set the scripture aside and sat upright, his gaze sweeping over Yuan Yi before nodding approvingly. "Well done. You and senior sisters Yun Xiao and the others clearly underwent profound transformations during your journey. Your gains were substantial. Regarding your prior dealings with the Dragon Clan, I am already aware. Given your temperament, you surely possess your own judgment. I shall not inquire further. Handle it as you see fit." Yuan Yi felt no surprise at Master Tongtian's stance. Beyond imparting the Tao, the master rarely intervened directly in his disciples' affairs, watching instead from a subtle distance, as though awaiting something unseen. That at least was Yuan Yi's quiet impression. Yet since the master had summoned him, there must be some matter requiring instruction. Tongtian continued. "I called you here today precisely because of this affair with the Dragon Clan. I performed a divination on your karmic ties with them, and uncovered something unexpectedly intriguing." "Unexpected? Intriguing? Related to the Dragon Clan? Or perhaps, Master, may I ask what matter this concerns?" "The immortal island you nurtured has long been destroyed by the Dragon Clan. Though you slew one of their kin, they failed to locate you, so they raised your cultivation site instead. And from that place, they seized one particular artifact. This demands careful reckoning." A flicker stirred in Yuan Yi's heart. What object could possibly reside in his birthplace? That seemed impossible. Though he had fled hastily, he had been destitute then, desperate enough to dig 3 feet into the earth to carry away every last trace. How could anything have been overlooked? He knew well the lore birthplaces often concealed extraordinary destinies. Before departing, he had combed his cultivation site repeatedly, searching every corner until he was certain no treasure remained worth taking. Unlike Yun Xiao, he had sensed no subtle resonance of destiny or auspicious qi, so he had held no intention of reclaiming his lost immortal island. Now it was likely irretrievable, utterly obliterated in the Dragon Clan's vengeful fury. If even Master Tongtian deemed it intriguing, it must be extraordinary indeed. Yuan Yi gazed silently at Master Tongtian, awaiting his next words. Tongtian rose from the Tao platform and descended. Yuan Yi immediately fetched the jade kettle, still brewing spirit spring water, and prepared tea with ceremonial utensils. Watching him, Tongtian teased. "Yun Xiao told me she learned these delicate arts from you, yet your skill appears markedly inferior to hers." Yuan Yi offered an awkward smile. Yin Xiao executed tasks with meticulous care, and if she surpassed him, then naturally he practiced such arts even less. This humble disciple shames himself before master. Tongtian paid it no mind, and returned smoothly to the subject at hand. "Your fundamental essence consists of primordial Yin-Yang qi. Across the realms, many primordial beings are born from either primordial Yin-Yang or the 5 elements. Jinling and Wudong both belong to this category. Though those who fully embody both Yin and Yang are rare, you are not unique in this regard, merely endowed with a foundation more robust than most. Moreover, your Yin-Yang qi represents but a fragment of the broader Yin-Yang Tao, not its totality. Yours is a path of extreme specialization, sharp and singular in focus. Yuan Yi, your true distinction lies not in this convergence of primordial Yin-Yang qi, but in the pure primordial malevolent energy fused into your very origin. Do you know of such primordial malevolence?" "I did not know before. Only now do I begin to grasp it," Yuan Yi replied. "Then tell me, do you know whence this sliver of primordial malevolence originates?" "What does master imply?" Yuan Yi's hands still mid-motion. Could this malevolence possess some extraordinary provenance? Tongtian accepted the cup of tea Yuan Yi offered and nodded. "Indeed, even I had not foreseen it. This thread of primordial malevolence springs from that artifact. Its influence enabled your emergence with full coherent sentience, an extraordinary rarity. Perhaps heaven closes no door entirely, it granted you this slender thread of vitality. Truly you and I share a profound karmic bond." To become master's disciple is this disciple's highest honor. Yet I beg to ask, what precisely is this artifact you speak of? I once told you in the age when the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans stood together, though Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, and the like were formidable, there were several beings whose strength surpassed theirs. The Tao ancestor was one of them. Inside Bo Palace, Tongtian sat casually at a desk and began to speak. The title Tao ancestor came after your ancestral master taught at Xiao Palace. In the era of the three races, the Tao ancestor was the progenitor of immortals, the founder of the immortal Tao. Those who stood beside him were each founders of their own great Tao. Even Zhu Long and Yuan Feng were among. Though the three races fell and have now declined, it is undeniable that Zhu Long and his peers were pioneers of the great ways. The demon clan's present method of condensing demon cores draws heavily from the dragon clan's practice of forming dragon pearls. But if one speaks plainly, the demon cultivation method is still inferior to the dragon's dragon pearl technique, for it was not born of Dijun and his own great Tao. Disciple's murderous qi, is it related to the three races? Yuan Yi asked. No, it is not related to the three races, but to another extraordinary being of that era, Mozu Luo Ho. He was the Tao ancestor's most powerful rival, the founder of the demonic way. Shumi Mountain was once his seat, and even my Zhu Xian sword array was once in his possession. Back then, Mozu Luo Ho placed the Zhu Xian sword array on Shumi Mountain to contest the Tao ancestor. The array's name, Zhu Xian, was chosen specifically against the immortal progenitor. In the end, the Zhu Xian sword array was broken and Mozu Luo Ho was defeated. Driven to extremes, he detonated the earth veins across the western lands, attempting to force his path to awakening through destruction. The Tao ancestor and others stopped him, bringing about his fall and sparing the primordial world from catastrophe. A chill tightened in Yuan Yi's heart. No, how could this be tied to Mozu Luo Ho? Am I truly so extraordinary? How could I have known nothing of it? He was bewildered. Seeing his thought, Tongtian shook his head. You are not directly related to Mozu Luo. Not directly related. So there is still some connection. Yuan Yi asked anxiously. This was no good. Mozu Luo Ho possessed many treasures. Among the most famous, besides my Zhu Xian sword array and the missing 12-grade world-ending Black Lotus, was a strange treasure called the Shirshan Spear. This weapon was likely formed from the rootstock of one of the 36 chaos blue lotuses once held by Pangu. Absorbing the opening of heaven's murderous qi, it became one of the most bloodthirsty treasures in the primordial world. Yet because its murderous qi was too excessive, it failed to give birth to true spiritual sentience and never manifested innate, undying spiritual radiance. Otherwise, it might have been a congenital supreme treasure, a bitter regret. That fearsome weapon was shattered in that great battle by the Tao ancestor. Using several supreme treasures, its fragments rent the void and were scattered across the primordial world. Through his master Tongtian's words, Yuan Yi finally understood what had been meant. The strand of murderous qi, tainting his origin, actually came from that notorious Shirshan spear. You only absorbed a strand of its stray aura. Even so, that you could develop spiritual intelligence is a marvel of heaven and earth. By his master's meaning, even the slightest taint of stray murderous qi would almost entirely prevent the normal gestation of spiritual intelligence. It seemed his consciousness indeed had not been normally conceived. His master's words were not wrong. Yuan Yi had vaguely heard such rumors that the two innate Yin-Yang Jiao slain and refined into the spirit treasure Jin Jiao, Jin themselves lacked complete sentience, true simpletons. At least his root principle bore no great entanglement with Mozu Luo Ho. Who could say whether the Mozu might not suddenly reanimate? One of the 12-grade immortal lotuses, the world-ending Black Lotus, remained missing. Even the Tao ancestor could that the immortal island he had birthed should contain fragments of the Shirshan spear. Such a thing. He had never discovered them. Master, do you mean that that fragment of the Shirshan spear was taken by the Dragon clan? Indeed. After they destroyed your Tao site, the tip of that Shirshan spear fell into the Dragon clan's hands. The spear's tip, eh? Not merely a shard, but the very spear tip. Yuan Yi did not doubt the sage's methods. Tongtian's divinations had revealed this to him, so the matter could not be false. Undeniably, Yuan Yi felt his heart warm and yet hesitant. He had grown covetous. What lay hidden where he had been born had slipped from his grasp into another's hands. At that moment, he conceived the urge to seize it back. He wanted to say, this thing is fated to me. Tongtian watched him, and the change in Yuan Yi's eyes did not escape his notice. When you first entered my household, you told me you wished to win a sliver of life and establish yourself. If so, then fight when one must. What is there to hesitate about? What afraid of bringing trouble upon me? I know you do not wish to use my name to bully others, but you are my direct disciple. Even if you want bully others, how can you allow yourself to be bullied? Besides, if you refuse to oppress them, they will not be as magnanimous as you. Each will contend for the Tao. Why be so scrupulous? This is both a blessing and a curse. Yuan Yi exhaled. He had done too little in the way of directly seizing what he desired, especially to take something back from the Dragon clan. He could not do it alone. He would need to trouble his master and rely on the sage's august authority. He had received instruction and been gifted treasures, yet now, he could only bring trouble. Yuan Yi felt uneasy. From beginning to end, this was what had restrained and worried him. Thank you, Master, for deciding this for your disciple. Choose a day yourself and pay the Dragon Clan a visit. Since they destroyed your Dao site, they owe you an explanation. I trust you will act with proper measure. I need not admonish you further. As he spoke, Tongtian beckoned, and a crimson immortal sword flew from behind. This sword is a Zhu Xian, one of the 4 swords of my Zhu Xian sword array. Take it with you. If any of those Dao comrades sealed in the Dragon Clan's Haiyan Ci awaken, they will not dare trouble you. Yuan Yi looked at the crimson sword suspended before him. Its vivid scarlet like stained blood, its dense and discordant aura of slaughter made him tremble. He had never felt such implacable killing intent. At his mid-stage Tai realm cultivation, merely confronting one of the 4 Zhu Xian swords, even its naturally emanating qi, filled him with a sense of helplessness and terror, as if awaiting execution. Such terrifying killing intent, the famed Zhu Xian sword array's might, was beyond Yuan Yi's imagination. Go, Tongtian waved. Yet his look carried a hint of mischief that puzzled Yuan Yi. Your disciple takes his leave. Yuan Yi bowed and withdrew. As he reached to grasp the Zhu Xian sword, he was overwhelmed. An irresistible surge of killing qi rushed in, making him feel as if plunged into an ice pit. Despite the hardness of his Dea body, he felt as though his whole flesh were being cut by knives. Worse, his own murderous qi was drawn out by the sword's qi and could not be suppressed. It erupted. A distinct wash of blood red appeared in his golden pupils. Ferocity and frenzy rose, and his breath would not steady. Yuan Yi hurriedly let go, his face collapsing. Sword brother, could you perhaps temper your aura a little? The reply was a harsh ringing from the blade. The Zhu Xian sword's aura showed no restraint. This Zhu Xian sword understood neither respect nor leniency. Carrying it about would not be an easy thing. Rather, it would be an unending torment. Surely the master had noticed he had grown too comfortable and was doing this on purpose, Yuan Yi reflected. Yet if he could endure the sword's killing qi, his command over his own murderous qi would surely make considerable progress. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Yi grasped the hilt and left Bestow Palace with the sword. As he walked out, killing intent flared and murderous qi streamed forth, drawing the attention of many disciples and followers of Jiejiao. That rarely seen senior brother, such murderous nature, such dense murderous qi. Was it not said that this senior brother had a rather gentle temper? How does this look gentle? Truly, rumors are not to be trusted. Yuan Yi returned with the Zhu Xian sword to find the 3 Xiaos. The sword, being quite unruly, was not only difficult for him to wield, but also impossible to store away, as he could barely withstand its presence within himself, let alone consider it a spatial treasure. He had to ask the Zhu Xian sword if it was willing. Clearly it was not, which left Yuan Yi with no choice but to carry it ostentatiously. Moreover, under the influence of the sword's aura, his own killing intent was particularly active, making it somewhat difficult for Yuan Yi to control. He truly felt tormented. Such a flamboyant display of murderous intent could hardly reflect his true intentions. Yuan Yi's time at Bestow Palace was not long, and upon returning, the 3 Xiaos had finally chosen a location to settle their immortal island. At this moment, the 3 sisters were busy stabilizing the Earth's energy to secure the island. Suddenly, a dense killing aura surged toward them, rapidly approaching, its chilling presence filling the air with a sense of foreboding. The 3 Xiaos were taken aback, yet they felt no fear. After all, this was the location of Jiejiao's mountain gate, close to their master Tongtian Saint's dojo at Bestow Palace. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Especially after sensing the aura, they found it somewhat familiar. It seemed to bear the essence of their masters. As direct disciples, they had all witnessed the Zhu Xian sword formation firsthand, so they were quite familiar with its aura. Furthermore, within that aura was another presence they recognized well, unmistakably, that of their senior brother. The 3 turned to look and saw Yuan Yi approaching, clad in a Taoist robe and wielding the killing sword. Isn't he a bit possessed? Bestow shrank her neck and muttered. He looks even more terrifying now. Stop talking nonsense. Yin Xiao shot a glare at her younger sister and immediately went to greet him along with Qiong Xiao. How could they not see that this was clearly due to the Zhu Xian sword in their brother's hand? But how could he have borrowed their master's Zhu Xian sword out of nowhere? The Zhu Xian sword formation was a set of innate supreme treasures, while each of the 4 killing swords was a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Even a single killing sword's power was perhaps not comparable to their master's Qingping sword. More importantly, the Qingping sword had a much stronger spiritual essence than the 4 killing swords of Zhu Xian, making it easier to control. The 4 killing swords, however, were not the same. Even with the master's guidance, it was still difficult to contain their terrifying murderous aura. If the master had business to hand the treasure to their brother, why was it the Zhu Xian sword and not the Qingping sword? Yin Xiao found this puzzling. From her brother's appearance, it was clear that things were not going well, as his golden eyes occasionally flashed with a hint of blood. Are you all right, senior brother? Seeing the 3 Xiaos approaching, Yuan Yi merely shook his head and replied helplessly, It's nothing, just that this Zhu Xian sword has a bad temper, and I need to get better acquainted with it. But what happened? Yin Xiao asked. It's not a big deal. During our absence, the Dragon King of the East Sea came to visit our Jiejiao. Since I had previously slain their kin, they came seeking an explanation. The master asked me to go and give them one, and for them to give me one in return. Yuan Yi did not conceal the truth, stating the reason directly. Yin Xiao frowned slightly. The Dragon Clan. Isn't it they who provoked senior brother? Bixiao indignantly defended Yuan. How dare they come to our Jiejiao to mention this? They truly do not know their place. Xiong Xiao remained silent, gazing thoughtfully at the Zhuxian sword Yuan Yi was holding. The master asked Yuan Yi to bring such a killing sword to confront the Dragon Clan. It was indeed appropriate. After all, it was Yuan Yi who had shown mercy and let those dragons go. If it were her, she would not have been so lenient. A single dragon horn would hardly suffice. Senior brother, let us sisters accompany you to the Dragon Clan. Yin Xiao proposed without much hesitation. No need. The formation plate of the 9 curves Yellow River array has just been retrieved, and you haven't had the chance to refine it yet. It is crucial for you to refine the formation plate quickly to fully master the array. There is no need to waste time on such trivial matters. Yuan Yi did not agree with Yangxiu's suggestion. It was far more pressing for the sisters to refine the 9 curves Yellow River array and secure their opportunities. Moreover, I will not encounter any unexpected events on my trip to the Dragon Palace, so there is nothing to worry about. You do not need to waste time following me on this errand. While speaking, Yuan Yi pointed to the Zhuxian sword in his hand. If something truly happened with the Dragon Clan, the 3 Xiaos following him would not change the outcome. Yuan Yi was also confident that there would be no need for concern, as this was a task personally entrusted to him by the master. Even if the Dragon Clan were reckless, they would not dare to actually provoke a saint. Besides, I am currently busy going out and have no time to establish a cave dwelling. I am counting on my junior sister to help me out with that. Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon Bixiao. She blinked, looking around, and then slumped down. Her brother only knew to make her do all the work. If he wasn't looking for the eldest sister Yin Xiao, he should at least have brought Xiong Xiao along too. Yin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Senior brother, don't worry, we sisters will take care of the cave dwelling. She agreed to help Yuan Yi build the cave and did not insist on following. When do you plan to go to the Dragon Clan? I came here to say hello to you, and then I will discuss things with the master regarding the Zhuxian sword before setting off. Not asking for the Zhuxian sword to show him any favor, he still needed to adapt to its killing aura. Being able to control his own murderous intent was essential. Since the master trusted him, and without hesitation handed him the Zhuxian sword, he could not let this trust. The Dragon Clan was indeed unable to bring any real trouble to the master, for even at the height of their power, the strongest ancestor dragon had stopped short of attaining the Tao, never taking that final step. No matter how formidable one might be beneath the saint in front of a saint, they were no different from ants separated by an insurmountable chasm. It may sound harsh to say that beneath the saint everyone is an ant, but it is just a plain truth. The Tai of the heavenly court proved this point. With profound cultivation and extraordinary means, few innate deities could rival him. Holding the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, he was invincible. Yet when faced with the 12 ancestor witches and their 12 heavenly gods' great formation, he was helpless and fell in a single blow, unable even to protect himself. Yuan Yi found a place nearby to sit cross-legged, resting the Zhuxian sword on his lap, engaging in a heartfelt conversation with it, through the resonance of their energies. The 3 Xiaos continued to manage the immortal island. Though Bixiao and Xiong Xiao were eager to join the fun at the East Sea Dragon Palace with their brother and eldest sister Yin Xiao having made a decision, the 2 sisters had to abandon the thought of following. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, their peripheral vision catching sight of eldest sister Yin Xiao, and then back to Yuan Yi, who was enveloped in a murderous aura, silently communicating with each other. Bixiao raised an eyebrow and smirked, touching the golden chain at her waist, while Xiong Xiao subtly nodded in a Bixiao, once we refine the 9 curves Yellow River array and gain that opportunity when we emerge from seclusion, will we have a chance to suppress our senior brother? Xiong Xiao, it's worth a try? What are you 2 doing? Yin Xiao suddenly turned around, looking at Xiong Xiao and Bixiao. Eldest sister, what are you talking about? We haven't done anything. Bixiao said she doesn't want our help and wants to build a cave for senior brother by herself. A divine rainbow swept across the surface of the sea, stirring a chilling aura along its path, causing all living beings to retreat in fear. Yuan Yi, clad in a white Dao robe adorned with black patterns, exuded a calm demeanor. However, the immortal sword strapped to his back emanated a fierce aura that was hard to suppress throughout. The Zhuxian sword, designed for array formation, was fundamentally different from ordinary spiritual swords, being much larger and more akin to a heavy sword. Yuan Yi had spent quite some time communicating with it, gradually getting accustomed to its killing intent, no longer being easily influenced by its murderous aura. Yet this Zhuxian sword remained aloof, ignoring him completely. Regardless of how Yuan Yi tried to communicate, it refused to shrink in size, making it impossible to hang it at his waist. With no other choice, Yuan Yi had to carry it on his back. As his teacher's sword, he could not afford to neglect it. He had been warned that this sword had a bad temper, and he did not find that an exaggeration. The Zhuxian sword was notoriously difficult to calm, far more so than Bai Xiao's spirit treasure, the binding dragon rope. After all, Bai Xiao's pet, the binding dragon rope, could not be made to stiffen as it pleased. Just like now, the golden rope was tied around his waist, borrowed from Bai Xiao before his departure. Since he was heading to the Dragon Clan, how could he leave the binding dragon rope behind? Although Yuan Yi had no intention of bringing Bai Xiao along, he could certainly take her binding dragon rope with him. He needed this oblivious spirit treasure to clearly understand what the Dragon Clan looked like, to avoid confusing it with a golden dragon like himself. Moreover, Bai Xiao seemed intent on using this binding dragon rope to provoke him. Yuan Yi suspected it must be the influence of the rope, or else how could Bai Xiao have such confidence? Dragon is one of the fundamental forms of the Tao since the creation of the world, with the ancestor dragon embodying this form. This is also why the ancestor dragon Yuan Feng and the other three ancestral beings, despite being equally innate sacred beings, have led their kind by nearly an era. Their corresponding forms of the Tao are so extraordinary that even the forms of time-born beings are influenced to varying degrees, enabling their origins to evolve ahead of others, allowing them to emerge earlier. Simultaneously, this explains why the binding dragon rope is effective against such a wide range of targets. It does not restrain a specific race, but rather targets a manifestation of a great Tao, that being the dragon. Other races clearly lacking dragon blood do not cultivate the Tao and laws of the dragon, but their corresponding forms may bear some resemblance to the dragon form, thus falling under the binding dragon rope's spiritual judgment as a dragon. Yuan Yi was also aware that the Dragon Clan's transformation technique was created from this very principle. The dragon's form is one of the closest to the source of the Tao, influencing the evolution of many great forms of the Tao. The ancestor dragon could approach the Tao form to establish the path of transformation into dragons for all beings, guiding them towards the dragon's form and thus becoming part of the Dragon Clan. Among these myriad forms of the Tao, the Jiao is undoubtedly one of the most dragon-like forms, thus becoming a part of the process of dragon transformation. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to change a being's origin? The dragon transformation technique enhances one's origin and life form level through transformation, but how could that be achieved? Yuan Yi, with the immortal sword on his back and the binding dragon rope around his waist, made his way straight toward the depths of the East Sea. However, he had not ventured far from the mountain gate of the Jiejiao when he noticed a swirl of black wind frolicking ahead, darting back and forth. Yuan Yi looked over to find a towering, powerful black tiger, its body sleek and shiny with stripes, exuding an imposing presence. Although it was not a primordial being, merely a refined spirit creature, its appearance was quite charming, at least in Yuan Yi's. The black fur looked like it would feel incredibly good to the touch, resembling a large cat. Moreover, its size was impressive, moving gracefully through the sea, leaping and bounding occasionally, plunging into the water and creating huge waves. Yuan Yi shifted his gaze from the black tiger to its rear, where a young Taoist was playfully teasing it, dressed in a blue Tao robe, his handsome face possessing a carefree charm. Who else could it be but Zhao Gongming, the youngest disciple among the Jiejiao? His origin was a wisp of pure wind transformed into a shape, and he was indeed a true wind-like man, known for his forthright demeanor and excellent rapport among the disciples of Jiejiao. What was he doing walking a black tiger here? When did this little disciple acquire such a formidable black tiger? He had never heard of Zhao Gongming having a pet before, did he just get it recently? As Yuan Yi noticed Zhao Gongming quickly sensed Yuan Yi's arrival. Yuan Yi, where are you headed? Zhao Gongming approached with the black tiger, greeting Yuan Yi and unintentionally glancing at the Zhuxian sword strapped to Yuan Yi's back. I have matters to attend to at the East Sea Dragon Clan, dealing with some personal affairs. After returning the greeting, Yuan Yi's gaze fell on the black tiger, and he reached out to stroke its forehead, finding its fur to be truly pleasant to the touch. In his previous life, he had always wanted to pet a large cat, but never had the chance. Is this the mount you found, junior brother? It certainly looks impressive. As Yuan Yi approached, the black tiger instinctively bared its teeth, but then it settled down, obediently lowering its large head, allowing Yuan Yi to pet it. It dared not resist, and even rubbed its large head against Yuan Yi's palm, acting in a sycophantic manner, not needing Zhao Gongming to restrain it. Whether it was Yuan Yi's own aura or the dense murderous energy surrounding him, it instilled fear in the tiger, making it incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. This black tiger clearly had a strong spirit, and was not a mere beast without intelligence. It was quite perceptive. Forgive my brother for laughing, this useless creature. Seeing his black tiger acting so obsequiously, Zhao Gongming shook his head with a smile. I encountered this fellow while searching for a Tao site. It looked quite imposing, so I subdued it, but I didn't expect it to appear fierce while being quite timid. In reality, such a useless thing. Being timid just shows it has a certain level of intelligence, that knows fear, which is a good thing. As long as it looks impressive as a mount, that's what matters, right? Yuan Yi pinched the black tiger's ears and rubbed them, finding them quite soft. You speak truly, brother. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's praise, Zhao Gongming appeared quite pleased. For a mount looking impressive is indeed of utmost importance, and Yuan Yi's words resonated with him. After all, what use is a mount without presence? Isn't it all about having an impressive status? Is brother going to the Dragon Clan for the matter regarding their previous visit to our Jiejiao? I heard the Dragon Clan inquired about some matters from Master Duo Bao at that time. Unfortunately, I was not at the mountain gate at the time searching for a Dao site, so I didn't hear much about it. Zhao Gongming then turned to inquire about Yuan Yi's visit to the East Sea Dragon Clan. He had also chosen to establish a Dao site on his own, but had not found a suitable immortal island. Ultimately, he settled on a site on the vast primal land near the East Sea, quite a distance from the Jiejiao mountain gate. As for the Dragon Clan's visit to Jiejiao, he happened to be absent and did not know much about it. It is not something that needs to be concealed. When asked by Zhao Gongming Yuan, he simply recounted the matter. Zhao Gongming exhibited a certain indifference toward the Dragon Clan, even displaying a hint of disdain, which, what you may not know, senior brother, is that before joining our master Gongming had always resided in the Eastern Sea. In fact, the Eastern Sea is my birthplace. I heard that both you and senior sister Yunxiao once hailed from the Eastern Sea, and now being fellow disciples is indeed fate, Zhao Gongming remarked. Yuan Yi thought to himself, no, I can roughly guess you were born in the Eastern Sea. I heard that both you and senior sister Yunxiao once hailed from the Eastern Sea, and now being fellow disciples is indeed fate, Zhao Gongming remarked. Yuan Yi thought to himself, these dragons consider the entire Eastern Sea as their territory, acting without restraint, enslaving and oppressing other beings, thinking themselves the former overlords of heaven and earth. Ironically, when the Eastern King established the immortal court in the Eastern Sea, they could only hide deep within the Eastern Sea, not daring to show their faces. Zhao Gongming chuckled. Before joining the Master Tongtian, he had not lived very well. To ordinary beings, both the Dragon Clan and the Immortal Court are colossal entities that cannot be resisted. He only possesses a unique background and an inherent talent for escaping, which allowed him to survive in the Eastern Sea, eventually wandering to the shores of the Eastern Sea, where he encountered Master Tongtian, who was preaching after attaining sainthood, and thus became his disciple. Since you are going to the Dragon Clan, how about Gongming accompanying you, senior brother? Though my cultivation is not on par with yours, the treasure granted by our master, the Sea-calming Pearl, can be of use, and it would be good to accompany you and broaden my horizons to see what kind of extraordinary foundation the Dragon Clan possesses. Do you all enjoy gathering for excitement? Or are you all simply so idle that you can't find anything to do? Yuan Yi was speechless. Before he left Xiao, and Bai Xiao had clearly wanted to accompany him, but they dared not speak up. Moreover, Duo Bao and Jin Ling had also come to ask him if he needed help, both looking particularly eager. Duo Bao even mentioned finding some disciples of the Jiejiao to go to the Dragon Clan together. However, Yuan Yi knew clearly that the matter with the Dragon Clan had nothing to do with his own strength. Having Master Tongtian's stance was enough. Therefore, there was no need for many people to engage in conflict with the Dragon Clan. After all, their cultivation levels were still low, and this era did not belong to them. If there were too many people, it might lead to complications. Yuan Yi did not want to make things more complicated and troublesome, so he declined the assistance of Duo Bao and Jin Ling. Now encountering Zhao Gongming, he also spoke up about wanting to go to the Dragon Clan with him. Are you not afraid that Gongming's cultivation is too low, senior brother? Seeing Yuan Yi hesitate, Zhao Gongming smiled and asked, who taught you this? Hey, senior brother, you are just being too logical. I have interacted with several brothers and sisters from the Changjiao. Zhao Gongming said proudly. This guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes was not as simple as he appeared. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Now that the matter had come to this point, Yuan Yi could not refuse the goodwill. Moreover, having only Zhao Gongming with him did not cause much impact. He was not as direct as senior sister Jin Ling. The disciples of the Jiejiao really come to help when things arise, and such a spirit has already begun to take shape. Yuan Yi could not decide whether this was a good or bad thing. Then let us go together. Yuan Yi agreed, consenting to accompany Zhao Gongming. Being within the Jiejiao had indeed changed his mindset somewhat. Yuan Yi, senior brother, please. Zhao Gongming was quite pleased with this, and thus while helping he genuinely wanted to join in on the excitement. By the way, has your mount been named yet? As the two rode the escaping light forward, Yuan Yi looked at the black, giant tiger frolicking in the wind and asked. Not yet, I actually forgot about that. Why don't you help me name it, senior brother? Entirely pitch black, such a fur color is rare. How about we call it Xiaohe? Zhao Gongming was taken aback, while the black, giant tiger let out a pitiful call devoid of any majesty befitting the king of beasts. Deep within the Eastern Sea in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. The Dragon Clan of the Four Seas regards the Eastern Sea as supreme. It was once the true stronghold of the Dragon Clan. Today, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is particularly bustling, more so than in past days. The Dragon Kings from the Four Seas have gathered in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to discuss significant matters concerning the Dragon Clan. Although it is not yet the time for the Dragon Kings to convene regularly given the dire situation of their clan, they have gathered early to deliberate. Among them, the situation of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace can be said to be the best since the Jie indeed does not interfere in Dragon Clan matters, and the presence of the Jie in the Eastern Sea has caused the Heavenly Court to be cautious. In contrast, the situations of the other three dragon palaces are not so good. The South Sea Dragon King Ao Ren even bore a somewhat wilted expression, his aura unstable. Having been struck by a great witch Xing Tian, he narrowly escaped death, but was severely injured. Even after expending a considerable amount of the Dragon Clan's treasured resources, his injuries had not healed. The situations in the West Sea and North Sea were also unfavorable, but the Western sect had yet to apply pressure on the Dragon Clan, and the Demon Clan was too preoccupied to care about the North Sea Dragon Clan, preventing their lives from becoming too difficult. The Western sect and the Heavenly Court both clearly understand the condition of the Dragon Clan. They still possess extraordinary foundation, and if they push the Dragon Clan too hard, it may not threaten them, but it could certainly cause great trouble, which would be counterproductive. However, the Witch Clan is not burdened with such concerns. Who fears the unruly, especially those who are both unruly and fierce? The South Sea Dragon King came to seek help from the other Dragon Kings, genuinely fearing that one day the barbaric Witch Clan might find their Dragon Palace, leaving them with no place to hide. Fortunately, the Witch Clan does not cultivate the path of the primordial spirit and cannot deduce heavenly secrets, otherwise he could not bear to imagine how miserable the South Sea Dragon Clan would be. Recently, that great witch Xing Tian, who occasionally wandered around the South Sea, has inexplicably settled down and has not shown up for a long time, which made Ao Ren very uneasy. You are overthinking it. There are no concrete messages at present. Your lack of composure suggests that you have lost your way due to the Witch Clan's influence and need to calm down, Ao Wu spoke. Upon hearing this, Ao Ren became furious. Ao Wu, it's easy for you to say that. Do you know how many of our South Sea Dragon Clan's offspring have perished at the hands of the Witch Clan in just a few short tens of thousands of years? Are you saying that the Eastern Sea is too stable, and therefore you can turn a blind eye to our South Sea when we are in pain? Elder brother, I believe third brother's concerns are justified. We need to consider a solution. The situation of our Dragon Clan is not optimistic, and we should plan early. The North Sea Dragon King Ao Gui also spoke up, clearly siding with Ao Ren. The West Sea Dragon King Ao Gung remained silent, and his silence in itself was also a stance. Seeing this, Ao Wu frowned. What do you mean? What kind of plans are you suggesting we make? Are you suggesting that our Dragon Clan seek refuge with the Demon Clan? Are you asking our dignified Dragon Clan to be at the mercy of others? Do the Western sect or the Demon Clan truly think we can be driven to desperation? Though our Dragon Clan has fallen, our ancestors are still safeguarding the sea. They have not perished. If we are pushed too hard, can they bear the consequences? I think you are just overthinking it. The day our ancestors are freed will be the day our Dragon Clan rises again. The Dragon Clan's descendants know that although they have declined, many strong individuals in their clan are still alive, including their ancestor, the Ancestral Dragon, who was once only a step away from attaining enlightenment. As long as their foundation is not lost, the Dragon Clan will always have a chance. This is the confidence that sustains their spirit, and if needed, they can retreat to the Dragon Palace. How many beings in the primordial world would dare to act recklessly within the Dragon Palace? Though the Dragon Clan may not possess the strength to expand outward, they have enough confidence to protect themselves. Moreover, even saints would not willingly provoke the Dragon Clan because the Dragon Clan's immense karma is both their cage and their life-saving card. No one would willingly bear such a burden, and this is their confidence. Under the intentional promotion of the higher-ups of the Dragon Clan, such confidence has maintained the Dragon Clan's spirit as vigorous as ever, not weaker than before. If it were others, they would not dare to move against our Dragon Clan, but the Witch Clan is another matter. Ao Ren sighed and said, the Witch Clan does not consider such matters. In their eyes, the Dragon Clan is merely the most delicious prey. Do they truly care about the former overlord clan of the primordial world or the immense karma? If they did, they would not be the Witch Clan. Within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, the Sea Dragon Kings were embroiled in a heated debate over the future plans of the Dragon Clan. Above the East Sea, Yuan Yi was on his way with his little junior brother Zhao Gongming and his mount the Black Tiger. However, they encountered a significant problem. Senior brother, do you not know where the Dragon Palace of the East Sea is? Zhao Gongming was genuinely surprised. Yuan Yi felt a bit awkward. He did not know the way. Naturally, he had never been to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Moreover, as the lair of the Dragon Clan, it was only natural that it possessed the ability to conceal and predict the heavenly secrets. With Yuan Yi's current abilities, he was utterly incapable of deducing it. In the vast expanse of the East Sea, where to look for the Crystal Palace of the East Sea Dragon Clan? The two brothers stared at each other in confusion. Yuan Yi did not know where the Dragon Palace was, and neither did Zhao Gongming. What should we do now? Zhao Gongming thought that since Yuan Yi had set out for the Dragon Palace upon the master's suggestion, everything should have been arranged, and he never expected this senior brother to be lost. He'll ask someone. Facing Zhao Gongming's peculiar gaze, Yuan Yi had no choice but to say this. The master had indeed not given him any guidance. He thought that such a famous place as the Dragon Palace would not be hard to find, so he did not inquire beforehand. However, upon trying to ask, he realized that it was not that simple. The East Sea was vast, and the Crystal Palace concealed the heavenly secrets. There were few beings in the East Sea who could know its location. That said, who to ask for directions was a problem. Surely they couldn't just leave right after setting out and return to ask the master for directions, could they? Yuan Yi glanced at the sword of extermination on his back. The sword showed no response. He sensed that this cold and aloof spiritual treasure was unwilling to acknowledge him. Who else would know the location of the Dragon Palace? Those dragons demanded an explanation, yet they didn't even leave. How could they go visiting under such circumstances? Who does senior brother plan to ask? Seeing Yuan Yi's expression, Zhao Gongming did not press further, as he also did not know where the Dragon Palace was. Within the sect of interception, only the master likely knew accurately. He never expected that his senior brother had not inquired about this matter. Yuan Yi pondered for a moment before raising his hand to calculate. I know of someone who has been to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. They should be able to help us find the way. He remembered that on that day that fellow was being chased by the dragons, and it seemed they mentioned that it had wandered near the Dragon Palace, which led to its trouble. Indeed, he was thinking of that one-legged bovine, the Kuei-Nyo. Unlike the inability to deduce the heavenly secrets of the Dragon Palace, the Kuei-Nyo clearly did not possess the ability to conceal heavenly secrets. Its cultivation level was also far below Yuan Yi's, and since Yuan Yi had seen it with his own eyes, he could use its aura to guide his calculations. With the circulation of the dual energies of Yin and Yang intertwining at his fingertips, Yuan Yi was attempting to capture the traces of heaven and earth. Since it could not conceal the heavenly secrets, its traces remained in heaven and earth, making them easy to capture. This was also why cultivators favored spiritual treasures that could conceal heavenly secrets. For disciples of saints like Yuan Yi, their own heavenly secrets were influenced by the master, making it difficult for outsiders below the saint level to deduce, and they would easily attract the attention of their master, the heavenly saint. Thus, they had less to worry about. After several failed attempts, Yuan Yi finally had a breakthrough in deducing the heavenly secrets. He dispersed the spell in his hand and looked towards a certain direction with his golden eyes. Found it. He'll go ask for directions. Yuan Yi immediately cast the teleportation technique, with Zhao Gongming and the Black Tiger following closely behind. The two of them flew deeper into the East Sea at the speed of the Tai realm. Though they could not easily traverse the void, their speed was not slow. In just a short period of over half a year, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming appeared above a stretch of water. There were no immortal islands here, only a gathering of storms and a misty sea. Within the mist, lightning flickered and the sound of thunder echoed with the air filled with the violent power of thunder. It was a natural thunderstorm ravaging the surface of the sea. Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming stood on the periphery of the storm looking in. With their spiritual eyes, they pierced through the mist and saw the scene within. In the center of the thunderstorm, a peculiar creature was swimming in the water, attracting the power of thunder to fall upon it, which had opened its mouth wide and swallowed, causing a continuous rumble of thunder from its belly. This peculiar creature was clad in green scales, possessing innate energy resembling a bovine, but with no horns on its head and only a single leg underneath its belly, making it quite unique. Is this the fellow senior brother mentioned? Controlling the winds and waters, devouring thunder. Indeed, it is somewhat extraordinary, and like us, it is also an innate being, but it chose the path of cultivating its original form instead of transforming into an innate Tao body. That's it. It was chased by several Tai realm dragons and a multitude of golden immortals, yet managed to escape. It seems to have a talent for teleportation techniques. Yuan Yi nodded. This Kuei-Nyo was quite formidable. Aside from looking a bit ugly, there was nothing wrong with it. At that moment, it also sensed Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming's arrival, and its first reaction was to turn and run. Without a moment's hesitation, it did not even turn back to look at Yuan Yi and the others. It simply sensed their presence and fled into the sea, riding the winds and lightning. Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming were taken aback. This fellow was escaping too smoothly. Had it been chased by the dragons for so long that fleeing had become instinct? Friend, please hold on. Zhao Gongming called out, wanting to stop it. However, the creature only sped up, riding the thunder and lightning, leaving Zhao Gongming dumbfounded. Go! Yuan Yi was also helpless, immediately summoning the binding dragon rope, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure borrowed from Baishao. They had to catch this fellow first. He still hoped to ask the Kuei-Nyo how to get to the Dragon Palace. With a flash of golden light, the Kuei-Nyo, which had dived into the sea, was bound tightly by the binding dragon rope and pulled out from the water. It must be said that the binding dragon rope is truly effective for capturing. Even if the target is not a dragon and not restricted, its own power is still formidable. The Kuei-Nyo looked terrified, its own magical power sealed and suppressed, unable to break free. My apologies, we have met before and meant you no harm, please forgive us. Yuan Yi approached the Kuei-Nyo and retracted the binding dragon rope. The Kuei-Nyo looked at Yuan Yi, then at the binding dragon rope at his waist, lowering its head. Yet it did not flee again. Although it had not transformed into an innate Tao body, its intelligence was no less than that of others, and it naturally recognized Yuan Yi. Although Yuan Yi did not intend to help it, he indeed made it easier for it to escape. It's you. Are you truly a disciple of the celestial saint of the sect of interception? What do you need from me? The Kuei-Nyo's voice was like thunder, deep and resonant. I wish to go to the Dragon Clan's palace, but I do not know the way. Oh, I would like to ask you for directions. The Kuei-Nyo's gaze scrutinized Yuan Yi, then flicked to Zhao Gongming and finally landed on the sword of extermination behind Yuan Yi, its expression shifting slightly. Is this not the treasure of the celestial saint that has been rumored? The Kuei-Nyo did not answer directly, but instead inquired about Yuan Yi's killing sword. Yuan Yi nodded. Indeed. Good, I will accompany you and lead the way, but you must ensure my safety. How about that? After receiving an affirmative response, the Kuei-Nyo nodded directly, not just to guide them, but to lead them. It was surprising how this timid creature dared to follow them to the Dragon Palace. In truth, this creature had quite a bit of courage. Moreover, it seemed quite clever. Since Yuan Yi had the treasure of the celestial saint with him, it could easily guess that it was the saint's intention. If it followed along using the pretense of the saint's authority, how many would dare to touch it in the future? How much trouble could it avoid? Yuan Yi was not foolish and quickly guessed the Kuei-Nyo's thoughts, but did not pay it much mind. However, going to the Dragon Palace, not only was he bringing the sword of extermination, but also the Kuei-Nyo, a wanted criminal of the Dragon Clan. Did this not seem unfriendly? Forget it. He was not friendly to begin with, and was not going to make friends. What the Dragon Clan thought was none of his concern. That works. Thus the two parties reached a simple agreement. With the Kuei-Nyo leading the way, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming headed directly towards the location of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Disciple Yuan Yi of the sanctioned heavenly sage has come to pay respects to the East Sea Dragon Clan. Disciple Zhao Gongming of the sanctioned heavenly sage has also come to pay respects. Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming, under the guidance of Kuei-Nyo, successfully arrived at the entrance of the East Sea Dragon Clan's lair, the Crystal Palace. Aquatic soldiers adorned in splendid celestial armor patrolled the area and stopped them at the perimeter. Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming introduced themselves, and upon hearing their identities, the patrolling soldiers exchanged glances. The leader hurriedly left to report this matter. The name of the sage is not something they can afford to neglect. At the same time, the soldiers were on high alert regarding Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming's arrival, especially towards Yuan Yi. Although he appeared calm compared to Zhao Gongming, who displayed clear impatience, the aura of killing intent surrounding him was unmistakable. Kuei-Nyo shrank in size, mostly hiding behind Yuan Yi, and Zhao Gongming, its eyes darting around. Yuan Yi had inquired about its grievances with the Dragon Clan. It seemed that a spiritual root it was guarding was taken by a member of the Dragon Clan, leading to a covert theft attempt which resulted in a pursuit by the Dragon Clan. Yuan Yi couldn't help but sigh at the many grudges forged with the Dragon Clan. They regarded the entire East Sea as their territory, wielding life and death as their rightful power, thus their actions tended to be domineering. However, Yuan Yi had no thoughts about it. His master had said that after the emergence of the Tao, the order among the beings of the primordial world had improved greatly, but it was still only a slight improvement. The Dragon Clan truly has an impressive air as expected of one of the former overlords of the primordial world. Their foundation is extraordinary. Zhao Gongming surveyed the distant cluster of dragon palaces. From afar, the East Sea Dragon Palace seemed like an independent world with precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures treated as bonsai for display. The buildings were luxurious and magnificent, with jade towers and celestial light swirling around. The Crystal Palace, standing deep within, was exceptionally grand, perfectly combining majesty and elegance, engraved with intricate Tao patterns emanating an overwhelming pressure that stirred the ocean, exuding an immortal essence that felt eternal. The formation array arranged here was quite remarkable. Based on Yuan Yi's speculation, even an ordinary Great Luo existence would find it difficult to shake such a grand formation. This was still because the Dragon Clan was currently weakened, with few strong members left to maintain such a grand formation at full capacity. In its prime, this formation was likely used to deal with quasi-saint beings, as the East Sea is the main base of the entire Dragon Clan, the birthplace of the ancestor dragon, which is extraordinary. No wonder the Dragon Clan remains so arrogant despite their decline. It's just a pity. Zhao Gongming gazed towards the Dragon Palace, appearing relaxed, his words casual. These Dragon Clan members at the Tai realm were numerous, and he could sense many Tai auras. However, Zhao Gongming regarded these Tai beings with indifference, clearly sensing the gap between them. Though they were both at the Tai realm, Yuan Yi and his companions were just starting, while these members of the Dragon Clan had already reached the end of their paths. The Dragon Clan no longer had the fortune to rely on even suffering from karmic obstacles, and their strong members found it increasingly difficult to progress, even becoming weaker with each generation. If this continues, their decline is all but certain. With deep foundations, but a lack of matching strength, others can hear you, Yuan Yi reminded. Zhao Gongming, of course, was not communicating telepathically. He was casually chatting with him while waiting for the other. Aren't we here to cause trouble? Why fear their hearing? Zhao Gongming questioned, looking at the Excalibur behind Yuan Yi, and switched to telepathy. What you said sounds as if we are bullies, and you speak so confidently. How could we be here to cause trouble? We are disciples of the sage. How can we belittle ourselves? I hope everyone can handle things amicably, leaving some leeway for each other resolving matters so that we may part ways peacefully. Yuan Yi touched the Excalibur behind him. He still couldn't understand why his master had sent him to the Dragon Clan. Was it merely because the Dragon Clan had vented their anger by destroying his dojo and taking things from it? From what Yuan Yi knew of his master, he rarely interfered in the private matters of his disciples and would not act like it. If his disciples faced losses, his master Tongtian did not seem like one who would easily stand up for them. The choice was his own to contend for. The master's attitude had always been this way. If it were his second senior uncle, the possibility might be greater. The god-slaying spear was indeed remarkable, but it was merely a fragment of it. His master might not pay much attention. Yet his master sent him here, which made him feel that the master's purpose was not simply related to the god-slaying spear. Regardless of what the master was thinking, his intention was clear. Senior brother, you are too concerned with their rules. Because often this approach can avoid much trouble. We are currently relying on our master, not on ourselves, and we are not yet capable of disregarding the rules. As the two brothers chatted, while waiting, a golden light burst forth from within the Dragon Palace. So it is you two who dare to cause trouble in my Dragon Clan. The voice was youthful, clearly belonging to a little child. Yuan Yi was astonished. Before the East Sea Dragon King arrived, a Dragon Clan child had shown up. The golden light dissipated, revealing a boy of about 10 years old from the Dragon Clan, dressed lavishly with dragon horns on his head. Yet he carried himself with an air of maturity, arms crossed in front of him, gazing at Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming. Who is this little brat? Zhao Gongming frowned at the audacious Dragon Clan boy and asked. I am Awakens, the 19th Prince of the East Sea Dragon King. Who are you? Dare to speak so boldly in my East Sea Dragon Palace? Quickly state your names. Yuan Yi, who originally had no interest in the child, paused and scrutinized the Dragon Clan boy. Awakens. Why does that name sound so familiar? It is said that dragons are inherently lustful. The East Sea Dragon King must have many offspring if even the 19th Prince has appeared. I will not fight with a little brat. You should go call your elders instead and stand aside obediently. Zhao Gongming, unaware of the 19th Prince Awakens, felt displeased at the haughty demeanor of the Dragon Clan. Seeing that the self-proclaimed Awakens was unwilling to back down and was about to speak, Zhao Gongming gently waved his hand, sending him tumbling away to a distance. He had not harmed him, he simply found him annoying. The other party's cultivation was very low, merely an ordinary celestial being, even far from their innate beings at the golden immortal level. This shows that not only the human race is retrogressively creating cultivation realms, even the Dragon Clan, once a great race, is the same. At this moment, the person who had left to report returned, accompanied by over 10 Dragon Clan powerhouses, not affiliated aquatic beings, but pure Dragon Clan members. The leading figure was a young man with latest-stage Tai cultivation, dressed in luxurious robes, exuding an extraordinary aura. He caught Awakens and turned to look at Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming, narrowing his eyes. Currently, my father is discussing important matters with my uncles and cannot meet guests. As disciples of the sanctioned sect, your sudden visit is unexpected. I am here to host you. My name is Awakens, the East Sea Dragon King's son. Yuan Yi sighed inwardly. Since the East Sea Dragon King was not present, it seemed he had no intention of meeting him, sending the prince instead. Since the East Sea Dragon King had previously mentioned him to senior brother Taba, he could not possibly be unaware of his purpose for coming, yet he chose to avoid him. Previously, the Dragon King spoke of past matters with my senior brother and asked for an explanation. Thus, I have come to provide an explanation. If the Dragon King is busy, might Prince Awakens be able to take charge? Although Yuan Yi felt puzzled by his teacher Tongtian's intentions and questioned his motives, he could never have imagined that the Zhuxian sword slung upon his back had itself awakened sight. At Jiejiao, inside Bo Palace, the sect master Tongtian, the sage, lounged casually upon the dais. Before him shimmered a clear image that revealed the Dragon Palace far beneath the East Sea. Duo Bao brewed tea at the side, stealing glances now and then at the reflected scene. I suggested bringing the junior brothers along with junior brother Yuan Yi, but he refused. Unexpectedly, junior brother Zhao Gongming followed him to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, he said. Duo Bao spoke with some regret. At the same time, he felt puzzled compared with Yuan Yi and the Sanxiao. Duo Bao and the others had served at Tongtian's side longer and understood his temperament better. Master, I do not understand. Why must you insist that junior brother Yuan Yi make this journey to the Dragon Clan? Tongtian did not turn. His gaze remained focused with keen interest on the image before him. Duo Bao, I ask you, what do you think of Yuan Yi? Duo Bao was puzzled. What did his master mean by that question? After a moment's thought, Duo Bao answered, junior brother Yuan Yi possesses considerable fortune and deep providence. His Dao cultivation now even surpasses junior sister Jinling. Among Jiejiao disciples his strength is foremost. I am not asking about cultivation. Well, not entirely about cultivation. Duo Bao hesitated, reflected. Junior brother Yuan Yi is somewhat aloof and not given to closeness with others, yet his temper is not bad and he avoids quarrel. He does not make friends easily, but he is not hard to get along with, and he prefers to act according to rules. Tongtian's gaze shifted, and he smiled faintly. Indeed, his manner bears some likeness to your second senior uncle. His temperament is lacks much like your senior brother Xuandu. But he is not uniquely like my Jiejiao disciples, is he? Duo Bao started inwardly. Master junior brother Yuan Yi is only. Tongtian waved his hand. I do not mean this as a fault. Since he has entered my door, he is bound to me by fate and aligns in some measure with my Tao. Duo Bao breathed a sigh of relief, yet his confusion deepened. Duo Bao, in your view, does Yuan Yi truly like to follow rules? Well, Tongtian shook his head. No. Thus his conduct only resembles my second elder brother's way in part, but he will not truly harmonize with that path. The sage's expression held a hint of amusement. Yuan Yi's heart does not genuinely pursue blind obedience to heaven's decree, the reason he prefers to act by the rules. He merely finds such conduct more convenient and simple. At heart, it is a kind of laziness. Consider what he told Zhao Gongming. Because he lacks the strength to establish order, he follows the existing order. That shows that in his mind rules and order are not absolute obligations. He is not a soul resigned to fate. Rather, if necessary, he possesses an allure-nothing resolve willing to stake everything for a sliver of hope. For that reason, he will be my disciple. Duo Bao looked at the youth in the image, clad in a white robe with the Zhuxian sword upon his back. In his impression, this junior brother was not so extreme. He tended to leave a way out in all things and disliked taking matters to their absolute end. He could hardly imagine Yuan Yi committing to a gamble that left no retreat. Junior sister Jinling was the sort more likely to do such a thing. What has this to do with sending junior brother Yuan Yi to the Dragon Clan? Duo Bao asked. The Jie of Jiejiao signifies seizing a thread of life. This is contention. Whether one contends for oneself or for others, this is the foundation of the Jiejiao way. No matter what is being contested, one must possess the will to contend in order to practice our Jiejiao path. Duo Bao, you take pleasure in contending for opportunities and providence. Wu Jinling delights in competing with others for supremacy. Wudong prefers to contend with himself. Yin Xiao enjoys contending for truth and principle. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao like to compete with one another and also with their senior brother. Gongming likes to contend on behalf of others. So Yuan Yi, tell me, whom do you see him contending against? What does he contend for? Duo Bao opened his mouth and fell silent. He could not answer, for he did not truly know this junior brother. How he behaves is not for his master to meddle. His lazy temperament may be left as it is. But having entered my fold and been taught my way, how can he fail to contend? If one does not contend, how can one cultivate the Jiejiao path or walk its way? The Tao would lose its essence and stray far from the truth. How could one attain true fulfillment or ascend to the Deluo realm of realization? Tongtian's expression sobered, his gaze deepened, and his tone grew indifferent. The Dragon Clan are but pitiable folk still immersed in past illusions and unwilling to awake, hardly worth much consideration. The Shirshan spear, merely an outward object, and besides only a broken fragment. What is there to mind? It is ultimately only one choice among many. Would a disciple of mine be lacking so paltry a broken weapon? I send him to the Dragon Clan, not chiefly to retrieve what concerns him. The true purpose is to have him comprehend the Jiejiao way, to understand what the Jie of Jiejiao truly means. His fate and his path. He must contend for them. No matter how he contends, whether openly or by stratagem, the Great Way has no absolute right or wrong, but one cannot confine it with petty distinctions. For a disciple of Jiejiao, one must possess a heart that strives. He is my direct disciple. How can he forever avoid and shirk lacking any will to contend? Tongtian stretched lazily, and his manner relaxed once more. Duo Bao, you others are the same. Remember the Jie of our Jiejiao and why we follow the way. Master, the Great Way endures change. Heaven's Tao seeks preservation. All beings seek continuation. If one does not strive for oneself, whence comes the chance at living? Duo Bao did not hear clearly and did not understand. He felt his master had spoken of something important, but he failed to grasp it. The Great Way? Heaven's Tao? What does he mean? Seeing that the master offered no further explanation, Duo Bao did not ask. Disciple will remember your teaching. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea within the main hall, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming sat opposite a company of Dragon Clan youths led by Ao Yin, the Dragon King's crown prince. Both sides faced each other. Ao Yin fixed his gaze on Yuan Yi and asked, how will you account for this? What explanation do you offer? Those of your Dragon Clan were indeed slain by me. That is no lie, Yuan Yi replied. Oh, they were the ones who came upon me in aggression. Since they are dead, I will not pursue matters further. I forgive your Dragon Clan. Let this matter be settled. Yuan Yi spoke calmly. What do you mean? You killed members of my Dragon Clan and declare it settled. You claim my people assaulted you first. How do you prove that? Ao Yin's gaze sharpened, bearing a heavy pressure. The Dragon King sent Ao Yin instead of appearing himself, not only out of proud reluctance to speak on equal terms with a junior like Yuan Yi, and because only disciples had received their earlier visit to Zhejiao, but also because of the Zhuxian sword at Yuan Yi's back. Ao Wu, though he had not seen that renowned killing sword with his own eyes, could not possibly fail to recognize it. In the vast primordial world, such ferocious, innate spirit treasures are exceedingly few. If the Dragon King himself appeared, it might give the other side an excuse to cry foul for being overwhelmed by the powerful. If a sage were truly drawn in, trouble would follow. Yet to bow now would be disgrace to the Dragon Clan. To lower oneself before a mere realm being. How could the Dragon Clan maintain face? Therefore he sent Ao Yin to act, keeping the affair among the younger generation. A sage could hardly intervene in a dispute between realm juniors. A word of it would tarnish the sage's standing. As long as they did not blatantly oppress the small, the sage would have little cause to step in. Ao Wu understood this clearly. If they could simply repel Yuan Yi and his companions, what could the Zhejiao master complain of? By handling it with proper measure, even a sage could not truly reproach them. It would merely expose the disciples' lack of capability. Who could they blame? He had thoroughly examined the temperament and methods of the sage Tongtian. If this is not to be settled, then what else? What do the Longzhu expect me to pay with my life? As for proof, why should I offer any? Yuan Yi's golden eyes sharpened to an unprecedented cruelty. A blood-tinted murderous qi surged within them, and the killing intent exuded by the Zhuxian sword at his side took on a streak of baleful qi, faintly resonating with him. Zhao Gongming had meant to speak up on Yuan Yi's behalf, for he had always known that although his senior brother cultivated deeply, he was not a domineering man and could be rather casual in manner. To go head-to-head like this invites loss. Senior brother's gentle temper makes him seem soft and easy, but Yuan Yi's words surprised him. This was no mildness. In an eerily calm voice, he spoke with a boldness and unreasonable authority that defied expectation. I killed the person. What will you do about it? What can your Longzhu possibly do? I might have spared you an explanation, yet you actually came demanding that I give one. This is the account I give you. Whether you find it satisfactory or not matters little. Since you demanded it, you must accept it, pleased or displeased. Zhao Gongming looked at Yuan Yi beside him. Senior brother, did you not say we did not come to stir trouble among the Longzhu? But Zhao Gongming reflected that if the matter were his, he would likely be even less forgiving. Dead and done with it. Senior brother is too magnanimous. If it were him, this account would not be closed so easily. It would have to be settled properly. Yet such matters senior brother would decide himself. He would not speak out for others. He merely remembered another fact. This senior brother Yuan, he did not always reason things out. He reasoned only when he wished to. When he chose not to, he would not bother with any pretense of fairness. Yuan Yi did not know Zhao Gongming's thoughts. The moment Ao Yin appeared, he understood that insisting on rules would only make matters more troublesome. Donghai Dragon King Ao Wu would not show his face and send a prince to haggle. What could that intention be? It was not hard to guess. Yuan Yi was not someone whose sympathies tilted merely toward the innate born. Since reasoned negotiation only made things worse, Yuan Yi lost interest in it. If you refuse to talk properly, then I will overturn the table myself. Who gave you the right to expect my courtesy? Ao Yin's expression darkened. A disciple of the sage behaving like this. Using the sage's name to perpetrate oppression. How I act is guided by my teacher. If outsiders would do well to refrain from meddling. Or do you think you can instruct the sage how to behave? Yuan Yi felt that the murderous qi within him grew ever more active, his words growing blunt, and a savage temper began to boil beneath his composure. Strangely, he also felt his own Tao grow clearer, the great way taught by Master Tongtian, becoming I will not recount how your Longzhu acted, nor remind you that you first wronged me, and then destroyed my Tao Hall, and that I slew several of your number. Let that be finished. I have no interest in entanglement. I have given you an account, and whether you accept it matters not to me. Yuan Yi tapped the table lightly, his spirit steeped in the roiling murderous qi. My part is spoken. Now speak to what you took from my Tao Hall after you destroyed it. I want it returned. Good. What a disciple of the sage. A follower of Zhejiao. You act without reason, oppressing my Longzhu. Where is heavenly justice? Ao Yin's face had already turned very ugly. This was nothing like what his father had described. Father said Yuan Yi disliked conflict and behaved reasonably. Yet from the start the man had shown no inclination to be reasonable. He was more aggressive than the Longzhu themselves. According to his father, if he negotiated and haggled without tearing open grievances, there would be no trouble, for this man would not actively provoke. But now, Prince, mind your words. The sage's way, having the recognition of the heavenly Tao, is the very seed of justice. Do you not dare question the sage, and by extension the impartiality of the heavenly Tao? The Longzhu have been abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Plainly justice lies with the sage, not with the Longzhu. What gall! You Tai upstart dare speak of my Longzhu. Are you tired of living? Before Yin could finish, a voice of imposing majesty resounded from the void, a tone harmonized with the Tao itself, as if the will of heaven and earth condensed in that single utterance, and with one word myriad laws came into being. Space warped slightly, and 4 figures strode forth, indeed the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, and the speaker was Donghai Dragon King, Ao Wu. Yuan Yi rose, and let his gaze pass over the other 3. Though he did not recognize the 4 Sea Dragon Kings by sight, there was no doubt the one who had scolded him was Ao Wu. From their garb, and bearing, the others were clearly of comparable rank, which allowed him some conjecture. Dragon King Elder, though your affairs are weighty, you still spare time to come. Truly an honor. Before your Deluo Providence there is little I need say, you must already know why I have come. What does the Dragon King intend? Do you truly rely on being a disciple of the sage, and think you have no fear of death? How dare you swagger so within my Longzhu? As a Dragon King vested with Deluo fate, could I not discern cause and consequence? You ask me for an account which shows you never intended to negotiate in good faith. What is your plan? If you had no plan, I might never have come. Since I came at your summons, why do you now avoid me? Yuan Yi felt an extreme perilous aura, yet it did not make him tremble. Rather, it fanned the rancor swelling. He had means to wager. Why fear? Could the Donghai Dragon King truly do anything to him? He was confident. Not wishing to trouble his teacher did not mean he lacked courage. Moreover, Yuan Yi did not fancy himself a man who kept up appearances. He cared little for saving face. If the Donghai Dragon King wished to make an issue of past events, he had no desire to indulge him. As for whether I fear death, that depends on whether the Dragon King dares. Put the Longzhu's deep heritage against the sage's methods. I will stake the Dragon King's courage, you stake your clan's lifeblood. Let us see who prevails. When Yuan Yi's words fell, an all-encompassing pressure surged forth like a tide. In that instant he felt the heavens tilt and time unravel, every Tao collapsing, terrible omens reflected in his heart, and the world offered him no sliver of hope. Death appeared absolute. Then a crisp sword note rang out. Not loud, yet like a breeze skimming a lake rippling outward with irresistible grace. Outside the Dragon Palace and the might of the entire East Sea had converged, as if the 9 heavens were overturning. A terrifying aura trembled, fragments of time-space spun, heavenly Taos became hanging strands of order. Yin and Yang twisted, the 5 elements reversed. Countless dreadful visions unfolded. It was not merely the Deluo might of the Donghai Dragon King, but the immeasurable force he had gathered, and even from the palace depths other obscure airs faintly whispered of revival. Yet a single sword note shattered it all. A crimson Xian sword rose in the void, erupting threads of blood-tinted radiance. Wherever the haze rippled, all things were severed. Its edge was unstoppable. The sword's ripples spread silently, annihilating the terrifying omens. The grand Tao rules dissipated. Beneath the swordlight's undulations across the Millionly Dragon Palace, life withered and souls rose. They could not summon resistance, left only with the helpless despair of awaiting slaughter. The obscure airs that had seeped from the palace depths were quashed and returned to stillness. Is this the realm of the sage, transcending Deluo? The sage's realm? A voice unheard by most echoed in the void, laden with endless complexity. Regret, unwillingness, craving, bitterness, loneliness. Emotions too tangled for words. Truly beyond our reach. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. The crimson Juxian sword stood at Yuan Yi's side, its aura contracted as a natural killing intent permeated the air. Silent, and still it radiated an overwhelming pressure. The vital chi of the Donghai Dragon King, and even the whole Donghai Dragon Palace, had long since dissipated. Even a Deluo, such as the Dragon King, was struck dumb with fear. The might of the sages was something the beings of Honghuang had only heard of. To have truly felt such terror firsthand were to this day only the 12 Zhu Wu. One could say that since Daozu opened the path to sagehood and attained the way, beings like the sages had scarcely ever truly intervened. When Daozu Hongjun manifested to halt the witch-demon conflict, and bore the blow of the 12 capital heavenly fiend array, that was almost the sole occasion a sage had acted. All knew the sages transcended even the Deluo, yet how they acted remained inscrutable. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings stood frozen in place. Yuan Yi too watched the Juxian sword by his side. This was his first time witnessing a sage's manifest authority. Zhao Gongming seemed outwardly composed, but inwardly, he exhaled with relief. He had not expected his senior brother to openly provoke the Dragon King. All those earlier words had been merely to bait the other into making the first move. Rumor held that Daozu had issued an edict before their teachers, and the sages completed their paths, forbidding sages from lightly intervening in major matters of Honghuang. Whether true or not, Zhao Gongming had heard such talk. Clearly the senior brother was manufacturing an excuse to call the master into action, creating a pretext. They looked down on dragonkind of the same Tai rank, yet could not slight the Donghai Dragon King. As a Deluo, the former display of Deluo pressure had chilled him. Even knowing the senior brother came at the master's behest and bore the Juxian sword, the dread of a Deluo powerhouse could not be entirely dispelled. The Dragon King hides and sends forth Crown Prince Ao Yin. His intent is not hard to guess. Shall I fulfill your plan? But if you wish to test my methods, there must be a price. Yuan Yi's gaze slid from the Zhuxian's sword. He glanced at Ao Yin and the other dragon signs, then looked toward Donghai Dragon King, Ao Wu. Ao Wu fell silent, and the eyes that moved away from the sword betrayed an uncontrollable dread. What do you intend? Ao Wu finally asked after a moment of silence. I have heard the Dragon Clan keeps innate Dinghai Shinju. Junior brother Gongming has endured much accompanying me. If the Dragon King presents the Dinghai Shinju, to reward him on my behalf I will, as you wish, offer a few pointers to Crown Prince Ao Yin. What audacity! Ao Yin was displeased. Yuan Yi was only mid-stage Tai while Ao Yin himself stood at latest stage Tai nearing fruition, yet Yuan Yi spoke of instructing him and demanded the Dragon Clan's Dinghai Shinju. Yuan Yi was surprised they did not deny the Dinghai Shinju. He had only spoken casually. Wait, does your clan truly possess the Dinghai Shinju? Surely they were not limited to the 24 pearls in Zhao Gongming's hands. Astonished though he was, Yuan Yi paid Ao Yin no heed. Either return the items taken from my Taoist hall, and I will leave ending the matter, or as you wish let him try, provided the Dinghai Shinju are produced. If you cannot instruct Ao Yin, then what? Once you leave you shall never set foot in my Donghai Dragon Palace again. Agreed. Yuan Yi did not hesitate and agreed at once. To him the matter was tantamount to being freely given. Besides, he could not truly expect his master Tongtian to seize the Dragon Clan's treasures on his behalf without a proper pretext. The Jie sect was orthodox among Xianmen. The sage's great teachings still demanded a legitimate justification. Zhao Gongming hovered with words, but ultimately said nothing. As for Yuan Yi's skill, he did not worry, even though Ao Yin the Dragon Prince possessed a higher cultivation. The Donghai Dragon King spoke no further and sent for the shard of the Shirshan spear and 3 Dinghai Shinju from the treasury. He had already felt the sage's might firsthand and dared not act rashly. Since Yuan Yi sought a proper pretext, if his skill fell short, then there was no one to blame. The sages would not object further. He was certainly reluctant to hand them over. After all, they were only a few Dinghai Shinju. Though it pained him, the Dragon Clan's foundation could absorb the loss. Soon after, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming left the Donghai Dragon Palace, departing with a black tiger and Zhao Gongming rubbed the 3 Dinghai Shinju in his bosom, looking at Yuan Yi with gratitude. Yuan Yi bore the Zhuxian sword on his back, but in his hand he inspected a fragment no longer than a foot. The tip of the Shirshan spear, broken off, resembled a large dagger, jet black with streaks of crimson, its ferocious aura dense and pure, sending a chill through the heart. If not for a strand of sword chi from the Zhuxian sword suppressing it, Yuan Yi at his cultivation might not have endured such a murderous aura. Moreover, although Yuan Yi's origin was tainted by its murderous chi, the remnant weapon produced no reaction for him. Unlike the Zhuge Huanghe formation, which would respond to Sanshao. This thing was like a dead object. It bore no innate indestructible light. Damaged as it was, even the scant primordial spirit had dissipated, leaving almost no spirit to speak of. No wonder Yuan Yi, though linked to it, had never sensed anything. It was a pity. Without innate indestructible light, its spirit was insufficient, lacking the trait of a primordial treasure that endures while the Tao remains. Such an extraordinary origin, yet damaged to this degree. Stowing the Shirshan spear fragment, Yuan Yi patted the Fulong Suo at his waist. The innate treasure that had long been indifferent to him had strangely softened, its antagonism had ebbed. Perhaps it was because Yuan Yi had recently opened its eyes and made it bind a true dragon. Now it could discern who truly belonged to the Dragon Clan. In Bixio's hands it had never bound a dragon. Though named Fulong Sa, it had not lived up to its title. Now it was truly worthy of the name. Facing Ao Yin, the Donghai Dragon King's crown prince, proved effortless. Yuan Yi drew the Fulong Suo. At a glance it forced Ao Yin to reveal his true dragon form and immediately bound him fast. That level of restraining power was outrageously effective, leaving him no means of retaliation. For dealing with dragons, the thing was truly superb. Even among top-tier innate treasures, few could match it. The workings of heaven and earth were strangely poetic. The dragon, as one of the most fundamental Tao forms, produced the Dragon Clan's greatness, yet also birthed the Fulong Suo, a primordial treasure perfectly tailored to counter it. Its very strength thus became its greatest vulnerability. There was a clear sense of one thing overcoming. The Donghai Dragon King did not renege. Yuan Yi took the items and departed. The Dragon Clan now resembled a dung beetle. He would not soil himself further, for pushing matters to the brink would only mean mutual ruin. Yuan Yi handed the Dinghai Shinju directly to Zhao Gongming. A single pearl's power was not remarkable, at most the level of a low-grade innate treasure, and in Yuan Yi's hands it could not yield much. He had examined them. The Dinghai Shinju indeed harbored temporal spatial power and possessed suppressive might. Yet they were mired in chaos. To evolve into a heaven without external aid would be nearly impossible, and they required specific fateful conditions. Yuan Yi did not believe he possessed such a fate. The objects did not suit him. Yuan Yi's origin contained murderous chi. His Yin-Yang Dao excelled at destruction rather than creation. Useless to keep, better to return the favor to Zhao Gongming, who already owned 24 Dinghai Shinju, where their effect would be far greater. Yuan Yi believed the value of this favor exceeded that of the 3 Dinghai Shinju themselves. As for what came next, that would depend on Zhao Gongming's own fortune. The Donghai Dragon Palace possessed Dinghai Shinju. Whether the dragons of the other 3 seas did as well was a matter for Zhao Gongming to ponder. Yuan Yi returned to the Jiejiao, and the first thing he did was to head to the Bestow Palace to meet his master Tongtian, conveniently returning the little ancestor on his back. However, it is somewhat difficult to get along with lacking a certain approachability, making it hard to serve. After all, it is a component of a congenital supreme treasure. Even a single Zhujian sword is merely at the level of a top-tier innate spirit treasure. Inside the Bestow Palace, Tongtian held a section of the god-killing spear, yet his gaze was assessing Yuan Yi, nodding slightly, without saying much. Yuan Yi was not lacking in ambition, but once he settled down, he found less motivation, lacking the vigor needed for diligent cultivation of the great Tao. Cultivation cannot be deemed as slothful, but there was a lack of pure pursuit of the great Tao. The law in the Tao surpasses the law, and one's own Tao is the fundamental. Especially for someone like Yuan Yi, how could there be no sharpness in his heart? One can conceal their sharpness, one can have a sheath, but one cannot truly lack brilliance. Otherwise, the cultivation of Jiejiao's law and Tao would be shackled, detrimental to his practice. After all, Yuan Yi had not yet reached the height where he could forge his own path. The path of a saint is the broadest and flattest, the closest to the great Tao in the world. In this regard, Yuan Yi had some understanding. Although Master Tongtian did not explicitly tell him, he seemed to know why he was sent to experience the Dragon Clan. At this moment, the master's gaze had not shifted to the god-killing spear. This spear also posed a challenge for Yuan Yi. Without the suppression of the Zhujian sword, he could not withstand the endless pure killing intent. Because this object itself lacks sufficient spiritual nature and will not naturally suppress its aura, it is a type of unrecognizing white-eyed wolf different from ordinary spirit treasures, making it difficult for Yuan Yi to handle. Seeing Yuan Yi's somewhat expectant expression, Tongtian shook his head and then scrutinized the god-killing spear in his hand. Although it is only a fragment of the god-killing spear, it is the sharpest part of the spear tip, whose spiritual nature is nearly dissipated. Ultimately, it has not completely vanished. If it were the complete god-killing spear, it would not be a good thing for you, unworthy of bearing its blessings. This god-killing spear is broken, and aside from the difficulty in finding the remaining fragments, even if Master were to deduce it, there is no certain news. Even if you were to gather all the fragments without the innate, indestructible spiritual light, this god-killing spear cannot restore itself. The god-killing spear can no longer be seen in the world. Yuan Yi felt a slight disappointment upon hearing this. He had also considered this possibility. The fame of the god-killing spear is undoubtedly enticing. However, he quickly felt relieved. How could something like the god-killing spear, which is nearly on par with a congenital supreme treasure, easily fall into his hands? He just did not know how to properly use this fragment of the god-killing spear. In my opinion, you could refine this fragment of the god-killing spear into a new spirit treasure, especially since it still retains a trace of innate spiritual nature. If you properly handle the killing intent, perhaps this weak trace of innate spiritual nature could grow. Although the possibility is minuscule, it is indeed possible to give birth to true innate indestructible spiritual light. After all, the origins of this object are truly extraordinary, and innate spiritual nature is rare. What the master means is that by using this fragment of the god-killing spear and its innate spiritual nature as materials, it might be possible to refine a true innate spirit treasure that possesses spiritual nature. Tongtian's finger brushed against the spear tip, suppressing the pervasive killing intent that constantly emanated, sealing it away before tossing it back to Yuan Yi. However, this kind of thing is not easy to refine anew. I am not proficient in this area. Throughout the vast wilderness, aside from the Tao ancestor, there is probably only one person capable of refining this item. You should go to Kunlun to find your second master uncle, and then you can go to the Beijing Palace on Shouyang Mountain. The nurturing methods for innate spiritual nature are generally ineffective. Your master uncle is the best in the alchemy path, and few can match him in nurturing spiritual nature. Your friend from the Western teachings, Zuni, is more adept in the aspect of awakening spiritual nature, and Sister Nuwa's path of creation also has its effects. However, my relations with them are rather shallow, so you can only seek your master uncle for help. At that time, I will personally open the sharpness for it. On this, not only must he trouble his second master uncle, but he must also trouble his master uncle. Having his second master uncle refine an artifact for him, his master uncle nurturing innate spiritual nature, and the master personally sharpening it, isn't this a bit too extravagant? It truly left him feeling overwhelmed. If it were truly like this, wouldn't his treasure be forged through the cooperation of 3 saints? Setting aside the artifact itself, just this fact alone is astonishing. It's quite the honor. Even the master's words made Yuan Yi hesitant to imagine, oh, could this really be done? What? Do you expect your master to make a trip for you? Seeing Yuan Yi holding that fragment of the god-killing spear and getting lost in thought, Tongtian asked, I dare not trouble the master. I will go myself, thank you, master. Yuan Yi hurriedly bowed respectfully, for this was all the master's face, otherwise he would not have the qualifications to ask the two master uncles to help him refine his treasure. Only with the master's approval could he do such a thing, something he had not even dared to think about before. Although the master said that Zundi from the Western teachings is more skilled in spiritual awakening, Yuan Yi still felt that seeking his master uncle's help was the best option. The added value of the treasure itself is completely different. Yuan Yi, carrying the sealed killing intent of the god-killing spear, left the Bestow Palace planning to first visit the Three Xiao Sisters. It was truly strange. Why did he always run around, hardly having time to stay in his own dojo to cultivate? He had just returned, and the next trip was already arranged. Yet thinking of the grand vision painted by the master, the spirit treasures forged by the three saints, made him extremely tempted. What worried Yuan Yi was that this seemed to involve an enormous fate. Could he bear it? However, such concerns were quickly brushed away. Such fortune had fallen upon him. How could he not seize it? Wouldn't that be unfair to himself and to the master? He who receives heaven's gifts without taking will bring misfortune upon himself if the time is right, but he does not act, he will bring calamity upon himself. He always subconsciously sought stability, avoiding where he could, missing out on the sharpness of initiative. Hadn't he just realized this? Putting away the god-killing spear, Yuan Yi leisurely flew towards the place where the Three Xiao Sisters had previously established their immortal island. Originally, Yuan Yi also wanted to meet the master's Mount Kuan Yo to tell it that a cheap imitation had come sharing its name, but unfortunately, he did not see Kuan Yo. Kuan Yo had led them to guide him and Zhao Gongming to the Dragon Palace, and afterwards he had hurriedly come. The Jiejiao itself had no strict rules, and Yuan Yi noticed that Kuan Yo also had no burdens, so he did not. He vaguely remembered that this fellow also had considerable entanglements of fate closely related to the human race, so he could take a look later. As for taking a mount or something, Yuan Yi had not considered it. Although Kuan Yo ran fast, being a congenital being himself, Yuan Yi was not very inclined to take it. The immortal island was placed near the Bestow Palace by the Sanxiao, as they were their direct disciples. The island, having been fully relocated, was truly extraordinary. After connecting with the veins of heaven and earth, it gathered spiritual essence and transformed creation shrouded in mist and clouds, exhibiting the aura of the immortal realm. The immortal island was simply settled and arranged hastily. It seemed that the Sanxiao hurriedly went into seclusion, leaving the island in a serene silence. Yuan Yi stood above the immortal island, gazing at the vast space that resembled a small continent, the tranquil atmosphere here providing a sense of reassurance. His place of origin was destroyed by the Dragon Clan, and it seemed there was an unbreakable connection between him and the Sanxiao. Even the Juku Huanghe array they were refining was linked to him. Yuan Yi had long recognized this and felt little resistance, abandoning the idea of seeking another place for cultivation. With them around, he had someone to look after and could also keep an eye on them. Yuan Yi knew that after spending such a long time together, he could not treat the three sisters as insignificant strangers. If anything truly happened to them, he absolutely could not remain uninvolved. Just as he understood that if he were to encounter trouble, the Sanxiao would likely suffer from his entanglements as well. However, Yuan Yi did not believe that he would encounter any trouble. He was not Zhao Gongming. Moreover, his master had just spoken auspicious words, crafting a Dan Book iron certificate for him from the three teachings, thus adding another layer of assurance. Yuan Yi went to check on the Sanxiao's cave dwelling and confirmed that they were indeed in seclusion. He placed the dragon binding rope inside and did not disturb them further. The reason for their hurried seclusion might be that they found an opportunity for a breakthrough. The ginseng fruit's medicinal power, which had been sealed within their bodies, along with the opportunity presented by the Juku Huanghe array, should make it not difficult to find a chance to break through. After strolling around the immortal island, he took the liberty to refine some of the hastily arranged formations and brought back spiritual wood to construct several palatial buildings, setting them up as courtyards. He also found suitable places to plant the spiritual fruit trees he took from Kunlun Mountain, which took him quite some time. While doing these trivial tasks, he was also controlling his own malevolent energy. He dared not recklessly touch the aura of the god-slaying spear. He could not endure the malevolent energy, and the treasures refined from the god-slaying spear as material would likely be challenging to control. If the spiritual treasure was successfully refined, yet he could only watch helplessly, that situation would indeed. Moreover, this time he needed to request his second master to take action, and he must make a good impression. Carrying the exterminate immortal's sword for a long time made him unconsciously exude killing intent, and his malevolent energy was quite active. If he were to offend his second master, wouldn't that be a great opportunity gone to waste? It would also undermine his master's reputation. After several hundred years, Yuan Yi set out once more, his aura having calmed down again. Although there was now a sharper edge to it, it was no longer the uncontrollable killing intent. The Sanxiao were still in seclusion, and Yuan Yi left a message before departing. The Eastern Sea and Kunlun Mountain were separated by endless space, and crossing over with his Tai cultivation would take an unknown amount of time. However, after the construction of the Jiejiao Mountain Gate, his master the Saint of Tongtian personally took action to forge a spatial portal within the Jiejiao, which was essentially a teleportation array allowing people to traverse the void. The great formation crafted with the power of a saint, especially since this saint was himself a top figure in array formation, possessed the might to allow one to traverse much of the vast wilderness. The great formation was located outside the mountain gate, opening once every 1,000 years. The immortal island where it was situated was one of the busiest places in the Jiejiao, which was also why the formation was not placed near the Bestow Palace. The great formation was located outside the mountain gate, opening once every 1,000 years. The immortal island where it was situated was one of the busiest places in the Jiejiao, which was also why the formation was not placed near the Bestow Palace. Although Yuan Yi did not know these guardians well, he was somewhat familiar with their names, for they were the 10 heavenly lords, renowned figures in later legends, who had created the 10 absolute great array. The 10 of them were very close, practicing together for years. They were the most notable small group within the Jiejiao. Currently, in terms of individual strength, they might not stand out, but when the 10 joined forces, they could be considered top tier. Otherwise, they would not have been appointed by Duo Bao to guard this place. The leader of the 10 heavenly lords was Qin Wan, yet the most famous to Yuan. It was the only female immortal among them, who went by the title of Jingguang, sharing the same name as his cave dwelling in Kunlun. Upon Yuan Yi's arrival at Jinao Island, many disciples of the Jiejiao gathered here, featuring entirely unfamiliar faces, as well as some familiar ones. They debated, practiced combat, and exchanged items. A Zhao Gongming was a frequent visitor here. Other direct disciples rarely appeared in this place. Yuan Yi wore a white Taoist robe with a jade crown binding his hair, and he also hung the jade talisman of Jiejiao identity at his waist, a privilege not afforded to ordinary disciples. Jiejiao itself did not refuse anyone with no entry barriers. Anyone who had heard the teachings, or even just listened to the disciples of Jiejiao preach, could claim to be a disciple. According to senior brother Duo Bao, he intended to make identity jade talismans for them, but it ultimately fell through. The identity talismans for a few direct disciples were forged by Master Tongtian and carried the aura of a saint. Duo Bao did not dare to trouble his master with such matters, and as the number of Jiejiao disciples increased daily, it became impossible to manage. Thus he abandoned the idea of creating identity jade talismans for them. Those with identity jade talismans were the direct disciples of Jiejiao. Although Yuan Yi appeared rarely, he was easily recognized. Many gazes turned towards him, greeting him with a hint of reverence. Yuan Yi's high cultivation level was one aspect, but the day he had walked out of the Bestow Palace with the exterminate immortals sword emanating killing intent was another. Senior brother Yuan Yi. The 10 of them arrived together, 9 men and 1 woman. The 10 heavenly lords stationed at Jinao Island to guard the great formation made their appearance. Qin Tianjuan, Zhao Tianjuan, Dong Tianjuan, Yuan Tianjuan, and the Saint Mother Jingguang. The leader Qin Wan was a tall man with a gentle demeanor, the eldest among the 10. As for the only female immortal Jingguang, she wore a radiant golden immortal robe, quite dazzling. This immortal, easily confused with one of the direct disciples Jin Ling, had a demeanor that was entirely different. Jingguang lacked the heroism and sharpness of Jin Ling, her aura being much softer. The only similarity was her golden attire. Yuan Yi returned the gesture, noting these 10 individuals to avoid failing to recognize them next time. Senior brother Yuan Yi, have you come to Jinao Island to go out? Qin Wan inquired. Yuan Yi nodded. I wish to go to Kunlun. The day the great formation opens should be near, right? Senior brother will still need to wait for some time. If senior brother has urgent matters, you may come early. No need, I am not in a hurry. I will just wait for the appointed time. Yuan Yi shook his head, declining Qin Wan's proposal for special privileges, deeming it unnecessary. Qin Wan hesitated for a moment, but did not raise the topic again. He merely invited Yuan Yi to wait with them. Senior brother, how about resting with us for a while? Such a rare opportunity, we can treat senior brother well. Then I shall trouble you all, he replied. Senior brother, you are too polite. Please come in. Yuan Yi followed Qin Wan and the others to their cave dwelling, where many guests had already gathered. Guarding Jinao Island and overseeing the great formation, it was evident that these 10 had quite good connections and a wide network. Yuan Yi observed their discussions and exchanges, finding the atmosphere quite lively. Moreover, Qin Wan and the others' skills in array formations were indeed remarkable. Although they could not compare to the Three Xiao Sisters, they surpassed Yuan Yi, who did not specialize in formations, by quite a margin. Although the great Tao is interconnected, it is merely interconnected. Ultimately, each discipline has its specialties. Qin Wan's a short period of time actually spanned several years, but for them it made little difference. On this day, the great formation on Jinao Island was activated, and Yuan Yi, along with those Jiejiao disciples who were going out, stepped into the formation together. The The Great Formation cast down its radiance, enveloping everyone. This was a protective glass that allowed them to traverse the void. Otherwise, with their cultivation levels, they would not withstand the power of the laws governing the void. Currently, the location to which this Great Formation connected was merely Kunlun, and it was rarely activated. Most others determined the spatial coordinates themselves, utilizing the power of the Great Formation to traverse the void. However, the spatial coordinates they could lock onto were not very far. Thus, the actual teleportation area covered by this Great Formation was not extensive. For the return trip, one needed to actively connect with the Great Formation using a specially made jade talisman. When the formation was activated, such jade talismans were rare, but Yuan Yi and the other direct disciples had a few. For most people, this Great Formation was merely one-way. Few used the return trip jade talismans. A multitude of figures disappeared into the formation, and the light of the formation faded as it gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for the next activation. Yuan Yi stepped out from the rift in space, discerning his surroundings, and found himself not far from Kunlun Mountain. The departure of the Jie sect from Kunlun Mountain was due to the excessive number of disciples which disrupted the peace within Kunlun. Even if there were formal debates between the two sects, they certainly wouldn't be conducted through private transmissions. Leaving Kunlun Mountain wasn't even a mere 10,000 years he had returned, which was hardly considered a long time in their perspective. Arriving at the gates of Kunlun Mountain with familiarity, he found a person waiting there dressed in a flowing Taoist robe with white hair and beard, yet his face showed no signs of aging. He was indeed the youthful-looking Nanji, the foremost disciple of his second master, who had earned the title of Immortal Elder Nanji due to his naturally youthful appearance, and had entered Kunlun Mountain even earlier than Yuan Yi and the Sanshao. Yuan Yi, my junior brother, you have arrived. Yuan Yi pays respects to senior brother Nanji. Nanji seemed to have been waiting for him, which surprised Yuan Yi. The master already knew you would come to Kunlun and sent me here to welcome you into the mountain, Nanji said with a smile. Their interactions weren't infrequent, as they were familiar from the past, when there were so few people within Kunlun. The three sects were essentially one family. Even if they established their own gates, the inherent connection couldn't be changed. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. Yuan Yi followed Nanji into the gates of Kunlun Mountain, heading straight toward the main peak. Along the way, the two chatted casually. Yuan Yi spoke about the situation in the Jie sect and the East Sea, while learning about some matters regarding the Chan sect from Nanji. For example, he learned that all 12 immortals of the Chan sect had already entered the sect, or rather those legendary figures known by name had gathered. Besides the 12 immortals, there was also the present immortal elder Nanji and the renowned master Yun Zhongzi from Lingbao Mountain. Of course, Yun Zhongzi had not yet become the master of Lingbao Mountain at this time. There have indeed been significant changes. Yuan Yi followed Nanji as they walked on the jade stone steps of Kunlun. These steps had not existed before, extending from the foot of the mountain into the clouds, reaching the Yushu Palace. The spiritual mountains outside the main peak had also clearly undergone a thorough reorganization, exuding a sense of order and regulation. It appeared much more imposing than before, imbued with an air of solemnity. There are some changes, but certain things remain unchanged, Nanji said, raising his hand to point above Kunlun. Just then a melodious and grand bell toll rang out, its sound washing over the hearts of those present, bearing little difference from the bell's sound of the past. However, it seemed the bell ringer had changed. It was originally Nanji who rang the bell, but now it must be that Guangqing's. As they ascended Kunlun, the majestic and solemn Yushu Palace stood tall upon the jadestone steps, surrounded by auspicious clouds and immortal light, the great Tao inscriptions on the plaque exuding a saintly aura, presumably crafted by his second master Yuan Shi Tianzun. The structure was orderly and ancient, yet grand, distinctly different from the flamboyant style of his own master Tongtian. Yuan Yi followed Nanji into the Yushu Palace, where he saw the Yuqing sage seated on the Tao platform, his second master Yuan Shi Tianzun. Indeed, his temperament was quite different from that of his master, who typically reclined on the Tao platform, rarely sitting upright. Yuan Yi adjusted his attire and respectfully paid his respects. I already know of the situation. You may first bring me the remnants of the weapon to examine. After Yuan Yi paid his respects, Yuan Shi spoke first. Without hesitation, Yuan Yi immediately retrieved the sealed section of the god-slaying spear and offered it up. The god-slaying spear flew before Yuan Shi, and as he pointed with a finger, the seal was broken, and a torrent of murderous aura surged forth, captivating the heart. Yuan Shi examined the broken tip of the god-slaying spear and glanced at Yuan Yi, slightly furrowing his. This indeed is an extremely malevolent object forged from innate murderous aura. It would not be an issue for Tongtian to refine this for you, but this malevolent aura, no matter how it is refined, will only yield another malevolent item. Not to mention that the innate murderous aura is difficult to eradicate. If you were to discard it, it would diminish its power, which would be quite a pity. Do not let it influence you. Excessive malice harms both others and oneself, going against the Tao of heaven. I will bear this in mind. Thank you for your guidance, Master Uncle. Yuan Shi nodded, continuing to scrutinize the segment of the god-slaying spear with a hint of interest, as if contemplating refining it. I can help you refine it, but it will take some time. How about you do a task for me in return? Naturally, Yuan Yi would have no objections to this. Who could entice the saint before him to refine a treasure for them? He was merely a Tai. What could he do? How could he compare to asking a saint for assistance? Please instruct me, This matter is somewhat related to your master. We three once intervened to protect the remaining bloodline of the Qilin clan, ensuring they wouldn't be extinguished. The Qilin clan has reproduced to this day, slightly regaining some vitality, but currently they have encountered some issues. I have sent Guang Qingzi to handle it. Since you have come to Kunlun, it would be just right for you to run an errand for your master and accompany Guang Qingzi. How about that? The Qilin clan, once a dominant clan alongside the Dragon and Phoenix, yet their fate was even more tragic. Although the Dragon and Phoenix clans have declined, they still retain some heritage, and not all of their strong members have fought. The Dragon clan still occupies the Four Seas, while the ancestral Phoenix Yuan Feng resides in the southern, unquenchable volcano. Although the Phoenix clan situation is not comparable to that of the current Dragon clan, which has nearly faded from existence, they have indeed persisted and not gone extinct. The Qilin clan, however, is different. The fall of their ancestor marked it as the clan with the fewest members. The Qilin clan has nearly withered away, and even the continuation of their bloodline has become a problem, having long lost their foundation, truly having fallen to the lowest tier. Their clan's strength is even inferior to that of many current demon clans, showcasing their tragic state. The Qilin clan is actually under the protection of the Sanqing. Indeed, Yuan Yi recalled a place called Qilin Cliff, a location best left untouched by the clouds. Yuan Yi accepted this task. He could hardly refuse, and he felt a significant curiosity about one of the former dominant clans. He had already encountered the Dragon clan and did not expect to see the Qilin clan so soon. He heard that Qilin Cliff is said to be the transformed Dao body left behind after the fall of their ancestor, the first Qilin. He wondered if this was true. Yuan Yi left the Yushu Palace, bid farewell to immortal Elder Nanji, and then used his escape light to follow the guidance toward the ancestral land of the Qilin clan, Qilin Cliff. He was unsure what issues the Qilin clan faced that prevented his second master from intervening, while Guang Qingzi and other disciples of the Chan sect all went, leaving only immortal Elder Nanji to remain in the Yushu Palace. Two beams of light descended, revealing the figures of Yuan Yi and Guang Qingzi. Yuan Yi stood before a towering cliff, his golden eyes gazing upward. The cliff rose 1,000 feet, piercing the azure sky, and a heavy pressure emanated, making even a cultivator of the Tai realm like him feel a sense of weight. This was the ancestral land of the Qilin clan, known as Qilin Cliff. Yuan Yi sensed the aura of the Tao at this location. In his perception, this place gathered an endless sea of Tao traces with an imposing momentum that seemed to connect with the earth, enveloped in an unshakable might. Standing here facing that overwhelming pressure, one could feel as if confronting the primal earth itself. If refined, it might yield a terrifying spiritual treasure akin to the heaven-toppling seal. After all, the weight of Qilin Cliff itself possessed formidable suppressive power, Yuan Yi thought. He had already witnessed the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, and now he had experienced the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. One could say that the former hegemonic clan of the world was indeed extraordinary. Among the three clans, the Dragon clan was most renowned for the Tao of water, benefiting from superior conditions in this regard. The Phoenix clan, on the other hand, was revered for the Tao of fire, still having few peers to this day. However, this does not mean that the Dragon clan only cultivated the Tao of water, nor that the Phoenix clan solely focused on fire. In truth, in the realm of immortal cultivation, it is rare to take extremes and only cultivate a single Tao principle, especially for golden immortals who have transcended mortality, coexisting with the Tao. At a certain level of understanding of a singular Tao principle, they have already reached perfection. For those at Tai realm, they begin to construct their unique Tao. For instance, Yuan Yi was building his own Tao based on his Yin-Yang foundation, while also contemplating the inclusion of the 5 elements into his Tao. The Qilin clan also has various branches encompassing all 5 elements. Yet among them, the Earth Qilin is the most esteemed, as the progenitor of the Qilin clan has the deepest comprehension in this aspect with the strongest lineage. Of course, they are not called Earth Qilin, but rather the Earth Qilin clan. These clans, which inherit through bloodlines, are greatly influenced by the Tao of their ancestors, to the extent that bloodline inheritance determines their innate talents. Yuan Yi gazed at the nearby Qilin Cliff, where Tao traces crisscrossed, forming a natural formation, making it a very safe haven. Yuan Yi did not feel capable of recklessly intruding here. Even though its might was not as formidable as the Dragon Palace, it could not be underestimated. What trouble could arise for the Qilin clan sheltered in such a place? Or rather, what could he, a mid-stage Tai realm cultivator, accomplish here? With Guang Qingzi leading the way, the two entered Qilin Cliff, intending to first meet with other members of the Chan sect present. After announcing their names and verifying their identities with the guards of the Qilin clan, they were respectfully guided into the mountain with an attitude of deference and humility, showing no sign of neglect. This surprised Yuan Yi, as the Dragon clan was not at all like this. even when facing their direct disciples they maintained their pride. According to senior brother Duobao, when the East Sea Dragon King Ao Wu visited the Chan sect, he was rather ostentatious, attempting to restrain himself, but not succeeding much. In contrast, the Qilin clan, once one of the three great clans, displayed an entirely different demeanor. At least Yuan Yi did not sense any pride from their kin. Perhaps this is a case of circumstance outweighing individuals. It seems the Qilin clan is the only one among the three to actively seek refuge from outsiders, even adopting a posture of dependency. Choosing to depend on others as a clan shows considerable boldness. Guided by the Qilin clan's disciples, Yuan Yi and his companion ventured deeper into Qilin Cliff. Although named a cliff, this place was actually a vast expanse of mountains with Qilin Cliff as its center and main body, containing spacious and boundless space. Yuan Yi sensed the lingering Tao traces along the way, the energy of the earth's veins gathered here, making it a rare, blessed land. Soon Yuan Yi encountered a group of disciples from the Chan sect, some familiar faces, and some he had never seen before. This is senior brother Yuan Yi, a direct disciple of the master Tongtian. Guang Chengzi introduced him to the few Chan sect disciples he was meeting for the first time. This is junior brother Honghuang, this one is junior brother Juliosuan, and this is junior brother Puxian. We meet again, senior brother Yuan Yi. The few greeted him. Yuan Yi returned the greeting, as he was familiar with these names. Huang Long, often humorously referred to as the three-no Taoist, was indeed a person of great fortune, a typical example of someone who always survived great calamities. Although his Tao name contains the word dragon, he was not of true dragon clan descent, but rather a primordial being dressed in a bright yellow Tao robe, with distinct facial features and a gentle aura, not fierce. Though not truly of dragon clan lineage, lacking the bloodline and Tao heritage, his demeanor suggested he was indeed favored by the true dragon clan, undoubtedly a favorite of the dragon binding rope. Juliosuan Yuan Yi remembered more for his disciple Tuxing's son, who was short and robust, exuding a composed aura. Puxian, on the other hand, had no notable characteristics and was rather ordinary. Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi Dao Xing, Juliosuan, Wenshu Puxian, Zihong Tai, Yuding Qingshu Lingbao Huang Long, along with Nanji Xinwen and Yun Zizi, comprised the current direct disciples of the Chan sect. So what exactly happened with the Qilin clan that led them to seek aid from Kunlun? After exchanging greetings, everyone took their seats and Yuan Yi spoke up. Everyone looked at each other, and finally Qi Jingzi answered the question. From our investigations during this time, this matter may be related to the Demon Clan. Demon Clan. Yes, there have been reports of missing disciples from the Qilin clan over the years, and they have lost contact within their clan, which is why they came to Kunlun for help. Why would the disappearance of Qilin clan members be connected to the Demon Clan? Senior brother may not know, but since the establishment of the Demon Clan, they have been expanding, with countless clans joining them, considering themselves a part of the Demon Clan. However, some clans are unwilling to join the Demon Clan, such as the former three hegemonic clans of the primal era Dragon Phoenix and Qilin, none of which claim to belong to the Demon Clan. Yet the Demon Clan is powerful. How could ordinary clans have the qualifications to resist? Although the Qilin clan has declined, it still has some foundation remaining, and without the intervention of powerful beings among the Demon Clan, they cannot enter Qilin Cliff. Moreover, the progenitor of the Qilin clan once transformed into the Tao, filling the earth's deficiencies and repaying the karma from the Great War of the Three Clans, unlike the Dragon and Phoenix clans, which are burdened with karma, and thus receive a certain degree of protection from the earth. In the past, the Master and the Uncles had also helped the Qilin clan, which made the true powerful beings of the Demon. Yuan Yi understood roughly that Qi Jingzi and the others suspected that the Demon clan coveted the Qilin clan, leading to these troubles. Among the three clans, the Qilin clan has the weakest foundation, having historically been the most vulnerable one, with all their strong ones having perished. Even the first Qilin has transformed into the Tao. Though this led to the Qilin clan bearing the least amount of karma from the Great War, and with the progenitor and several strong ones transforming into the Tao to repay the earth's deficiencies, they were less burdened with karma. However, the remaining foundation of the clan was worlds apart from those of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Additionally, due to geographical factors, the Dragon clan is hidden in the sea, while the Phoenix clan is reclusive in the immortal volcanoes south of the Buzhou Mountain, which are currently the least influenced areas by the Demon clan's power. Only the Qilin clan, located near Buzhou Mountain, naturally became a target for the Demon clan. After all, despite their decline, other clans have yet to rise. Currently, unless a primordial divine being intervenes, there are not many who can provoke the Qilin clan. The Demon clan's heavenly court is one, and the Wu clan is another. However, according to Qi Jingzi, those missing individuals have not perished. They are still alive and likely just captured, which basically rules out the Wu clan's involvement. The Wu clan does not hunt with the intention of leaving survivors. How could they spare lives? According to Qi Jingzi, those who struck at the Qilin clan in secret were likely members of the demon races. Upon further inquiry, they indeed discovered traces of demon activity, and it was not limited to a single tribe. Despite employing every conceivable method of investigation, they could not locate the missing members of the Qilin clan, nor could they determine with certainty which demon tribe was responsible. Only suspicion remained. They also suspected that these demon folk had been driven to probe as pawns. The true force intent on harming the Qilin clan was not so ordinary as the common demon tribes. Those ordinary demon progenitors were merely innate-born beings. Even if they pursued the demonic path to extremes and rose rapidly in realm, their cultivation would not be transcendent enough to account for such deeds. Moreover, lacking formidable treasures upon their persons, how could they possibly menace the Qilin clan? Even in decline, the Qilin clan's chieftain is a being who has perfected the Tai realm. By contrast with the Dragon clan's Yuan, he had encountered the difference is vast, but when measured against other tribes, the Qilin clan remains sufficiently powerful. Besides, the Qilin clan still possesses numerous spirit treasures and innate spirit roots. Among them, at least one supreme innate spirit treasure, the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, one of the 5 directions 5-color flags, is in their custody. It is said that when unfurled, this flag can draw upon the power of the earth to condense 10,000 golden lotuses. Nothing can break it, and myriad laws cannot pierce it. It is a foremost defensive spirit treasure of the primordial heaven and earth with extraordinary might. In addition, rumor holds that the earth element origin pearl, one of the innate 5-element origin pearls, also lies in the hands of the Qilin clan. With just these 2 treasures for protection and the shelter of the Qilin cliff ancestral land, no one below the formidable Deluo realm could pose any real threat to the clan. Although the primordial Qilin ascended into the Tao, the legacy it left behind remains profoundly robust. In earlier times, there were indeed innate-born deities who cast covetous eyes upon the Qilin clan, possessing so many innate spirit treasures, while lacking sufficient power, inevitably invites envy. The Qilin clan is plainly not entwined with karmic bonds, yet today it lacks even a single Deluo existence among them. Such circumstances do not arise without cause. However, the 3 pure ones once intervened to aid the Qilin clan, and now all 3 have attained sagehood. To strike at the Qilin who were once under their protection would give certain parties pause. So in truth, we need do nothing more than remain among the Qilin for a time to manifest that our uncles still intend to shelter the Qilin clan. Oh, would that be sufficient? Or should we capture some of the demon folk, forcing the hand of those behind them, either to reveal themselves or to relent and leave their fate to our uncles? Yuan Yi still wondered why Sherbo had sent him, but matters were not as complex as he had imagined. They had merely come to serve as a backdrop for the Qilin clan, a display to warn the demon tribes. The Qilin clan has backing. Do not let your hands grow too greedy. They intended this as a message to any who would. Yuan Yi even suspected that Sherbo knew who had designs upon the Qilin, for how many affairs in the world can sages not fully foresee? This would not be appropriate. After all, we are the orthodox of Shintoism, a great school of sages. All these suppositions are mere conjecture. Acting rashly against them would be against our rules. Guangchengzi did not dismiss the other's suspicions, yet he hesitated at Yuan Yi's proposal. Yuan Yi, however, cared little. Simpler matters were always preferable to him. He felt, though, that neither he nor Guangchengzi were the key to solving the problem. As long as they remained offstage, the issue would never be resolved, which was hardly beneficial to the Qilin clan. They later met with the Qilin chieftain, and after leaving Qilin Cliff, they dispersed to various regions to investigate the whereabouts of the missing clan members. Their investigations were simple and plain, questioning the surrounding demon tribes one by one, doing so in the names of the 2 schools' sage-disciple envoys. Their intent was not truly to find the missing Qilin so much as to inform the demons, or rather to inform certain existences, that they were assisting the Qilin in searching for their missing kin. 14 in total, Yuan Yi among them. They spread out and moved separately, traversing the various realms. Deep within the Qilin clan's ancestral land, the chieftain and several elders gathered, golden lotuses condensed, enveloping the space and sealing away heavenly machinations. Chieftain, have you truly decided upon this? An elder began, and then fell silent. His expression. The chieftain's decision was almost unbearable for the Qilin to accept. Do we truly have no other path? None. The Qilin chieftain shook his head with no hint of hesitation. You know how many of our people have been struck down in secret. The former glory of the Qilin has long become a death mark that invites predators. Time will not solve this. Hiding within our ancestral land and clinging to life means we will never rise again. The assembly fell silent. They had once believed that with the deep legacy left by the ancestors, given time, they could surely rise once more. Yet the truth was that they could not. Those who coveted the Qilin clan would never allow them to recover. They would not be granted the chance. You also know why those foes have not struck openly. Their restraint is not for our sake. If they acted without restraint, employing quasi saint, means even our ancestral land could not protect us. Extinction would be our only prospect. Since the 3 tribes wore the Qilin clan had sunk into silence and kept a low profile, yet some calamities cannot be avoided by silence alone. They had nowhere else to flee. To leave the ancestral land would be far worse. Though their ancestors and the clan's strong ones sacrificed themselves to cleanse karmic obstructions and left the hope of regathering fortune to rise again, the Qilin lacked the capability to seize that hope. Moreover, others' covetousness toward the Qilin had not diminished with time. Even now, someone was clearly testing the clan to see whether any would still shelter them. Fortunately, the Changjiao leader, the Yuanshi saint, agreed to assist. That calamity was over. On their return from Kunlun Mountain, the Qilin chieftain understood this. But how many times could a sage shelter the Qilin? 1 or 2 protections cannot be infinite. In the end, the Qilin chieftain resolved to bind his clan more deeply with those who could truly protect them to seek shelter and thereby win a chance for the clan's revival. Even so, why not have our people formally enter the sage's order? Why must we have clan members follow others? Easier said than done. Is a mere ordinary station sufficient to shield the whole Qilin clan? I am willing for our people to enter the sage's order, but is it feasible? When Changjiao's sage takes disciples, which among them are not those of profound fortune? Countless innate-born beings long to be accepted, yet cannot. Zhejiao, though easier to enter, has few true personal disciples of the sage. If their people were nothing more than indistinguishable among the thousands of outer disciples, would that truly be enough to shelter the Qilin clan? Do not underestimate the status of a sage's personal disciple. Though their current cultivation may not be remarkable, leaning upon a sage grants them time and providence. In due course, they will become the foremost mighty existences in this primordial world. Do not judge them by their present alone. The chieftain spoke with grave and complex tones. He believed this decision was the best choice for the Qilin clan, yet it was not a matter to boast about. To speak of following was in truth to become either a child disciple or a mount. Those were the two possibilities. As for turning to the Western school, if we choose that course, it would mean abandoning Changjiao's protection. Before we could even reach the Western lands, those who covet the Qilin would be enough to erase us. At best, we might live as slaves to others. Thus, it is better we make the choice ourselves. Even the worst outcome would not lead to that extreme. The others were silent. These were beings who had lived through countless years and possessed considerable understanding. They knew all too well the bloodshed of the primordial age. No one doubted seeking shelter from a sage. The difficulty lay in how to attach themselves. In truth, the greatest obstacle was themselves. Could they lower their pride, and to what extent? Having their young enter a sage's order would be ideal, but that was unlikely. As for becoming mounts to a sage, to put it bluntly, would the sages even deign to accept us? Without the requisite fortune, we have no right even to draw near. Thus the chieftain turned his gaze to the sage's personal disciples. The sages might disdain the Qilin, but these yet unmature disciples had opportunities to form connections. If they grew first, the Qilin might lose any chance. Establishing deep ties with a sage's disciples would indirectly form a substantial link to the sage himself. This was what the chieftain sought. Originally, only Changjiao's personal disciples had come, but now a Zhejiao sage's own disciple appeared. With 2 lines presented, the opportunity broadened. The missing clan members remained without news, yet the matter had already reached a conclusion. When Yuanshi Tianzuan had taken a stance, it was already settled. What occupied the Qilin chieftain's thoughts was the clan's future. How to win the chance for the Qilin to endure and rise. Within a temporarily carved, independent space, heavenly secrets were veiled, and all breaths were sealed off. A solitary figure sat cross-legged, clad in a golden Dao robe trimmed with black stripes. Behind him, a Dharma image shimmered, unfolding yin and yang winds rising and waters stirring in a display of portentous majesty. He was the demon clan's Yaoshi Kuanping, a quasi-saint-level powerhouse, and one of the few titans of the primordial world. Kuanping studied the dozen or so silhouettes kneeling before him, his brow knitting slightly as he remained silent. Compared to the last time he had summoned these clan leaders, even fewer had come. He knew exactly where they had gone, and of course he knew who was responsible. There was no such thing as vanishing for no reason. They had been secretly seized by that Zhejiao disciple together with several Changjiao disciples. How could such a thing escape his notice? It was rather a spectacle staged for his eyes. Kuanping flicked his sleeve and banished the figures. Only he remained within that space. So be it. It seems this plan cannot be realized. Kuanping sighed and relinquished his intention. Though an innate saint and among the foremost of his order, a distinguished Yaoshi of the demon clan, Kunping's chief disadvantage was the absence of a convenient magic treasure to wield. While born innate spirit treasures were now scarce across heaven and earth. Those that combined abundant treasure and controllable power, yet lacked a powerful patron, were rare. The Qilin clan was undoubtedly one such prize. To draw the once great Qilin clan into the demon ranks would be a merit the celestial court could credit to Kuanping. Securing both the Qilin's legacy and the clan itself would be a twofold gain. What gave Kuanping pause, however, was that the Sanqing had previously intervened to shelter the Qilin. The attitudes of those 3 saints were crucial. Kuanping judged it was not impossible. After all, Yuanshi had no deep karmic ties to the Qilin. Having acted once did not guarantee he would act again. Of the Sanqing, Taiqing had relocated to Shouyang Mountain and Shangqing to Donghai. The closest to Qilin Cliff was Yuqing Yuanshi, who remained on Kunlun Mountain. Kunpeng knew this man well. Yuanshi prized propriety and was supremely proud. That was why he dared to probe. Even if Yuanshi wished to protect the Qilin, as long as Kunpeng did not strike openly and withdrew in time, and with the Tao ancestors' decree looming, Yuanshi would most likely refrain from acting. Whether the Qilin's petition to Kunlun Mountain and Yuanshi's dispatch of disciples amounted to genuine protection or merely a matter of face was still something Kunpeng was testing. Shanjiao's disciples, constrained by Guangchengzi, also observed rules. Kunpeng intended to maintain a stalemate for a while and watch how matters unfolded before deciding. So long as he did not escalate, Yuanshi would not break the Tao ancestors' ban to intervene. This margin Kunpeng measured with precision. The Chanjiao disciples would not let any commotion arise either. But among a group of rule-abiding Chanjiao disciples, one unruly Jiejiao disciple slipped in, and of all moments it happened now. Kunpeng felt helpless. Once a Jiejiao disciple meddled, everything changed. Yuanshi observed rules, but Tongtian did not. Kunpeng could gauge Yuanshi's bottom line and keep matters within bounds, so Yuanshi would not act. But how far Tongtian might tolerate without plunging in was beyond Kunpeng's control. If a saint were provoked into intervening, that was the last thing he wanted. Neither the celestial court nor the demon clan might be able to save him. This Jiejiao disciple was especially unsettled, immediately sowing trouble. Instead of methodically investigating the missing Qilin, he urged the Chanjiao disciples to strike with him, seizing nearby demon clan leaders one by one. He was effectively telling him, if you do not stand down, I will make this big. If it grows big, saints will intervene, and then Yuanshi would very likely act. Worse, this man was Tongtian's disciple, and might at any moment draw Tongtian himself. If one looked on idly while clan chiefs were captured, that region's demons would inevitably erupt, and the affair would swell. Previously, the Chanjiao disciples, dignified by their status as disciples of a saint, hoped to minimize the matter and resolve it themselves, preferring not to call their elders. This fellow, however, came with the express intention of making the incident large enough for the saints to step in, which left Kunpeng deeply vexed. If it continued thus, matters would spiral out of control. He could no longer gamble. If either Yuanshi or Tongtian decided to intervene, Kunpeng would be in dire straits. As for attacking those Chanjiao and Jiejiao disciples, no sane person not clouded by murderous qi would commit such folly. Even those tail-level juniors each possessed exquisite innate spirit treasures, far outmatching Kunpeng's own holdings. He drew his gaze from the direction of Qilin cliff side, and then dissipated. The temporary sanctum collapsed and vanished, erasing every trace of its existence. Within the Qilin clan, a number of Chanjiao disciples gathered together, the mood rather light. In recent days, the Qilin youths who had vanished were gradually found, as if merely lost, without any memory having been taken from them. All traces had been wiped as well, so that the affair appeared merely a false alarm. Here, nothing had occurred. Yet Yuan Yi and the Qilin chieftain knew in their hearts that the tester had stood down and abandoned his plot. Yuan Yi was neither surprised nor wholly taken aback. His second senior uncle had sent him, which clearly signaled a firm intent to protect the Qilin. The other party's cautious probing, not even slaying a single Qilin, showed great restraint. He was not a reckless man who would dare face a saint directly. Yuan Yi therefore had no scruples. You seize people in secret, and I will do the same. I know you took them, you know I did. If too many are captured and the matter escalates, it cannot be hidden. Would you dare let it come to that? Clearly the other did not dare and chose to desist. Yuan Yi was curious which demon had coveted the Qilin, but the culprit never revealed himself. He withdrew cleanly. Silently, and without fanfare, the episode closed. The Qilin clan's peril had been averted. Those demon captives they had seized in secret were now useless. Yuan Yi and the others released them. With the rival having withdrawn, there was no point in holding them. The other would not provoke further involvement with the demon clans. At the Qilin ancestral Qilin cliff, Yuan Yi regarded a strange beast before him with a scrutinizing eye. It had been taken as a ransom captive, yet this creature stubbornly refused to leave, an oddity. The beast crouched like a leopard, its pelt of vivid crimson, a single horn jutting from its face, a pair of wings on its back, and most peculiar of all, 5 feather-like tails. Those 5 feather-like tails swayed, and though its features were fierce and grim, its expression was ingratiating and obsequious. It was one of the demon captives Yuan Yi had taken, a being of innate origin. Yuan Yi felt he ought to remember this creature. Its description seemed familiar from somewhere. He recalled this was a Zheng, a notorious feral and divine beast recorded in the Shanhaijing. Indeed, most of those they had captured this time were innate beings, the likes of Zhu Huai, Fei Hua, Shigu Jiao, and so forth. Those with poor roots or insufficient strength simply were not worth seizing. Yuan Yi appraised the Zheng and wondered why the creature clung to him, so shamelessly proclaiming it would no longer be a demon. No, this creature seemed to belong to no clan. After his emergence, Yuan Yi had joined Tongtian's sect early, and before the saint's ascension lacked a full appreciation for the value of the Desolation's top-tier juniors. He had underestimated their worth. Yuan Yi had not yet made up his mind if frankly he did not much like mounts that could speak. At that moment, the Qilin chieftain arrived, and Yuan Yi set the matter aside, wondering what the clan leader wished. He was not the one in charge of this venture, nor was it Jiejiao. He had only come to assist on the scene. Yuan Yi looked around, finding no one else present, only he Guang Qingzi and the leader of the Qilin clan. Yuan Yi and Guang Qingzi sat on one side, while the Qilin clan leader occupied the other. In the middle, 2 jade boxes were placed on the table, emanating a rich primordial aura that made Yuan Yi raise an eyebrow. Guang Qingzi exchanged a glance with him, but Yuan Yi showed no intention of speaking. This matter was primarily under the purview of the teaching, with Guang Qingzi as the main person in charge. Yuan Yi was keenly aware not to overshadow him. What does the clan leader mean by this? We are merely acting on our master's orders to assist the Qilin clan. There is no need for such formalities. Seeing Yuan Yi show no intention of speaking, Guang Qingzi inquired. The grace of the sage must be remembered by the Qilin clan. We also thank you for coming to aid us, allowing our clan to avoid covetous eyes and ensuring the safety of our people. As he spoke, the Qilin clan leader pushed the 2 jade boxes in front of Guang Qingzi and Yuan Yi, opening them. Inside lay a small apricot-colored flag and a tiny bead. The Qilin clan has nothing to thank for, and thus presents these 2 spiritual treasures to the 2 sages. Please convey our gratitude to your master. Guang Qingzi was taken aback, and Yuan Yi was equally surprised. He had anticipated that the Qilin clan would send gifts to maintain relations, but he never expected them to be so bold as to stake their entire clan's assets on this. Though it was his first time seeing the flag, Yuan Yi and Guang Qingzi were both worldly enough to recognize it immediately. It was a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure, the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, one of the 5 colors and 5 directions flags. As for the bead, it closely resembled the one in the possession of Daobao Daoist, being the Earth Spirit Pearl, one of the primordial 5-element source spiritual beads, a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure. To directly give away these 2 spiritual treasures, was it truly just gifts? No, that was the very foundation of Yuan Yi's gaze towards the clan leader, changed as his thoughts turned. He roughly guessed the other's intentions. Yet he still felt astonished. Was this clan leader really a mad gambler? Or did he truly believe that such a course of action was worth taking? Contemplating was one thing, but actually doing it was another. To give away a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure and a high-grade one outright was no ordinary undertaking. Yuan Yi looked at Guang Qingzi beside him, who showed a moment of hesitation before settling into calmness. Clan leader, I cannot make a decision on this matter. I must report to my master and await his decision. Guang Qingzi was serious, but not foolish. He had already understood the other's meaning. By directly offering their foundational assets to his master, if accepted, it would naturally symbolize a promise to protect the Qilin clan, transitioning their relationship from mere assistance as outsiders to a genuine protection, binding their connection even deeper. The other party also stated that this was a tribute to his master Yuanshi Tianzuan and not a gift to him, so he certainly did not have the authority to decide. Regarding Guang Qingzi's response, the Qilin clan leader was not surprised and turned his gaze toward Yuan Yi. Though the primary target of his appeal for protection was Yuanshi, having more connections certainly wouldn't hurt. Especially since the Jade Clear and Upper Clear were brothers, their interests did not conflict. Rather, as long as one party was involved, the likelihood of the other party being implicated would increase. I feel this. Facing the Qilin clan leader's gaze, Yuan Yi responded with a smile. Then it will trouble both of you. The Qilin clan leader stood up and bowed sincerely, his attitude very earnest. Giving gifts is not as easy as it seems. Primordial spiritual treasures are precious, but to truly impress the sages is not so simple. At least for the 3 Qing, even top-tier primordial spiritual treasures may not be deemed sufficient. Haven't we seen that the disciples under the sages all possess primordial spiritual treasures? After that, the Qilin clan leader even lowered his status, asking them if their sect needed any servant boys or miscellaneous helpers, clearly indicating a hope for the clan's juniors to follow them. Yuan Yi found it hard to determine whether he was simply abandoning the pride of a once-dominant clan or genuinely seeing the long-term picture with unique insight. This action of seemingly packaging and selling the Qilin clan was not something to be proud of. Yet the choice of objects made this decision remarkably correct. Putting everything on the line to cling to the legs of the sage for protection in exchange for the future of the Qilin clan was a decision not easily made even for the former 3 dominant clans, let alone for an ordinary clan. Yuan Yi was convinced that this clan leader was indeed a clear-minded madman. No need to mention, as long as the second master agrees, the Qilin clan would certainly secure their foothold in this chaotic wilderness, losing the past, but gaining the future. From the second master's willingness to lend a hand, as well as the ownership of the central Wuji apricot yellow flag being a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure, it was beyond doubt that the Qilin clan had succeeded. Regarding the Qilin clan leader's request, Guang Qingzi did not make an immediate decision. Yuan Yi naturally expressed, I feel the same way, both of them needing to consult their master before proceeding. Thus the matter could be considered concluded, but the moment that would determine the Qilin clan's fate still depended on the attitudes of the 2 sages, primarily that of Yuanshi Tianzuan. The side represented by Yuan, it was merely an alternative as the assistance to the Qilin clan stemmed from the directive of Yuan Shi Tianzuan due to the proximity to Kunlun Mountain. The clan leader indeed possesses great ambition, Yuan Yi remarked casually during their conversation. The other party merely smiled and shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his expression. You overestimate me, my friend. It is not ambition, it is merely the circumstances that compel me, seeking only the continuation of our clan. Not long ago I visited the Dragon Palace in the East Sea and witnessed the profound heritage of the Dragon clan, as well as the majesty of a former hegemon of heaven and earth. How can my Qilin clan compare to the Dragon clan? It was so in the past, and even more so now. No matter how precious the spiritual treasures are, if they cannot protect my clan, they are in vain, and instead they would only increase covetousness and invite disaster. If not for your presence, how could this matter have ended so simply? Yuan Yi nodded. The Qilin clan indeed had a promising future. Though currently lacking in fortune, they bore no karmic hindrances, and the convergence of luck held great hope. Among the three clans that should have been struggling brothers, the weakest one managed to be the first to completely break free from their plight and embark on a path of resurgence. After a bit more casual conversation, Yuan Yi and Guang Qingzi took their leave, needing to return and inform their master so that he could decide whether to establish a deeper relationship with the Qilin clan. Yuan Yi's identity jade talisman contained the aura of a sage crafted personally by his master Tongtian. Through this jade talisman, he would report the matter to him. The response he received was to let him decide, as it seemed the master was not very interested. Accepting or rejecting was inconsequential. Deciding for himself. Very well, Yuan Yi resolved to follow his master's orders, watching how the teaching would handle it, and then deciding his own course. Tell me, what can you do? Yuan Yi gazed at the Zhen beast seated before him, posture impeccably upright. His own master had offered no clear reply, and Guang Qingzi had yet to send word. With time on his hands, Yuan Yi began interviewing this stubborn creature who refused to leave. Its fur gleamed luxuriantly, streaked with vivid crimson patterns, strikingly flamboyant. Its 5 tails, feathered like those of a phoenix, swayed gently back and forth. I can serve as your mount and guard your cave abode. Why choose me? Yuan Yi asked, perplexed. So many others were present, all disciples of sages. Yet this Zhen insisted on following him alone. Because you are the strongest, and you belong to the Jie sect. The Chan sect's rules are far too rigid. The Zhen replied honestly. Among all the sage disciples, Yuan Yi's cultivation and power stood conspicuously superior, a fact instantly apparent to any discerning eye. His superiority extended not only to Tao cultivation and divine arts, but also to his treasures. He wielded a peerless primordial spirit treasure. Moreover, while the Chan sect enforced strict discipline, Yuan Yi appeared comparatively relaxed, though never lawless. He upheld principles, yet he was no devotee of empty formalities or tedious ritual. Compared to Guang Qingzi and the others, Yuan Yi possessed none of their rigidity. I too abide by rules, he declared. This creature seemed to imply he had none at all. Was that even reasonable? Understood. The Zhen bobbed its massive head vigorously, its fearsome visage absurdly at odds with its submissive demeanor. By the way, do you eat meat or vegetables? The Zhen hesitated, then opened its mouth and expelled a sliver of emerald green jade. Mostly vegetarian, I suppose. It answered uncertainly. Eating stone. Did it not honor its own formidable appearance? No wonder its voice was so shrill, piercing-edged with sharp intensity. Worse still, it spat the jade directly from its mouth, dripping with saliva, making Yuan Yi grimace in visceral distaste. Yet he also sensed its extraordinary nature. It ingested gold and jade, allowing their refined essences to nourish its body and cultivate an innate razor-edged primordial aura. Its offensive power surely formidable. Yuan Yi stepped forward, crouching close to examine it. Its fur shimmered sleek and supple. He reached out and stroked it. Smooth, resilient, pleasantly textured. It passed inspection. Its bearing was majestic, though its courage appeared somewhat wanting, which oddly proved a point in its favor. As Yuan Yi gently grasped one phoenix-feathered tail for closer scrutiny, he realized these 5 tails were far more than ornamental. They each condensed and refined the Zhen's innate golden jade qi within their very structure. Those deceptively graceful tails were in truth its sharpest weapons, more lethal even than its fangs. Senior brother Yuan Yi, what exactly are you? A radiant arc of divine light split the sky as Tai Yi arrived. He paused, observing Yuan Yi, intently inspecting the Zhen's peculiar tail. Tai Yi smacked his forehead in sudden realization. Brother, are you considering harvesting its tails for artifact forging? I see 5 tails, each radiating keen, unyielding aura. They would forge 5 exceptional immortal swords. Indeed, Yuan Yi nodded thoughtfully. A fine material for forging. Hearing this, the Zhen trembled violently. Its fur bristled erect, and even its tails flared wide with terror. Yuan Yi released the tail, and instantly it retracted, tucking itself tightly beneath its belly, refusing to emerge again. Brother, have you come on some matter? Brother Guang Qingzi sent me to fetch you. The master has given his reply. Yuan Yi paid no further mind to the terrified beast and turned instead to Tai Yi. Very well, I shall go at once. Accompanied by Tai Yi, he proceeded to the Qilin clan's grand hall, where Chan's sect disciples had already gathered alongside numerous Qilin clansmen. Yuan Yi had already surmised his second elder's response, and events unfolded precisely as he'd foreseen. The elder had consented to grant the Qilin clan sanctuary. Guang Qinzi accepted the peerless primordial spirit treasure, the central Wuxing Huangqi banner, on behalf of the master. As for Yuan Yi, entrusted with the vague instruction to handle it as you see fit, he likewise accepted the high-grade primordial spirit treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl. This treasure was not offered to him, but to the master. Though vastly less precious than the central Wuxing Huang, the Qilin clan likely possessed no further peerless primordial treasures, and offering their most sacred relic to the second elder was both fitting and respectful. Naturally, this also meant the elder would bear greater responsibility for the Qilin clan's affairs, while Yuan Yi's own master accrued a debt of spiritual gratitude, a bond of enduring significance. Afterward, Yuan Yi and the others did not immediately depart for Kunlun Mountain. They remained at Qilin Cliff, because the clan chief had earlier mentioned another matter, selecting Qilin youths to accompany them. Presenting spirit treasures to a sage forged a direct connection with that sage, yet to the clan chief, having his kin serve under these sage disciples represented an equally profound opportunity, an auspicious karmic blessing. Moreover, these youths were still unformed. Only now were they malleable enough to attract attention and merit. Though the Qilin clan itself was extraordinary, its ancestral roots alone could not rival those of true primordial beings. Yet these sage disciples, undoubtedly destined to become the supreme cultivators of the Honghuang realm, were beyond question. Still, Guang Qingzi and the others hesitated. Their own cultivation levels remained modest, mere Tai realm adepts, and they saw little need for attendants to manage daily affairs. More crucially, accepting such an arrangement entailed karmic ties to the Qilin clan. If calamity later befell them, turning away would be impossible. Yuan Yi faced the same dilemma. The Qilin clan sought nothing less than a formal binding relationship. Complicating matters, he was the sole GS sect disciple present. Unlike Guang Qingzi's group, who could exchange glances and defer decisions among themselves, Yuan Yi had no fellow sect brothers to consult, especially since he himself had accepted the matter under his master's directive to handle it as you see fit. There was no graceful retreat, and the Qilin clan chief had shown marked personal interest in him. Enough. Yuan Yi recalled legends stating that many GS sect disciples had long-standing ties with the Qilin clan. After all, they would evolve into the famed auspicious beasts. Their celestial fortune never dimmed nor abandoned. They had endured and transcended their greatest tribulations. Afterward, the Qilin clan faded quietly from cosmic upheavals. Moreover, the Qilin clan truly differed from the Dragon clan. Even their youth's reverent attitude towards sage disciples revealed genuine aspiration to join a great sect. The dragon's legendary pride had vanished entirely from the Qilins, not through fleeting impulse, but through generations of deliberate, profound transformation. Yuan Yi resolved to observe further. There was no harm in waiting. Should any youth truly impress him, he would take them. He had never before enlightened wild spirits to serve him. To be accompanied by auspicious beasts would attest to his virtue. Unlike the Zhan's fierce countenance, which risked misjudgment by those who judged solely by appearance. Furthermore, Earth Qilins possessed exceptional talent in harmonizing and regulating terrestrial qi currents. Taking one home to 10 fields would prove useful, perhaps cultivating spirit fruits for him. Previously, he had conscripted the sisters Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao several times as laborers, but they had complied most unwillingly. Guang Qingzi and others did not leave Qilin Cliff. The second master accepted the tribute from the Qilin clan and planned to move Qilin Cliff directly to Kunlun. This was undoubtedly the best news for the Qilin clan, as they could stay close to the sage's dojo, ensuring the continuation of their lineage was no longer a problem. The reason for the delay was that at this moment Yuan Yi was refining a treasure for the primordial heavenly sovereign, and it was not convenient for Yuan Yi to return to Kunlun, so he stayed with Guang Qinzi and the others in the Qilin clan. Qilin Cliff was filled with traces of Tao, a place of extraordinary creation. As Yuan Yi practiced here and contemplated the grand principles contained in Qilin Cliff, he cultivated the 5 elements, and the power of the earth supported the creation with the intertwining of earth veins, which was quite beneficial for his understanding. The cheeky and persistent Zhen did not leave, seeing that it was quite obedient. Yuan Yi accepted its presence. Now Yuan Yi was watching a game of whack-a-mole, except he was chasing Zhen on the ground. Zhen darted around on the ground with flashes of white jade light occasionally peeking out from underground, then turning back to burrow down, resembling a nimble gopher. Yuan Yi lightly tapped his finger on the ground, solidifying the earth, then reached into the ground, as if plunging into still water, directly pulling up a small creature from below. Its whole body was covered in scales like white jade crystal clear emanating a faint warm glow, and as Yuan Yi grabbed its delicate horns, its 4 little legs kicked around in a flurry, while its innocent big eyes looked at him with great spirit. After struggling a few times and failing to escape, it soon settled down, drooping its head like a bullied pet. This was a young Kylan with a still rich ancestral bloodline and quite good aptitude. However, being still young, it loved to burrow into the ground, taking advantage of its innate talent and bloodline inheritance, digging effortlessly in the soil, even more agile than fish swimming in water. Yuan Yi brought this little creature, which had been frolicking around him, closer for examination. The seedlings chosen by the Qilin clan's leader were not ordinary. "What can you do?" Yuan Yi asked. The big eyes looked at Yuan Yi, and after some thought, the 4 little legs moved. Earth manipulation technique. The voice was tender, giving a somewhat childish feeling, yet the gaze was very serious. Earth manipulation technique. Are you trying to make me dig the ground with you? Zhen leaned over, watching the little creature held by Yuan Yi, its eyes filled with vigilance. Anything else? The young Qilin glanced at the fierce-looking beast beside it, thought for a while, but couldn't come up with an answer. Yuan Yi set it down, and the little creature immediately burrowed back into the ground, showing only its head, looking less like a Qilin and more like a digging gopher. Its aura was very close to the earth. Yuan Yi realized this was a kind of near-Dao aptitude. After observing for a while, Yuan Yi found this innocent little creature pure and naive, just like its big eyes, and it seemed to possess some fortune. Yuan Yi reached out to pat the little head that popped out, and stood up. "All right, since you're good at digging, if you wish to follow me, you can come back to the dojo and help me with some chores." Yuan Yi thought that raising a divine beast wouldn't be a bad idea. This little creature was very skilled at manipulating the aura of the earth, making it suitable for digging. The Zhen eagerly wanted to follow him, so he accepted it as a mount. As it wished the little Qilin would be taken back as a Dao child. After all, he wasn't a very diligent person. Yuan Yi judged that having a connection with the Qilin clan wasn't a bad thing, so there was no need to refuse. Hearing Yuan Yi's words, the little Qilin grinned widely, its Qilin face looking rather comical. Having this little creature as a pet seemed quite nice. It looked very cheerful. Yuan Yi waved at Zhen, who was staring at the little Qilin, and the latter immediately scampered over, bowing in front of Yuan Yi. This obsequious demeanor made Yuan Yi feel like hitting it for some reason. He mounted up, and a streak of red light cut through the void, swiftly departing. Below, a flash of white jade light occasionally peeked out, closely following behind, moving surprisingly fast and extremely agile. Yuan Yi chose this little white jade Qilin and named it Yu. The little fellow's scales were like jade, smooth and gentle in color, with an excellent appearance. Meanwhile, Guang Qingzi and others selected a member of the Qilin clan to bring back to the dojo. Nearly 1,000 years later, an aura spread from the direction of Kunlun, enveloping Qilin Cliff. Subsequently, the Qilin Cliff left behind by the transformation of the primordial Qilin vanished from its original spot, as if it had never existed, disappearing very naturally. At this moment, Qilin Cliff had been directly moved to the outskirts of Kunlun, taking root there. Even a Kwasa saint could not easily shake Qilin Cliff, the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. The primordial heavenly sovereign did not even show his face, directly moving it, with his presence in Kunlun, showcasing the profound and miraculous abilities of the sage. Moving mountains and filling seas, altering heaven and earth, all accomplished with a mere gesture. Guang Qingzi presided over many affairs of the Chan teaching, and the arrangements for the Qilin clan also required his responsibility. Yuan Yi followed other disciples of the Chan teaching away from Qilin Cliff, while the second master freed his hands to move Qilin Cliff, which also implied that his treasure might have been successfully refined. After all, this was not considered a complete refinement of a spiritual treasure. The Dao traces contained within the segment of the god-slaying spear remained intact, and the power of the Dao had not dissipated. The second master was refining it anew, making repairs and adjustments based on this foundation. Especially since this was only the first stage of the refinement, essentially creating a prototype for a spiritual treasure. Otherwise, even a sage's efforts would not be short in duration. Yuan Yi arrived again at the foot of the main peak of Kunlun, where the Southern Polar Immortal was already waiting. Following the Southern Polar Immortal up to Kunlun and entering the Jade Void Palace, Yuan Yi met the second master, Yuan Shi. At the same time, he also saw the nascent form of the spiritual treasure suspended beside him, along with that familiar fierce aura, overwhelming with a chilling intent. It was a long sword, entirely black, with intricate blood-red patterns covering the blade, exuding a somewhat enchanting aura. The design was ancient and grand, not showcasing anything peculiar, embodying a natural beauty as if forged from mysterious jade adorned with red patterns. Dignified and majestic, yet it also revealed a hint of enchanting and sinister charm. Various phenomena manifested, and amidst it all a phantom of a blue lotus flickered in and out, radiating unparalleled destructive power. Tongtian is skilled with the sword. This segment of the god-slaying spear has limited materials. Mixing in other materials to repair it into a spear would only tarnish the jewel and waste resources, and since the Tao traces within it are also incomplete, it is difficult to fully restore, which would be unattractive. Therefore, this poor Taoist used the sharpness of the spear tip, retaining its edge, transforming it into a blade, thus obtaining this sword prototype. Yuan Yi expressed his gratitude to his master. The god-slaying spear was forged into a sword. This killing intent nearly matched that of the teacher's Zuxian sword, and the murderous aura was even more overwhelming even before the edge was revealed. Whether it's a spear or a sword, they are both magical artifacts. Yuan Yi is more accustomed to using swords for cultivating divine powers. After all, the rule that longer is stronger does not apply to cultivation, and Yuan Yi is not particularly attached to the form of this magical artifact. He is somewhat looking forward to the day when this sword truly takes shape. Just the prototype's power gives Yuan Yi a feeling that surpasses ordinary, innate spiritual treasures. What level can it reach when it fully forms? Yuan Yi, after leaving Kunlun Mountain, first returned to the East Sea's Jiejiao and did not head directly to Master Uncle Taking's Taoist temple at the Shouyang Mountain's 8 Scenery Palace. Shouyang Mountain lies to the east of the Buzhou Mountain, with a spatial distance from Jiejiao to Chanjiao's mountain gates being roughly the same, perhaps even closer to Jiejiao. Given Yuan Yi's cultivation level, the journey is long, unless he shamelessly asks this second master uncle to take him there. Yuan Yi truly felt embarrassed to speak up. The second master uncle refined treasures for him, claiming he would do a task, but in reality, it was merely running an errand. By visiting as a disciple of Jiejiao, it would prompt that probing individual to withdraw more quickly. Even without Yuan Yi, the matter would resolve itself. At most it would only delay longer. Using the Identity Jade Talisman, he could connect with the periodic transmission time of the Great Formation at Jiejiao, returning directly to Jiejiao, and then proceeding to Shouyang Mountain's 8 Scenery Palace, which would indeed be more convenient. Moreover, he needed to bring back the Earth Spirit Pearl, a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, and discuss the matters concerning the Qilin clan with his teacher Tongtian. Yuan Yi visited Bestow Palace, where Tongtian showed little concern for the Qilin clan, and similarly for the high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl, he neither took it away nor hesitated to throw it directly to Yuan Yi. Upon returning to the temple with the Zheng beast and the little Qilin, he saw someone coming from the Immortal Island. "Senior brother, have you broken through?" Yuan Yi gazed at Yun Xiao, whose aura unmistakably indicated he had reached the mid-stage of the Tai realm. The residual medicinal power of the ginseng fruit, combined with the opportunities from the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, are all thanks to your support, senior brother. Indeed, Yun Xiao replied with a smile, possessing an air of calmness and grace. What about Xiong Xiao and B? Yuan Yi was somewhat surprised not to see the two sisters. Even though Yun Xiao had exited seclusion, how could they have worked harder than Yun Xiao? Xiong Xiao and Bixio's cultivation is slightly inferior to mine. Their breakthrough will take more time, and they have not yet exited seclusion, still comprehending within the Great Formation. As he spoke, Yangxio's gaze turned to the fierce-looking exotic beast behind Yuan Yi and the little Qilin playing with the tail of the Zheng beast. "Is this your mount, senior brother?" Yuan Yi nodded. The Zheng beast was indeed designated as a mount. Yuan Yi pointed to the small creature hanging on the tail of the Zheng beast, saying, "This little Qilin, I intend to have her serve as a Tao child, helping with some chores and taking care of the cave residents. Moreover, this little one has an innate talent for manipulating the earth vein energy. Having her tend to the spiritual roots will also prevent Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao from constantly complaining about me. What do you think, junior sister?" "That would be good. Yin Xiao was just thinking of discussing this matter with you to see if we should recruit some wild spirits to assist in handling trivial matters." Yin Xiao approached, and the Zheng beast wisely lay down while the little creature that had been playing on its tail fell down quietly, looking up at Yin Xiao with big eyes. Yin Xiao raised her hand and poked the white jade-like scales, examining it from top to bottom. "This little Qilin has quite good qualifications, with a pure aura and abundant spiritual essence untainted by any karmic hindrances. Compared to ordinary wild spirits, she is indeed much more suitable." Hearing such praise, the little one grinned, revealing a Qilin-like smile, which made Yun Xiao chuckle, finding it amusing. Their kind often secluded themselves for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Having some young ones to help manage would indeed make things easier. Moreover, with the current temple arrangement, if both the sisters and you senior brother are not present, there would be no one to oversee the temple, and if fellow disciples visit, no one would be there to respond, which might appear slightly disrespectful over time. After all, it seems that senior brother has never been idle, not spending much time at the temple. The two walked towards the island, and Yuan Yi briefly shared about his journey, mentioning that he would soon have to make another trip to Shouyang Mountain's 8 Scenery Palace to request Master Uncle's assistance. Yung Xiao listened quietly, occasionally responding a few times, always quite serious. Being with Yin Xiao felt completely different from interacting with Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao. The two of them found it difficult to remain calm. While Xiong Xiao appeared quiet, she was actually quite restless and somewhat noisy. In contrast with Yun Xiao, one sensed a tranquility that brought peace to the mind, making one feel relaxed and at ease. There was a certain charm of being carefree, like drifting clouds and flowing water. By the way, junior sister, have you been free lately? Yuan Yi thought of something and asked. Does senior brother have a matter that Yin Xiao can help with? If there is nothing, why don't you accompany me to Shouyang Mountain to pay respects to master uncle and senior brother Xuandu? The previous Qilin cliff reminded Yuan Yi of this matter. He recalled that according to legends, Yin Xiao was suppressed beneath the Qilin cliff by master uncle. Although Yuan Yi believed he must have changed something to prevent the three sisters from facing such a fate. But to be on the safe side, bringing Yin Xiao along to establish some good connections with master uncle would not be a bad thing. It could also serve as a precaution, leaving a glimmer of opportunity should things develop into the worst outcome. If that worst outcome did not occur, it would indeed be the best. From what he learned about master uncle in Kunlun Mountain, he was taciturn, yet his temperament was considered the best among the three pure ones, gentler than both his teacher and second master uncle, perhaps due to his cultivation of the path of tranquility and non-action, making him easier to talk to. Senior brother Sundu of the Suimin was also a person of laid-back disposition, easy to get along with, though he was not often seen, always staying within the temple and rarely showing his face. Upon hearing Yuan Yi invite her to Shouyang Mountain, a flicker of surprise crossed Yangxiu's eyes. She glanced back at the direction of the cave residence where Xiao and Xiao were in seclusion, hesitating for a moment before smiling and nodding. Yin Xiao would be willing to accompany senior brother. Yangxiu's eyes sparkled with a bit more liveliness as she raised her hand and pointed behind her, but I fear Xiao and Xiao will complain about you, and I my elder sister. No worries, they will surely pester you first. Yin Xiao merely smiled at this, and senior brother's words were in. The ones most eager to run out were Xiao and Xiao, as she always kept an eye on them. Yet now she was the one leaving the temple, and these two would surely feel various grievances. Once everything was settled, the two engaged in a discussion about their cultivation paths. The presence of fellow practitioners was indeed beneficial for cultivation. Discussing Tao together, validating insights, or making timely corrections were all excellent references. As the time for the Great Formation to activate again approached, Yuan Yi and Yungxiao headed to Jinao Island, traveling with familiarity. He also brought his mount, the Zheng Beast, because there was no point in not taking it when he had acquired it. Crossing the void through the Great Formation, Yuan Yi and Yin Xiao appeared in the eastern region of Buzhou Mountain. They had never visited Master Uncle's open human teaching temple at Shouyang Mountain's 8 Scenery Palace. This was their first time coming to pay their respects. The mountain gate of the Jiejiao in the East Sea is grand and majestic, while the Zhuangqiu Kunlun Taoist temple exudes solemnity and dignity. However, the Shouyang Mountain of the Rinjiao presents a different aspect. Shouyang Mountain, chosen by the Master Uncle as the Taoist temple, is undoubtedly an extraordinary cave paradise. Yet it seems that the Master Uncle has not made excessive arrangements for the temple. One could say it retains its natural beauty, or perhaps its primitive character. This place is tranquil, different from the serenity of Kunlun Mountain, emanating a sense of unrestrained peace devoid of the sense of confinement felt in Kunlun. The mountain gate of the Rinjiao is also rather low-key and hard to find, hidden deep in the clouds. Without guidance, Yuan Yi and the others would likely exert much effort to locate the Bairing Palace within Shouyang Mountain. As the Taoist temple of the Master Uncle, the Bairing Palace is listed alongside the Biao Palace and the Yushu Palace. The Biao Palace is ethereal and mysterious, the Yushu Palace is solemn and elegant, while the Bairing Palace is quaint and natural, appearing quite ordinary. However, upon stepping into this place, the resonance of the Tao's rhythm and aura between heaven and earth is anything but ordinary. The aura is neither fierce nor imposing, yet it is omnipresent, blending into all things, elusive, yet evident everywhere. The big blue ox outside is munching on spiritual roots, while the senior brother Xuandu dozes in the courtyard, resting on the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. He is lost in thought, with a large red gourd filled with immortal pills placed nearby, much like the water and fire gourd at Yuan Yi's waist. Each of the 3 pure ones possesses 1 gourd. However, the master's gourd is infused with the 9 heavens mystic fire and the 9 nether water cultivated within, transforming it into a spiritual treasure for offensive purposes. As for the gourd obtained by the second master uncle, it remains unripe, merely of high quality, but its contained source of the Tao is extraordinary, evolving into chaos. Yuan Yi is unsure of its use, but ultimately it will be refined into a spiritual treasure. The other gourds are not much different. Only the one in the master uncle's hand is merely used as a container to hold a more. There are also several other spiritual treasures casually placed around, emanating a celestial glow. Master Uncle Taiching holds a floating dust in hand, sitting in front of a gigantic 8 trigrams furnace, seemingly in a drowsy state, though it appears to be just that. Yuan Yi pays respects to Master Uncle. Yin Xiao pays respects to Master Uncle. Both Yuan Yi and Yin Xiao bow respectfully, as Taking's gaze sweeps over the two, nodding in acknowledgement before uttering a single word. Okay, what does that mean? Yuan Yi quickly realizes that the Master Uncle is already responding to what he has yet to voice. However, isn't this a bit too direct? He immediately shifted to the main topic and answered so straightforwardly. Yuan Yi takes out the sword embryo and presents it. Tai Ching examines the sword embryo forming hand seals with strands of Tao rhythm spreading out, evolving into the profound. Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao stand beside while the master uncle is already preparing to investigate and take action. The atmosphere here quiets down, and it seems that no more than 2 sentences have been exchanged. Yuan Yi hesitates for a moment, but decides to ask proactively, "Master uncle, is there anything I can assist with?" The second master uncle helped him refine a magic treasure, sending him to run errands for the Qilin clan. While the second master uncle helped him refine the magic treasure here, the master uncle merely watches, which makes Yuan Yi feel uncomfortable, so he takes the initiative to inquire. Taking's gaze shifts from the sword embryo to Yuan Yi, and then to Yun Xiao. His expression is calm, seemingly contemplating before finally stating, "Go ask Xuandu." After speaking, he continues to investigate the sword embryo, extracting strands of Tao patterns, stirring up a surge of malevolent energy, revealing various traces of the Tao, depicting and condensing into various phenomena. Then he gestures towards the outer courtyard, and it seems that something is thrown out, followed by the sound of a Taiji diagram filled with innate aura flying and releasing the innate Yin-Yang energy with Yin and Yang, giving rise to creation. Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao exchange glances, both displaying a hint of peculiarity. Seeing the master uncle as if he has completed his instructions, the two can only retreat. Upon entering the outer courtyard, they see Xuandu just getting up from the ground, yawning. Upon noticing Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao approaching, he pats his Taoist robe and adjusts his hair crown. "So it's junior brother Yuan Yi and junior sister Yun Xiao visiting. Are you here to find the master?" Yuan Yi briefly explains the situation, and upon hearing the last part, Xuandu's eyes light up with surprise. Not for any other reason, but because of the words, "Go ask Xuandu." Xuandu steps forward, eagerly patting Yuan Yi's shoulder. "You and junior sister have come at just the right time, perfect timing to accompany me. Yes, very good, very good." Yuan Yi looks at Xuandu's appearance, feeling a sense of familiarity. It resembles the time he forced Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao to work for him, but now it seems he and Yun Xiao have become the ones coerced into labor. "Does senior brother Xuandu have anything we can assist with?" Yun Xiao inquires from the side. Xuandu sighs, looking somewhat dejected. "You know my background. I am of human descent, one of the innate human beings created by the Holy Mother. Does this matter relate to senior brother's human clan?" Yuan Yi's heart stirs. He has always been curious about the human clan, but he has only seen Xuandu know. "Yes, this is indeed a personal matter for me." Xuandu's eyes reveal a hint of awkwardness. "It's no issue, since it's a matter concerning senior brother. If I can lend a hand, there's no need for formality." "Good, since junior brother has said so, I will not be too polite with you two. Recently there have been some troublesome issues on the human side that have been bothering me." Xuandu is quite casual, not paying much attention to formalities. "Previously there was an incident among the human clan that sought my help. Being of human descent, and my master did not stop me, I went to assist with the matter. However, I did not expect 2 rascals to show up and cause havoc near the human clan. I had a battle of spells with them, yet their cultivation surpassed mine. With the aid of my master's Taiji diagram and other spiritual treasures, I managed to expel the 2. However, unexpectedly these 2 felt indignant and claimed I was bullying them with treasures, repeatedly pestering me, seeking to duel and disturb my peace." Xuandu appears troubled, his tone filled with helplessness. Yuan Yi, however, discerns something else from his words. It is evident that these 2 possess significant cultivation, even if Xuandu, due to his cultivation level, cannot fully unleash the power of the treasures. His strength definitely exceeds his own realm. Yuan Yi even suspects that below the Deluo stage, if Xuandu relies on the Taiji diagram and the Linglong treasure pagoda, he could contend with them. What is the background of these 2? Are there any concerns that make senior brother hesitant to act? Yuan Yi realizes that Xuandu did not go all out from the beginning, indicating that the other party likely has a significant background. Otherwise, how could one rely on the power of the treasures to bully you? If they are unsatisfied, they should simply continue to be bullied by the treasures. How could they dare to linger? They are from the Feng clan, descendants of the Feng ancestor. Descendants of the Feng ancestor. The progeny of Yuan Feng. Yuan Yi frowns. Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Xuandu is surprised. Junior brother knows these 2. "I have heard of them, but I do not know them well." "Indeed, it is Jin Peng and Kong Xian. Shouldn't they be in the ancestral grounds of the Southern Phoenix clan? How did they end up in the East? Moreover, why are they here to fight Xuandu? What are they after? Are they just bored?" Yuan Yi does not understand, but is curious. He has heard that Kong Xian possesses the 5-color divine light cultivated from the innate 5 elements, which is remarkable and capable of illuminating all. As for the feathered golden-winged rock, he is similar, possessing innate Yin and Yang energies. Yuan Yi is quite eager to witness it. The master mentioned that there are many innate beings born from the Yin-Yang 5 elements in the world, as these elements are one of the foundations of the evolution of heaven and earth. However, most are born from a single pure Taoist power, and those gathering Yin-Yang or 5 elements are rare. Kong Xian gathers the innate 5 elements, while Jin Peng gathers the innate Yin-Yang, both belonging to the latter. As for Yuan Yi himself, he possesses a mixture of yin-yang energies and malevolent aura, which seems to be even rarer. He wonders how he compares to Jin Peng in terms of yin-yang energies. Yuan Yi finds himself developing a rare sense of comparison. Yuan Yi had little interest in competing with others in battles of magical prowess, but as the saying goes, fellow practitioners are rivals. He was quite eager to see the mystical abilities wielded by this descendant of the phoenix, the golden-winged, great Peng, cultivated from the dual forces of Yin and Yang. Though they possessed the dual forces of Yin and Yang, the energies they cultivated were merely fragments of the whole. The Tao of Yin and Yang is vast and profound. Even the innate divine beings cannot fully encompass it, let alone those lesser beings who stand beneath them. Yuan Yi's understanding of the dual forces of Yin and Yang was concentrated on the direction of their convergence and transformation. The union of Yin and Yang constitutes the essence, while the change of Yin and Yang embodies the principle of change. His very name reflects the foundation of his great Tao, and his cultivation emphasizes the evolution derived from Yin and Yang. Currently, he was advancing towards these two directions, towards the unity of Yin and Yang, and towards the differentiation of the five elements, exploring both ends to broaden his path. He was unsure which path the golden-winged great Peng, a being so similar to himself in essence, would take regarding the Tao of Yin and Yang. According to Xuandu, while the two individuals possessed slightly higher cultivation levels than them, Xuandu could use his treasured artifacts to pursue them, which only fueled their resentment. The background of the Phoenix clan was not something that would genuinely instill deep-seated fears in Xuandu, the only direct disciple of a sage. However similar to the Dragon clan, provoking them could lead to unnecessary trouble. It was unnecessary, and they would definitely be unwilling to engage. It was not a matter of courage, but rather desire. Moreover, as Xuandu said, the actions of those two were not overly reprehensible, thus making it even less worth the trouble. Yuan Yi was keen to witness the techniques of Tongtian and the Golden Peng, and he had considerable interest in the human race itself, so he expressed his willingness to embark on this journey. Yungxiao nodded in agreement, deciding to accompany them. The three of them made their decision and set off. Since the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, was currently in the hands of Taiching, Xuandu was short one precious item for their journey, carrying only the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth. As for other spiritual treasures like the wind and fire lotus and the banana leaf fan, Yuan, he had no idea how many of those Xuandu brought along. Compared to the multitudinous treasure Taoist, perhaps this person before him was the true multitudinous treasure. After all, his master only took in this one direct disciple. The advantages of being a singular seedling were indeed apparent. Few among the innate divine beings had the fortune to experience the might of treasured artifacts, yet this individual was able to use the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, as a carpet, sitting on it to meditate or even nap. Yuan Yi had not experienced his master's treasure, the complete exquisite sword formation, only having a connection with the exquisite sword itself, but he was somewhat familiar with the Taiji diagram, having visited this senior brother during his time in Kunlun. Since the human race originated from the creation of the sage Nuwa, they initially resided near Nuwa Sanctuary, close to Mount Buzhou. However, with the rise of the heavenly court and the demon race, the sage Nuwa opened a sanctuary in the outer realms, prompting the human race to migrate eastward, continuously distancing themselves from the troublesome land of Buzhou. For the current human race, living too close to the demon race was exceedingly challenging. Shouyang Mountain was neither too close nor too far from the human settlements, requiring some time to travel normally. But a conservationist like Xuandu would never take the normal route. He directly summoned the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth, enveloping Yuan Yi and Yunxiao within, forcefully breaking through space to traverse the void over a short distance. The three of them vanished from outside the Eight Sceneries Palace, leaving behind two strange beasts. A large blue bull arrived with spiritual roots in its mouth, feeling increasingly disrespected by Xuandu, who no longer allowed it to carry things. After finally getting a chance to go out, it was once again left behind to chew on spiritual roots. After chewing on the spiritual grass, the blue bull found it bland and tasteless. Its master rarely went out, and neither did the disciple he had taken in. The bull glanced sideways, sizing up the newcomer who had come along with its master's nephew. Oh, this one looked fierce but appeared quite timid. Under the gaze of the large blue bull, Shin's body stiffened. This vegetarian bull was a mount of a sage, which made him somewhat apprehensive. His master had left without a word, completely forgetting about him as a mount. With big eyes staring at each other, one was scrutinizing while the other felt uneasy. Yuan Yi truly forgot about his mount. While he had brought his magical treasures, he did not realize he had left someone behind until they had already set off. It was not a big issue. After all, that was his master's sanctuary, and he couldn't get lost. At this moment, Yuan Yi's gaze was assessing the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth above his head. Although it was also a treasured artifact, it seemed to be referred to as a post-heaven merit treasure. The only similar existence might be the legendary Hongmeng, Liangtian ruler. Yet what puzzled Yuan Yi was that his teacher Tongtian had clearly told him that there was no such thing as the merit of the great Tao, only the merit of the heavenly Tao. Then what kind of merit does the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth possess? This treasure had been held by Master Tai Ching for a long time, and Tongtian could not possibly be unaware of it, nor could he have been wrong. So how was this merit treasure born? Yuan Yi knew that heavenly merit could be used to refine spiritual treasures, creating post-heaven merit treasures, but the quality of post-heaven merit treasures was often not high. First, merit was hard to come by, and refining such treasures consumed a lot. Second, there was a limit to how much merit a spiritual treasure could bear. Xuandu, as a post-heaven merit treasure, the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth, must have been conceived before the revival of the heavenly Tao, right? Wasn't it said that before the revival there were no concepts of merit and karma? Yuan Yi asked Xuandu. You fool, the heavenly Tao hasn't revived, but it was born. What's so strange about that? The one responding to Yuan Yi was not Xuandu, and naturally could not be his junior sister Yunxiao. Yuan Yi looked up at the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth above him, momentarily speechless. Wait, does this treasure have consciousness? Can it actually communicate with people? Innate spiritual treasures with the word spiritual in them nurture the indestructible spiritual light of the innate, which is quite normal, but can spiritual treasures actually speak directly with people? Why has my master's exquisite sword never responded to him? Young one, you must not understand the essence of merit. Merit is merely a unique power of the great Tao, but under the rules established in the primordial universe, its effects manifest in peculiar ways, which makes it special in your eyes. The essence of merit. Is that what the essence of this peculiar power refers to? Yuan Yi had not thought about it. It wasn't merit, just merit. However, merit was actually just a unique power of the great Tao, which surprised Yuan Yi. Then is it possible for post-heaven merit treasures to be born in the world again? Of course it's unlikely. The merit required to achieve a treasure of such caliber is unattainable for any being, not even that Tao ancestor. And do you think anyone has the ability to evolve a complete trace of the great Tao to achieve a treasure? You know very little about the essence of the heavenly Tao and understand too little about the primordial universe. Indeed, you are merely at the Tai stage, like that Suan-Du kid with low cultivation and narrow vision. If one day you achieve a complete understanding of the great Tao, you will understand everything. For now, the great Tao is vast, the heavenly Tao is high, and the universe is too expansive for you. That divine sense then fell silent, no longer responding. The essence of the heavenly Tao. Yuan Yi did not have time to think more. The Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth, which enveloped and protected them, had already flown back into Suan-Du's hands, resting in his grasp. Looking around, Shouyang Mountain had vanished from sight, and the Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth had carried them across the void, arriving at this place. Yuan Yi and the others hovered in midair, gazing down at the sprawling human settlement below. The various tribes were scattered throughout, and they had arrived in the central area. However, from Yuan Yi's perception, the innate starting point of humanity was already very low, nearly approaching that of mortals. Yet there were several powerful auras in this area, some nearing the perfection of the golden immortal stage. According to Xian-Du, those were the ancestors of the human race, contemporaries of his own, the primordial humans crafted by the sage Nuwa. At that time, the sage Nuwa created 3,000 primordial humans in response to the 3,000 paths of the Tao, endowing them with profound abilities that brought them close to the level of primordial beings, making them inherently immortal golden immortals. Thus, it is evident how formidable the path of creation was for this first sage, who attained sainthood nearly akin to the creation of heaven and earth. However, humanity started their journey too late, with a much shallower foundation than Yuan Yi and the others. Xian-Du, being the strongest of humanity, studied under a grand master, achieving his current level of cultivation, which was not on par with his contemporaries. Junior brother Yuan Yi, junior sister Yunxiao, I will first visit the ancestral hall to pay my respects to the Holy Mother. You too. Since we are here, it would be impolite not to pay our respects to Master Nuwa in person. May we accompany you? Of course, junior brother Yuan Yi, junior sister Yunxiao, please follow me. With Xian-Du leading the way, Yuan Yi and Yunxiao followed behind, quietly descending among the humans, making their way into the core area, heading towards the ancestral hall dedicated to the Holy Mother Nuwa. Although this was the ancestral hall of humanity, Yuan Yi and the others, as disciples of the celestial sage, were allowed to address this sage as senior aunt. Whether paying respects to the Holy Mother of humanity or to the sage Nuwa, the essence remained the same, only differing in the titles held. The ancestral hall lay deep within a structure built from massive stones, exuding an ancient and heavy aura inscribed with formations and prohibitions for protection. As Yuan Yi walked, he carefully observed everything around him. The human race, with their innate Tao bodies, indeed had some semblance of proximity to the Tao, but their origins were also weak. A hint of closeness to the Tao was insufficient to compensate for the frailty of their origins. Compared to humanity, other races could be considered innate powerhouses in significant numbers. So where did humanity's advantages lie? What were the essential factors that allowed them to become the protagonists of the world in the future? Yuan Yi sought to discern some clues. However, no matter how he looked, he could not find their advantages. It seemed that humanity was merely an ordinary race among the myriad of beings not particularly strong with similar potential. Senior brother, do you often return to the human race? Yuan Yi asked. Xiandu shook his head. Not often. I've only returned more frequently recently, due to some matters. I saw you organizing the Golden Core Dao of the Grandmaster earlier. The Golden Core Dao of my teacher is permitted for me to pass on to the clansmen. However, my teacher has cautioned me not to meddle in human affairs, saying it does not benefit humanity. What does that mean? What are we doing here? Junior brother, need not worry. What my teacher means is that I can intervene to protect humanity or teach them the Tao, but beyond that, such as management matters, my teacher has instructed me not to interfere, stating that humanity has its own path to follow. Thus, our visit does not violate my teacher's admonitions. Xiandu thought Yuan Yi was concerned about his teacher's dissatisfaction and thus explained further. In truth, he himself was also perplexed about certain matters. He had taught his clansmen the Tao, and his teacher had never stopped him. In fact, even when he bestowed celestial pills upon his clansmen, he had obtained his teacher's consent. Yet his teacher said that what he was doing did not fundamentally affect the path that humanity needed to take. So what is the fundamental nature of humanity's path? He asked, but his teacher did not answer. He always felt that in his teacher's eyes humanity was special, yet could not pinpoint what made them special. From his teacher's vague attitude, he only vaguely understood that this uniqueness did not lie in how extraordinary their cultivation talents were, or how powerful their strength was, for in these aspects humanity was not exceptional. What Xiandu did not know was that Yuan Yi, following behind him, was also attempting to find humanity's unique attributes. Was it that the timing was not right, so he couldn't see their uniqueness? Or was it merely that he simply could not discern that uniqueness? Yuan Yi did not know the attitudes of other sages, but he understood that in the eyes of his teacher, the celestial sage, humanity was also special. However, this uniqueness was an ordinary kind of special, and the celestial sage seemed not to fully recognize that humanity was unique, but not in the way he was seeking. Thus, it became less special. Yuan Yi could not understand his teacher's attitude. Initially, he thought the celestial sage was unaware of humanity's uniqueness because his gaze had not lingered too long on them, showing little difference from the attitudes of other powerful beings. Yet later, Yuan Yi discovered that this was not the case, which inevitably made him feel somewhat puzzled. In the primordial world, the daily life of cultivators involves sitting and discussing the Tao. Although Xiandu, the only direct disciple of the human teachings, is lazy, his cultivation speed is remarkably fast. This is partly due to consuming elixirs refined by the saint of Tongtian, yet his comprehension is truly exceptional. Yuan Yi, Yun Xiao, and Xiandu are all at the Tai realm, especially Xiandu, who wields the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, as a carpet. His mastery of the duality of Yin and Yang is quite profound. Although his approach to the Yin-Yang path is entirely different from Yuan Yi's, which leans towards destructive power, he instead embodies the harmonious energy of creation. Yuan Yi contemplates the innate murderous aura, wishing to use it to guide the Yin and Yang, emulating the dividing line of the Taiji diagram to unify the two, and Xiandu's unique insights in this regard have greatly enlightened him. Xiandu sits cross-legged on a wind and fire mat, wandering through the void, his breath naturally calm, merging with the heavens and the earth, coexisting with all things, sharing their light and dust. Heaven and earth are born with me, and all things are one with me. Yuan Yi thought, observing Xiandu's state of cultivation. Although he can achieve a serene and tranquil breath, he finds it difficult to reach such a state. He lacks a sense of closeness with all things, even when the innate murderous aura calms, its ferocity cannot be concealed. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, is comprehending the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang Golden Dipper. Its power of returning to the source integrates offense and defense, capable of neutralizing the opponent's attacks, while also dismantling their defenses, making it a very fierce technique. This ethereal and gentle fairy occasionally reveals a sharpness and dominance that cannot be ignored. However, Yuan Yi, her senior brother, has never faced her sharpness and strength, so his impression is not very deep. Yuan Yi himself has not been idle. He often chooses to be lazy, preferring to lie down rather than stand, and avoids manual labor when possible, yet he has never slackened in his cultivation. The innate Yin and Yang energies swirl at Yuan Yi's fingertips, a strand of pure, innate murderous aura intertwined within as he separates the Yin and Yang under his control, allowing them to merge. Beyond Yin and Yang, the power of the five elements surrounds him, evolving various mysteries, interdependent yet distinct, attempting to evolve a power that resonates with his inner Yin and Yang, establishing a connection. However, Yin and Yang remain distinctly separate, each opposing the other, making it difficult to achieve. Moreover, Yuan Yi's Yin and Yang are a natural foundation, while the way of the five elements is something he has comprehended himself, creating a significant gap between the two. Lacking an innate foundation, Yuan Yi merely wishes to use it as an extension of his own Tao, not as its root. Yuan Yi's breath is somewhat chaotic, further intensifying the ferocity of the innate murderous aura. Xian Du is intentionally looking for Kong Xian and Jin Peng this time, showing no concealment of his aura, even actively releasing it to permeate this space. The other party arrived swiftly. Only a few years after Yuan Yi and the others came, two auras surged toward Xian Du with the heaven and earth Xianyuan Linglong Pagoda by his side, is the first to sense this, returning from his state of wandering. At this moment Yuan Yi also opened his eyes, the yin and yang energies gradually dispersing from his golden pupils, the murderous aura retracting, and the chaotic breath settling into clear distinction. The relatively weaker Yun Xiao awakened from her enlightenment, glancing at Yuan Yi and then at Xian Du. Yuan Yi nodded to her, while Xian Du directly spoke up in response. "It's them, junior brother Yuan Yi, junior sister Yun Xiao. Shall we go meet them?" "Of course, senior brother, please lead." "Well then, today, I will not use treasures to overpower them, lest they feel dissatisfied and entangled with us." Xian Du in a good mood stepped forward first, with Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao closely following. The three appeared in midair, gazing into the distance, where two powerful auras surged forward unabashedly, displaying their might, commanding the powers of the Tao. A streak of colorful light erupted, suffusing the innate aura, its power distorting space, swiftly approaching. A golden rainbow followed closely, its aura sharp and fierce. "Xian Du, I never expected you to actively seek us out. This is quite rare." As the colorful light dissipated, a figure emerged, donned in a five-colored feathered robe shimmering with celestial light, bearing an air of grace and magnificence reminiscent of a phoenix spreading its wings. Without needing Xian Du to introduce him, Yuan Yi recognized this person as Kong Xian. He embodies the innate power of the five elements, a descendant of the Yuan Feng, nurtured by the profound transformations extending its lineage and inheriting its Tao, truly extraordinary. The golden figure beside him also revealed himself, a young man clad in golden attire, exuding a rebellious aura. Compared to the somewhat restrained loftiness of Kong Xian, his presence is even sharper. If Kong Xian's aura still possesses the elegance and nobility associated with the legendary Phoenix clan, Jin Peng embodies pure flamboyance and dominance, unabashedly wild, with a gaze that is aggressive. "Could it be because you found two helpers so you dare to seek us out?" Jin Peng's voice is filled with wildness, sharp as the clash of metal, reminding Yuan Yi of his mount that devours gold and jade. Jin Peng's gaze fell on Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao, eventually fixating on Yuan Yi, his eyes narrowing slightly. "My, you seem quite interesting." As Kong Xian and Jin Peng appeared, Yuan Yi and the others were also sizing them up. Yuan Yi first focused on Kong Xian, whose image aligns closely with the Phoenix clan he had heard about, exuding an air of nobility and elegance in his every move. His exquisite features, indistinguishable between male and female, are striking, and his aura is notably stronger than that of Yuan Yi and the others. It is said that these two emerged earlier than Yuan Yi and his companions. Only then did Yuan Yi's gaze shift to Jin Peng. His golden eyes feel entirely different, presenting a unique sensation. Yuan Yi's gaze is calm, devoid of wildness, with his murderous aura contained and manifesting subtly. Even when the aura lingers, it merely exudes pure ferocity, with a thread of clarity that never dissipates. Yuan Yi does not wish to let the murderous aura dominate him. He constantly strives to fully control it. That sense of being out of control displeases Yuan Yi. The divine nectar he brought back from the great, which Xing Tian, is something he restrains himself from indulging in, wishing to maintain his clarity. "You are also quite interesting." Yuan Yi smiled at Jin Peng's scrutinizing gaze, responding before diverting his attention. "Disciple Yuan Yi of the Jie Jiao, greetings to both of you." "Phoenix clan Kong Xian," Kong Xian replied calmly after glancing at Yuan Yi. Jin Peng. The two parties met with little small talk. Xian Du was reluctant to engage in idle chatter, as there was no acquaintance between them. One of the others was aloof, while the other was rebellious. After the greeting, Kong Xian directly got to the point, staring at Xian. "Do you sought us out? What are your intentions? Aren't you dissatisfied because this Taoist used precious treasures to deceive you? Today let us engage in a match, but you two must not disturb my meditation in the future." "Ha, without precious treasures. If it weren't for the might of the treasures, how could you have worn us down? One test will reveal all. Don't you wish to see my Tai Ching immortal techniques? Let me experience the divine powers of your Phoenix clan once more." Xian Du did not summon the precious treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, as the celestial light surrounded him, focusing his energy on Kong Xian. In the past, when facing Kong Xian and the Golden Peng, he lacked absolute certainty of victory. Moreover, as he protected humanity, he was not truly competing against them in a duel. It was merely a matter of suppressing them with the might of his treasures. Kong Xian's cultivation was already superior to his, and the Golden Peng was not an easy opponent. In matters concerning the safety of humanity, Xian Du did not trust these two. How could he truly engage in a contest of magic? If they were to act dishonorably, he might not be able to salvage the situation. Aside from himself, the strongest among humanity were only golden immortals. If he did not manage to hold off both of them, how could humanity withstand their assault? Especially since he was still unaware of why these two from the Phoenix clan, the descendants of the Yuan Feng, had come to humanity's realm. Faced with two ambiguous beings of the Tai realm, humanity seemed too fragile. With Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao's assistance, he could relax and no longer be so cautious. Instead, he could truly engage in a battle with these two. If the two adhered to principles, it would be perfect to conclude the matter. If they did not, with Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao watching, he could still use his precious treasures when necessary. The Tai Chi diagram and the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda were among the top defensive treasures of the primordial world. Although they possessed capabilities for sealing and suppression, Xian Du's power was limited. If used offensively, their power was somewhat lacking. Just right, I also wish to witness the methods of the eldest disciple of the Xianmen three teachings. Enough with the small talk, let's duel first. As he spoke, the golden Peng was about to attack Xian Du directly. However, a figure directly blocked his path. It was Yuan Yi. The Xianmen three teachings are one family. Allow me to represent Xian Du and discuss with you. Yuan Yi fixed his gaze on the golden Peng, and the innate Yin-Yang energies from the water and fire gourd at his waist flew out, swirling around him. I've heard from Xian Du that your path of Yin and Yang is quite remarkable. I wish to see how proficient you are. The golden Peng's gaze sharpened as he focused on the innate Yin-Yang energies surrounding Yuan Yi, a wild smile appearing in his eyes filled with intense battle intent. Indeed, it is the Yin-Yang energies. Then let me first test your abilities. Upon arriving, he sensed that this fellow in a white Taoist robe bore some resemblance in aura to him. At the same time, beneath this seemingly calm aura, there was a faint hint of pure ferocity, suggesting he was no easy opponent. This place is not suitable for a proper fight. Come with me. The golden Peng glanced at Xian Du and Kong Xian before heading straight away. Yuan Yi exchanged greetings with Xian Du and Yun Xiao, then vanished alongside the light of his escape. It was agreed that he would deal with the golden Peng. It had been settled beforehand. Kong Xian would face Xian Du. He had merely said not to use precious treasures, but did not mention anything about not using spiritual treasures. Kong Xian's level of cultivation was already higher than his. How could he not take advantage of spiritual treasures? With the backing of top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, the power he could unleash far exceeded his own cultivation level. Yun Xiao had only recently broken through to the mid-Tai realm and was equipped with a top-notch innate spiritual treasure, the Honghuang Golden Dipper, standing guard nearby to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. This was enough to hold off either Kong Xian or the golden Peng, at the very least providing Xian Du and Yuan Yi with time to react. In this matter, Xian Du remained quite cautious. He had confidence in the abilities of Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao, the two direct disciples of Jiejiao. Kong Xian glanced at Yuan Yi, who had followed the golden Peng, furrowing his brows. He then looked at Yun Xiao behind Xian Du, his expression slightly serious. Indeed, disciples of saints are extraordinary. They are not figures that ordinary people can compare to. The three saint disciples he has encountered so far are all formidable characters. It is merely a lack of time. In the future, they will undoubtedly become the most powerful beings. If their cultivation levels were similar, he might not easily prevail, especially in terms of spiritual treasures, where he could likely be at a disadvantage. As the future of the Phoenix clan and the embodiment of Yuan Feng's path, Kong Xian held high aspirations. Otherwise, he would not repeatedly engage in battles with Xian Du to hone his skills. Aside from these direct disciples of saints, others lack the qualifications. Only by surpassing these legacies of saints can he aspire to become a peer of the most formidable beings and chase after the transcendent realm beyond the great Luo, the realm once contended for by the three clans. As for why they appeared in humanity's realm, it was due to Yuan Feng's speculation that humanity possesses unique qualities. This race, shaped by the saints, has entangled with unknown causes and effects, resulting in an unexpected encounter with Xian Du. Please. Kong Xian stepped forward, vibrant five-colored brilliance flickering behind him, as if a world was evolving amidst chaos, the innate five elements energies pervading the heavens and earth intertwining with the might of the Tao, effortlessly employing the five elements techniques. An extraordinary phantom of a divine bird coalesced behind him, its magnificent tail feathers spreading out like a celestial curtain encompassing myriad wonders. Xian Du snorted coldly, stepping onto the top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the wind and fire cotton mat, as wind and fire took shape, refining the power of the Tao to shield himself. He had already experienced the divine powers cultivated through innate five elements energies and dared not be careless in the slightest. With a gesture, he formed the Yin-Yang fish as the Yin and Yang revolved, giving birth to all things, creating and annihilating, ceaselessly flowing. With a single point of his finger, the Yin-Yang energies converged, transforming into divine thunder that shattered the void. The Tai Ching divine thunder infused with the principles of Yin-Yang and creation. This seemingly gentle attack was aimed at the destruction of the Tao body and the Yuan spirit, unavoidable and difficult to defend against. In Xian Du's every movement, he could invoke the heavens and earth, His aura merged with the essence of all beings characterized by tranquility and non-action. His actions were guided by intent subtle, yet omnipresent. In action, yet accomplishing all, directly reaching the roots of all things in the world. The Tao encompasses all phenomena containing countless mysteries. This gave Xian an ability to perceive the essence of all things. His strikes, seemingly simple, yet always striking at the core, illustrating the Tao's utmost simplicity, plain and unadorned methods that are closest to the true essence of the Tao. The attacks of both sides clashed together, the residual waves of their powers sweeping in all directions as the forces of destruction engulfed the void. At the moment when Xian Du and Kong Xian were engaged in a battle of spells, Yuan Yi and Jin Peng were confronting each other across a spatial distance. They shared a similar source of the great Tao, yet their auras were entirely different. Both were sensing each other's aura, rare beings that combined the innate Yin and Yang of heaven and earth within themselves. Moreover, their origins were anything but ordinary. Jin Peng was born from Yuan Feng, who was just a step away from achieving transcendence, while Yuan Yi replaced the Yin and Yang twin dragons that should have existed. Jin Peng's aura was wild, revealing a fierce intensity. Yuan Yi's aura was no longer calm, filled with a tide of malevolence, exuding extreme ferocity. Behind them, each revealed a towering true form, creating an even more visually striking impact than the battle between Xian Du and Kong Xian. A majestic golden-winged roc stood forth, its entire body covered in golden feathers like celestial swords, sharp and unyielding, its wings resembling clouds that hung low in the sky, its thousand-jong stature brimming with a sense of oppression. Behind Yuan Yi, the golden dragon coiled in the void, its form even larger than that of the golden-winged roc. Its scales glimmered ominously, the overwhelming malevolence giving its auspicious aura a rich hue, obscuring the serpentine body of the golden dragon and casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. With horns atop its head, the golden dragon's horns were unlike the branching horns of the dragon clan, lacking elegance, yet brimming with ferocity, resembling a sharp celestial sword capable of piercing the azure void. Jin Peng glanced at Yuan Yi's golden dragon form, a smile, lifting the corners of his mouth, clearly excited. This disciple of the Jiejiao truly surprised him. The resilience of the other's Tao body was not at all inferior to his own, even exerting considerable pressure on him in terms of pure strength. Among the former three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and qilins, the Tao bodies of each evolved as one of the most fundamental forms of the Tao, each possessing its own strengths. The Qilin clan was the most resilient, boasting formidable defense, especially when rooted in the earth and drawing upon the power of the land. The Dragon clan's Tao body excelled in pure strength, possessing boundless divine power, capable of summoning the might of rivers, and sees the explosive force being immeasurable. However, the Phoenix clan's Tao body was not as strong as that of the Qilin or Dragon clans. Direct confrontations often left the Phoenix clan at a disadvantage. Yet their Tao body also had its unique qualities. The vitality of the Phoenix clan was unmatched by the other two clans. The uniqueness of their origin nearly endowed them with a characteristic of immortality, with a terrifying recovery ability that even the Qilin and Dragon clans could not compare to. Yuan Feng, with its inherent characteristics, pioneered the path of nirvana for the Phoenix clan, achieving a transcendence of life between life and death, condensing the nirvana fire. Even in death, there was a chance for rebirth through fire, or even to break and rebuild, seeking transformation and self-elevation in the realm between life and death. Among the three clans, the Dragon clan was the most numerous, dominating the seas, possessing an advantageous heritage in the continuity of their lineage, far surpassing both the Phoenix and Qilin clans. The Phoenix clan was somewhat stronger than the Qilin clan, though the gap was not too pronounced. Both clans were relatively scarce in number, at least compared to the Dragon clan. However, after the conclusion of the Great War among the three clans, the heritage of the Phoenix clan had been preserved much better than that of the Qilin clan, largely due to their Tao path, which provided them with more choices. As the son of Yuan Feng, Jin Peng's Tao body was significantly stronger than that of a typical Phoenix, exhibiting resilience that seemed uncharacteristic for the Phoenix clan. Even Kong Xian was far behind him in this regard. On the opposite side stood Yuan Yi, whose true body was that of a golden dragon. Although he did not cultivate the Dragon clan's inheritance, he was born of a similar Tao form, inheriting analogous characteristics. Especially since the ancestral dragon had once created the method of transforming into a dragon, it had a profound impact on Tao forms closely related to the dragon, causing many Tao forms to exhibit similarities to the Dragon clan. In Jin Peng's view, Yuan Yi's golden dragon form was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of resilience in the world. Yuan Yi looked at Jin Peng and spoke, not using the premium innate spiritual treasure, the water and fire calabash. Instead, he merely summoned his innate Yin and Yang energies. Jin Peng did not waste words. He merely shook his wings, and the golden-winged roc's form unleashed its wings, transforming countless golden feathers into sharp swords inscribed with Tao runes, filling the void like a rainstorm, golden light flooding the sky, unstoppable, and covering a radius of 10,000 miles. Yuan Yi gazed at the countless falling sword feathers, shook his head, formed a sword gesture with his hand, and summoned the power of the five elements to forge a sword formation in the void, conjuring endless five-colored celestial swords that intercepted all the golden sword feathers. When it came to swordsmanship, who among the vast wilderness could claim superiority over his master Tongtian? Using the sword to embody the Tao, he excelled in offense. As a direct disciple of the Saint Tongtian, Yuan Yi primarily cultivated divine abilities, often using the sword to carry the great Tao, showcasing its might. However, he usually relied on the innate Yin and Yang energies for offense, and did not possess a spiritual treasure sword that resonated with him. As the five-colored celestial swords intercepted the falling golden feathers, Yuan Yi's figure vanished silently, employing the five elements escape technique, concealing himself within the elements hidden among all things. Jin Peng frowned, golden wings sprouting from his back, transforming into golden light that swiftly traversed the void. With his fingers clawed, he reached into the void only to have two fingers point like swords stabbing at him. They collided with his magically enveloped hand, the destructive sword energy tearing through his defenses, and before it could reach him, bloodstains already marred his palm. Jin Peng withdrew, but the aura before him had vanished. Five elements escape technique, Yin-Yang escape technique. Jin Peng's mouth twitched. This individual's offensive nature carried a malevolence that was fearsome, but the escape technique was even more frustrating. His speed was not inferior to that of his opponent, yet the opponent's mastery of escape techniques was overwhelming, embodying all five elements unpredictable, and the Yin-Yang escape arts were particularly elusive. The two towering forms clashed, the golden dragon and the golden-winged roc wrestling fiercely. Their true bodies were also engaged in battle, but the golden dragon's form was evidently stronger than that of the golden-winged roc, its scales covered in malevolence wearing down the roc's divine abilities, significantly reducing its power and making it difficult to breach his defenses. Meanwhile, the golden dragon's attacks were exceedingly fierce and troublesome. Jin Peng had no choice but to withdraw his true form, merging it into himself, making his own Tao body more resilient, with its might increasing accordingly. Seeing this, Yuan Yi also retracted his golden dragon form, employing the Yin-Yang escape technique to directly appear above Jin Peng, and with a palm, he pressed down from the air. The power of the five elements flowed within his palm, evolving into the light of thunder, a divine ability known as the Five Thunder Righteous Method. Named for the five thunders, it actually represented the five energies based on the five elements, creating thunder with blazing spiritual light, cascading down, leaving behind twisted hazy traces in the void connecting heaven and earth. The thunder light struck Jin Peng, sending him crashing down from the void, the roaring sound echoing endlessly. However, Yuan Yi did not relent. Jin Peng had yet to utilize his innate Yin and Yang energies, and now he was far from exerting his full strength, still holding back. Of course, he was the same. He was using the five elements Tao he had comprehended, and his own abilities were always hidden and unutilized. The sword formation, the five elements' divine ability, the power of his Tao body, and various techniques were all on display. Yuan Yi indeed possessed quite a few skills. Various ordinary divine abilities were casually employed, augmented by his own malevolence, which subtly countered the divine abilities of others, tainting their Tao power and diminishing their effectiveness. As the seal in his hand shifted, Tao patterns spread in the void, the power of the five elements swirling and surging, summoning the power of the five elements of this world. The five elements merged, coalescing into a five-colored celestial sword that descended from the clouds, the sounds of the Tao resonating endlessly, cutting the space into countless gaps. The sword light reached to the heavens and the earth, coexisting with the five elements, yet targeting the five elements of all things. The five elements generated life within while overcoming the outer, eroding all creations. Jin Peng, who had just emerged from the five thunders, faced this descending sword, his wings behind him like two heavenly blades slicing upwards against the heavens, the Yin-Yang energies enveloping him, rapidly dismantling the five-colored celestial sword. Ultimately, Jin Peng began to utilize his essential Yin and Yang energies. Despite battling for dozens of rounds, neither exhibited any significant injuries. The bloodstains on Jin Peng's body from Yuan Yi's strikes had already healed. Ordinary means were incapable of dealing with the other. This was true for both of them. Aren't you going to let this poor Taoist witness your Yin-Yang divine abilities? Jin Peng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his momentum rising rather than falling, his aura growing increasingly violent and wild. Hearing Yuan Yi's words, he snorted coldly. Then as you wish, I shall see whether your Yin-Yang path is profound or if my divine abilities surpass yours. The dual forces of Yin and Yang fluctuated in Jin Peng's hands, and amidst the faint aura, a vague shape began to materialize, with a jade bottle of black and white hues taking on a preliminary form. A beam of light enveloped Yuan Yi, drawing him within. Observing this, Jin Peng furrowed his brow. It was too easy, and he felt no real sense of having suppressed his opponent. However, at this moment, he was employing his most powerful means. The urgent matter was to completely suppress his opponent. Jin Peng formed a seal with his hands, channeling his power into the Yin and Yang energies, urging forth their might. Yuan Yi's golden eyes swirled with the dual energies of Yin and Yang, surveying this self-contained realm, raising an eyebrow. He recognized Jin Peng's Yin and Yang energies. The space he was currently within was indeed a manifestation of his opponent's divine abilities. It may not be entirely accurate to call it a divine ability, though Jin Peng's innate Yin and Yang energies had been ritualized towards a solidified form, taking on an initial semblance of reality. This was entirely different from Yuan Yi himself. While he was accustomed to using his innate Yin and Yang energies as a sword for offense, his energies remained true Qi, with Yuan Yi never altering their essence. In this space, only the Yin and Yang energies fluctuated, dissolving the fleshly bodies and souls of individuals with remarkable precision, wielding an undeniable power. Yuan Yi sensed the surroundings, and with his comprehension of the Yin and Yang path, he could see through the profound intricacies of Jin Peng's technique. The Yin and Yang energies formed a closed loop, forcibly ritualized by Jin Peng into a singular entity, evolving into a self-contained space that isolated all forces. Within this space, there existed only the Yin and Yang energies, the fundamental principles of Yin and Yang, with no other energies to draw upon, and it was utterly disconnected from the external forces of the vast heavenly earth. No wonder he entangled himself with senior brother Xuandu. He was clearly seeking the power of the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. What a pity. Yuan Yi observed familiar shadows within this ritualization of the Yin and Yang energies, yet he only succeeded in imitating the form. The innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, can be said to be the ultimate manifestation of the Yin and Yang principles in the primordial world, embodying the unity of Yin and Yang, balancing motion and stillness, encompassing the myriad. Jin Peng was clearly trying to emulate the Taiji diagram, aiming to ritualize his innate Yin and Yang energies towards that goal. Yuan Yi, having had tangible contact with it, was far more familiar with the Taiji diagram than Jin Peng. Jin Peng had only been suppressed by Xuandu holding the Taiji diagram. He had merely seen its surface and had never grasped its essence. Or rather, he had only witnessed the powers of the Taiji diagram as manifested through Xuandu's principle of non-action, perceiving only the stillness. He ritualized his Yin and Yang energies towards solidification and eternal stillness, transforming the active Qi into a lifeless form. In imitating the shape of the Taiji diagram, he fundamentally lost the essence of its ability to evolve all things. This technique, while powerful, forfeited the spirit of the innate Yin and Yang energies, solidifying into a lifeless shell and prematurely locking countless possibilities into a single outcome. Yuan Yi traversed this space protected by the Yin and Yang energies. Although the force dissolving his body and soul grew stronger, the pressure he felt was not significant. Though he had seen through the essence of Jin Peng's technique and did not fully agree with his methods, observing it served as a good validation. Yuan Yi had never considered emulating the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, as that path was fundamentally unfeasible. His own innate Yin and Yang energies, encompassing the Yin and Yang principles, were far less vast than those of the Taiji diagram. If the Taiji diagram were an ocean, his imitation would be but a lake with its limits easily discernible. There could never be a second innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, in the world. Moreover, Yuan Yi's own innate Yin and Yang energies were active, not of a tranquil nature, making their stability in amalgamation poor and further diminishing their might. Jin Peng's situation was somewhat similar to his own. Although he was not tainted by innate murderous energy like Yuan Yi, he was still filled with restlessness, forcibly attempting to imitate the stillness of the harmony of Yin and Yang, akin to forcing an athlete to learn embroidery. How about my Yin and Yang energy bottle? Jin Peng's voice came from outside. Will you admit defeat? What a pity for Dao friend Jin Peng's technique. Yuan Yi replied calmly. Ha, if you can emerge from this, let me see the depths of your Yin and Yang path, and what could possibly break my technique. Then Dao friend watched closely. Yuan Yi circled the space formed by the transformation of the Yin and Yang energies before finally stopping. The path of Yin and Yang is the foundation of heaven and earth, the basis of all things. Because it has the ability to evolve all creation, encompassing the vastness of myriad paths, it can return to unity within and extend to respond to the three talents of heaven, earth, and man. It can transform the four symbols of earth, fire, wind, and water, and divide the five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The transformations of Yin and Yang are endless. My path based on Yin and Yang seeks to exhaust the changes of Yin and Yang, encompass the myriad, and exhaust the profound. The great path is ever-changing with stillness and motion, and if it does not conform to the principles of heaven and earth, the essence of the great path, you are merely clinging to appearances. Jin Peng frowned, his expression slightly changing, but he quickly regained his composure and said coldly, "How dare you use words to disturb my Tao heart? Whatever means you possess, feel free to use them. I will not engage in a war of words with you." No matter how beautifully you speak, if you cannot escape from my Yin and Yang energy bottle, then your boasting is nothing but self-humiliation. Although Yuan Yi was trapped within his Yin and Yang energy bottle, a sense of restlessness lingered in his heart. It felt as if his opponent had voluntarily entered his Yin and Yang energy bottle, and he clearly noticed that he could not manipulate the bottle against his opponent. The power within posed no threat to Yuan Yi. However, Jin Peng also had a measure of confidence, believing that even if he could not deal with his opponent, he would still be able to confine Yuan Yi. The space crafted from his innate Yin and Yang energies was not easily broken. Escaping from it was no simple task. Thus, even if he could not harm him, he would still come out on top. Yuan Yi ceased his words, raising one hand, his innate Yin and Yang energies entwining, and then he pressed down on the space with a palm. Divine ability, inverting Yin and Yang. You use the Yin and Yang energies as the foundation to forge this realm, maintaining its indestructible state, with an eternal stillness, further isolating the powers of the heavenly path, making it difficult for others to forcibly break through from within. Indeed, Yuan Yi estimated that he had to be at least significantly stronger than Jin Peng to have hope of breaking through by force. Yuan Yi's cultivation realm naturally could not reach that level, making it impossible to break through by strength. But he also possessed innate Yin and Yang energies which shared the same root and origin as this prison. If he could not break through by force, then he would have to do so cleverly. Yuan Yi had already discovered that Jin Peng's comprehension of the path of Yin and Yang was considerably different from his own. It seemed that he merely regarded the innate Yin and Yang energies as a magical treasure, unlike Yuan Yi, who nurtured and contemplated them as the foundation of his path. The divine ability of inverting Yin and Yang disrupts the order of heaven and earth, causing chaos among all paths and disorder among all things. The power of Yin and Yang erupted in the void where Yuan Yi's palm fell like a massive stone thrown into a silent lake, sending ripples spreading uncontrollably. With the chaos of the Yin and Yang energies, the foundational innate Yin and Yang energies of the Yin and Yang energy bottle also became disorderly. The originally indestructible Yin and Yang energy bottle began to collapse from within after its foundation was directly disturbed, as fragile as paper, seemingly ready to shatter with a poke, like breaking jade. Jin Peng was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. He sensed the signs of collapse within the Yin and Yang energy bottle in his hand, the order of its laws losing control, making it difficult for him to maintain. He infused his power into it, strenuously trying to stabilize it, attempting to suppress the chaotic force that disrupted the Yin and Yang energy bottle directly from its origin, but he found himself powerless. Yuan Yi executed the divine ability of inverting Yin and Yang, which he did not master proficiently, using his innate Yin and Yang energies as a guide to directly interfere with the root of the great path. As the endless chaos spread, the space nurtured by the Yin and Yang energies began to fracture, but he did not. The innate Yin and Yang energies took shape, the murderous energy dividing the Yin and Yang, forging a sword half black and half white. Yuan Yi held the sword in one hand, forming a sword seal with the other, then slashed upward with the sword the murderous energy, as the edge the Yin and Yang flowing. The sword light was a line that directly cleaved through the precarious black and white space, and with a step forward, he had already escaped from the Yin and Yang energy bottle created by Jin Peng. The Yin-Yang Qi bottle, painstakingly maintained by Jin Peng, was disrupted by the reversal of Yin and Yang losing its power. When Yuan Yi's sword struck out, it finally could no longer be maintained, shattered by a beam of sword light, collapsing and dispersing into Yin and Yang. Though it had not yet taken a true form, the fragments flew apart, as if crafted from real jade. Yuan Yi stepped out in his white Taoist robe, unscathed, appearing even more relaxed than during his previous battle with Jin Peng. The sword in his hand dissipated instantly, transforming into Yin and Yang Qi intertwined, with murderous energy swirling around him incessantly. He conveyed to Jin Peng that the essence lies in the duality of Yin and Yang, exploring endless transformations, not merely a shallow statement to shake one's Tao heart. He sincerely believed that Yin and Yang should embody countless changes, not be confined within rigid boundaries that sever them from other paths, as that did not align with his understanding of the Tao or the world. His master Tongtian had often mentioned that the Tao is ever-changing. Yuan Yi had not forgotten this, and felt it held a deeper meaning that his master never explained to them, the disciples. Movement and stillness arise from contrast, and various Tao paths are never distinctly separated, but are interconnected, resulting in the evolution of heaven and earth. This understanding of the world was inherent in Yuan Yi's perception. Thus, he did not fully agree with Jin Peng's use of the innate Yin and Yang Qi. Originally, he was quite curious about this existence that resembled his own origin, but now he felt somewhat disappointed, believing that Jin Peng's path of Yin and Yang was too narrow. The Tao of Yin and Yang should not be so limited. However, it seemed Jin Peng was not primarily focused on the Tao of Yin and Yang, and his understanding of it was inferior to Yuan Yi's. Yuan Yi observed Jin Peng, who stood dazed, silent, and not making any further moves. The outcome was clear. Jin Peng's most powerful technique had been effortlessly countered by Yuan Yi. Without a doubt, this battle was won by Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi had not utilized his top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the water and fire gourd, relying solely on his own abilities to dismantle Jin Peng's trump card. Jin Peng's cultivation level was still slightly higher than his, though the difference was minimal, primarily since both relied on innate Yin and Yang Qi as their foundation. Jin Peng's understanding of it was inferior to Yuan Yi's, leading to his being restrained. His proudest method had become his greatest flaw. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so cleanly. Jin Peng's hands were soaked in blood, his aura disordered, visibly weakened, and truly injured. The backlash from his own techniques caused far more severe damage than the harm Yuan Yi inflicted. However, compared to his injuries, the psychological blow Jin Peng received was even greater. His trump card had been directly countered by Yuan Yi without any fancy tricks, merely using the same innate Yin and Yang Qi. This made him question, could it be that his Tao was truly wrong? Jin Peng, are you alright? Seeing Jin Peng, who was previously full of arrogance, now appear somewhat disheveled, Yuan Yi hesitated for a moment, but still asked, is he really this fragile? Losing a battle to be struck down like this seems excessive. After all, neither of them could be considered mortal enemies. Yuan Yi had no interest in provoking the Phoenix clan. Although he was not afraid it would still be a troublesome affair with no benefits. Xiandu had no intention of truly tearing his face with these two from the Phoenix clan. Otherwise, he could have relied on the might of his two treasures to finish them off directly, without any entanglements. As the only direct disciple of the Tongtian saint, there were not many existences in the primordial world that he knew. Among the few saints, his master Tongtian was indeed the top-tier figure, holding two supreme treasures, the only one among the saints. In fact, this leader of the Sanqing might now be the foremost individual in the primordial realm, second only to the Tao ancestor Honghuang. The reason it is termed might is that Nuwa, the Tao ancestor, was the first to attain sainthood after him, and her strength remains a mystery. Before and after attaining sainthood, her depth is difficult to gauge. It is I who has lost. Jin Peng struggled for a moment before reluctantly admitting, his tone laced with unwillingness. The blow Jin Peng suffered was unexpectedly great, yet Yuan Yi felt no guilt having won fair and square without taking lethal measures. The Yin-Yang Qi bottle, though shattered, was merely in embryonic form and not fully realized, thus it had not harmed Jin Peng's fundamental essence. With some time, he could refine it again. In a duel, if one's skills are inferior, what is there to say? Seeing Jin Peng stabilize his aura, refining a fragment of spiritual root to heal his injuries, Yuan Yi no longer concerned himself. If you are unhurt, shall we return? Jin Peng did not oppose, nodding slightly, becoming somewhat silent. Yuan Yi flew back in the direction they had come from, still curious to see Kong Xian's five-color divine light, which had a legendary reputation, naturally piquing his interest. At the same time, witnessing Xiandu in battle was rare. Yuan Yi was eager to observe his techniques. Yuan Yi and Jin Peng's duel ended swiftly, and upon their return, Xiandu and Kong Xian were engaged in a fierce battle. Yun Xiao stood at a distance, dressed in a white skirt with the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the primordial gold bowl, hovering beside her, exuding a serene, yet formidable aura. Noticing Yuan Yi's return, Yun Xiao shifted her gaze, observing Yuan Yi, and then Jin Peng behind him, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Senior brother. Yun Xiao did not inquire about the outcome of the duel between Yuan Yi and Jin Peng, not that she believed Jin Peng, whose cultivation was not significantly higher than senior brother Yuan Yi's, would win, and now seeing their conditions, the result was obvious. Though Yuan Yi was usually gentle, his methods were always extremely sharp, with profound understanding of the Tao and mastery over numerous techniques, making it difficult to find obvious weaknesses. In reality, he was more adept at combat than senior sister Jinling. Yuan Yi nodded in response, landing next to Yun Xiao, looking ahead, casually taking out two spiritual fruits, handing one to Yun Xiao, as the two siblings became spectators. Having already helped Xiandu intercept Jin Peng, there was nothing more for him to do. All that remained was to watch the show. With Yuan Yi's return, Yun Xiao felt relieved, no longer needing to be overly vigilant, and relaxed considerably. If your Yin-Yang technique were to face my brother's five-color divine light, what would happen? Yuan Yi took a bite of the spiritual fruit, glancing sideways to see what this fellow was approaching for. It was just a fight. Are we that familiar? I don't know, by the way, is Kong Xian your elder brother or sister? Jin Peng's gaze turned to Yuan Yi, his expression somewhat stiff and astonished. Then his expression shifted to something strange, smiling at Yuan. You're actually curious about this? Why not ask yourself? Yuan Yi gazed deeply at him, his golden eyes narrowing slightly, encouraging me to ask, could it be that this is a taboo question, and you have touched upon Kong Xian's taboo? You have ill intentions, trying to harm a fellow Taoist. Jin Peng did not wish to speak further. This disciple of the Jiejiao, full of a murderous aura, was indeed not very pleasant to converse with, always exposing others' weaknesses, his words as sharp as his techniques, unlike him, who was not good at verbal disputes. Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao watched the battle of spells between Xuandu and Tongtian, occasionally chatting a few words, while Jin Peng stood at a distance, unwilling to converse with Yuan Yi any longer. Above the sky, multicolored rays of light occupied half of the heavens. A vibrant peacock stood among them, its splendid tail, feathers unfurled, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yuan Yi admitted that he had never seen such a magnificent technique. It was extravagantly beautiful, elegant, and even intoxicating, captivating the heart and mind. Unlike his techniques, which were often understated and simple in terms of appearance, he was far from being comparable to them. Not to mention other aspects, his yin-yang was merely represented by the black and white colors, which could not compare to the vibrancy of their five-colored light. While splendid, it could not be deemed gaudy, for beneath that brilliance lay extreme danger. The five-colored divine light had already taken shape, showcasing its extraordinary nature. Rooted in the innate five elements, it evolved into the corresponding powers of all things, aimed at restraining everything. Within the five elements, nothing escaped its grasp, though its method was quite similar to that of Jin Peng, or rather Jin Peng's approach was somewhat akin to Tongtian's. Yet fundamentally they were not the same. Tongtian's path of the five elements was vastly broader than Jin Peng. Yuan Yi pondered that his understanding of the path of the five elements was far inferior to that of Tongtian, as it was the foundation of the latter's principles, and there was nothing more to say. As for whether his yin-yang energy could break Tongtian's five-colored divine light, Yuan Yi was uncertain. He only knew that his yin-yang energy did not restrain Tongtian's five-colored divine light. No, if he included his innate malevolent energy, most techniques would be restrained by him, as the power that taints the Tao was extraordinary. If their cultivation levels were not too different, there should be an opportunity to test it. Unfortunately, his control over the innate malevolent energy was insufficient, and he could not unleash its inherent ferocity. Standing on the exquisite innate spiritual treasure of the wind and fire mat, Xuandu's presence melded with the heavens and the earth. Each gesture carried the might of the world, the yin and yang, harmonized motion and stillness in perfect balance, yet it appeared more unadorned than Yuan Yi's attacks. Yet its power was astonishing. The means of drawing strength from the heavens and the earth gave him a posture that seemed to always occupy the advantageous timing and location, blending into a realm of nature, thereby invoking the might of the world as his own strength. His strikes were simple and direct, yet they were the hardest to evade. Especially since neither of them seemed to harbor thoughts of evasion, they countered each other, Hedon refusing to yield. With the assistance of the wind and fire mat, Xuandu's strength did not fall behind when facing Tongtian. However, Xuandu's attacks were all brushed away by Tongtian's five-colored divine light, losing their potency, unable to affect the opponent. Although Tongtian's five-colored divine light was profound, it remained challenging to accurately capture Xuandu's aura. Xuandu's presence merged with the world as if it did not exist, or perhaps was omnipresent. Unable to be locked onto it, could not exert any effect on Xuandu. In the end, after a long bout, it was clear that neither could gain the upper hand as Xuandu could not strike Tongtian, and Tongtian could not imprison Xuandu. Yuan Yi thought that perhaps facing Jin Peng, who had a similar cultivation level, would make things even more difficult for Xuandu. Brother Xuandu is indeed quite popular. These two clearly treat him as a sparring partner, entangling him repeatedly. Yuan Yi glanced at Jin Peng and spoke to Yun Xiao beside him. Yun Xiao nodded, saying, "This Tongtian seems to be using Brother Xuandu to validate his five-colored divine light. If he can evolve it to a degree where even Brother Xuandu cannot evade it, it would be terrifying, if few in the world could escape its binding power." Indeed, moreover, within the evolution of this five-colored divine light, there is clearly a hint of the innate supreme treasure, the Tai Chi diagram's Tao rhythm, and he has genuinely grasped a thread of its true meaning, integrating it into his own technique. Bold indeed to use such a method to sense the aura of the innate supreme treasure and to validate his own abilities. Is he not afraid of going too far? Previously, he had been wondering what these two from the Phoenix clan were entangling Xuandu for. Now he realized they were essentially using him for cultivation. Tongtian clearly gained something substantial from this, while Jin Peng, who should have acquired more, only glimpsed the surface and failed to grasp the true meaning. The wonders of the world and the intricacies of fate are difficult to articulate. By the way, Jin Peng isn't the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, located in the southern, undying volcano. This is an endless distance away. Why are you here? Why are you appearing near the human race? Yuan Yi asked Jin Peng. The reason for being here is naturally due to the special nature of the human race. What is so special? Jin Peng shot him a glance, rolling his eyes. How would I know? Why are you asking me, a direct disciple of a saint? The human race was created by my master Nuwa, and I have heard that some from the Phoenix clan have actively followed her. Jin Peng's mouth twitched. Did every disciple of the saint know so much? The suspicion was so thick. Yes, but we only know that the human race may be extraordinary, and that's all. We have observed for a while here, but have not gleaned anything, so don't ask me. All I know is that even our Phoenix clan's ancestors are unclear about the details. They only told us that it might be a path of survival for the heavenly Tao, a change of continuation, which is said to relate to the essence of the primordial heavens and earth. Perhaps it is a thread of hope. If one cannot comprehend it, then to understand it would require profound insight into the trends of the primordial heavens and earth itself. Yuan Yi frowned in contemplation, a path of survival for the heavenly Tao. A thread of hope. He could not understand what it meant. What kind of hope was this? Whose hope? Hope in relation to what? And why the human race? This feeling of knowing some things, but realizing that one cannot act rashly when attempting to make plans, is truly unpleasant. The matter of canonization is still far off. If there are no changes, it is likely unavoidable. Yet whenever Yuan Yi wished to achieve something, he found himself without a foothold, let alone the ability to lay out any plans, as he could not see the situation clearly. The only thing he could be certain of was that striving to enhance his cultivation was absolutely correct. He could only take one step at a time. For now, maintaining good relations between the three teachings was essential, and having three saints as backing provided a strong sense of security. At the same time, he had some rapport with the disciples of the Chan teaching, and his relationship with Xuandu, the only direct disciple of the human teaching, was relatively close. Continuing this would not be a bad thing. Moreover, Xuandu seemed to have a similar goal as him, striving to maintain relationships among the three teachings and promote interactions. It appeared he was engaged in such endeavors. It seems that Brother Xuandu wants to easily dispatch Tongtian. That appears to be quite challenging. Yuan Yi observed the battle between Xuandu and Tongtian, where Xuandu sought to defeat Tongtian without relying on treasures in the hopes of convincing Tongtian to no longer entangle him. However, the current situation seemed to indicate that neither could determine a victor. Moreover, the other party clearly came for Xuandu, given Xuandu's identity as the eldest brother of the three teachings, his doctrine of tranquility and non-action, and the fact that Xuandu could borrow two treasures at any time. Tongtian regarded him as a reference for validating his own Tao. Why would he easily give up? Where else could one find such a favorable opponent besides Xuandu? It seemed that the eldest uncle had no intention of intervening. It was unclear what his attitude was. Could it be that the eldest uncle thought Xuandu was too lazy and reclusive, and that it was pleasing to see someone seeking Xuandu for combat and discussion? Yin Xiao turned to Yuan Yi and noted that regarding Xuandu's inability to shake off the entanglement, his brother seemed somewhat gleeful. Was this not a bit inappropriate?